Chapter 1, Dad, come back soon. Daddy, it's raining outside. It's so dark and cold outside the doorway. Vivi is afraid. Receiving this call, Ling Chen's heart seized up. His fists clenched and creaked, but he was afraid of scaring the child, so he tried to be gentle. Vivi, don't be afraid. Tell Daddy where you really are. The little girl cried. Grandma told me to call a new uncle Daddy, and Vivi didn't like it, so she was kicked out by Grandma. Woo! Ling Chen's eyebrows furrowed at once. What about your mom? Doesn't she care? Hearing this, a wave of anger burned in Ling Chen's heart. However, when he heard the little girl's voice, he had to force down his anger and said gently, Good Wei Wei, don't be afraid. Daddy will go back now. Aha! Closing the line, he could no longer hold back his anger and slammed his fist down hard on the tabletop. With a crash, the tabletop shattered. The person outside hurriedly ran in. Dragon seat, you. Ling Chen forced himself to calm down and instructed the men next to him. Fei Zi, keep an eye on the enemies coming from the south. Never let them take a step beyond the border. I have something to go back to. Don't worry, Dragon seat, if those 3 grandsons dare to cross the border, I'll tell them to have no return. Ling Chen thought for a moment before saying, remember, don't fire the first shot. Of course, the first cutout is still possible. De Fei bowed. Yes, I will definitely tell the 3 grandsons to learn a lesson this time. After the explanation, he looked at the gang of fools to the south, smiled contemptuously, and boarded the plane with determination. When he reached the cabin, a hint of murder flashed across his brow. Su Shuiyan, when I joined the army for your brother to garrison the border, you said you would take good care of Wei Wei. After 5 years of separation, is this how you take care of her? Su Shuiyan, the #1 beauty in Haidong City, Su's group chairman's first lady, the group's executive president. 5 years ago, because of the gratitude to Ling Chen for saving his life, despite the opposition of his family, he married him and gave birth to a daughter, Wei Wei. He, too, in order to repay Su Shuiyan's kindness, willingly gave up the honor of being the #1 boxing god in the sports world, and enlisted in the military for his brother Su Lu. On her way out, she promised to look after our daughter. Why? Helicopters, while convenient, don't fly far to the nearest airport on the frontier. Someone had already booked the earliest flight for him, so he directly picked up his ticket and boarded the plane, using the shortest time to fly to Haidong City. When he got off the plane, there was already a high-level bulletproof car waiting somewhere. It took him less than 10 minutes to get to the old town. There were no tall buildings here. They were all the kind of deep mansions passed down from the old generation. Some of the nobles who had been passed down for 100 years lived here. The bulletproof car winds up in front of a large mansion. By this time, it was raining heavily outside, and the lightning was thundering. Only the security room 20 meters away from each other still had lights, and the sound of playing cards and calling who came faintly. With such a car parked at the front door, it was surprising that no one came out to inspect it. Looking at the time, it had only been 52 minutes since he had gotten the call. Worried about his daughter, he ran straight for the gate. The gate was dark, his heart sank, and when he reached it, he suddenly found a thin figure huddled in a corner of the doorway. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, walked over, squatted down, turned on the cell phone light, but found that the little girl in front of him had a frozen face. Such a cold day, only wearing a worn-out single coat, eyes closed tightly, he seemed to be asleep. He called out softly, the girl didn't answer. As soon as he took her in his arms, he realized that the girl was cold, touching her forehead again. It was frighteningly hot. At this moment, he was completely enraged and really wanted to kick open the door and rush in to ask what was going on. But his daughter Wei Wei was in great danger and had to be saved first. So he picked up his daughter and got in the car. And there was a handsome boy in the back seat. Tatsu, how's it going? The little girl has a fever and must be resuscitated immediately. Keiko, you come. Shen Chang, known as the first divine doctor of the Southern Army, was really no slouch. And after a while of acupuncture in the car, the girl's fever subsided. The girl felt someone hugging her and opened her eyes to reveal a smile. Daddy's home. I'm going to tell mommy. Reaching out, she felt, where's my cell phone? It turned out that he was so eager to save people just now that he didn't pay attention to the girl's cell phone. So he asked, Wei Wei, where did you get your cell phone? It's mom's old cell phone, which she didn't use after her new uncle gave her a new one, and gave it to Vivi. Use it to confess your mistakes to mom when you make a mistake and pipe up to the dark room. New uncle? Ling Chen's heart was cold. Seeing some fear in the child next to him, he immediately switched to a smiling face. How did you get Dad's number? Dad's name is Ling Chen. Vivi knows that. It's on the phone. Does mom talk about Dad a lot? It's grandma. She said mom's life will be ruined if she marries this punk Ling Chen. Dad, what do you mean by trash? Ling Chen let out a bitter smile and didn't say anything, only comforting Wei Wei. Vivi suddenly asked, Will mom beat me to death if she loses her cell phone? Lang Chen said gently. In the future, you will follow dad. Humph. I'll see who dares to bully Lang Chen's daughter in the future. Aha! The girl pestered Lang Chen with a few more words before falling into a deep sleep. After lulling the girl to sleep, a hint of murderous anger flashed in Lang Chen's eyes. Immediately dialed a number. Snowfox. Check Su Shuiyan contact information. In just 1 minute, a new string of numbers was sent. Lang Chen dialed, and in a short while, the call was connected. Suddenly a murmur was heard. Shuiyan, the next song is Double Double Swallow, a beautiful dance. Let's dance together. Immediately there was a voice that was languid with alcohol. Wang Dong, wait, I'll take a call. Hearing this simple conversation, Lang Chen got some fire. Shuiyan, who is he? It took the other man a moment to respond, and there was some impatience, even some disgust, in his voice. Lang Chen, what are you looking for me for? I'm busy. I've been wounded and transferred to the city hospital for treatment. You come right over. There was a long silence on the other side before a perfunctory remark was made. I'm too busy to leave right now. You get well, I'll take care of it and come over tomorrow afternoon. Well, where's Vivi? I'd like to have a word with her. The voice on the other end of the phone was still cold. She's been mad all day and is sleepy. She's sleeping in the princess's room, so we'll talk tomorrow. Lang Chen sneered in his heart and was about to question her a few times. Just then, another old woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. Shuiyan, who's calling? Qian Domei, Mrs. Su Deki, the head of the Su clan, the famous tigress of the Su clan, the head of the Tai Shang clan, and Lang Chen's mother-in-law. Su Shuiyan explained a few sentences on the other end. That old woman was anxious at that time, snatched the phone, rushed to Lang Chen a burst of roar. Lang's trash, who are you to drag my daughter down? I'll tell you, no matter if you have a broken arm or a broken leg, as long as you can't die, get your ass back here and divorce my daughter at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As long as you can't die, get your ass back here and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce my daughter. Otherwise, that little drag queen will be sent to the orphanage. On the other side of the phone, Su Shuiyan was faintly heard saying something, and that old woman continued to fume. If Shuiyan doesn't mention it, I don't even know. According to the current law, this marriage can't even be divorced without your consent. I ask you, do you agree? Without waiting for Lang Chen to speak, he heard a man by the phone say, the music is starting. Shuiyan, hold on tight. Yes, just like that. Follow my footsteps, you'll become more and more skillful. Across the room, Su Shuiyan was faintly heard to agree. Aha! Hearing this, cold dust's heart completely chilled. Okay, tomorrow morning, Civil Affairs Bureau. Don't see you there. Chapter 2, The Conspiracy Behind the Scenes. Lang Chen had wanted to lead Wei Wei along to question Su Shuiyan, but as soon as the little girl heard that she had to go back to her grandmother's house, she burst into tears and said that she would not follow. He had no choice but to comfort the girl for a while, arranged him in a special hospital, a place that, without the appropriate permissions, would never be able to enter, and was safe as hell. Then he asked one of his female comrades to help take care of him, and said that he had gone out to run some errands and was out of the hospital. It was just after 5 in the morning, and according to Su Shuiyan's habits, she should be up and ready for her morning run. He dialed Su Shuiyan's phone number once again, and the other party was obviously a bit pained. It's you again, Lang Chen. I said I'd go in the afternoon. What's the point of calling all the time? Obviously hearing her gasp with some ragged breaths, Lang Chen's heart moved with suspicion, and his low voice asked, Where's Vivi? I need to talk to her. The tone was hard, not allowing her to refuse. The voice on the other end of the line sounded distinctly unnatural. Ah, this little girl is staying in bed, a bellyful of wakefulness. What a headache. You will see it this afternoon. Lang Chen had anger in his heart and said a slightly sarcastic sentence. With all that pushing and shoving, you're not going to leave her on the street, are you? The caller ought, clearly flustered. Then he explained, What are you talking about? I'm her real mom. Quickly, apologize to me. I'll forgive you. Lang Chen narrowed his eyes. Apologize? There's no rush. I'll meet you this afternoon and apologize to you in front of my daughter. A cool hum came from the other side of the phone. It was at that moment that a man's voice suddenly came over. It's my fault for being so reckless last night. Are you still in pain? Su Shuiyan casually returned. It's fine, I'm on the phone. Lang Chen hummed. Su Shuiyan, you're not divorced yet. The anger in his heart instantly rose, and if those two people were on his heels, he suspected that both could instantly blast them to slag. Who knew the phone was grabbed by another person? It's just a stinking chowderhead. What's so wild about it? I'll make a call at random, and your officers will all be dismissed. If you don't agree to sign right away this afternoon, I'll tell you to doubt your life. There was an argument over there, and the phone was snatched by Su Shuiyan again. Lang Chen. Lang Chen dropped a sentence. I won't be able to see my daughter when we meet. You're dead. He hung up the phone. Opposite the end of the obvious panic, a dozen phone calls in a row. He refused to accept the refusal of the annoyance. Directly to Su Shuiyan pull black, with the message sent over there. It was from Su Shuiyan changing her cell phone. Which hospital are you in? Send me the location. I need to see you right away. He simply chose the block unfamiliar number function and then slammed his fist hard against the fence next to him. At this time, a brother came over. Brother Chen. The information of the Su family and that Wang family are here. See for yourself. When he thought of that family, who had so cruelly thrown their daughter out the door, a trace of murderous anger flashed in Ling Chen's heart. What are you still looking at? If her family can't teach Wei Wei this afternoon, whether it's the Su family or the Wang family, tell them to pay. The brother next to him, a master of the internet, hesitated for a moment before saying this. According to the information we've just investigated, the Su family's capital chain is in trouble and they want to invite the Wang family to save the market. It just so happens that the Wang family's eldest young king, Dong Dong, has a crush on his sister-in-law and took the opportunity to propose. Sister-in-law originally didn't agree. The words that Wang Dong had just said resurfaced in his ears. It's my fault for being too reckless last night. Are you still in pain? Lang Chen grunted. Forgetting me is just as good as losing my daughter. What does it matter to me if I agree or not? It's just that when it comes to things on a legal level, one must never step back. Is all the evidence ready? Don't worry, brother Tatsu. Daffy, still have this bit of spectrum. But, just say what you have to say. Our comrade in arms, Dao, is on the patrol, and yesterday he caught the traffickers for a while. According to their explanation, they wanted to come to the door of your father-in-law's house yesterday to pick up a little girl. It is said to have been, by what? Sold by old lady Su for $100,000. It is said that they want to use Wei Wei's heart to save the daughter of a mysterious big shot. Lang Chen's face completely blackened, and he was already completely disappointed in the cold blood of your family. Remember to keep the evidence and report it. If you give repayment, make sure you tell them to pay it back. You can rest assured, brother Chen, now that the southern front is tight, the brothers want to ask you when you're going back? Finish settling this side of things and leave right away. Lang Chen's statement that he had gone to the hospital to heal his injuries was actually not a lie. When he was on the southern front, he was assassinated by a third grandson who knew yoga qigong and suffered serious internal injuries. He also needed to go to the hospital for a checkup and find a Chinese medicine practitioner here who knew qigong to heal his injuries. After making the call, he went back to his hospital room and found the qigong herbalist, San Lao, and then started the long process of healing. He worked until noon. Before he had a chance to eat his meal, the nurse next to him brought in his phone. Dragon seat, your call. He looked at the screen display, and it was his father-in-law, Su Daki. Of that family, this good-natured father-in-law was the only one who was okay with him, and he was happy to take calls from the other side. Who knew that just as soon as it was connected, there was a shrill voice. You stinking chowderhead, don't occupy the latrine without ting. We're already at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why don't you get your ass over here, delaying my daughter's happiness? I won't spare you even if I become a ghost. It was his mother-in-law, Chandom. His low voice said, okay, I'm on my way. Remember to bring Vivi along. The other party was like a cat that had stepped on its tail. What right do you have to see your daughter? It's been more than 5 years. Have you ever minded him? Even if you get divorced, Wei Wei still has to follow her mom. And remember to pay $10,000 a month in alimony until 18 years. Want to see Wei Wei? There is no door. Because you don't deserve it. Lang Chen forced down his anger and asked a rhetorical question. What are you trying to cover up when you're so furious? It's not like you're going to sell my daughter, is it? The caller finally got hysterical. What are you babbling about? Beware, I'll sue you for slander. Someone spoke from the side. Mom, what's the point of talking to this punk? I'm going to call someone to waste him. Another voice came from Su Shuiyan. How many times have I told you to stay out of my business? It was followed by Wang Dong's voice. Right, we are all civilized people. We can't say such unqualified words. It's important to get on with business. Lang Chen dropped the sentence. You guys wait there? I'll be there soon. Remember, none of you will escape until you see Wei Wei. Hearing Su Shuiyan anxious over there, Lang Chen, listen to me. Snap. The phone was rudely hung up by Lang Chen. Disgusting woman. Since you abandoned your daughter yourself, you'll never see her again. Chapter 3, I only want Vivi. Lang Chen just wanted to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the appointment, but suddenly he received another call from his comrade in arms. Dao, Tatsu, our men were patrolling the old city center. Found a moment where the sociopaths were beating up a girl, saved her only to realize that she turned out to be your daughter's nanny. Fawn. Lang Chen's heart stuttered. Fawn? Why was she beaten? The people who beat them up are under our control. And they said that it was the Su family's youngest who gave them $30,000 and told them to clean up the dismissed nannies and not to show any traces. Sensing the seriousness of the problem, Lang Chen arrived at that patrol room at the first opportunity. Seeing the beaten and swollen fawn, Little Deer used to be a living assistant by Su Shuiyan's side, and after the child was weaned, she took on the heavy responsibility of babysitting, usually doing her duty. Lang Chen had a good impression of her. Sure enough, after seeing Lang Chen, this little girl cried, "Lang, I'm sorry, I didn't keep an eye on little miss either. You hit me." Lang Chen's low voice, "What's going on? You tell me from the beginning." One of the Su family's investments was trapped and they wanted to invite the Wang family to save the market. The Wang family's eldest young man took the opportunity to pursue Miss Su, and the young miss objected and was driven out by the old madam. I was the one who said a few words of mercy and was locked up in the woodshed by the old madam the next day, but the old madam said that I was negligent in my duties and lost the little miss, so she kicked me out of the house. Who knows? Just after leaving the old courtyard of the Su family, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of community members, and there was talk of knocking them out and taking them away in sacks. Cold Dust had a tape recorder with him and recorded all of her voice. Seeing that she was very pitifully injured, he called for her to be sent to that special hospital to heal her injuries. Just then, Chandom called again. "Little bastard surnamed Lang, are you playing with me? You promised to come and divorce my daughter. Why haven't you arrived yet?" Lang Chen coldly replied with a sentence. "Send me the location. I'm on my way." That side sent over the location without hesitation, and Cold Dust had wanted to go in his own bulletproof car. After thinking about it for a while, he hit a dilapidated Charlie next to the highway, rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau that Qiandome said. The clothes he was wearing at this time were still the same training uniforms he had worn during the fighting on the southern front, worn and old, with some dried blood stains on them. When they arrived at that Civil Affairs Bureau, they found several luxury cars waiting there. There was a group of bodyguards dressed in black, surrounding several people in the center. When he saw him about to approach, he said that he was a migrant worker and insisted on being searched. Lang Duan forced himself to hold back his fire and said coldly, "I don't take kindly to dogs. Call your masters." The group of bodyguards were enraged, and they all surrounded him with their teeth and claws, and their riot batons were mercilessly used on him. The men waiting at the door looked on coldly, not recognizing each other or dissuading them, but the next moment called them down. In just a blink of an eye, screams could be heard, and those few bodyguards who were called elite became vegetables, screaming on the ground. The few people waiting at the door opened their eyes wide, and Qiandome looked at Ling Chen with a face of fear. "You're so unqualified. You're hopeless. Go, hurry up and sign with me." Ling Chen swept a glance toward the scene. The people who came were his mother-in-law, his brother-in-law Su Lu, but the only person he didn't see was his wife Su Shuiyan. His face sank then. "If you want a divorce, tell Shuiyan to talk to me herself. And also, where is my daughter Wei Wei?" Qiandome said with an icy face. "Once gone is 5 years. No news at all. They mother and daughter hate you. Marriage license and divorce agreement, all the things I have brought. You signed it, so we can all save ourselves the trouble," said a paper agreement and dropped it at his feet. Ling Chen didn't even look at it, and ruthlessly stepped on that agreement a few times. At that time stepping on the page where the signature was. Chen Duomei was so angry that her face turned blue. "You despicable mudblood. What are you doing in our Su family even after all this? Don't daydream. Wang Xiao is 100 times better than you. Shuiyan will never live with you again." "You mean to tell me that the two of them have taken up?" Qiandome said proudly. "Yesterday, Wang Xiao stayed at our Su's house." Thinking about what happened during the morning phone call, Lang Chen's face became even colder. "Can't even afford to wait for the paperwork? So what? A poor man. Who's afraid of you?" Lang Chen stopped talking nonsense. "If you want a divorce, that's fine. You tell him to come over and talk to me in person. There's a score I need to settle with her. Humph. Today is a good day for her engagement to Wang Xiao." Before the words were finished, Lang Chen had already cancelled the blackout and a call was made to Su Shuiyan's cell phone. The other party seemed to be in the middle of a downtown area, and his tone was decidedly unkind. "Good for you, Ling Chen. How dare you pull the plug on me? What are you doing calling me again? I don't care what you're doing. Immediately bring Wei Wei to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau for me. If you don't come, I'll just sue." Su Shuiyan was obviously a bit displeased. "Do you really want to leave with me? Incumbent? You guys started this, and your mom already dumped the divorce papers on me, but we have a score to settle, so get your ass over here, or I'll come looking for you at your company. I'm too busy to mess with you. Just calm down and let's talk about things slowly. Surname Su, even if you want to get engaged, don't try to cut me clean off at the head first. What are you doing here? A word, come over or not?" The other party was obviously a bit exasperated. "Okay, that's what you said. Don't regret it. I'll be right there." Lang Chen directly hung up the phone. looking at Qian Domei to come up to fight himself, full of murderous anger glaring at her, scared her a cold war, finally did not dare to come forward to make a move. Not 10 minutes later, a luxury sports car flew to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Two people came down from the car, one with a cool face. It was his wife Su Shuiyan. Instead, she was followed by a handsome young man with a fawning face. Lang Chen's fists were clenched to the point of crunching, and Su Shuiyan seemed to feel that it wasn't quite right either, so she walked a few steps tighter, leaving the man behind. How are you hurt? How much do you need? Bring me a list and I'll reimburse you. Lang Chen's heart had long been disappointed in this woman and shook his head. Don't bother. I'll just ask you. Where's Vivi? A flash of panic flashed in Su Shuiyan's eyes, then she calmed down. I've enrolled her in a dance class, and she's busy with lessons right now. Ask her to see you when you come back next time. Humph. Look at you. You're such a... You weren't sold to someone, were you? Hearing this, Su Shuiyan only felt her eyes go black and she fell to the ground with a flutter. The handsome young man hurried over to help, but was pushed away by Su Shuiyan without a trace. Lang Chen's face was filled with a murderous aura. You are suspected of destroying the marriages of people from the military. This account will not be settled with you for the time being. I only need you to return my daughter. If you don't, you'll be in big trouble. Chapter 4. The words were so loud that the Su family behaved differently. Sul held his bladder and watched coldly, while the remaining mother and daughter were obviously a bit flustered. Su Shuiyan refused Wang Dong's assistance and stood up by herself with clenched teeth. With an apologetic face, she said, I'm sorry, Lang Chen. Before he finished speaking, his mother-in-law, Qian Domei, pointed at his nose and cursed. You're a waste of space, leaving your wife behind and not even coming back when Weiwei was born. It was all served by my old mother's family. Now what qualifications do you have to want to see Weiwei? Lang Chen's face was ironic. You know better than anyone. The reason why I left my wife to join the army was all because that waste of a son of yours refused to join the army, and you had no choice but to ask me to take over. Have you denied it even now? Obviously Qian Duomei is the thing that is not justified. To her mouth inherited her reason. She pinched her waist and pointed at Lang Chen, jumping and cursing. As our family's son-in-law, shouldn't you do something for the family? Don't try to show off your merits with me here. If you want to see Weiwei, you can do that too. Cough up 4 years of alimony. Just then, the staff inside the Civil Affairs Bureau was impatient with the noise and walked out with a frown. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do. And if you have any conflicts, go out and settle them. Don't make a scene here for the others. A few people had to leave a little farther away. So do the math. How much should I pay out in child support? At this time, Lang Chen's face was incomparably grim. Even the icebergs at the South Pole were not as terrifying as him. Feeling bad, Su Lo has long been far away to avoid. Licking dog Wang Dong has the intention to stand up for the Su family. Unintentionally contacted the other side of the horror of the eyes. For no reason the bottom of the heart a cold. Immediately silenced. Realizing that something bad was going to happen, Su Shuiyan hurriedly gave her mother a wink, indicating that she should not provoke Ling Chen. But she still underestimated Qian Domei's ability to pick a fight. On the one hand, Weiwei did lose it, and it's impossible to tell them to take it. Might as well say an astronomical number to tell Lang Chen to shut up. On the other hand, once upon a time, Lang Chen had always fought and cursed when he was in her house, and she wasn't afraid of this wimp. Our Su family has served this granddaughter like a princess. $10,000 a day for living expenses. After 4 whole years, do the math yourself, how much should it be? After saying that, the corner of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a hint of a sneer. Hearing the other party quote the price, Lang Chen's gaze swept over Su Shuiyan. The latter had been immovably rejecting the approach of this Wang family's great young man, and when he saw that there was some contempt in Lang Chen's gaze, his heart mounted up as hard as a pinprick. She chilled her face and said in a hard tone, It's okay if you can't come up with the money. Apologize to Mom. And let's talk about what's going on at home. Going home? Lang Chen seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world. Is there still a place for me to land there? Su Shuiyan was so angry that her pretty face turned pale, and tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. Surname Lang, you, only said half of the voice choked. Can not say. Raised his hand and slapped it at his face, but halfway back he was grabbed tightly by a big strong hand and could not break free. 365 days a year. That's $3,650,000. 4 years, $14,460,000. You guys do the math. Is that the amount? Chandom jumped. Bullying old lady can't read? There's always a leap year in 4 years, right? It should be 14,610,000. Hurry up and pay. Here and now. Hurry up. Lang Chen let go of Su Shuiyan's hand with a look of contempt and took several steps back. Inside his worn-out training uniform, he took out a nondescript leather pouch. This leather bag was rather ugly, with some armor-like bits of leather on it. Not knowing what kind of leather it was, He took out the most ordinary postal memory card from it and handed it to Su Shuiyan. There's $15 million in here, and the code is your birthday. That didn't cause much of a stir when it was said. Instead, it drew a disdainful scoff from Wang Dong. Wouldn't this be a good time for you to fling out a black card with great panache, and then tell us very professionally that we don't have access to it? Sul, who was next to him, didn't understand what that meant and asked. Wang Dong forced a laugh. Isn't that how it's written in many popular novels? Ha 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 ha. Sul chimed in. What age is it that people still have such daydreams? Su Shuiyan was so angry that tears came out of her eyes. After 5 years of separation, you're still so childish. We're not even divorced yet and you're fooling around with someone else and you have the nerve to call someone else unreliable? Only Ling Chen was not in the mood to count on this right now. He only wanted to figure out what happened to his daughter. As for the dogs and men, hey, it's not unrewarded. It's not time. How can it be so troublesome? It's just a regular postal savings card, and as long as you can open e-banking on your cell phone, you can check your balance at any time. Su Shuiyan opened her cell phone and checked it. Her eyes widened then. My God, it's actually $15 million. Where did you get all this money? Although compared to his group's losses, a mere $15 million was just a drop in the bucket, but it was not a bad thing that it could at least provide him with a week's worth of turnover. So grunted, don't think I'll forgive you with all that money. Before the words left his mouth, a hand suddenly reached out lightning fast and snatched the card away. Just listen to Chandong laugh maniacally. $15 million, enough for a down payment on a high-grade villa. This money is the mental damage that you kid compensated to my mom. Divorce my daughter. You hurry. Ling Chen's face sank then. You have received the money. Where is Vivi? Just now. Everyone's eyes were all on this 10 million base amount of huge savings card, and they actually forgot about Ling Chen claiming his daughter. That's when everyone remembered that there was a heavenly wax waiting for them to sit on. Why stall for an astronomically large sum of money if you can return Vivi to him? Su Shuiyan's face instantly lost its blood color and looked at Ling Chen as if pleading. I'm sorry, Ling Chen. It's all my fault. The words weren't finished when Chandong took over. I am also true to my word, and I will take you to see your daughter. It's just that your daughter is naughty and mischievous, and she'll run around without seeing her at a glance. You must be psychologically prepared in advance. What exactly was this woman saying this for? Ling Chen's heart was clear. I don't care if he runs amok. Since you raised him on a high specification, he's bound to get to me in one piece. Where is the man? She's at the old mansion now. Maybe tomorrow? Is there a number for a babysitter? Tell the babysitter to bring the kids in a cab. Ling Chen's words were undeniable. Chandong finally knew the fear, and with a twinkle in her eye, the plan was on. I'm not comfortable with the nanny being gross. It's better if I pick it up myself. Ling Chen's figure swayed and blocked her path. No one leaves until Vivi comes. At this moment, he finally moved to the real thing, and an incomparable killing aura was revealed between his eyebrows. Everyone winced for no reason. Chapter 5, The East Window. These people were afraid of Ling Chen's methods, and they didn't dare to leave. It was then that the latter picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Since he had put his cell phone on external volume, all of them heard the person on the other side of the phone talking. Fawn, how did he get in touch with Ling Chen? All of them were greatly confused. Hearing Ling Chen tell Fawn to bring Wei Wei to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau to meet with him, all of them realized that something bad is going to happen. Looking at this expression on Ling Chen's face, it was clear that he was quite caring about his daughter. Once he knew that his daughter was lost, he would not be able to let it go. In this instant, all those involved were suddenly overwhelmed with remorse. Those bodyguards who were the most elite of the Su family just now, in Ling Chen's hands actually didn't arrive in a round and were all put down. There were many of his own people, but who could be his match? Who do you want to mess with? Why do you want to mess with the bogeyman? Fawn's whimpering on the other side of the phone had just stopped, and all she said was that she was sorry auntie. This side Su Shuiyan then walked over and forcefully hung up the phone. With an apologetic face, he said, I'm sorry, Ling Chen. Wei Wei she. Ling Chen's gaze became morose. What happened to Wei Wei? Su Shuiyan could no longer resist squatting on the ground and hiding her face as she cried bitterly. Vivi, she's lost. Ooh. Ling Chen sneered in his heart, but his face was as if nothing had happened. Tell me, when did you lose it? The tone was calm, but anyone could hear that he was forcing down his anger. Xiandomei's heartbroken daughter just wanted to block in front of her daughter. Was Ling Chen hard glare, immediately goaded, and obediently back. The loss of Vivi has a lot to do with this family. Whoever took the blame for this would have to bear the wrath of this bogeyman in front of them. This guy is ruthless and not something my old arms and legs can resist. What's more, I've only just made $15 million. It's not cost effective to die and not spend all the money. Su Shuiyan, who was squatting on the ground, only whimpered but didn't answer this question of his. Ling Chen got impatient, and as he pulled her up, he stared into her eyes and asked a follow-up question. Answer me. When exactly did this happen? Su Shuiyan's tearful eyes. It was more than 10 o'clock last night. Lang Chen, however, was not the least bit moved, and he questioned word for word with his strongly suppressed fire. I even called you at 10 o'clock last night. You told me that Vivi was sleeping in the princess's room, so how could she lose it in good time? Ooh, hubby, I am so sorry. Don't call me husband. It's disgusting to hear. Lang Chen couldn't hold back his anger any longer and roared, frightening the woman in front of him so much that she couldn't support herself and collapsed towards Lang Chen's arms. Instead, she was pushed out by the man in front of her, and if it weren't for his hand supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground, but the warmth had long since gone out of the man's eyes. You couldn't see me and forced me on the phone yesterday to come for a divorce. A twisted melon is not sweet. I don't blame you for this. You like that so-called Wang family's great young man? With him dancing what double swallow dance? Although there is the suspicion of red apricot wall, as long as I divorced, in the future also by you, but you shouldn't have fooled around with him before we both got divorced, and you shouldn't have gotten in Vivi's way and lost her. You shameless disgusting woman. You can get a divorce if you want, and I gave you the alimony for Weiwei if you want it. I only ask you, where did you get Weiwei? Tell me or not. Aggrieved, guilty, ashamed and angry, several emotions entangled together, Su Shuiyan finally lost control, just felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and fell softly to the ground. Lang Chen's heart had long been disappointed in this woman, and he had no pity when he saw that he was paralyzed, and he was about to pull her up and continue to force the issue. At this time, Chen Domei could no longer resist jumping out. Sex cold wimp, what did you do to my daughter? I just want you to pay for your life, clawing at Lang Chen's face with open teeth and claws. But his two strikes were to hurt Lang Chen, who was known as the Mad Dragon. He dodged lightly, then raised his hand and snapped. Chen Domei's cheeks had 5 more palm prints, swollen in an instant. Want to curse back a few sentences? Only feel the stars in front of my eyes. A stomach of words to the edge of the mouth but cannot say out. You got the alimony, too. Where's Vivi? This matter Chen Domei was not reasonable, but his nature is good. No reason to stir 3, plus always despise Ling Chen. Where to still put it in the eyes? A little recovery, immediately sneer back. That little trawler, running around with nothing to do. Last night we had a party at home and asked her to go eat cake. Who knows, he insisted on going out to watch the rain, and by the time we went out to look for him again, he had already run off and lost him. Who knows where he went? Alimony you've got, and that's your answer to me? Chen Domei, a person who is not righteous, suddenly jumped to his feet and shouted, "You're just my family's door-to-door son-in-law. What's so wild about it? That money was nothing more than my hard-earned money for raising the little drag queen, who wandered off on his own and caused everyone to have no peace this night. You'll also have to pay $20 million in moral damages. If you don't pay, I'll sue you until you lose all your money, and then I'll sue you until you're in jail." Lang Chen waved to him very calmly. Another $20 million. It's nothing, come here. At this time, Su Shuiyan was very strong and struggled to get up. Seeing her mother and Lang Chen hard, very worried that she would suffer, she blocked in front of her mother. Mom, stop it. After 4 years together, you don't have any feelings for Weiwei? It's too hurtful. Apologize to Lang Chen, then we'll all go look for Weiwei together. Lang Chen said with a sneer on his face. When a mother doesn't dare to come over and change her daughter, also, you come over to get it yourself. Those with clear eyes could clearly see that when Lang Chen spoke, his right hand suddenly changed from a fist to a palm, and his bones crunched and popped. Su Shuiyan had a guilty look on her face. Lang Chen, Weiwei is lost. Mom's heart is also very hard to bear. That's why she spoke out of turn. Let's all take a step back each and go find our daughter first, okay? Cats cry for fake mercy. If you have such a heart, what did you do last night? I'm afraid I was fooling around with that dog man, right? What 100 years of inheritance old family Su family are a bunch of hypocritical, dirty and nasty, disgusting garbage. The fire that had been held in his stomach was finally vented. Su Shuiyan's face turned pale. Hearing the other party's almost out of control words, she could no longer hold back a retort. I'm not fooling around with anyone else. It's all in your head. Last night I've been. Lang Chen pulled up a recording of a cell phone call. It's my fault for being so reckless last night. Are you still in pain? Both Su Shuiyan and Wang Dong's faces instantly became unnatural. And you told me this morning that the little girl was staying in bed. Why did you lie to me when you were obviously fooling around with someone else and lost Vivi? Chapter 6, thoroughly chilling. Seeing Su Shuiyan about to burst into tears again, Lang Chen let out a cold laugh. Forget it, I won't listen to your sophistry. I will investigate this matter clearly. Whose idea was it? And who carried it out? Where exactly did you sell my daughter to? Anyone involved in this matter, I will not let go. Just then, suddenly several sports cars were heard coming from the distance. In a short while, they arrived in front of the crowd. From the cars came down dozens of murderous fighters. "Young Master Wang, what are you calling us for?" It turned out that these people were the bodyguards beside Wang Dong. And when Long Chan and Su Shuiyan were arguing just now, this guy was there to call and shake people. Realizing that his people had arrived, he pointed to Ling Chen next to him. "Scrap him." These few bodyguards ran towards Ling Chen with a murderous spirit, their left hands holding shields made of fiberglass and their right hands holding explosion-proof sticks, fully armed and murderous. Oops, no good. The man-eating Jinui. The so-called Jinui was the nickname of a group of elite bodyguards of the Wang family. These people specialized in doing some dirty work for the Wang family, and it could be said that everyone's hands were stained with blood. All of them rolled over from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Shuiyan had once heard about it. Back then, there was a business rival that stole the Wang family's market share. That night the door of the room was kicked in by the brocade guards. The men were beheaded, and after the women were defiled, they were disemboweled and shown to the public by filling the inside of their stomachs with spices. After the case was reported to the police, it took a year to find the murderer, and the case was finally closed. That family also had a distant relative who wanted to pursue the case. Who knew that in less than half a year there would be a car accident and not even a whole body? Since then, the Haidong Wang family, even more no one dares to mess with. She didn't know where the strength came from and quickly rushed to the front of the brocade guards, shining a slap at Ling Chen's face. Ling Chen was concentrating on dealing with the gang of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, never placed the people around him. After receiving this blow, half of his face swelled up at that time. He looked at the woman in front of him with great consternation. "Why are you doing this?" Loss, sadness, hatred, all sorts of emotions changed on his face, and his morose gaze looked at Su Shuiyan. "You've offended Mr. Wang. Apologize to him." Right at this moment, Wang Dong suddenly swiftly wrapped his arms around Su Shuiyan and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Worthy of my beloved woman. Don't worry, this mudblood can't help me." Everyone watched the show together. Su Shuiyan was very uncomfortable, struggling hard, but at this time Wang Dong's strength was quite large. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. Unable to help, his face flew red. "Wang Xiao, stop it, let go of me." The words fell on the ears of the onlookers, clearly flirting. Just as Ling Chen was stunned, he suddenly felt as if his back had been hit heavily by a huge mountain. Unable to help himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Just then a riot baton came next to him towards his temple. He couldn't care less about punishing the woman. His left arm crossed over his temple and blocked with force. Just heard a snapping sound. The sturdy datewood stick had long since snapped in two. Unable to bear it, he flew up and kicked right into the fiberglass shield held in his opponent's hand. This shield was unusually sturdy, and although it was covered in spider web-like cracks, it didn't break after all. The fighter with the shield wasn't so lucky, and was sent flying backwards by the powerful kick, falling on all fours. Trying to struggle up to continue the fight, he couldn't help but spew out a rain of blood with a wow. When Ling Chen was on the southern front, he broke out with the title of Mad Dragon. Is a body of martial arts skills not something to be reckoned with? He quickly removed a pair of gloves and arm guards from his body and put them on. Then with a yell, he viciously punched another fiberglass shield. This punch contained a powerful berserk dragon force, and the other fiberglass shield, which was claimed to be bulletproof, finally couldn't withstand it, and was then broken into pieces. The rest of the punch landed right in the guy's face. With a popping sound, half of the man's face collapsed. The entire person also fell softly to the ground. Seeing this horrible scene in front of her, Su Shuiyan was straight up trembling with fear. "Lang Chen, you're crazy. The brocade guards are not something you can resist. Hurry up and admit your mistake to Xiao Wang and I'll put in a good word for you. Don't be foolish again." Looking at her still in Wang Xiao's arms, Lang Chen became even angrier. He leapt high into the air, then stomped down like a hill towards one of the beaters on the ground. The scared guy rushed upward with his fiberglass shield to cover himself. Just with a bang, that shield split in pieces, and that fighter was also pressed by the powerful impact and knelt on the ground, spitting out blood furiously. Borrowing the rebound force from his opponent, Lang Chen once again rushed into the air. As he landed, the toe of his right leg stomped downwards towards Wang Dong's 100 meetings point on top of his head. Wang Dong completely played out the nature of a flirtatious male, and was holding Ling Chen's wife and watching the show. Unwittingly, the opposite party stepped on his head in the direction of a divine warrior. Shouting miserably in fear, he pushed Su Shuiyan away and retreated to the side at a fiery speed. Just then, Lang Chen landed on the ground and viciously kicked Wang Dong's crotch. The latter screamed miserably and rolled to the ground, covering his small stomach. Lang Chen, however, did not intend to let him go and continued to come over to kick and beat him. "You son of a, I told you to harm my daughter. I told you to sleep with my wife. I told you to let the dog bite me. I'll waste you." He kicked the second leg and was about to kick the third. Suddenly, he felt his waist being held in a death grip. "Lang Chen, what are you doing?" This will kill someone. Stop it now. It was Su Xuan. You unashamed cheap bastard. Let go of me. Who knew that the woman didn't know where the strength came from and held on tightly? I won't let go. In the future, no matter if you scold me or kill me, I can never watch you kill Wang Xiao. Get out. Lang Chen's waist twisted with force, and Su Xuan screamed miserably as she was thrown to the ground. Don't be disgusting here. Your score will be settled later. I'll kill this asshole first. Looking at Wang Dong still screaming miserably on the ground, he had not climbed up yet. As for those Jinhui bodyguards he had called, they were considered to be afraid of Wang Dong at this time, and although they were all gritting their teeth, none of them dared to come forward to stop them. Lang Chen laughed coldly. Don't you, Wang Xiao, like to think about other people's wives? Today I'll let you know what it's like to kick the iron plate. Viciously stepped on the head of the other party. The other party wowed in pain. He felt that his eyes were about to protrude out of their sockets, and he begged for mercy in pain. Lang Chen, spare me. I won't dare anymore. I didn't take the initiative to seduce your wife. It was all encouraged by your mother-in-law. Chapter 7, The Truth About Last Night. Lang Chen had long been in a state of complete loss of control at this point, whether you were forced or instigated. I only know that yesterday you green-mailed me with that and lost my daughter together. This is enough. Go to hell. Feeling the Bigfoot stepping on his head gradually increasing its strength, Wang Dongqiu was eager to live and yelled hysterically. I didn't green you. Last night, I just had a ballroom dance with her and talked about working with her company in the meantime. When she found out that your daughter was missing, she went out of her way to rush into the pouring rain and drove Joe all night. Suddenly hearing this answer, Lang Chen froze slightly. The foot that was stepping on the other party's head raised slightly. What exactly did you mean when you said on the phone that you were too reckless and hurt her? Since she got that call from you, she's not concentrating on her dancing either. In less than 3 sentences she's pulling on you, and I was jealous of you, which is why I stomped on her so hard. This answer was clearly unexpected by Lang Chen, who coldly glanced at Su Xuan. However, he found Su Xuan's eyes full of tears and twisted her head away in a very aggravated manner. Her shoulders shook and she wailed. His face was expressionless, still questioning her. Why did Vivi get lost in good time? There are security guards in the old mansion. Right, and the gate is locked. Right? A little girl over 4 years old. Don't tell me she can climb over the wall. Su Xuan timidly looked at her mother, and suddenly realized that she was also looking at herself viciously, and the words rushed to her mouth and swallowed back hard. She didn't squeak, but Chandong didn't. What are you looking at me for? That little drag queen doesn't know what's good for her, and refuses to call Mr. Wang her father, spoiling our grand plan of marriage with the Wang family. She is my granddaughter. Do I not even have the power to discipline her? But it's all against you guys. Lang Chen's feet did not leave Wang Dong's head for a moment, and when he realized that he wanted to struggle, he increased his strength. Frightened, the latter did not dare to move, had to obediently lie there. How do you discipline her? Chen Duo tightly held the ordinary memory card given to him by Lang Chen. The person was revving up his cunning defense. Shouldn't such a disobedient little trawler be told to go to the door and reflect? Lang Chen was furious. She's only 4 years old. You guys just left her alone outside the door and told her to wander off. And you all are in the warmth of the house, wagging your tails and kissing and dancing. Are ye still human? Facing Lang Chen's tweeter-like gaze once again, Qian Domei winced for no reason. Just now, Lang Chen's terrifying explosive power really shook her, lest he rushed towards her regardless. Then she would be in danger. Desperate to survive, she didn't care about dumping the pot. This, and your wife's acquiescence at the time. You can't put the blame on the old lady. Lang Chen stomped Wang Dong with a forceful kick and stunned him. Then he walked over, grabbed Su Xuan's hair and lifted her up. Tell me, why did you leave a girl who was only 4 years old alone outside a darkened door? Was it because she got in the way of your dancing with wild men? Actually, Wang Dong was right. The song had just finished dancing. Su Xuan couldn't wait to call her daughter. The phone rang but no one answered. She was anxious, recklessly rushed to the courtyard door, but not even a shadow of a person cannot be seen. At that moment, she only felt a black eye, almost did not pass out, followed by a night of non-stop searching, and as he searched not for his husband, but instead that a stalker Wang Dong. So after a night of unsuccessful searching, the resentment towards her husband deepened. When Lang Chen called him, under the negative anger, did not hesitate to say the word divorce. I regretted it after I said it, so I didn't rush here at noon and still kept looking for my daughter everywhere. Who knew that her family was more anxious than her, and actually took the initiative to ask Lang Chen to come here to divorce. When he received Lang Chen's phone call, he knew that the bad food, once he met the other party, must want his daughter with him. My daughter was lost at my own hands, so what will I give to my husband when the time comes? Things got out of hand after the meeting, and Lang Chen pressed on step by step. Wang Dong, who was bent on causing havoc, again sought out the Jinui at this time. He had ghostly slapped his husband himself, and it was evident in his eyes that there was no longer the old conjugal love. Ignoring the fact that my scalp was seized and raw, I just drenched it roughly. In his eyes, I am no longer the beautiful and strong wife, but an enemy. Thinking about this, Su Shuiyan was suddenly incomparably sad. Although slapping Ling Chen was a play played out in front of Wang Dong's eyes for fear that he would be victimized by the terrifying brocade guards. However, due to underestimating Ling Chen's fighting strength and underestimating his feelings at this moment, it resulted in a moment of bitterness. Her heart was incomparably remorseful, incomparably self-condemning, and not a single word could come out when the words reached her mouth. Instead, she closed her eyes with a look of love. This appointed demeanor of Su Shuiyan, in Ling Chen's eyes, was an indication of true love for Wang Dong. He raised his hand and viciously slapped Su Shuiyan. The snap was heard throughout the room. Qian Domei's heart ached for her daughter, but when she saw Ling Chen, who looked like a killing god, she took 2 steps forward and obediently retreated. Ling Chen pushed hard, directly dropping Su Shuiyan to the ground. I joined the army for your punk brother. Your Su family is gracious. Qian Domei is rejecting my daughter at all times, and you don't want to divorce me at all times. Although there is a provision in the law that due to my particular profession, you have to ask for my consent if you want to get a divorce, but I don't care anymore. As long as you return my daughter to me, I'll sign right away. Tell me yourself, can you pay it back? Being treated so roughly by her husband, Su Shuiyan not only did not complain, but instead covered her face and whimpered. I'm sorry, Lang Chen. I deserve to die. Don't worry, Su Shuiyan, even if I live this life, I will definitely find Wei Wei. If I can't find it, I'm willing to die headfirst in front of you. Ling Chen roared. What's the use of you being dead? If you can't find Wei Wei, no matter whether it's your Su family or their Wang family, I'll tell them to erase themselves from this world. Just then, a cold snort was suddenly heard. The Wang clan's people haven't died of old age yet. Who is it that speaks so loudly? Want to erase us? At this time, only to see more than 20 cars parked on the side of the road, a dozen of neatly dressed thugs staring at a rich middle-aged man, came to the front of the crowd. Chapter 8 The Arrogant Fifth Provider. Seeing that every step this fellow took carried the might of a landslide, Ling Chen's brows furrowed. I'm afraid this guy's strength isn't at the Soldier King level. In this world, the strength of all masters is divided into the following levels from low to high: Standard Bearer, Top Soldier, Special Warfare, Soldier King, Soldier Saint, and War God. Above the King of Soldiers, each level is subdivided into 3 segments: Primary, Intermediate, and Advanced. The so-called Standard Bearer is the best in that class, that is, 1 in 10. The Top Soldier is 1 in 100, and so on. At the War God level, there were only a handful of them in the whole world. As for Lang Chen himself, due to the iterative encounters since he joined the military, and his participation in many hidden front missions when he was garrisoning the southwest, he made great achievements, which raised his strength to the intermediate level of the Soldier Saint. Those brocade guards, they would only be able to merely reach Special Warfare Advanced. It was only that there were few folk who were experts, and even fewer who were decisive in killing, even though they were nothing more than trash in Ling Chen's eyes. However, in the secular world where things were rare and expensive, they were also heavenly existences. It was unthinkable that the Wang family's heritage was actually so rich, and that they were keeping an expert of the advanced level of King of Soldiers. Only this guy had different eyes and skin than those in Middle-earth, and spoke in a slightly harder tone. Although his hair was dyed black, it looked out of place in its natural curls. The brocade guards, who were arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago, all bowed and saluted when they saw him. Fifth Provider, you're here. An offering? Lang Chen skimmed his mouth and glanced disdainfully at Su Shuiyan. For the sake of that garbage just now, you're going to slap me. After meeting this high-class lapdog in front of me, won't you stab me in the back? At this time, Su Shuiyan, if she had a knife in her hand, she couldn't wait to stab herself several times. If she had known that her husband was so powerful, she wouldn't have been the villain. From before, because of what happened with Vivi and my aggressive mom, he was already extraordinarily upset with me. By now, I'm afraid we'll never get back together. What happened to the good life I had? Even though Su Shuiyan's intestines were green with remorse, she was still unwilling to apologize for it as she was stubborn by nature. Lang Chen greeted that fifth donor with a big stride and arrived in front of him. Less than 3 meters suddenly stopped. Turning around, he drew a line behind him before viciously scanning the Su family's crowd. Whoever dares to cross this line will suffer the consequences. Seeing this scene, that fifth confessor laughed very smugly. Your name is Lang Chen, right? A good day. Actually asked you to live to the point where all the people are separated from their relatives. If it were up to me, I would rather go and hand over those lazy shudras to touch my toes, and tell those lowly Dalits to tread on my shadow, than stand here like a dog and be laughed at. His tone was raw and he used the wrong idioms, and at first glance, he was not from the Middle Kingdom. Lang Chen looked at him expressionlessly. Who are you? I am the most loyal Vaisnava under the Honorable Kshatriya, the lord of the king's family. In Duosan, they also call me the Five Offerings. Between words, his bones suddenly snapped and popped. Originally a stout fat man, his body suddenly slimmed down and his height suddenly increased. Lang Chen was secretly surprised. What kind of evil kung fu was this? In his heart, he valued it, but on his mouth, he was very disdainful. Bark she, what 5 offerings? And you only dare to bark furiously with your back to your master's premises. Truly, you are as human as your name suggests. The language of Middle-earth was profound, and although the other party claimed to be a Middle-earth generalist, he still could not understand it, so he asked the several black-clad bodyguards under him. That bodyguard translate in a foreign language. He's cornering you and calling you a dog. The 5 offerings were furious. You're talking nonsense. Vyasa doesn't mean what you say. We are a superior race that serves the higher Kshatriyas, and foreign pariahs like you should just lie down on the ground and casually use us as stepping stones when you see us. Lung Chen let out a cold smile. We weren't afraid of you decades ago, and we're even more so now. For your information, I've just returned from the southern front. Your men did not know how to die and tried to cross the border, and we killed 3 of them. 17 were beaten into the river, and those who hesitated were frostbitten by the cold river water, and all of them died when they returned to your side of the river. You barking house, barking wildly in your old home. I couldn't care less. Running to me barking wildly, I'm going to teach you how to behave today. These words of his reached the ears of the Su family behind him, and they didn't browse the internet much these days. They all knew about what had happened on the southern front, and they couldn't imagine that Ling Chen had actually participated in a battle not too long ago. Is he actually this powerful already? At this moment, Qian Domei, who had always been a nuisance, also very wisely shut her mouth. As for Su Shuiyan, after hearing these words and seeing the cold cordon behind Ling Chen, her heart was even more unpleasant. The 5th donor became even more furious when he heard this, and when his figure was a head taller than Ling Chen, he suddenly gave birth to a long claw that viciously grabbed down towards Ling Chen's face. Who knew that just halfway through his grip, his middle finger fell into Ling Chen's hand. I see you don't want your doggy paws. With a click, his long and sharp middle finger was snapped hard. Oh, cake seller. In the heat of the moment he forgot the Middle-earth language he had learned for so long and spouted off the official language of their old country. The bone-shrinking technique that had just been condensed was instantly broken. The whole man was back to his lanky state from earlier, beads of sweat dripping down from the pain. How did you do that? In the last battle, there was a quasi-soldier saint who called himself Angru who also used his dog claws to grab me. Only he wasn't as lucky as you, and all 10 dog claws were broken by me. Hearing these words, the arrogance of the 5 confessors was immediately gone. You actually injured my senior uncle. You are not human. You are a devil. Lung Chen looked at him with a teasing face. How dare you, a high-class Vaishya, bark at me? The 5 confessors looked at those black-clad bodyguards they had newly brought in, but found that they couldn't help but back away, all involuntarily opening up a distance from their own. Angry and stifled, you return my honorable young master to me, and I'll take the people back. At this time, Wang Dong was still lying alone behind Ling Chen. The Su family members who used to keep their whiskers on him were all selectively forgotten at this time. He is suspected of destroying the marriage of a special professional, and I have just reported him to the relevant authorities. Need to go to the relevant department to cooperate with the investigation. Farking squid. The 5 confessors were on fire and exploded. Before his words fell, he had long been slapped on the face by Ling Chen's vicious slap. Although he was not knocked down, there was a hideous handprint on his face. This slap was obviously different from the one that smacked Su Shuiyan. That time, although he was also angry, but after all, his hands still retained mercy and did not attach any internal force. However, the one that smoked this 5th donor was infused with a full body of internal force. Half of this guy's teeth flew out of his mouth. In a mixture of shame and anger, he fainted. Just then, suddenly there was the sound of a warning signal from the department's specialized vehicle over there. Chapter 9, Accidents at the Closing of the Nets. Several of these special cars came down, and one from an unknown organization came to the 5 confessors. I suspect you are a foreigner who entered the country illegally. Please cooperate with our investigation, he said and put on the silver bracelet for the 5 confessors. At this time, the 5 offerings in Duoshan, still in a state of bewilderment, looked at Ling Chen incredulously. How did you do that? In fact, when Ling Chen came back, he kept in touch with the relevant units of their system. A hidden band communicator was also carried along with him, which had been left on just now since the so-called brocade guards had come out. What happened over here had long since reached the ears of the relevant people in the relevant units through the hidden communicators. That's why they arrived here in the first place. The special car behind them was also the first to be briefed based on the situation at the scene. It was only that Ling Chen wasn't a knowing sister. and didn't have the obligation to give an explanation to Induasan. Therefore, he brought that arrogant fifth donor, got into their system's special car, and left without even saying hello to Leng Chen. Of course the special car that came was not the only one in their system. From another special car came down 2 uniformed staff members. When he reached Su Li's heel, "You are the Su family's youngest son, Su Lu, aren't you?" Su's chest drew up and his eyes cocked to the sky. "What kind of a thing are you that you dare to control this young master? If I just give a slight wink, your officer will be dismissed in minutes. Get lost." There was no extra change of mood on the other side, just a flash of his credentials. "Su Lu, you are suspected of evading military service. Please give us back to the unit to cooperate with the investigation." Without giving him a chance to weasel out of it, a left and a right racked him into their special car and left in a similarly desperate fashion. This quick and dirty maneuver scared the hell out of a bunch of people in the room at the time. The fighters, who were known as the Brocade Guards, looked at each other and were just about to take advantage of the chaos to slip away when they were stopped by another group of staff wearing guns. "You are suspected of disturbing the public order. All of you will be taken away." Seeing that the highest-ranking 5 confessors were all taken away, these people also very wisely didn't resist arrest, and obediently followed the others into the special car. Seeing this, Chandom couldn't help herself and rushed to the cordon behind the protagonist. Suddenly remembering something, she turned around and went around that cordon, turned around and came to the protagonist, still not daring to get too close, pointing at the protagonist's nose and cursing, "You little bastard, even your own wife and brother are pitched ah. I'm not finished with you." Just then, a couple of wilting criminals were brought down from the largest of the specialized cars. One of the criminals pointed at Chen Domei and gritted his teeth. "Uncle Patrolman, I want to report it. I want to get credit for it. It was that old woman, Chen Domei, who contacted us to buy that little girl called Lang Weiwei for $100,000, and that little girl's heart, in turn, was a successful match with the heart of our boss's daughter, so that's why we agreed to pick up the person at the door." Hearing this, Leng Chen's icy gaze swept over Chen Domei and finally landed on Su Shuiyan. "So you moshi them kick your daughter out the door for this dirty deal?" At this time, Su Shuiyan also almost collapsed. He looked at his mother with a desperate face. "Weiwei is your own granddaughter. You actually told the traffickers to cut out her heart for $100,000? Why are you so vicious? Thousands of meters of people weaseling their way out of this. She's not my granddaughter. She's just the sinful seed of that big-headed Kuba. It's only with her existence that the possibility of becoming a phoenix on a high branch is blocked. If I stay with her for a day, I'd hate to run over her." Do you want to commit a crime?" Su Shuiyan's heart completely sank to the bottom. "I thought of the day I searched for my daughter, but I did not find her. The daughter fell into the hands of these vicious traffickers. I'm afraid that it would have been a long time ago. However, in front of this is the mother who has raised her for more than 20 years, a stomach of aggression and anger. Do not know where to vent. Turn to those traffickers to pounce on the front. Hard to fight. You thugs. Give back my daughter's life. My daughter is dead and my husband hates me so much that I don't want to live anymore. Let's all die together." If it wasn't for those staff members stopping him, that human trafficker would have long ago had a piece of flesh torn out of him alive. The frightened trafficker turned pale and hurried to explain. "It's none of my business." By the time I got to the door to pick someone up, the door was already empty. I don't know what kind of buyer that old woman found again. Seeing her daughter looking at her with a hateful face, Chen Domei suddenly realized what a stupid thing she had done and couldn't help but shiver into a ball. "Don't listen to those traffickers. I was just careless for a moment and was fooled by that murderous guy. Never looked around for a buyer." Seeing her daughter's disbelieving face, she hurriedly weaseled out again. "Maybe the little girl was greedy and hid in a corner to play hide and seek for us. This little ninny, when my old lady finds her, don't give her a good spanking." Su Shuiyan took several steps toward her front. "Weiwei is dead, and you're still not willing to let her go? Or, just kill me too, in full view of everyone." Where did Chen Domei dare to make a move? Suddenly released a dry howl. "Shuiyan just for the sake of me raising you for more than 20 years, come out with a letter of understanding and forgive me." Su Shuiyan laughed miserably. "Now I can't even forgive myself, so what qualifications do I have to forgive you? I can't control you. Be good to yourself." Rawly, she twisted her face away. "Take it away." The staff gave an order and his men took the crying Chandom into the special car. These special cars that come from interconnections come and go quickly, and the only ones present in an instant are Lang Chen, Su Shuiyan and that unconscious Wang Dong. Lang Chen looked at the very despondent Su Shuiyan. "I know you're looking at me with disdain for this profession of mine. You still have a backup of that divorce decree, right? Take it out and I'll sign it right away. In the future, we will forget each other." Forgetting each other in the jungle. Hearing such a desperate 5 words, and remembering the moment when she first got married, this man doted on herself. Su Shuiyan instantly had a heart like a knife. I was tempted to use looking for my daughter as an excuse to delay. Then I thought of my daughter, who might have turned into a cold corpse or ashes and could no longer say anything. My heart is in turmoil. Or you can write another one. I'll sign it when I'm done writing it. And don't worry, I'll give you an account of my daughter's affairs. Lang Chen's heart no longer wanted to see this woman, just wanted to agree. Suddenly another air horn was heard, only to see a Hyundai pull up in front of them. The door opened and a girl in her 20s stepped down. None other than Nanny Fawn. Before she could speak, another little girl with a happy face came out from behind her. She flew to Lang Chen and hugged his thigh, making out. Daddy, did you get Auntie Fawn to the hospital? Ha, Mom is there too. I'm back. Chapter 10, It's not easy to say I love you. Vivi, why are you out? How's the body? Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan let out a gasp at the same time. Although the two of them were now at a standstill, both of them genuinely cared about Vivi. After all, this was their biological child. And what pair of parents would be so cruel as to not love their child at all? Fawn led Vivi to Lang Chen. I was the one who saw Vivi in the hospital. Just after Fawn said that, Wei Wei couldn't wait to hold Lang Chen's hand and excitedly told him about the incident. I was bored in the hospital, so I came out to play. I just happened to run into Aunt Fawn, who was in the hallway, accompanied by her nurse out for a walk. Vivi was still young and wasn't very articulate. Fawn was beside herself, and nodded. That's right. Then Vivi asked me why I was here, and after I told her what happened, I got your call. It was Lang Chen who called Little Deer and told him to bring Wei Wei over. It just so happened that Wei Wei was right next to her and heard what they were talking about and followed them over. Dad, what are you looking for Vivi for? You haven't been to see Vivi for a long time. Vivi is a bit bored. If we hadn't bumped into Auntie Fawn, we'd probably have grown horns from boredom by now. The tender child's voice spoke of her troubles. Lang Chen's heart rose with infinite compassion, holding Wei Wei in his arms. Daddy and Mommy have something to do. They need you to come over. It was only then that Wei Wei remembered that her mom was still next to her. Su Shuiyan didn't look too good though. Her face was pale and there was a slap mark on her face. Kids don't usually hold grudges very well. Forgetting about their mom kicking them out and asking with great concern, "What happened to your face, Mom?" Before he could finish his question, he was being held tightly in his mom's arms. This day her mood can be described as 3 ups and 3 downs. First because of Wei Wei lost fear, then she was blamed by her husband for it, and then she heard that Wei Wei was sold by her birth mother to human traffickers who dug up people's hearts, and at that moment she could not wait to die for her daughter. Suddenly, he realized that his daughter appeared intact, forgetting that he had hit him and caring about his face instead. Ashamed and excited, he hugged his lost and found daughter tightly, and said in a loud voice, "Wei Wei, it's good that you're still alive. It's Mommy who's sorry. I shouldn't have kicked you out that night. Mommy didn't expect what happened later either. I'm sorry," Su Shuiyan said very earnestly. Her intestines were repentant. However, these words sounded a bit pompous in Lang Chen's ears. Wei Wei was still young. Of course she couldn't hear all this. She didn't know what Su Shuiyan was referring to when she said, "What happened later?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" Of course nothing happened to Wei Wei. Wei Wei called Daddy last night, and Daddy picked me up. At this moment, the relationship between Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan had dropped to the freezing point. As long as there was a divorce agreement, they were completely divorced. The reason why Lang Chen divorced Su Shuiyan was not all because of Wei Wei, but because their 3 views were incompatible. In this case, even if you continue to stay together, you will only be torturing each other. It would be better to separate earlier, and we each live our own lives. Lang Chen put Wei Wei down and was about to completely sever his relationship with Su Shuiyan, but Wei Wei held Lang Chen's hand, and Lang Chen patiently coaxed her. "Wei Wei, you have something to say later, okay? Daddy is busy right now. When I'm done, I'll definitely play with you." But before Lang Chen could finish his sentence, Wei Wei grabbed Su Shuiyan's hand again. "It's so nice that Mom and Dad are here. Let's stay together as a family and never be apart, okay?" A happy smile spread across Wei Wei's face. Lang Chen was away from home for a long time, and Wei Wei had only her mother by her side, and it had been a long time since she had been reunited. Now it's so hard to have both Mom and Dad around. Vivi is overjoyed. Seeing such a Wei Wei, Lang Chen froze for a moment. He glanced at Su Shuiyan again and realized that Su Shuiyan was also a bit dumbfounded. After a period of silence, Su Shuiyan, her face pale, looked at Lang Chen. "The two of us have put our affairs on hold for the time being. The child is important." After saying that, Su Shuiyan hugged Wei Wei tightly, lest Wei Wei would be snatched away by someone. Su Shuiyan brought Wei Wei back home. Lang Chen of course couldn't let go of his daughter, and had no choice but to follow Su Shuiyan back to their matrimonial home. No one has lived here for a long time since Lang Chen joined the army. The home was extraordinarily cold. Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan sent their daughter into their bedroom together. "Wei Wei, you and Auntie Little Deer are now playing in your own room for a while, okay? Dad and Mom have something to say," Viv asked. What are you going to say about what's going on? Is Daddy still going to leave? Lang Chen's heart softened all of a sudden. Not wanting to let Wei Wei be sad, of course not. Daddy will stay with Wei Wei. After settling Wei Wei, Su Shuiyan questioned Lang Chen. Why are you pretending that you don't know where Wei Wei is? You've already picked her up, so why are you backtracking? Lang Chen gave Su Shuiyan a very unhappy look. Do you know where I picked up Wei Wei from? Su Shuiyan's face instantly turned ugly. Although he didn't know the exact situation, but judging from the combination of what had just happened, Wei Wei must have been in particular danger at that time. I can tell you the truth. I saved Vivi from a group of men in black. If I had gone one step later, Vivi would have been taken away by those men and her heart would have been ripped out long ago. Su Shuiyan was immediately discouraged and was too embarrassed to speak anymore. This matter was indeed her fault. If she hadn't kicked Wei Wei out of the house, how would she have given those people a chance to take advantage of it? But once this topic started, it was not Su Shuiyan's call as to when it would end. You have the nerve to ask me. I didn't even ask you how you are a mother. Your daughter was almost kidnapped and you were still dancing with someone else in the house. That's why I picked up my daughter. If anything happens to her, do you think I'll let you guys off the hook? Facing Lang Chen's forced question, Su Shuiyan lowered her head, not daring to look at Lang Chen. I'm sorry. I really didn't know that my mom actually wanted to sell Wei Wei. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have allowed her to kick Wei Wei out. She really didn't mean to do this thing. On the one hand, she didn't know that her mom wanted to sell Wei Wei, and the Su family had a problem with their financial chain and needed the Wang family's money, so she didn't have a choice before she danced with Wang Dong. But it's too late to talk about that now. Even though the explanation was as clear and understandable as possible, she knew that Lang Chen's impression of herself was poor to the extreme. Forget it, Lang Chen. Since you don't believe me, I won't say much. I'm also tired. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Su Shuiyan left. Even though from a practical point of view, Lang Chen should have forgiven Su Shuiyan, when he recalled all the things that had happened during the day today, a voice inside Lang Chen protested. This woman doesn't trust you, won't stand on the same side as you, and is in no way a comrade in arms that you can safely trust your back to. Unforgivable. The fate between him and Su Shuiyan was seen here, and no matter what he did, there was no way to undo it. Chapter 11, Crisis of the Su Family. While there was a stalemate between Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan, the awkward atmosphere was broken by a sudden phone call. It turns out that his superiors ordered him to return to his unit immediately for an urgent mission. This disrupted all of his plans, and he couldn't care less about dealing with the family's trivial matters, and the child could only be handed over to Su Shuiyan to take care of it for him. When he was leaving, he was uneasy, and had no choice but to give his senior sister Chen Hong a call, asking her to come over to protect his daughter Wei Wei closely. After the arrangements were made, it was a fiery rush to the troops. It turns out that the fishermen on Ban Lake have caught some poisonous fish that contain maddening toxic qualities. This Ban Lake is a big summer country actually control only 2/3 of the entire lake. All is fresh water, so the water plants are rich. Fish species are also many, but the third of the lake controlled by the 3 southern countries is brackish water, not an inch of grass. Obviously the same lake. The contrast between the two sides is so tragic. Inevitably, it makes people jealous. As a result, the 3 southern countries have been trying to encroach on the territory of the Daxia kingdom and are salivating over the freshwater portion of Lake Ban. They had tried to forcibly cross the border many times, and unsurprisingly, each time, they were driven back by the Daxia warriors. The Daxia warriors beat them up and fled in a hurry. It's possible that these 3 grandsons are not willing to fail and will do anything. The lake water is poisonous. Most likely they are the ones who messed up. Lang Chen, I'll give you 3 days. Make sure you bring your Mad Dragon squad to find out how the lake water is tainted with poison. 3 days? Can it be done in 3 days? Seeing that Lang Chen didn't say anything, the supervisor asked again. Lang Chen immediately stood upright, saluted, and shouted, promised to complete the mission. Lang Chen and his crazy dragon squad were well known, and their efficiency was first-rate. Although the poison lake had not been identified, 3 days was more than enough time. What's more, Lang Chen had already roughly identified the culprit and had a direction to detect, so it wasn't difficult to find out the cause. The supervisor nodded in satisfaction and let Lang Chen leave. Just at this time, the Su family in Haidong City was also in a desperate situation. As a big family, internal friction was never small, but this time was unprecedented. Internal fights were usually small and would not really affect the company, but this time it caused the entire Su family to suffer a huge blow. For not only was there friction within them, but the enemy outside had struck a fatal blow against them. Chao Nianzhu, the chairman of the foreign affairs conglomerate, the Great Wei Group, saw the opportunity to launch a full coverage crackdown on the Su family. The Thunderbolt tactics were used, making the Su family unable to react at all. Chao Nianzhu was able to sit in the position of chairman of the board of directors. The city is certainly not shallow. After some maneuvering like this, the board of directors questioned the ability of the president, Su Shuiyan. Now that the stock has fallen, the company's funds cannot run. As the president, Su Shuiyan bears the brunt of the most important responsibility. Su Shuiyan couldn't shrug it off. She knew that what was happening to the company now was mostly related to her. If she hadn't been suffering a lot these days because of her personal and private affairs and was in a bad state of mind, she wouldn't have brought so much trouble to the company in a moment of negligence. President Su, I think you're still young and too easily influenced by other things. It's really not suitable for your current position, a member of the board said. Someone took the lead, and someone else immediately followed. This time, when our company suffered a blow, half of it was our responsibility, and half of it was your responsibility. You didn't have any sense of precaution, which led to the company being struck and crushed. Yes, I was against it in the beginning. I didn't want you to take the seat. Who were the people who agreed then, and now dare to come forward and continue to agree? The series of accusations made Su Shuiyan very difficult to bear. After all, she was only a woman. Even if she had been in the position of president for so many years, her heart's ability to withstand it far exceeded that of ordinary people. But the pressure from the board of directors was not something that everyone could easily accept. But not only Su Shuiyan felt the pressure, even her father, Chairman Su Deki, was impeached. I don't think it's only President Su who did a bad job. It's not good for the chairman to do it either. The president is still young. Mistakes are understandable, although the cost of mistakes is something we all can't afford. The chairman, as the company's patriarch and the president's father, not only failed to play the role of teaching and supervising, but also let his own daughter act recklessly, delaying the company, and should be dismissed. It was an impassioned speech that stirred up the emotions of everyone in the room. That's right. Who knows if he made his own daughter the president because of selfishness? There are obviously many people who are better than Su Shuiyan. I feel the same way. I didn't agree with Su Shuiyan being the president in the first place. It would be better to remove the father and daughter from the company for hogging the power of the company and not being able to bring positive benefits to the company. It turned out that the person who led the impeachment of Su Deki was none other than Su Desan, the second shareholder of the company. Su Desan had been in the company for many years and his prestige was equally high. After his incitement, it didn't take a while. Several shareholders joined together to remove Chairman Su Deki as well as Executive President Su Shuiyan. Walls fall down and people push. After the break with the Wang family, the other families watched from the other side of the river. No one lent a helping hand, and the bank came to collect the loan. In such a dilemma, Su Desan gave an ultimatum: either kick Su Shuiyan out of the Su family, or Ling Chen and Su Shuiyan will divorce and let Su Shuiyan remarry Chanyanzu's son, Chao Jiaju. If you can't do either, you'll all get out together. Of course Su Shuiyan would not agree. There was no room for negotiation on this matter. No way. Let me marry this scum of Chao home and kill me. Su Dishan's face immediately went cold. Tell me the reason instead. Chao Jiaju is a scum, knocking up several girls and abandoning others. If such a man is given to you, do you want him or not? Besides, now that marriage is free, it's impossible for you to try to force me to marry someone I don't like. And I heard some time ago that one of the ones who forced Chao Jiaju to take responsibility was killed in a car accident that he arranged. Do you want me to marry and die? Who knew that Su Desan didn't even listen to Su Shuiyan's words and sneered? What does it matter if you die if you can bring the company back to life? This is a very difficult thing to say. Su Shuiyan is after all Su Deki's daughter. Of course he can't watch his daughter suffer from this kind of aggravation. However, Su Deki does not have a better solution now. Under pressure, he had to pull his daughter to the side first. Within 3 days, if you can't raise $1 billion to invest, get out of the Su family, Su Deki said without any doubt. Su Shuiyan knew that her father was protecting her. If she couldn't get the investment, she could still live if she left the Su family. If she stayed in the Su family, she would be forced to jump into the Chao family's fire pit. Chapter 12, The Poisonous Devil of Banhu. Lang Chen had just left Su's house when a valiant bodyguard came to Su Shuiyan's house. The two of them were basically on the front foot and almost bumped into each other. The bodyguard claimed her name was Chun Hong, a female disciple of the Amei sect. She looked tall, spoke clearly and moved cleanly. It gave Su Shuiyan a very good impression. What are you doing here? Su Shuiyan asked in a friendly manner. Chen Hong said, I'm here to apply for a job as a private bodyguard. Su Shuiyan didn't intend to use it, so she waved her hand and asked the bodyguard to escort her away. Several bodyguards immediately rushed up, ready to take her down, only to see Chen Hong push away one of the bodyguards with a wave of his hand. Another bodyguard took advantage of the gap to rush over, and Chen Hong kicked away another bodyguard with another leg lift. The whole set of movements was like flowing water, without the slightest pause, letting people know at a glance that she was an expert. Su Shuiyan was completely stunned because of this performance. She didn't expect this Chen Hong to look like a girl, but her martial arts skills were so powerful. Although one's bodyguards were not said to be as superior, they were still among the best. Chen Hong, on the other hand, had knocked them down in 3002 kicks, and I was afraid that this strength was not below the Wang family's brocade guards. With such a bodyguard around, his daughter's safety was also guaranteed, and he could deal with the company without any distractions. Okay, then you'll stay with me, but you don't need to follow me. I have a daughter, named Wei Wei, who is only 4 years old. Your only task is to protect her, and if anything happens to her, I will definitely put you to the test. After the instructions, he personally took her to see Vivi. The little girl was a bit curious and scared to see a strange woman. Su Shuiyan introduced Chen Hong's identity to Wei Wei and left. Who knows? Su Shuiyan had just left when Chen Hong sent a message out. Dragon seat, successfully stay by the lady's side. No one can harm the child with me, including the lady. But this message, Lang Chen couldn't see it. He was at that moment fighting to the death with the southern tri-state reformers who had sneaked across the border. This reformer was a crocodile man by the name of SOS. Soth was covered in crocodile scales and was immune to cold weapon attacks, but every punch he threw was fatal to Lang Chen. Such a difficult fellow. Even Lang Chen was very bad to deal with. After all, it was immune to all cold weapon attacks, so if you wanted to injure him, you would have to use a hot weapon. Lang Chen didn't dare to get close to him and could only dodge back and forth. Such a retreat gave the crocodile man confidence and courage to chase after Lang Chen and fight, not letting him go at all. Soon, Lang Chen realized that he was unavoidable. Yuri, Thoth's fellow snake charmer, is bathing in a freshwater lake. This Yuri was carrying a huge amount of toxin, and even though it had been diluted a bit by the lake, it was still very toxic. Whether it's a fish in the lake or a person in a boat, just a little bit of it is life-threatening. He poisoned most of the fish in the lake, and his comrades got sick and died when they got into the poisoned water. Lang Chen was being beaten back by the crocodile man, dodging one of his punches every now and then, but another soon followed. The crocodile man roared, charging forward with the anger and determination to turn Lang Chen into ashes. I'll kill you, Crocodile Man yelled. When Lang Chen heard the shout, he knew that the crocodile man was about to zoom in on himself. Lang Chen wasn't a fool, and in the face of his enemy amplifying his moves, he certainly couldn't still stay put. Come on, kill me if you can. While saying this, he checked the terrain backward and thought about a way to retreat. With the Viper Man inside the freshwater lake and the Crocodile Man in front of him, the only way to escape is to go left or right. Right now, Lang Chen had no weapons in his hands, and no swords or guns, so he was at a disadvantage against the Crocodile Man. Lang Chen continued to say something to enrage the Crocodile Man. Hurry up, you won't be able to catch up with me, will you? Then wait to eat farts behind you. Kagome adjusted her backward direction from straight backward to a slow turn. Trace was in a frenzy of rage and had no room to think at all. He didn't notice Lang Chen's trail and only knew to run wildly towards him. I will kill you. Don't run if you can. After Lang Chen heard these words, he revealed a contemptuous expression. Who are you looking down on? I'm not a fool. I'm not going to stand still and give you a beating. While saying that, Lang Chen once again backed up. The Viper people behind him didn't know if they had heard the sounds of the fight over here, and if they had, they would inevitably rush over to support them. It was imperative to exit the encirclement as soon as possible. Finally Lang Chen felt that his stamina was a bit too much to support, and just then, Soth's deadly punch swung down. Lang Chen could even feel a gust of fist wind blowing through him, making his footsteps a little unsteady. If he took this punch, he would lose half of his life even if he didn't die. Well, that's your big move, isn't it? Don't worry, I've got one too. Lang Chen knew that now was the moment that mattered the most, and he had to use his underhanded skills. If you don't make a move now, you'll have to wait until you die and go to hell to perform for the King of Hell. Watch my move, Lang Chen shouted back. This kung fu of Lang Chen's was called the Mad Dragon Transformation, and once the transformation was successful, he would be immune to any poison. However, this kung fu Lang Chen had not practiced it to the point of purity, and there would be a certain failure rate. It wasn't just him, even if it was used under the Soldier Saint Advanced, there would be a not insignificant failure rate. If it fails, it's even life-threatening. But what could be more frightening when death is at hand? To enter is also death, and to retreat is also death. If this sentence came true, Lang Chen would not only be able to carry the round, but he could also attack Soth in turn. Thoth's expression was hideous, his giant hard fist falling from the sky, his body even on fire. Lang Chen knew that for Trace, this was also a strike that had used up all his physical strength. After this carry, Trace had no more fight left in him, so he must carry it off no matter what. It's settled. The Mad Dragon then unleashed a white light that flooded Kolchen's body, a moment of particularly bright light that blinded Thoth's research. Thoth couldn't help but blink, and when he opened his eyes again, the white light was even more intense. He could hear the sound of flames crackling as they burned. However, there was nothing here that served as fuel. and the only explanation was that Ling Chen, using his spirit and flesh as fuel, had unleashed some sort of gong method. If he failed, Ling Chen would die, and even if he succeeded, he would have to pay a huge price. This was something that even Thoth could see, so how could Ling Chen not know? But for the peace of this land, he really fought, even if it costs you your life. Guard everything you love. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Mark. Take him while he's sick is always an unbreakable truth, and this mentality applies to the enemy as well. Seeing that Ling Chen was busy transforming while his body's defense was withdrawn as much as possible, that crocodile man let out a fierce laugh, playing transformations in front of Grandpa Me. That's not turning on the headlights to look at a turd looking for death, shine? If Ling Chen had any sanity now, he would have jumped to his feet and asked, Nima, so you're not from the southern three kingdoms? However, his transformation was at a critical juncture right now, and he was deaf to all the disturbances and sounds around him. All of his spiritual energy was circling back and forth in the 8-odd meridians, constantly expanding his meridians. Just then, his body suddenly became taller and thicker, much so, bursting through his original clothes. The skin on his body cracked as much as it could, and blood suddenly oozed out. And at this time, that crocodile man also suddenly transformed. The entire human head suddenly turned into a crocodile head, revealing a long, large mouth. It flew over and viciously bit down hard towards Ling Chen's head. His speed was fast enough. Who knew that just when his sharp teeth were about to bite into Ling Chen's head, the other party's body was like a loach, quickly retreating from his teeth. With a click, the upper and lower teeth of the crocodile's mouth collided together, hard chipping two incisors. And at this time, Ling Chen, who was busy transforming, was already more than 50 meters away from him. At this time his mouth suddenly let out a low dragon's roar, and the blood oozing out from his body instantly condensed and solidified into some hard horny scales. Although the legs as well as the head didn't take on the appearance of a dragon, the whole thing looked like it was wearing a suit of level 7 armor. At this time, Ling Chen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and locked with the crocodile man. At this point in time, he had already been elevated from his original intermediate level of Soldier Saint to advanced level of Soldier Saint. Are you the legendary genetically modified people? Is it fun to transform yourselves into something inhuman? The crocodile man shot back a dismissive remark. Ignorant little doll, what do you know? I'll do anything for power. Ling Chen's tone became even colder. You were originally from the Great Summer Country. Why did you run over there? Can you stand up to your ancestors? The other party said very disdainfully. Because the southern three kingdoms can provide me with the sacred water of the Hangi River. And it was by drinking the sacred water of the Hangi River that I was able to have such a great transformation today. Kid, die of envy. The Hangi River is the #1 river in the southern three kingdoms, and it is also their worship and belief. Many people are proud to be buried in the Hangi River after death, and many others are proud to drink the water of the Hangi River. More people were buried in it, and more people drank from it. Over time, more freaks appeared in the southern three kingdoms. I can't imagine that this kind of trend actually tricked some fools from the Great Summer Country to go over there to drink the so-called sacred water of the Hangyue River, and actually drank out of a crocodile's head. What's even more amusing is that these guys aren't ashamed of it. They're proud of it. Ling Chen was really speechless. The sharp knife most Fang Tai blood bowl once again bit into his arm. With gloves on, he blasted his opponent's protruding eye with a vicious punch. Bang! Directly punching a large hole in the eye portion of this crocodile head. Many brains flowed out along the bloody hole, and the crocodile man instantly died violently. This time it was back to its original form, but it was a slightly shorter, middle-aged man whose body floated on the surface of Lake Ban. Ling Chen frowned at the man in the same boat as himself. Hitch the stinking piece of meat away from me and don't dirty the lake. This time he once again lunged at the snake companion man, and a forked tongue suddenly came out of the other man's mouth. The tongue flung out some venomous mucus, but these years landed on Ling Chen's scales, and they actually didn't work on him. Seeing that the mad dragon transformation had produced an effect, Ling Chen became even more emboldened. Taking advantage of the fact that snake's tongue did not retract, he grabbed it and pulled it with force. With a snort, the forked tongue was actually ripped off by him. The serpent man was pretty fast too, biting down hard on his fist before he had a chance to pull it back. The force of this bite was quite large, and it actually bit a large hole in the attached gloves. It was only a pity that Ling Chen's hands and feet, which had the berserk dragon transformation attached to them, had become hardened. The teeth didn't bite, and the accompanying venom naturally didn't work. By this time, Ling Chen's body had already landed in the lake water, and his other hand ruthlessly choked the snake compounder's neck. The other man struggled desperately tearing at him, unable to do him any harm, and was lifted out of the lake. You despicable reformer! How dare you poison the fish in Ban Lake? Go to hell! The hand that grabbed the other's neck suddenly exerted force, and the other's hand stomped and plowed, struggling for less than a few seconds, his head hanging down softly. This corpse was also quickly sent onto the small boat driven by his comrades, and Lang Chen put away the berserk dragon transformation, at which point the vice captain Kirin beside him took out a marking plate and handed it to him. Recovered from the Gator Man. Practice the pattern on it is very bizarre, as if it is some ancient totem. Around the totem is engraved a clear way character. What is it? Kirin was puzzled even though he was known as the wise man of this squad, so the two decided to go back to the camp to ask their superiors. Half a day later, Lang Chen, who was working out on the bar at the apparatus factory, was called by his superior. That crocodile man's true identity has already gotten feedback from the headquarters, a son of the Haidong Chao family, a sideline of the capital city's Great Way Group. Chao Rong went to be expatriated by the Chao family's pharmaceutical company to the southern Three Kingdoms many years ago to learn about the unique pharmaceutical technology there, and then there was no news of him, and I can't imagine that he actually turned out like this. Lang Chen asked again, what about the snake compeller with the open tongue? It was a Brahmin native to the three southern countries who practiced asceticism by trying snake venom, and over time developed his own unique immune system. The body mutated after more snake venom was administered, and it became the strange appearance you see. Whoever they are, they deserve to die for coming across the border and wreaking havoc, the superior said very seriously. Mad Dragon, there is a new task for you now. I wonder if you dare to take it. Hearing that there was another new mission, Lang Chen immediately got into the spirit. Thrilling or not? Thrilling or not? I won't take it if it's not thrilling or exciting. Didn't you give me an odd mark with the character Wei? Let me tell you, that is the family mark of the David Wei group. I have a very bold guess that this David group is actually not clean. Perhaps. Two cold lights flashed out of Lang Chen's eyes. It doesn't matter who he is. Those who eat and eat will be killed. Speak up. When will you do it to get rid of these black sheep? Chapter 14, Dismissal of Armor. The superior shook his head and said with a serious look on his face, this mission is by no means as simple as spotting a black sheep. We need to sever the chain of interests controlled by that black sheep and completely dismantle the enemy's forces that have infiltrated the economy, science and technology, and other areas. To do this, it is by no means just military excesses held. It is also necessary to utilize some means such as trans-socialization. That's why we deliberated for a long time before we thought you'd be the most suitable candidate for this outpost. Me? That's right, it's you. After our careful study and discussion, we have decided that from now on, you will be relieved of your armor and return to the field. Such a news, at first heard like a bolt from the blue. Lang Chen thundered outside the scorched. Leader, if I make any mistakes, feel free to execute them if you want to beat or punish me. Why do you want to fire me? Seeing his anxious face, the superior tapped him on the shoulder. Hold your horses and hear me out. His superior's name was Hidden Front, the dragon head of their Hidden Front organization. Tong Long, a deeply hidden expert. Even if Lang Chen was called Dragon Seat by his own 100 or so team members, his status was high enough, yet he was only the captain of an operational detachment under him. Hearing his old boss say that, there was nothing he could do but sit down again. It's been 4 years since you enlisted in the military and were selected by our Tinglong organization to be dispatched on secret missions, right? Although the repeated success in battle, the body of large and small reputation dark injury is not less than a dozen. Once again go back to properly recuperate. Your whole person can be ruined. Even if I can't let you go, I can't disregard your life. Besides, according to the rules, all need to be transferred after a certain number of years on the covert front. This is also a provision of the discipline of secrecy. Lastly, the elites of my Tinglong organization have never been a martial artist. Speaking of you being transferred from the front line to a more complex and arduous position, is also our trust in you. After you turn in your rank and cap badge and cauliflower, go to Haidong City and report to Fire Phoenix. Here's the contact information. Write it down in your brain and destroy this note. Seeing that everything was a done deal, Lang Chen had no choice but to remove his rank, cap badge, and cauliflower and hand them over to Zhang Feng. The Fire Phoenix will arrange exactly what to do. Yes, Lang Chen agreed and was just about to leave when Zhang Feng called out again. I heard from Snowfox that you're in the middle of a divorce with the one in your family? At the mention of Su Shuayen, Lang Chen's heart sank again. He was rather evasive about this issue, but was unwilling to deceive his old boss. Yes. Why? Because she can't be trusted. So he told some of the things that happened between Su Shuayen and himself. Zhang Feng was silent for a long time before he said, your temper needs to be changed. The place is different from the team after all, especially the feelings between husband and wife. And the feelings of comradeship can't be equated either. The family aspect is not handled well. It will have an impact on your future development. I hope you consider carefully before making a decision. Lang Chen was silent for a moment before he squeezed a word out of his mouth. Yes. After Lang Chen went out, Chang Feng whispered to himself, actually, I can't fully integrate into the local community. No matter what choice you make, I wish you well in the future. When he returned to his dormitory, Over 100 members of his Berserk Dragon detachment neatly lined up in front of the dormitory door while saluting him. Dragon's seat. Lang Chen was not wearing a military cap, and there were no more shoulder tags or lapel flowers. His heart was filled with bitterness as he looked at the person standing beside him. I am no longer your dragon throne now, and according to the former proposal, after my departure, Snow Fox will take my place, which has been approved by the dragon head. You all promise me that you will guard the southern border well. These ironclad team members had tears, and at this moment their eyes were all red, obviously with much reluctance. Lang Chen patted the Snow Fox beside him. Old Fox, oh, from now on you are the fox seat here. Why are you also crying like a child? I'm just leaving my armor and returning to my home. It's not like I'm parting ways. Whenever you guys pass through Haidong City on a mission, just look for me. I don't dare to say anything else. I'll have enough good wine and food. The Snow Fox nodded and suddenly turned backwards. All of the Wild Dragon detachment. Salute Instructor Lang. Even though Cold Dust was also a bit reluctant to part with him, this was not the time to be a mother-in-law. So he decisively turned around and went back to his own dormitory, organized his accompanying clothes, and walked out, only to find all the people arrayed on either side to greet him. He looked at the Snow Fox next to him. Old Fox, what are you doing with all this nonsense? Why don't you lead the team in training? Don't see that I'm not your captain anymore, but I can still rule you. When I come back, if anyone fails the test, see how I'll punish you. Please rest assured. Dragon Throne, shed blood and sweat without tears, lose skin and flesh without falling off the wagon. A smile appeared on Lang Chen's face. That's what a 7-footer should say, so don't send them away. Striding away from the camp, never looking back. After arriving at the airport and boarding the civilian airliner, he was bored and took out his cell phone while the plane had not yet taken off. By this time, Hidden Front had handed back the local cell phone card he used for personal use. After getting on the phone, it rang like crazy, a flurry of news that nearly screwed up the machine. It took a long time before he opened the WeChat page. Turns out it was all sent to him by his baby girl, on his mom's old cell phone. Dad, when are you coming back? Vivi misses you. Mom went out to drink with someone else again despite Auntie Chen's objections, and when she came back, she smelled of alcohol and smoked Weiwei to death. Dad, and Uncle Chow gave Mom flowers and said he wanted to be my new dad. Mom took the flowers, but Weiwei didn't like them and threw them all in the trash. If Auntie Chen hadn't stopped her, she would have gotten a little spanking again. Dad, Grandma is back. Grandpa brought her back. She forced Mom to divorce you, and she also drove away Auntie Chen and Auntie Shelu, saying that she wanted to coax Weiwei, and Weiwei was afraid. Daddy, Mommy kicked out Auntie Fawn and is kicking out Auntie Chen, who is taking Vivi to Daddy, fighting with Mommy. Oh, no one cares about me anymore. Voice messages like this one abounded, infuriating him. Su Shuayen, it's not that I didn't give you a chance while you provoked my bottom line over and over again. Do you want a divorce so badly? Also, I'll fulfill you. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. When he heard a click in his hand, all the passengers on the plane turned their heads and sized him up like a mass of idiots. It was then that he noticed that somehow that cell phone had been crushed to pieces. Su Shuayen, for Weiwei's sake, I've endured again and again. Do you still want to provoke my level of patience? Chapter 15, Fainting Bodyguards for Pleasure. After returning to Haidong City, he was ordered to contact Fire Phoenix, who knew that the other party had sent him a message. Take care of the family dispute first, and in 3 days, we'll meet at the Magic City Celestial Joy Club. Not only that, Fire Phoenix also sent him a club membership card via courier. However, Lang Chen didn't receive it on the airplane right now, and could only sign for it after he returned home. After getting off the airplane, Lang Chen angrily rushed back out of the house. Even passers-by who didn't recognize Lang Chen could clearly feel that this person was in a very bad mood. Soon, Lang Chen arrived at the wedding house with Su Shuayen. The house was empty and uninhabited, and he didn't know where everyone had gone. Su Shuayen, Vivi, is anyone there? Anyone at home? After calling out several times, none of them answered. Lang Chen searched every corner of the house and finally found a figure in the living room. Lang Chen walked over and kicked away the cans under his feet, only to find Chen Hong hiding behind a pile of garbage. Although Chen Hong was breathing steadily, she was not awake no matter how she screamed, and she was obviously mesmerized. Chen Hong, wake up! Lang Chen shouted her name while pinching her middle. Finally, Chen Hong slowly woke up. After seeing Lang Chen, her pupils instantly dilated and she said in great shock, Dragon Seat, why are you here? Being asked this question, Lang Chen looked a little embarrassed. This can be something to talk about afterward. You tell me first, why are you in a coma here, and there is no one at home? Not a single person? Chen Hong froze. Colchin's gaze stayed on her. Yes, there's no one in the house and you're going to tell me why that is? Chen Hong, however, was never able to speak, and even her eyes were dull, her expression empty, not knowing what she was thinking. Hurry up! I don't have that much time to wait for you to think. I'm asking you, where did Su Shuiyan go? And where's Vivi? In Lang Chen's voice, he couldn't help but add a little threat. Where Su Shuiyan went, he wasn't very concerned. Mainly Wei Wei's lower road. Yes, it was Madam. Chen Hong gradually came to her senses. It was Madam who bewitched me in order to go to Magic City to see Chao Gongzi. After saying that, Chen Hong burst into tears falling one by one, crying up and down. Dragon seat, I'm sorry, it was my carelessness that I didn't keep an eye on the lady, and I even got mesmerized. She cried very sadly, and Lang Chen could not stand to watch a bit, and simply spoke out to interrupt her. Don't cry first, the lady's matter will be discussed later. Where is Wei Wei? Tell me where Wei Wei has gone? Speaking of Wei Wei, Chen Hong once again stammered. Being watched by Lang Chen's stern gaze, she didn't even dare to utter a breath. Where's Vivi? Lang Chen roared out. The thing he couldn't accept the most was his daughter's disappearance. But looking at Chen Hong's reaction, her whereabouts were more than likely unknown. I'm sorry, Dragon Seat, I'm sorry. Chen Hong didn't even know that Wei Wei was missing this matter. Lang Chen's 5 senses lived together, and his body radiated anger. He couldn't wait to dispose of both Su Shuiyan and Chen Hong right now. I'm sorry, what's the point? The words were spoken in an extremely heavy tone, causing Chen Hong to shiver in fear and then stand up. Lang Chen thought he was going to run away. But what Lang Chen didn't expect was that Chen Hong copied the fruit knife on the living room with his hand and ruthlessly rushed to stab his heart. Dragon Seat, I owe you. I'll pay you back in my next life. I had to pay you back with my life in this one. This scene in turn scared Lang Chen. An arrow step rushed up and grabbed the fruit knife. What kind of foolishness are you doing? Vivi is missing. Just find her back. What's the point of you dying now? Saying that, Lang Chen threw the knife on the ground with one hand. Chen Hong sat paralyzed on the floor as if she had been drained of all her strength. Alright, you're not in a good state right now, so go rest first. After all this, not only Chen Hong, even Lang Chen felt very tired. Asking further would not yield any new gains. It would be better to let Chen Hong hurry up and stop, so that he could get down to business and find Wei Wei. Chen Hong nodded, still paralyzed on the ground, not getting up for a long time. Lang Chen didn't force her, and was just about to leave when he suddenly remembered a problem. By the way, do you know why Madam is dating Mr. Chao? Chen Hong shook her head blankly. Lang Chen knew that it was impossible to find out more information from her, so he might as well go out and look for it. Just pushed the door open and ran headlong into a woman. It was his mother-in-law, Chandom. It turned out that Qiandome, although vicious, did not cause any serious consequences after all, coupled with the fact that the Su family is also quite powerful in the local area. After Lang Chen left, Su Shuiyan issued a letter of understanding to her mother. Under the operation of Su's father, a large sum of money was paid for bail, and Qian Duo was released. After he came out he was still on his own, nothing to do but go out and play mahjong, and when he lost all his money, he came to his daughter to ask for it. She had just finished losing all her money and came to her daughter's wedding room to look for her, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw Lang Chen, and her mood became even worse. Lang Chen, you toad who wants to eat a swan, what's the point of still coming to our home? You're not welcome in our house. Now, I'm not afraid to tell you that my daughter is already talking about marriage with Mr. Chao, so don't come here and make a fool of yourself. Lang Chen hadn't even done anything yet, and he was being scolded head-on. Tempers flared, and no one was living in heaven who deserved to be scolded by her. Were they? Well, do you think I want to come back? I'm here to see Vivi, and I'm asking you where Vivi went? Chandom, at once, stopped talking. You don't know where Vivi went, so how do you know where your daughter went, right? Tell me. Qiandome still didn't say anything, only looking at Lang Chen vigilantly. This look as if his greatest enemy was right in front of him. Saw Lang Chen laughing in the back of his mind. If it wasn't for his daughter, who would want to come back to this place? If it wasn't for the fact that he was still legally married, he would have stayed far away from Su Shuiyan. Why don't you say anything? Even if you don't even know, then I'm asking you, Vivi is missing. What did you go out for? Why can't you watch over Vivi at home? Qiandome was annoyed by Lang Chen's question. Lest he suffer a loss, ask so much for what? What do you care? One of them is my wife and the other is my daughter, so why shouldn't I care? Lang Chen was not the least bit defiant. Qiandome had no way out this time, and said very impatiently, my daughter and Mr. Chao went to the Magic City Tianrenzi Club. If you have the ability, go in and take a look, but don't blame me for not reminding you. Without $10 million of spending a year there, don't even think about going in. You should die before it's too late. This Magic City again, this clubhouse again. Vivi had disappeared, and Su Shuiyan was probably still flirting with someone else in the clubhouse without knowing the exact address of this clubhouse. Boundless anger almost burned his heart. He was very reluctant to grab Su Shuiyan back right now and bring her to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. Chapter 16, The Unreliable Mom. The Celestial Delight Clubhouse in Magic City was quite ono and quite famous. They got off the plane from Hangzhou Airport and found the place in one simple day. Compared to the luxury cars and successful people in suits coming and going, Lang Chen and Chen Hong looked extraordinarily old-fashioned. People on both sides of the street walked around them as if they were poisonous and even sticking to them would be bad luck. Lang Chen was stopped before he could step through the doorway. The man who stopped him was dressed as a waiter and had a very contemptuous expression on his face. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lang Chen gave him a cold look. "I came here to look for someone." The porter became even more impatient. "Do you think our place is a place you can just enter whenever you want? You don't even look at yourself in the mirror. Your dark circles have fallen to your chin, and you're still here looking for someone?" After hearing the words of the porter, Lang Chen hadn't done anything yet, but Chen Hong couldn't help herself. Chen Hong had already clenched his fists and was ready to rush up and beat up this doorman at any time. Lang Chen gave Chen Hong a look, signaling her not to act rashly. "Yes, as you can see, it really took me a lot of effort to come here and find someone," Lang Chen said. Seeing that Lang Chen didn't have a body, as if he was a good-tempered person, the doorman then gave an inch once more. "Then don't even think about coming in. Your lifetime income won't be enough to spend 10 minutes here." The anger in Chen Hong's eyes almost turned into knives, poking this porter to death with a single slash. Due to Lang Chen's face, she didn't explode now. "We have money," Lang Chen said calmly. The porter didn't believe it at all. "There's no way I'm letting you guys in. You can kill yourselves if you want to go in, and then reincarnate. You might still have a chance." Lang Chen smiled instead of being angry, and the sadness between his brows melted away. "I have an appointment here. You have to let me in." This was Chen Hong whispering behind Lang Chen, "or I'll just beat him to death." Lang Chen shook his head, signaling her not to do so. That porter didn't care what Lang Chen said and arrogantly said, "If you can get in, I'll eat Sean live." "That's what you said." As he said that, he pulled out a card. After seeing that card, the porter's expression instantly froze on his face. The people around them saw the card and stopped what they were doing. "Which boss is this who has arrived? Why don't you please go in?" The surrounding area was instantly in chaos, and many people gathered around. The doorman was so scared that he was incoherent. His face was like ashes, and he didn't even dare to look at Lang Chen, lest the other side pursue the matter and force him to come to the live broadcast to eat the shang. "Come on in, boss. We were slacking off just now. Don't worry, we'll dispose of him." A person who looked like a supervisor came over to receive Lang Chen. Lang Chen glanced at the porter and realized that he was shivering, so close to finding a crack in the ground. The purpose has been achieved. Lang Chen is not willing to find things. Directly walked in. The inside of the clubhouse was brightly lit and bustling with people of all shapes and sizes converging on it. Among the crowd, Lang Chen saw Su Shuiyan at a glance. Su Shuiyan was waltzing with a handsome man in his 30s, and the two of them were very intimate. In Lang Chen's eyes, a hint of stern killing aura flashed out at once, nor did he speak. Standing not far away, coldly staring at Su Shuiyan, the latter soon felt that something was a little off, as if something was watching him from the shadows. Unintentionally turned around and immediately discovered Lang Duan with a murderous face not far from the side. Straight away, she was so scared that her face turned pale and hurriedly broke free from that handsome man's arms. Su Shuiyan arrived in front of Lang Chen with a cold face. "What are you doing here?" Seeing her face with the smell of alcohol, Lang Chen became even angrier. "What? Am I in the way of your red apricot wall? We're not divorced yet. Even if you don't have a face and your Su family doesn't have a face, but Wei Wei still has a face. I don't want him to have such a watery mother." "You," she only said one word, and when she saw Lang Chen's gaze that wanted to kill, she was suddenly a little weak, only to lower her head and not say anything. "You can dance if you want to. Give me the divorce papers and I'll sign them right away. Then, even if you want to roll Simmons with him, it's none of my business." Su Shuiyan was furious and decisively walked towards a small table next to her. Next to the table was an exquisite small bag, precisely the LV limited edition. This made Lang Chen rise from the bottom of his heart. Although he had long known that Su Shuiyan was willing to divorce herself, he had not thought that it would be so dry. After a few minutes passed, Lang Chen saw the reappearing Su Shuiyan. Su Shuiyan took out 2 agreements from her bag and handed them to Lang Chen. "Take a look. Sign if there's nothing wrong and we'll divorce." Lang Chen took the agreement and read it carefully from top to bottom 2 or 3 times. "This divorce is evil. The first few articles are nothing." When he saw it, the one behind, his eyebrows wrinkled. It was clearly written on it, "The daughter goes to Su Shuiyan to raise." Seeing this one, Lang Chen was instantly anxious and scratched this one down. Su Shuiyan was also anxious. "My daughter is mine. Don't you dare take her away. Are you trying to get her to follow your example?" That Duke Chao had been pretending to be so unconcerned, following his friend next to him to talk and talk, But when he saw that Ling Chen was going to storm off next, he hurriedly blocked Su Shuiyan's body. Like a daughter, we'll have our own in the future. That little drag queen, give it to him. Don't ask her to disturb our world of two. After saying that, he pulled Su Shuiyan away with one hand and called for someone to print a new agreement. While eunuch Chow was calling for a new agreement to be printed, Lang Chen pulled Su Shuiyan again. Don't you go. I'm asking you, where's Vivi? Well, yes, you still don't know where Vivi is, do you? Then you'll never want to see Vivi. I don't think we need to print out the new agreement. We'll just sign it and I'll keep my daughter. Su Shuiyan said impatiently. How could Ling Chen agree? His daughter was the apple of his eye, and it was impossible to give her up. You'd better say it directly. Ling Chen's hand that clutched Su Shuiyan's wrist became harder and harder, making Su Shuiyan feel like her arm was about to be pinched off by Ling Chen. It was only under the pain that Su Shuiyan had to tell Ling Chen, my daughter is playing inside the children's playground that belongs to the clubhouse, accompanied by my specially hired nanny. You don't have to worry. After hearing about his daughter's whereabouts, Ling Chen told Chen Hon to wait here for the new agreement, and rushed over to look for her himself. But when he waited for Ling Chen to find it, he realized that only one woman was left standing there. Ling Chen went up to inquire and learned that he was the nanny that Su Shuiyan had hired for her daughter. But there was no one else here except the nanny. His own daughter, Vivi, had actually disappeared once again. Ling Chen returned to the clubhouse in a flurry of anger, and when he saw Su Shuiyan, he forced himself to hold back his anger and questioned her. Where exactly did you put your daughter? Chapter 17, Don't trust her anymore. Su Shuiyan was also anxious. She had clearly put her daughter there. How could she be missing? What are you yelling at me for? Am I the one who wanted my daughter to disappear? Su Shuiyan asked Ling Chen back. Hearing Su Shuiyan say this, Ling Chen's temper came up. You mesmerized Chen Hong and led your daughter to this hellish place, then with assured boldly with other men dancing fooling around, and the daughter precisely at this time disappeared. Everything is so coincidental and so taken for granted. Let me ask you, what role did you really play in it? Did you fail to sell your daughter last time? And you're still not dead this time? Su Shuiyan's tears came out of her eyes, but Ling Chen didn't comfort her. Instead, he looked at her like he was scrutinizing a criminal. Tell me, how much did you sell your daughter for this time? Su Shuiyan's heart trembled, finally thinking of the problem. Ling Chen had decided that her daughter was lost by her on purpose, and at this time, if he didn't give an explanation, he really dared to kill himself. Ling Chen, it's not what you think. I don't have anything with this Mr. Chow. Right now, my family's business is losing quite a bit of money. I just want to seek his assistance, and dancing with him is also a legitimate relationship. There is absolutely no intention of using this to sell my daughter. Then why did you charm the bouncer? And just why was your daughter disappeared while you were dancing with someone else? Su Shuiyan had long been rationalized at this time, and his mouth just repeated a few words. Vivi is my daughter too. I didn't have to sell him and stun the bodyguard only because she didn't call me to save the Su family. Bringing my daughter out, it's because I'm not comfortable with that woman. I thought this upscale clubhouse would be safe. Ling Chen, you must believe me. I have nothing with Chao Gongzi and did not betray you. However, Lang Duan was also on the verge of going berserk at this time, and he looked at the woman across from him with a murderous look on his face. Su Shuiyan, you'd better hope that our daughter is safe and sound. Otherwise, no matter if it's you or that Chao guy, I'll ask you all to accompany our daughter to the grave. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Chen Honli and you were busy coming up and pulling Ling Chen back. Finding Miss is important right now. Ling Chen's reasoning came back to him. He knew that finding Wei Wei was the important thing now. The feud between him and Su Shuiyan had lasted for a long time. There was no hurry. What's more, Su Shuiyan was such a big person that she couldn't be lost no matter what. But Wei Wei was only 4 years old. Once she got lost, her life could be in danger. Ling Chen snorted coldly and turned to run towards the children's amusement park. At this time, Duke Chao still wanted to ask Su Shuiyan to dance with him, but was decisively rejected by the latter. Silently, he followed behind Ling Chen. Ling Chen found the manager of the children's amusement park and asked to pull up the nearby surveillance. Seeing Ling Chen flash his Supreme Member card, the manager didn't dare to be slow. He hurriedly ordered someone to pull up the surveillance to show him. There is a bouncing, cute little girl on the screen, and at first she is just playing by herself when someone suddenly comes behind her. The man looked to be about Viv's age, and Viv hung out with the kid for a while before letting her guard down. I don't know what the kid gave Vivi to drink, but Vivi soon fell unconscious and was led away by a middle-aged older woman next to her. At that moment, the babysitter happened to go to the side to pick up a box of desserts and didn't notice the scene unfolding. After watching the surveillance, Ling Chen's heart seemed to fall into the ice cellar. His daughter was taken away by an unknown person and was also confused, and now her life and death are hard to predict. His own wife danced with another man while he was on a mission and didn't watch his daughter properly, which is what caused her to wander off. Where's that babysitter? Tell her to come see me. But after searching for a long time in this playground, there was no sign of the nanny. Lang Chen looked angrily at the woman in question. Is this the new nanny you found after you kicked out the fawn? Su Shuiyan was indefensible and followed behind Lang Chen. Not saying a word, Lang Chen turned around and walked outside, but a particularly temperamental woman with a tall figure and a pretty face came over on his face. The woman stopped Lang Chen and lightly said, Dragon Tang Fire Phoenix Dance. Lang Chen's nerves immediately tightened. He remembered very clearly that this phrase was the contact code between them. This woman was one of their own. So Lang Chen looked around and realized that there was no talent around, and said in his first voice, sword swinging 9 states flat. The woman's eyes lit up instantly. Found you, so come with me. However, Lang Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't go with you for the time being. My daughter has disappeared, and I have to find my daughter before completing my mission. I hope you can understand me. Fire Phoenix nodded. That's what I'm here for, he said, and handed him a tablet. Lang Chen suspiciously took the information and opened it, realizing that it was a map with a locator. Above the map, a red dot was running in the northwest direction of Magic City. Fire Phoenix told Lang Chen, this is the car those people who kidnapped your daughter are traveling in. I will get a helicopter to send you to intercept them. You come with me. Lang Chen was taken aback, staring at the red dot on the map for half a day before raising his head. How do you know these things? Were you around when Vivi was kidnapped? Then why didn't you save her in the beginning? Fire Phoenix knew that Lang Chen had lost his daughter, and now his thinking was abnormal. He only wants to find his daughter quickly, and is suspicious of everyone as a possible victim of his daughter. Fire Phoenix cried and laughed. You and I are both from the same place. How could I harm you? This is also something I used my highest authority to find out. The people in the old place are very worried about Wei Wei. It turned out that Fire Phoenix was also a member of the Tinglong organization, so I guess he wouldn't lie. Soon after, other team members came to report that a helicopter was coordinated from headquarters to help them intercept the robber's vehicle. Seeing that Su Shuiyan had also followed him, he said coldly, why did you follow me here if you didn't go back to dance with Mr. Chow? Su Shuiyan's tears brushed out. Please ask me to go with you to save my daughter, okay? The disappearance of Wei Wei really has nothing to do with you? No. Lang Chen didn't stop her again, and the three of them boarded the airplane. And when he saw that Su Shuiyan was going to sit with him, he frowned. You sit in the row behind me. Fasten your seatbelt, and no wandering out of your seat or doing anything small. Then he ordered Chen Hong. You accompany her and sit at the back. The situation is critical. As long as she makes any suspicious movements, you can take any countermeasures. And no drinking the water she hands over. And no talking contact between him and anyone. At this moment, Su Shuiyan recalled the scene where the man drew a cordon on himself, watching Chen Hong's thief-proof gaze watch over her, without any reason. She was very nervous and hurriedly placed her hands on the small table in front of her, not daring to move around. Chapter 18, 1,000 pounds. The helicopter carried the group to the top of a mountain pass. Through the coordination of the Dragon Organization, the personnel of the relevant units, a temporary checkpoint for vehicles has been set up here. Under such a siege, the car carrying Vivi could not escape. Soon after, the checkpoint stopped the car. But who knows that the kidnappers on top of that car are not afraid, but very arrogant. Stop us for what? The kidnapper asked impatiently. Before the person in question could say anything, the person driving the car pulled out several $100 bills and threw them in the other person's face. The tone was even more condescending. I don't care what the reason is. Let's just pretend that we violated the rules. Leave these few dollars for the brothers to drink tea. Let us pass, and we can discuss anything later. After saying that, the kidnapper stepped on the gas and was about to pass. But to his surprise, the temporary checkpoint did not let them pass. Impatient at the sight, the kidnapper opened the car door and stepped out. The kidnapper looked around with a dangerous gaze. What do you mean, buddy? You've given the money and you're not letting me go. That's a bit unorthodox, isn't it? Originally, the officers concerned wanted to open the car door to pull him down, but now he got out of the car by himself, which gave the officers concerned a pleasant surprise. None of the men talked nonsense to him, and several of the officers involved swarmed over him and the rest of his companions and handcuffed them cleanly. Upon opening the car door, he saw a vicious thug with a dagger on the vulnerable little girl. Then the hand was right against the artery in the girl's neck, and with a little force, it would cut the vein. The case officers who cooperated with the case did not dare to act rashly, so they had to take a few steps back. The thug just held Vivi hostage and walked out one step at a time, and with each step, he would look at the relevant person in front of him. If any of you take a step forward, I'll take this little girl's life. The people around him didn't dare to utter a single breath. They just surrounded him from all around and backed up a little bit. It was at this time that Lang Chen and his group arrived. Seeing such a situation, Lang Chen can calm down. He rushed up in 3 steps and shouted at the robber. Hijacking someone else is already your fault, and you still have a chance to repent now. Do you really want to make the same mistake again and again and send yourself to hell? The thug's eyes sharpened, and the knife came closer and closer to Vivi's neck. Who the are you fooling? I have several lives on my hands. It's a death on the left and right. If you guys push me hard today, I'll drag the little girl to meet the king of hell with me. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and made a gesture to slit his throat. Before Ling Chen could speak, Su Shuiyan was so nervous that she collapsed. Don't do this. I beg you. You let her go. She's just a child. He hasn't messed with you guys. Why must you kill her? The thug's eyes shifted from Weiwei to Su Shuiyan. Originally, I only intended to bring this little girl to my superiors, but you guys are pressing me every step of the way, and if I can't complete the mission, I'm still a dead man. In that case, let's all die together. Hearing these words, Su Shuiyan almost fainted on the spot. She rushed at the thugs and knelt down. Don't hurt her, I beg you. Kill me if you want to. Can't you exchange my life for hers? The gangster laughed loudly. Do you think I'm stupid? As soon as my hand is loose, your snipers will start shooting. Let me tell you, whoever dares to take a step forward, I'll just do it. As he said this, he tightened the knife, and a few drops of blood immediately dripped down the hilt. Drop by drop, they converged into a puddle around Wei Wei. Su Shuiyan saw it, her breath didn't come out, and she fainted on the ground then. She couldn't take it. Vivi was, after all, her own daughter, and what could be sadder than having a mother see her daughter die with her own eyes? After Su Shuiyan fainted, the thugs became even more rampant. Will you let me go or not? As long as you let me go, there is still a little chance for this girl to survive. If you don't let me go, you'll be waiting to collect the corpse. After Su Shuiyan fainted, Ling Chen was finally able to continue to finish his sentence. Kid, you have to think carefully. Once anything happens to this little girl, you as well as your accomplices will pay for her life. Ling Chen tried to act as calm as possible, not letting the thug see his blood relationship with Vivi. The thug laughed madly. I'm just scared, aren't I? Besides, my life is about to be lost, so I don't care what other people do. Do what you like. Having been taunted by the thugs, Ling Chen didn't get angry and calmly looked at the message sent on his cell phone and read it out. Jia Hui, nicknamed Brother Ping Tu. The family has an ancient widowed mother and a paralyzed wife. Your son, Jia Liang, is enrolled in the 6-year second class of the Future Star Private Primary School in Magic City. Hearing this, the thug's face finally changed drastically. How did you know? Ling Chen didn't answer him. With your knife, they all became tainted people. No matter how well your son learns, he will become an alternative in this society. In the future, he won't be able to enter the authorities, join the army, or even enjoy any welfare benefits from society. But wherever you have a bit of humanity, hurry up and stop. A flash of guilt suddenly flashed in the outlaw's eyes, but it was fleeting. The eyes looked grimly at the people present. I'm going to die soon. What do I care about those things? You guys can do whatever you like. If you don't let it be recorded, this girl will be dead. After saying these words, no matter what Ling Chen said, the thug would laugh, and his laughter was deafening. By this time the outlaw was in some state of insanity. No amount of conditions could make him let go. Ling Chen knew that he had to take decisive measures. Ling Chen quietly hid, allowing the case officer in front of him to continue to deal with the thugs. Finding their captain, he revealed his identity. Although he was no longer fighting on the front line, he was still a member of the Tinglong organization. The other party had obviously heard of this organization as well, and very much believed in his abilities, allowing the sniper they had arranged to give the sniper rifle to Ling Chen. So Cold Dust quietly circled elsewhere, found a suitable position, and began to aim. The shot had to be a hit, but anything that didn't hit and the thugs were enraged would kill Vivi immediately. Now that the outlaw's mental state is out of the realm of normalcy, it's not surprising that he'd do anything crazy. Ling Chen knew he was running out of time, so he set up his sniper rifle, carefully observed his surroundings, measured the wind speed, and his finger was already touching the trigger. But just then, a little girl suddenly appeared in the scope instead of the thugs. Ling Chen hastily loosened his hand and broke out in a cold sweat. Having almost killed his own daughter with his own hands, Ling Chen was terrified in his heart. The next several times, Ling Chen clearly seized the opportunity and was able to shoot right away. But due to his daughter's cover, Ling Chen did not have the certainty of hitting the target in one shot, and gave up several times. Just at this time, the policeman in front of him did not know what he said to the thug, and the thug, who was already on the verge of madness, became completely violent. Well, that's how you guys treat old me, isn't it? I'm a death sentence, so I'll let this little girl take the fall today. At the point of death, the gangster laughed instead of being angry, and in the midst of his laughter raised his knife to slit the little girl's throat. Everyone's heartbeat missed a beat. Just then, a gunshot came, and the robber's skull was uncovered, and he fell straight down. his knife falling aside. It turned out to be Lang Chen who had finally found the opportunity to strike this fatal shot. Chapter 19, Not Born. Vivi has been in a coma since the hijacking, again in her sleep, took this stabbing. Did the helicopter to the hospital to save her life? Did not wake up. Su Shuiyan also woke up when she arrived at the hospital, and when she heard that her daughter was being resuscitated in the emergency room, she panicked and came outside the emergency room. It just so happened that Wei Wei had lost a lot of blood and needed a blood transfusion urgently, and Lang Chen was testing the blood. At this time, the test results came out. Lang Chen is blood type A, while Wei Wei is blood type B. The two of them do not have the same blood type. Su Shuiyan couldn't think of anything else and came for a blood test as well, only to be tested for type O blood, which belongs to the universal transfusionist. Immediately, blood was drawn to be delivered to Wei Wei. When she finished the blood transfusion and saw Lang Chen, she found him asking her with a gloomy face, "Tell me, who is that man?" Su Shuiyan froze at the question. "What, that man? Who exactly is Vivi's father? What else are you hiding from me?" Su Shuiyan was furious. "Lang Chen, you asshole!" Raising her hand to whip him, she was grabbed by Lang Chen. Her head was a little dizzy, overwhelmed by one thing after another these days. At the end of the day, it was amazing that even the blood of the child she loved like a treasure was in question. How is it possible that your own husband is not the real father of your child? I'm type A, you're type O, and the only way to have a child is to have type A or O blood. Tell me, why is Vivi's blood type B? Who exactly is this man with B blood type? Su Shuiyan was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question properly. Lang Chen had been away for 5 years, and even when he gave birth to his own child, he didn't come back, so to say that he didn't have any resentment towards Lang Chen was impossible. However, once the so-called husband came back, the first thing he did was to send his mother and brother to the prison, especially the younger brother. Refused to serve in the military on the blacklist, cannot take over the family's industry, and cannot take the civil service. The whole person was ruined. Moreover, one's only partner, the Wang family, had severed their partnership with oneself since then because of Lang Chen's outburst. It made it so that he did not seek another way out to seek cooperation from the Chow family. I don't know how many grievances I have suffered in order to get on this line. Who knows that when her husband came back, he actually suspected that the child was not his own. I can't help but be aggravated and angry. Lang Chen, what do you mean? You said I have a man behind your back. Show me the evidence. Wrongfully accuse me without proof. Beware of me suing you for slander. Seeing this attitude of hers, Lang Chen thought that he was going to harbor that man. After a long period of silence, he then gritted his teeth and said, "Just as well, I'm a catch in your life. So, go find your own happiness." Su Shuiyan almost fainted. "Lang Chen, you must believe me, I only have you as a man. A few days ago Wang Dong kissed you and you didn't refuse. And today you made out and danced with Mr. Chow, and you didn't even know you lost your child. And yet you tell me that I'm the only man? Ha 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 ha. You know what? I can't wait to kill you." The man's eyes were bloodshot and his fists were clenched to a crunch. Su Shuiyan was still pale in her defense. "I'm just a weak woman. Wang Dong is very strong. Can I break free? Humph. Yet you have the strength to slap me in front of the surname Wang. Whether you believe it or not, I only want to protect you. Many things in society can't be settled with fists. Mr. Chow here. It's just a normal cotillion. I didn't make out with him, and I didn't want anything to happen to my daughter." Hearing her still undeterred, she defended herself there. Lang Chen, however, finally died. "I don't care what you mean by trying to sell Vivi off in every way possible, or who Vivi's biological father really is. Let's end our business once and for all today. Is the new agreement typed up yet? Whatever it says, bring it over and I'll sign it for you straight away. If you don't get a divorce, I'm going to put the scandalous things you've done in front of a judge and let all the people know what kind of a person you really are." Su Shuiyan took out the divorce agreement, but it was retyped, and that clause about Lang Chen having to personally raise Wei Wei was not added. Lang Chen looked away. "Although Wei Wei isn't my own, what I've done is right for her. Since you don't agree, raise her by me. Just lead her to her biological father. If you still fight the idea that someone is going to sell him, then you're not really a person anymore. Where to go from here? Look to your own good." Seeing that the woman's signature was already below, she signed her name without hesitation. Then both agreements were thrown at her heels. "All that property is yours, and I'll take nothing. Net, strange to say, influenced by my family." Su Shuiyan once upon a time originally did not care too much about this man with no money and no power, so she did not refuse other men to pursue. In addition to those things after the last time, also has been thinking of divorcing this marriage. Who knows that after this man decisively signed, suddenly feel some loss. Seeing that he was going to leave decisively, she opened her mouth and wanted to call out to him, but suddenly thought that the two of them would not be husband and wife from today onwards, and had no position to keep him. Just then, Suddenly a nurse came out. Who's the baby's father? Come here a minute. The baby is out of danger. Just woke up and has been transferred to the intensive care unit and wants to see you. Hearing the nurse say this, Long Chen stood still, regardless of whether this child is related to him or not. After all, father and daughter have been together for all these years. If you want to break it off, how can it be so easy to break it off? After a moment's hesitation, he followed the nurse into the intensive care unit. Vivi had several leafy tubes sticking out of her body, and was immobilized by layers of wrapping at her throat. Seeing Lang Chen come over, an innocent smile appeared on his face. Dad! In this moment, the forced indifference instantly broke down. Lang Chen sat on the edge of the bed, smiled and asked, Wei. Straight said the two words on the monkey choking. Cannot speak. Vivi asked, My mom took me to a children's amusement park in a big house. An aunt gave me a drink, and after I made peace with it, I didn't know anything. When I woke up, my body hurt so bad. What happened to me? Lang Chen's heart was like a knife, and his trembling hand stroked her cute little face. This child is not related to me by blood, but it's her mother's fault and she had no choice. Adults should never take it out on children. It's okay, the bad guy who wanted to harm you told Dad to fight him off. You just need to get well and you'll be fine in no time. Dad, will you stay with me and Mom this time back? I don't like her being with her new uncle. Vivi wants to live with Mommy and Daddy. Lang Chen smiled. Dad still has things to do. He'll be back after he's done. Your mom also misses you. You talk to her. After saying that, he decisively came out, but he found Su Shuiyan anxiously waiting outside the ward, about to explain something. Suddenly seeing Mr. Chow standing side by side with her again was psychologically uncomfortable, but on second thought, he was no longer his wife, so what did it matter to him how he lived? So he quietly exited the hospital room, secretly found Chen Hong, and handed over a memory card to her. The card was once grabbed by Su Suatan's mother, but he then lost it and had it replaced. From now on, you give me covert protection for this little girl. You can use the money in this card as you please, and when you encounter anything difficult, feel free to give me a call. Of course, if that little girl is safe and sound, you don't have to show up. Chen Hong said. Yes, Dragon's Seat. Chapter 20, This Again. Lang Chen's heart was lost. 5 years of love and dedication, and finally made a piece of loneliness. Suddenly felt the whole world collapsed. In this moment, he really wanted to get rid of it. Just at this time, the cell phone rang frantically. After answering it, he realized that it was the woman called Fire Phoenix, who told him to quickly come to the Celestial Joy Club, and that he had an important task to explain. A helicopter was parked in a large area out over the parking plaza in front of the hospital, and a man was waving to him. Knowing that this was sent by Fire Phoenix, he took the airplane directly to the top floor of the Heavenly Harmony Clubhouse's parking airport. He got off the plane but found that enchanting woman Fire Phoenix was waiting there. Things work out? Lang Chen nodded. The baby was rescued, but it wasn't mine, and I divorced her mom, one way or the other. Fire Phoenix sighed. I can't imagine that Su Shuiyan, who is known as the Empress of Haidong, is actually so unbearable. Do you want to hit them hard in the face? Lang Chen waved his hand impatiently. Sorry, I don't read cool stuff, just trying to do my job right now. So tell me, what's the mission? Headquarters tells you to continue to track down the source of the poison that appeared in the Banhu Poison Man, so you are ordered to penetrate inside the David Group and see if there is a hidden manufacturing base there. Lang Chen deliberated for a moment before saying this. I'm afraid this one is a bit difficult. The one who is dead set on following Su Shuiyan during the daytime plus over is Chao Jiaju, the big young master of the Great Wei Group. If I apply for the job, there will definitely be no result. Fire Phoenix looked at him, then took out a folder and handed it to him. You didn't go over there as an applicant, but by virtue of this, Lang Chen opened a look, but a share transfer agreement. It was written that Wu Chunmei, the second shareholder of Wei Group, was willing to transfer 20% of the original shares of Wei Group to Lang Chen. Wu Chunmei was none other than Fire Phoenix's real name, and Lang Chen's eyes widened. Phoenix. Without saying the next words, Fire Phoenix flipped him off. Who are you calling Phoenix? You're the one who's Phoenix. Your family is all Phoenix. No big deal. Call Sister May. It was only then that Lang Chen realized that Phoenix was by no means a complimentary title for women who loved beauty ever since she had exploded in popularity on the internet. Smiling apologetically at her, he inquired about how she got her share of the Wei Group. Fire Phoenix told me that she was actually the head of security for the Tinglong organization along the coast. These shares were actually given to her by the Tinglong organization, and the Tinglong organization has put in blood money in order to thoroughly investigate this questionable Wei Group. And today, calling Lang Chen to switch jobs was actually trying to teach him the even more difficult tasks of the Tinglong organization. Due to some sensitive issues involved, he could not operate as an active duty military man, which was why he was given the identity of the second shareholder of the Great Wei Group. So he asked Fire Phoenix again in what capacity he had entered the Great Wei Group. Fire Phoenix said that he had already communicated with Chao Hua, the chairman of the Dewey Group, and told him to be the director of the board of directors in the group, responsible for reviewing all the company's transactions as well as investments. The appointment letter had already come down, and he needed to take it to the president's office of the Magic City's Great Way Group and look for their president, Chao Jiaju, who would be responsible for all reception matters. Seeing the Big Way Group building towering into the clouds, Leng Chen had mixed feelings. After a turn, we meet again. Chao Ka Kuei. Mr. Chao, are you ready? By this time he had changed into the gold collar uniform of the David Group and came to the door, where all the doorkeepers saw his badge and stood in awe. Superintendent, come in. It turned out that the board of directors had called the front desk long ago, and his identity was known to everyone in the group. So a welcoming lady led him to the Gauteng special elevator, and he took the elevator to the 33rd floor of the building. There are 2 offices here, one for the president and one for him, the director. According to the rules, he needed to do some handover work with Chao and then call in a small meeting with the middle and senior management to introduce his identity before he could start his work. Chao Jiaju's office was outside, only to find that the secretary wasn't there. Wu Fa made an appointment with him and made his own way to the door. Suddenly a woman was heard screaming inside. Mr. Chao, don't be like this. We're just in a partnership, and now that I just got divorced, I don't want to get involved in emotional issues yet. Then came the sound of cloth tearing and a woman's scream. I heard a man say, I've already told you my conditions. As long as you agree to be my confidant, I'll take over your Su Group's business, and if I have a mouthful of meat to eat in the future, I'll definitely have a mouthful of soup for you. Leng Chen's eyebrows furrowed, because in this office is none other than his recently divorced wife, Su Shuiyan. This woman. Is there so much urgency? That's when I heard Su Shuiyan say, I'm sorry, I can't take it. Let go of me. I'm leaving. That Duke Chao breathed a little sharply. Shuiyan, you're so beautiful. I really can't help it. If it wasn't for that little drag queen being there that day, I would have already led you to a room. Su Shuiyan suddenly questioned in a stern voice. I remember. It was you who suggested that I put Wei Wei in that children's playground on the bottom floor. The child was also kidnapped there. And it was because of this incident that caused the misunderstanding between Leng Chen and me. Let me ask you, did you plan all of this? Chao Jiaju sneered. It wasn't me. At that time I only wanted to help you. No one thought that there were actually thugs ambushed in the amusement park. Let's not talk about that. Good times are very short. Let's get started. Get out of my face and don't touch me. As Su Shuiyan let out a scream, he heard Chao Jiaju laugh triumphantly. I'm not asking you to marry me. Just that you have a good time with me. While that little drag queen is in the hospital, as long as you stop resisting, in the future it's considered David Group's cooperation projects. I'll think of you first. You get out, beast, or I'll call the police. Not knowing what Chao Jiaju did, Su Shuiyan suddenly screamed, help. Chao Jiaju said smugly, no one will come over even if you break your throat, because this is my territory. Leng Chen couldn't listen any longer, and suddenly leapt up in the air and viciously kicked on the office door. Not knowing how much force he exerted, he heard a click, and the door's folding page was actually shattered by the kick. The whole door fell inward with a snap. Suddenly found Su Shuiyan collapsed on her back on the president's desk, and the other party had already controlled her arms and legs. It was about to make further moves. Leng Chen was furious and rushed forward, drenching Chao Jiajiao's collar, lifting her up by her waist with his right hand and slamming her hard to the ground. He kicked him hard in the crotch a few more times as he screamed in agony, you son of a, I'll beat you to death today. Seeing Chao Jiaju screaming loudly and miserably, he suddenly heard a cold and stern voice behind him say, who told you to come here? Hurry up and let go of Mr. Chao. Without turning around, Leng Chen had already distinguished that the one who had spoken was none other than Su Shuiyan, who had just now almost been counted out. Chapter 21, How could it be the superintendent? Leng Chen stopped chasing after Chao Jiaju and glanced at Su Shuiyan. However, she found that she was not the least bit excited about being saved. Instead, seeing Leng Chen was a look of hatred. We're already divorced. So what are you doing coming after me and interfering in my affairs? Now I order you to hurry up and get out. If you don't, I'll call security to evict you. Leng Chen had long been accustomed to Su Shuiyan's foolish behavior of taking the side of the enemy against himself from time to time. Not even the slightest attempt to argue with her. Just very calmly, I'm sorry, I have urgent business with him. Hold off on you too. By this time, Chao Jiaju had long struggled and stood up, holding onto his chair. Picking up the phone on the table, he started to call the security guards on the next floor to come over and arrest them. Su Shuiyan hurried over to help him. How are you, Mr. Chao? Snap. A loud slap hit Su Shuiyan's face, and 5 fingerprints were instantly added to her face. Lowly woman, how dare you shade me? Let me tell you, as long as I, the Chao family army, am around for a day, Your Su family will never stand a chance. Even if you beg me to favor you now, I won't even look at you. Your Su family will just prepare to lose everything. Su Shuiyan had an aggrieved face, but she didn't dare to get angry and explained in a low voice. As you can see, Mr. Chow, I have already divorced him today. He was definitely not led by me, and this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. I'll find out if there's a connection when I fix him first. Just then, the security chief Wu Sanxian rushed in with a group of wolf-like security guards. Su Shuiyan lost her voice and shouted, "Ah, so it's the Paladin Legion." The Chow family's security guards were all 1 in a million, the best of the best. That's why they've earned a very loud and beautiful name, the Paladin Legion. Chow Jiaju sneered, "Kid surnamed Lang, I'll ask the Paladin Legion to play with you today. After I catch you, I'll tie you to the window next to me, tell you to see with your own eyes that I am in love with this woman. Love her and bless her. Will you send your own blessing?" Lang Chen clenched his fists, his bones snapping. However, he was selectively ignored by Chow Jiaju, who turned his head to look at Su Shuiyan. "Your scene is coming soon. If you choose to escape today, I won't let go of your daughter Wei Wei. And your family." Su Shuiyan said expressionlessly, "I know what I came for and won't leave. Will it hurt you if I have to severely beat that boy later?" Su Shuiyan twisted her head. "We're divorced. Make yourself at home." Lang Chen, however, didn't care. "Surname Chow, are you done with the nonsense? Are you still fighting?" Chow Jejun waved his hand, only to see a muscular man wearing only a pair of knee-length shorts come out from the security group. The guy didn't seem to have bathed for a few days, and had rubbed some unknown plant grease on his body and knees, emitting a very unpleasant rising odor. Opening his mouth and crackling, no one knew what he said. "This is the Muay Thai master Alala. I heard that his favorite thing to do is to dig out his opponent's heart, chew it raw and eat it. I don't know if your heart tastes good or not." That savage muscle man didn't wait for the other party's introduction, finished with a strange cry and rushed towards Lang Chen. Using his best move, he reached out and wrapped his arms around the other's neck, while lifting his knee and slamming it. Lang Chen squinted his eyes and suddenly heard a disembodied scream from behind him. The sound was very familiar, but he didn't think much of it. Seeing the other party embracing over, his body deftly dodged. The other party embraced an empty. At this time he had already leaped up in the air, flying up a kick on the left side of the face of the savage. The opponent sprayed a shower of blood towards the sky and fell hard to the ground. The needle stabbed a few times, but didn't get up. Next, this one was a boxer full of protective gear, blonde hair and blue eyes, not from Daxia. Daxia's trash, looking for death. Just as he finished his sentence, Lang Chen landed a high kick right on his face. The other party was caught off guard and was kicked out of the doorway, flying out and falling onto the corridor. A large 44-yard shoe print was added to his face, lying on the ground still not willing to scream. "Where's the referee? He's foul." Lang Chen dropped a sentence in contempt. "You think this is a ring, idiot?" Without waiting for the crowd to react, he once again flew his leg and kicked the security chief in the stall. The guy turned into a prawn right then and there, lying on the ground and rolling around. Seeing that each of these security guards came up without going through a round, they all became rolling gourds. Paladin, true to his name, he can't get to the Great Way group without picking the rest. Ha ha ha. Saying that, he once again walked towards Duke Chow, and the other party pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Which path are you on? Why do you want to mess with us? The first lieutenant group? Let me tell you, we've already called the police. Don't you dare mess around." Lang Chen ignored his threat and swept another glance at Su Shuiyan who accompanied him. "I told you I came to see you on business. This president has a lot of work to do in the day. He has no time to see a mudblood like you. I order you to get out right now. I still have to spend the night with this beauty." Only then did Lang Chen take out his appointment letter. "I am now a director sent to the company by the David Group to oversee everything you do. You don't have the right to kick me out." As soon as these words came out, Su Shuiyan next to her couldn't stand it. "Lang Chen, after all these years, can you grow up? Don't think that just because you have a big fist, you can dominate everything. Business matters are not for a reckless man like you to imagine. Hurry up and apologize to the old male while you're at it, then turn yourself in to the relevant parties for leniency. Otherwise, you'll end up in jail." Lang Chen took out a copy of the board's appointment letter and dropped it onto his desk. "I am now the second shareholder of the David Group and also the director of the company. No one has the right to kick me out without a board discussion." Upon hearing this thunderous news, Chow Jiaju was completely stunned. "I don't believe it. You're fooling us. I'm going to call my father and break down your lies." Saying that, he picked up the phone and dialed. Having just heard the chairman's reply, Chow Jiaju slowly slumped into his own boss chair. "Mr. Su, you can go out first. The matter of cooperation will be discussed later. There are some things to arrange within the company." Su Shuiyan glanced at Lang Chen incredulously. Where did he get the money? How did he become the second shareholder of the David Group, and became your director again? Chao Jiaju said without a trace of humor. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Alright, you go back first. As for cooperation or not, we'll talk about it later. Su Shuiyan glanced at Lang Chen with deep meaning, but found that his gaze was twisted elsewhere, not noticing him at all. Feeling a pang of loss, he retreated in great embarrassment. Chapter 22, I don't believe you. I've been traveling to the ends of the earth for years, but I've come back to the same place I was before. The heart of the zither has not yet been exhausted, and the guts of the sword have become hard as iron. The different paths of evil and righteousness can be abandoned, and the different dreams of the Pang Crow should also be donated. Don't brag about today's springtime. A guest is waiting for the dawn. On the rooftop of the hotel, a young man with a sword eyebrow and tiger's eyes chanted to the sky full of stars in the wind. A stunning woman, carrying a long evening dress skirt in her hand, also reached the top of the rooftop. Happening to hear this impassioned 7-character poem, her pretty eyebrows frowned slightly. Then she smiled as if nothing had happened. You are a rock soaring in the 9 heavens. I, a crow fluttering between the grass and treetops, don't deserve you, so I let go. I didn't come here today to talk about my feelings with you, but to talk about cooperation. The woman who walked up was none other than Su Shuiyan, the executive president of the Su Group, and although she spoke as if nothing had happened, a hint of anxiety inadvertently flashed when she mentioned the word cooperation. Since that day, the Wang family's eldest young man left Haidong and returned to the Wang family's original home in the capital to ask for help, and has yet to return. Duke Chao had also broken off the idea of working with her since Lang Chen had stepped in. Right now, this man was her only chance. Su Shuiyan knows that this man is far from being as desperate as he seems. Even if Wei Wei is suspected of not being his biological child, he still can't rest assured, and arranges for people to secretly protect him on his way out. And the only thing she had a clear conscience about him was that she really hadn't been messing around with other men since marrying him. It's hard to say what happened to Vivi's bloodline, but it will come out someday. Let's hope the man reaches out and pulls himself up for Vivi's sake. Chanting poetry is precisely the newly joined Dawei Group's Lang Chen. The unit assigned to his villa has not been renovated. Now live, the group arranged for him to the hotel. Although it is not a presidential suite, it is still considered a very elegant VIP room. Only he didn't expect that Su Shuiyan, who had already broken up with him, actually invited him to meet him again at the dance hall. Thinking that Su Shuiyan had once danced with 2 rich men, he was not a fan of that place. So, after sending the message, come and wait for her on the rooftop, unexpectedly, just after composing a poem, the other party has been impatient to catch up. He slowly turned around. Your Su family will soon be liquidated. What qualifications do you have to talk about cooperation? You. Su Shuiyan was so angry that her face turned blue. Never seen a man so cold-blooded as you. Is this the way to treat a lady? Surname Wang and surname Chao's white boy are gentlemen. Do they dare to take real money to fill your Su family's bottomless pit? In business, I'll ask you, what other capital does your Su family have for cooperation? A sentence straight to the essence. Choking Su Shuiyan speechless, the Su Group was actually founded by his father, and the rest of the Su family were parasites attached to his father's company, which also included his mother and his brother. Already in debt and having met the family members of Jing Shang's guinea pigs, what qualifications are there to talk about cooperation? Thinking of the imminent collapse of the Su Group, Su Shuiyan had a sense of mission that caused her to minimize her posture. The night you came back, I danced with Mr. Wang, but it was just to talk about cooperation. In the 5 years we've been married, I've always respected you as a husband and haven't had any flirtations with him. When I went all out to meet those doglegs known as the brocade guards, the first one to jump out and beat me up was you. A woman who was a wife, causing me to be sneak attacked in the back by the brocade guards. Is this what you call respect? Su Shuiyan was gloomy. I knew that because of this incident, you completely treated me as an enemy, and on the day you took the helicopter to save Wei Wei, you were also unwilling to sit with me and sent Chen Hong to spy on me. You mesmerized Chen Hong, put your daughter in the bottom amusement park, and then you couldn't wait to dance with Mr. Chao, and then Wei Wei was kidnapped once again. I really doubt that there is any tacit understanding between you and the kidnappers. Absolutely not. Su Shuiyan swore. I swear now, that day is really business is imminent, and do not rest assured to ask the mother to watch the child, which is brought out to personally control. I didn't know there were bad people in the amusement park. Really, if I had intentionally asked the kidnappers to kidnap Wei Wei, I would have been told to die right away without a corpse. Lang Chen sneered. You woman doesn't have a single word of truth in her mouth. Forget it, Wei Wei originally had nothing to do with me, and I have no right to question you for her. I just hope that she'll grow up smoothly with you by her side. Hearing this, Su Shuiyan became anxious. Lang Chen, you must believe me. In my life, you are the only man. As for why Wei Wei has a different blood type than you, now I am also investigating. I will definitely give you an explanation when the time comes. Lang Chen was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll wait. Su Shuiyan gritted her teeth and suddenly knelt down. Lang Chen, that day when I heard that you were injured, I shouldn't have ignored it, and even more so, I shouldn't have slapped you in front of your enemies. Today, even more so, I shouldn't have berated you after you saved me. Now I regret it very much. If you're not relieved, feel free to hit me back, or punish me however you want. Just please, help me and save the Su family. It was too humiliating to beat a woman who didn't have the power to fight back, and as a warrior who had been born and died all these years, Lang Chen naturally wouldn't do that. He turned his body to the side and dodged away, not taking the salute. I said I wouldn't interfere with anything you do in the future. Naturally, I don't have the power to beat you either. Besides, even Mr. Wang and Mr. Chow, who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, are unable to do anything? So what makes you so sure that I will be able to save your Su family? Since you were able to successfully obtain the favor of Tinglong Group and became the second shareholder of Great Wei Group, naturally, you have a way. And, speaking of which, hesitate, say what you have to say, and don't get into all that mumbo-jumbo. Moreover, you hate me so much that you have no designs on my body, and your character is too much higher than Wang Dong and Chao Jiaju. You won't take advantage of people's danger and are trustworthy. I will prove to you that once I work with Su, I will never let you down. Lang Chen looked at the woman in front of him who had minimized her posture, and his heart snowballed. This new arrival of hers was based on the fact that she was still the second shareholder of the Great Wei Group. As soon as someone surpasses one's status, this trust immediately becomes worthless. This woman will immediately fall on her own sword because of her interests and become the vanguard officer of her own hostile camp. But one must never resort to the power of the Great Wei Group if one is to look for enemies hidden in the group. One must find some feathers. It's just that when you work with a villain, you must have some means of harnessing the villain. So, it was like, honestly, I don't believe you. Unless what? Lang Chen took out a capsule. Eat it. Su Shuiyan's heart was a minister, and her body couldn't stop trembling. She looked at the man, but realized that his face had long since lost its love and compassion and was cold. With a crossed heart, she ate it. Don't worry, it's a girl's dream face restoring elixir, not a poison. After eating it, it will only tell you to keep your appearance as it is now and not age, but the effect will only last for a year, and after a year, if you don't continue taking it, you will become ugly. Su Shuiyan was secretly saddened. The other party really treats me as an enemy this time. So she gritted her teeth. As long as you call the Su family back from the dead, I won't betray you no matter what the situation is. Chapter 23 Acquisition of Su. In a hidden location, two people wearing masks were having a secret conversation. One of them wore a Garfield mask, and the other wore an 8-ring mask. Garfield, so the little girl's okay? Baji, it's fine, but it's because of too much blood loss. The heart isn't in tip-top shape for a transplant. Garfield was furious. I only told them to charm the little girl and bring her to our southern 3 kingdoms properly. Who told them to use the knife? Black Dog. That idiot. Good death. The 8-ring's voice became so low that even those around him couldn't hear it if they didn't have their ears pressed to his mouth. However, we've already made remedies. Now, Lang Chen isn't willing to protect that little girl wholeheartedly, and Su Shuiyan is busy trying to prove her innocence, so she definitely doesn't have the time either. The only woman surnamed Chen is not enough to worry about. Call the 4 heavenly kings of the heavenly emperors released to come over, and it'll be safe and sound. Garfield nodded. Our holy infant can't wait. It's hard to find a little girl who can successfully match her heart. If she dies, it will definitely be a tragedy for the 4 continents. This time, we must make sure that the heart replacement surgery is foolproof. After saying that, he suddenly looked like he remembered something. Has the doctor who will be in charge of the blood test, the doctor who will be in charge and the paternity test, been arranged? The 8-ring smiled. It's arranged. The blood test doctor was hit by a drunk driver. That woman got a paternity test today, and the doctor who did the test was very obedient. I decided to reward him properly. Garfield frowned. Too much of the same thing will show. Can't make a mistake at this point. No, I have sent Kali Tantrai and Shiva Kanda, who are with Tirthankara, over to serve him. Men? Very excited at the sight of a beautiful woman. It is possible to induce an acute heart attack. Garfield was very pleased. Remember, trip that woman and never tell her to make up with that boy. Don't worry, face-stomping hatred is not shared. I am by no means a saintly mother. After the close conversation, the 2 men retreated separately, as if they did not know each other. At this time, Lang Chen was discussing with Su Shuiyan about how to call Su's group back from the dead. Your Su clan has long been terminally ill, with the appetite of those assholes. Even if you were given $10 billion to invest, it would be spoiled by them to the point of no return. There is only one way to save Su's. That is to control it in your own hands. Are you willing to do it? Su Shuiyan almost jumped up. Although Su's is not a top group, but it also has $1 billion in assets. I only have 5% of the shares in my hand. My younger brother has 5%, and my father has 41%. The rest can be in the hands of the uncles. How do you ask me to grasp it? You can buy their shares, Su Shuiyan said grimly. They won't sell. Moreover, my brother is not at home, but entrusted the shares in his hand to a third uncle of this family. Now my father is having a headache over this, and is desperately trying to bring that third uncle on board, lest he be pulled over by the second uncle and the others. Ling Chen laughed coldly. This is also good. Didn't they ask you to pull in $1 billion of investment? I can offer $1.5 billion and buy this group. Can it work? You guys consider it. What? What actually wants to eat Su's group? Su Shuiyan was shocked. You're just a poor pawn. Where did you get this much money? Is it hiding the marital property? Ling Chen shook his head. This money is public money, but it goes to me. Even if I give it to you guys, it still has to go through the public accounts. I have to account for where this money is going. No one will be a philanthropist. Su Shuiyan hesitated. These are not things I can decide. They need to be reported to the board of directors. Yes, but I can only give you half an hour. If the decision isn't made, I'll have to invest this money elsewhere. You, be content. I don't want you to offer your body. I don't want you to break the bank, and I'll even give you money. Where can you find such a partner? Su Shuiyan blurted out. I'd rather you call me a dedication. Unfortunately, that's not what you had in mind. Ling Chen slowly turned around and went to the other side of the rooftop. Su Shuiyan seemed to be calling someone, but Ling Chen wasn't interested in caring. Taking out his cell phone, he called to inform Fire Phoenix. I'm going to use the Su clan as an entry point to officially enter the business world of Haidong. Use it to conceal my true identity. After hearing his plan, Fire Phoenix immediately replied. Use this as an opportunity to reclaim the water. Little Lung, you're good. Should I sue you for false publicity? Ling Chen vaguely smelled the strong scent of acetic acid on the other end of the phone. I think this sue is only because of the internal management chaos that led to these problems today. We are able to earn by buying it. Of course, if Phoenix is unwilling, forget it. Den growled on the other side of the phone. Who are you calling Phoenix? Your family is all Phoenix. Take care of the fundraising on your own. It was bad, and it touched Fire Phoenix's scales again. He quickly changed his name to Sister May and apologized one after another. The phone call wasn't seriously counted at that point. The next thing we do could be a dangerous thing of throwing our heads and spilling our blood. And you're sure that woman won't betray us when it counts? I've used the Dragon Sage Doctor's elixir. She won't betray it. The caller sneered. Do you call that a pants-raising relentlessness? I agree. Just take it easy. Once he finds out something at the hospital, you'll be in for a rude awakening. Sister May, don't worry. This kind of elixir is only a lot of tonic medicine when it is analyzed in the hospital. Only, there is a great learning curve on how much to supplement. This is not something that Western medicine can find out. The caller immediately agreed to his plan. And that's when he looked at Su Shuiyan next to him. However, she found that she was anxiously making a phone call after a while. Only then did she close the line and came to Ling Chen's front. Take advantage of the fire. You're despicable. Ling Chen spread out his palms. You can also go back to some Wang Gongzi Chao Gongzi again. Only whether or not you can get what you want after dedicating your life will be left to fate. Su Shuiyan glared at him fiercely. The board, on the other end, has asked us to close the deal within the hour. Ling Chen nodded and sent a message to Fire Phoenix, telling him to immediately contact Ting Long's team of lawyers to follow him to Su's main building to talk business. At this time, the headquarters of the Su group had already been in a state of panic, with countless cannons of fire focused on Chairman Su Deki. Su Deki spread out his hands. If anyone can solve our Su group's debt problem, I'm willing to offer this chairman's position. Ling Chen's team of lawyers really wasn't something to sneeze at, and the contract was negotiated in 3 tries. The other parties signed the transfer deed, and in a short while, the huge sum of $1.5 billion was credited to their account. As for how they split the money, it was unknown. From now on, this company was Ling Chen's. He kicked out all the other staff members of the Su family, leaving only Su Shuiyan as the company's executive president. Things were just being finalized when suddenly I got a call from the hospital. Who are Lang Weiwei's parents? The little girl is critically ill and is in emergency care. You guys hurry over. Chapter 24, The heart is fine. The 2 men came to the hospital in a hurry and went to Vivi's ward to find out what happened. Ever since Vivi was resuscitated, she had been healing at a rapid pace. He was therefore transferred to the general ward, where he had 3 patients. All were children of his size, and when they went to make inquiries, these people were evasive and incoherent. I just know that I was chatting with the little boy named Wu Jiayu in the 3rd bed, and I don't know how he fainted. Again, I went to the emergency room and asked the nurse about it. The nurse couldn't say what was wrong, but told her that the child was very sick, and that Dr. Andrews from Delhi had now been asked to perform the operation himself, and told them to hold their horses. That's when a doctor came out of it and told him to sign for the operation. It just says that the child has a heart problem and needs another heart. Now that the heart source has been found, the surgery will be done as soon as it is signed. Su Xueyan was concerned and picked up the signing pen to sign, but Lang Chen snatched it away. Wait, I have a question. This kid never had a history of heart disease, so how could he have a heart attack? That doctor was impatient. Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? It's important to save the child's life, and I'm telling you that Dr. Andrews is not always available, so if you miss today, you'll have to make another appointment 6 months from now. He's the top cardiologist in our hospital. Su Xueyan was very anxious. Lang Chen, for the sake of the child's health, I think we should just sign it. Lang Chen frowned, suddenly remembering what the holy Dr. Sun Chao once said when he examined Wei Wei's body. The reason this child is in exceptionally good health is that his heart is quite good, so his resistance is also strong. I really envy you guys. Let them a little actually diagnosed that the child has a heart disease. Compared to Lang Chen is more willing to believe the words of the holy Dr. Sun Chao. Therefore he snatched the signing pen and grasped it in his hand just not to give it to them. I'm requesting a transfer to a different hospital, not to be treated here. That doctor's eyes widened. What are you saying? The child is in considerable danger, and I'm afraid he won't live through the day if he doesn't get a heart transplant. Lang Chen hemmed and hawed. Your hospital wouldn't want patients to default on their medical bills, would it? To tell you the truth, we are poor people, so that's why the treatment is abandoned. You guys hurry up and push the child out for me. Hearing him say this, the doctor froze for a moment, turned his eyes and ran into the operating room. Not long afterward, he came out. Dr. Andrews said that the child's treatment is completely free and told the families not to worry. He's being given anesthesia now. Just then, the tender cries of a girl were suddenly heard coming from the emergency room. Mommy and Daddy, I don't want a new heart. Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, Lang Chen could no longer resist roughly pushing open the door of the first aid room to break in. Seeing the other side of the lancet has been prepared, is giving the little girl anesthesia injection. He hurriedly went over and snatched the anesthetic needle and threw it aside, then picked up the little girl and headed out. The little girl revealed a sweet smile in his arms. Daddy, are you here to save me? Lang Chen spoke without looking back. I suspect it's a misdiagnosis. Come on, Dad's leading you to the hospital. That's when a green-eyed blonde man came out after him. In the raw Daxia language, he said, you are too ignorant to believe in doctors and science. This little girl has a hidden heart disease, which can't be seen on the outside, but once it suddenly develops, it will be too late to cure it. Lang Chen also ignored him holding the little girl out of the emergency room, intentionally or unintentionally took a ride on his wrist, but found that the little girl's hand syncopal pericardium meridian pulse as usual, not at all like a heart problem, so he spiked a few Chinese medicine terms. It directly froze that Dr. Andrews, what is he talking about? Is it your Daxia witchcraft? No in matters of life and death, one must trust doctors and science. Does science understand? Micro had seen this Andrew and cried out, Dad, I'm not going to operate. I don't want a new heart. Su Xueyan was very worried about the little girl's heart and just wanted to say something, but was stared at fiercely by Lang Chen. Thinking of the no-face pills she ate, she very wisely kept quiet. It was a pity that the hospital never agreed to transfer. No matter how much they said, they just wouldn't open the transfer procedures. Finally, Lang Chen had no choice but to dial a phone. Half an hour later, there was a handsome young man, carrying a medicine box, rushing to this ward. Dragon seat, this little girl's pulse is very calm. It doesn't look like she has a heart attack at all. Lang Chen instantly flipped his face. Do you hear me? My daughter doesn't need a transplant heart surgery at all. That Dr. Andrew, I'm quite skeptical of your profession. May I ask what exactly you are trying to do by insisting on giving a heart transplant to a patient who doesn't have a heart condition? Andrew, anxious and angry, sternly accused Sun Chao. Who the hell are you? Why are you interfering with our life's work? I am Sun Chao, a professional military doctor specially recruited by the Tinglong organization, and I also have the nickname Saint Doctor here. Andrew did not recognize the Daxia script and handed it over to an interpreter who translated it to him word for word. Just at this time the leadership of the hospital also rushed over, and after reading Sun Chao's certificate, it was even more of a bitter face. Since the family has requested a transfer, we'll honor the family's opinion. Alright, I'll approve it. Despite Andrew's strong opposition, he signed the transfer application. After completing the transfer procedures, Lang Chen settled the former medical expenses again. Only then did he tell Su Xueyan that he was going to lead the little girl to the Tinglong organization's unique hospital, and there was this holy Dr. Sun Chao beside him to treat her. Seeing that her mom and dad were following her, Vivi was very happy. Suddenly, she asked, Mom and Dad, you're divorced, aren't you? Lang Chen subconsciously looked at Su Shuiyan before denying it. Dad, you're lying. This morning, the third bed in the ward, Wu Jiayu, said to me, if either of mom and dad don't come to see you for a long time, then it must be a divorce. The two realized why Vivi was sick, and it turned out to be all because of the little boy who lived in the same ward as Vivi in the original hospital. A few words led to it, so Lang Chen glanced at Su Shuiyan and continued to coax the child. What do they know? Daddy and mommy will never abandon you. The little girl was then happy, and when Sun Xiao asked him to do the CT again, the little girl was also very brave and didn't cry. After a while the results came out. The little girl's heart was quite healthy and there was no need for a heart transplant. After hearing this result, Su Shuiyan then put her heart down. Then she hurriedly called her lawyer and told him that she must sue that Dr. Andrew and tell him to take responsibility for this accident. Chapter 25, An awkward meeting. Before they could complete the prosecution process, the hospital suddenly called. Mr. Lang, the doctor who operated on Weiwei left the country half an hour ago. Are you sure you want to continue to pursue his legal responsibility? Unexpectedly, the other party slipped away so quickly. Although Lang Chen did not want to stop like this, but there was nothing he could do. The duo rushed to the hospital to see Vivi, who could now be picked up and taken out of the hospital. But then there was another problem. Lang Chen had been away for the first few years, causing Wei Wei to have a strong obsession with family reunions. Under compulsion, Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan continued to act like they were in love. Walking into the hospital room side by side, Vivi smiled happily when she saw the two of them walking together. Mom and Dad, you came to see me. Wei Wei was happy as if she had gotten tens of billions of dollars. After Su Shuiyan saw this, she hurriedly walked over to hold Wei Wei in her arms. Lang Chen watched from the sidelines and smiled faintly. Wei Wei, did the past few days scare you? There's nothing wrong with you. You're healthy. Mom and Dad came to take you home. Vivi was even happier than she was a moment ago when she heard that she wasn't sick and wouldn't have to undergo the dreaded surgery. Okay, we're going home. Is Daddy going home too? Lang Chen returned. Of course. Mom and Dad are at home with you. Not going anywhere. Wei Wei instantly jumped down from Su Shuiyan's arms, opened the cabinet, and couldn't wait to pack her things. She didn't like being in the hospital at all and is so happy to be home with her mom and dad now. Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan both helped her clean up together, and when they got home, Lang Chen said, when Wei Wei falls asleep, I'll leave. Su Shuiyan only glanced at Lang Chen and had nothing to say in the end. She and Lang Chen had already divorced. There was no reason to keep him to stay. And Lang Chen for the current Su Shuiyan, also long ago no longer have the original adoration, only left the disgust. The two couldn't look at each other, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point of awkwardness. Just then, Wei Wei came in holding a doll. Mom and Dad, why aren't you talking? Her eyes blinked and blinked. Innocence and curiosity flooded within them, and Lang Chen, even if he was angry, compromised after seeing Wei Wei. After all, who could say no to a little girl this cute? Say, of course, Shuiyan, your new nails look pretty good. Su Shuiyan knew that Lang Chen was looking for words without words, and in front of the child, she had to cooperate and answer. You found it. I thought you didn't see it. Thank you for the compliment. After Vivi heard this, she also came over to hold Su Shuiyan's hand and look at her newly done nails. Wow, it's really pretty. Mom, I want one too. Can I? Wei Wei said enviously. Little girls at that age were already curious about all things fancy, especially something so shiny and pink. Su Shuiyan patted the sofa beside her. Come here, come between Mom and Dad. Tomorrow as soon as you wake up, Mommy will take you to get your nails done. Okay? Wei Wei obediently walked over. Lang Chen could just see the mother and son duo discussing. The tender children's voices and gentle female voices came frequently. Su Shuiyan, who smiled down, was much prettier again compared to usual. Wei Wei laughed from the bottom of her heart and kept clapping her hands. Su Shuiyan didn't know what joke she told her, so Wei Wei laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes, and she had to drag Lang Chen along to listen. Mommy, tell Daddy the same thing. Come on, come on, come on. Su Shuiyan raised her head, right into Lang Chen's line of sight. Then I'll tell you about it too? She asked carefully. Aha, go ahead, I'm listening. Lang Chen held Wei Wei on his lap and looked at her raised smile, suddenly feeling that this moment was very cozy. Seeing that Lang Chen was willing to listen, Su Shuiyan excitedly told a childish joke that amused children, and Wei Wei listened to it again, but still laughed her ass off. Daddy, why don't you laugh? Don't you think it's funny? Vivi asked. Lang Chen then broke into a smile. Of course it's funny, it's just that Dad is an adult and can't be like you. Why, can't adults laugh? Wei Wei couldn't understand Lang Chen's words. Lang Chen was genuinely amused this time. Of course you can, my little princess, anyone can laugh. Wei Wei looked at Su Shuiyan again. Mom, what about you? Su Shuiyan hadn't reacted yet. Hearing Lang Chen coughing, she also let out a few crisp laughs. Of course adults can laugh too. Mom is happy when she sees you. She doesn't need to hear jokes to be happy. This moment was so cozy that it gave Lang Chen an illusion of family, vaguely wishing that time would stay in this moment forever. But he couldn't stop the passage of time. Wei Wei soon felt tired and went back to bed. And Lang Chen was just about to leave when he heard Wei Wei say, "I'm going to sleep with mommy and daddy tonight." Lang Chen's footsteps froze. Wei Wei was going to sleep with him. Then he was compelled to stay in the same room with Su Xueyan. Thinking of the awkward atmosphere between the two of them, Lang Chen's head batch went numb. But seeing Wei Wei's expectant eyes, he walked over with a hard head. "Okay, we'll sleep with you tonight." After saying that, Su Xueyan led Wei Wei back to the bustling room, and Lang Chen followed them, closing the door and pressing out the lights. There was only one light source left in the room above the bed, and Lang Chen shot a glance at Su Xueyan and Wei Wei sitting on the bed looking at themselves. He suddenly had the illusion that his wife and children were sitting at home waiting for him to return, but he knew very well in his heart that it could only be an illusion. Thinking of this, his heart was inevitably a little sour, and when he walked over, he didn't even dare to look at Su Xueyan's face. Two people without love in the same room, albeit separated by a child, is still quite awkward. Lang Chen couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Su Xueyan. At that time Su Xueyan was the star he could not reach, worth over $100 million, and beautiful. I do not know how many people want to marry her as a wife, but Su Xueyan favored only herself, and when they just got married, the two of them lived a very sweet and cozy life. Even if Su Xueyan's mother had never agreed, Su Xueyan hadn't quarreled with her for herself. Thinking of Lang Chen when she first met him, Su Xueyan also had some feelings. At that time, Lang Chen was a handsome boxer in the limelight of millions of people, with countless fans, and he was expected to be grumpy and not easy to get along with. But he was very gentle with himself. Although they were once deeply in love, they came from different walks of life, which eventually led to incompatibility and separation. Because of Su Xueyan's previous ambiguous behavior and Wei Wei's birth problem, the two people no longer have the possibility of getting back together. Lang Chen secretly decided that in the future, he must go to someone who could share his pain and suffering. Chapter 26 Vivi's biological father? I had just opened the door the next day to find a strange man standing outside. The other party didn't speak to Lang Chen and barged in on his own. Lang Chen hurriedly called out to him, "Who are you? What are you doing in our house? This is trespassing, do you understand?" That strange man, however, didn't pay any attention to Lang Chen at all and just walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down by himself. When Lang Chen chased after him, the other party was rummaging through his carry-on bag looking for something like no one else. "You're Lang Chen, aren't you?" The man's mouth was tinged with a hint of imperceptible sarcasm. "My name is Li Lang. I'm Xueyan's college classmate, a college friend. What can I do for her?" Instead, the man said to Lang Chen, "I'm not looking for Su Xueyan. I'm here for you. This DNA lab sheet, take a look for yourself." Lang Chen took the lab sheet with confidence, but after reading the contents on it, it was like a thunderbolt. For a moment he even suspected that he had misread it, rubbed his eyes, and after rereading it, it was even clearer. "It's clearly written on this lab form that I'm Vivi's biological father. You can read it yourself, right?" the man asked provocatively. Lang Chen was so angry that he clutched the lab sheet and turned it into a ball. "Su Xueyan, come out and see what you've done. Your old lover has come to your door." Lang Chen couldn't help but roar. Originally he would be skeptical about Vivi's birth, but he didn't realize that this thread directly proved that Vivi was not his daughter. Su Xueyan came out with a confused look on her face, obviously not reacting to what had happened, but after seeing Li Lang, her face changed. "Why are you here?" Su Xueyan's tone was very unpleasant. Soon after, Vivi followed her and rushed over as well. Lang Chen had the intention of telling Wei Wei to avoid it, but Wei Wei said she wouldn't leave. It was at this time that the other party took out the second DNA lab sheet. This is Su Xueyan and Wei Wei's lab sheet. It is written clearly that the child is her biological. Su Xueyan still didn't know what had happened. Lang Chen threw the previous lab sheet at Su Xueyan's feet, and after she picked it up and looked at it, her face changed drastically. "That's absolutely impossible. I have never been with another man. How could I have given birth to Wei Wei with someone else?" Su Xueyan angrily looked at Li Lang. "Li Lang, what do you really want? Still haunting me after all these years? If you want money, I can give it to you, but you leave my house now and stop the rumors." Su Xueyan pointed at Li Lang's nose. "Dirty water isn't that easy to splash. Which two labs do you think are coming and someone will believe you?" Lang Chen chilled his face and didn't say anything, as he coldly looked at Su Xueyan and Li Lang from the side, feeling nothing but exhaustion inside. This scene is ridiculous. One night they were getting along like family, but the next morning it was proved by an unexpected visitor that Vivi was not his real daughter. Everything from before seems to be a joke. His beloved wife has someone else, and the child he adores is not his own. No one can take a blow like that. Being scolded by Su Shuiyan's split face, Li Lang was not angry at all, but instead put on a smile. I haven't seen you in so many years, and you still have the same temper as before. Don't make it so ambiguous. I have nothing to do with you at all. You'd better keep your distance from me. Su Shuiyan hated this guy who started rumors in front of her daughter. Shuiyan, must you be so cold to me? Yes, I failed you a few years ago, which is why I let you return home alone with your child. But I love you with all my heart. Those words dazzled everyone in the room. Su Shuiyan had suffered a great deal of aggression, but she had no way of defending herself. She had never been alone with this man, much less in a fling. However, Li Lang spoke as if it was true, so that when the other two heard it, even if they didn't believe it, they would still plant the seeds of doubt. Su Shuiyan looked at Lang Chen like she was asking for help. Lang Chen, believe me, I really never had a relationship with him. Lang Chen grunted. Whether you've been with him or not, you know it in your heart. There's no need to tell me. We're already divorced. However, Wei Wei instantly collapsed. She subconsciously wanted to grab Su Shuiyan's clothes, but when she thought about what had just happened, she felt that she was a bad person and didn't dare to approach. But now Wei Wei didn't dare to get close to Ling Chen, who actually wasn't her real father. For a moment, Vivi was in a dilemma and could only crouch in place and bawl her eyes out. Shuiyan, I've actually always loved you. Since you've already divorced Ling Chen, why don't we pick a good day to get married? I will love and cherish you even more than Ling Chen, Liren said fondly. Su Shuiyan glanced at Ling Chen again and realized that his gaze was getting colder and colder, only to feel bewildered and helpless. Get thee out of here. Get out of my way. What are you? You're worthy of marrying me? Su Shuiyan showed no mercy and slapped Li Lang. Li Lang took a beating, but didn't care at all. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. I don't blame you. Su Shuiyan became even angrier. Don't you dare to invite people to bother you here. Do you think that you can spit blood with 2 lab tests? If you don't leave, I'll get someone to break your legs and drag you out. Do you want to leave on your own, or ask me to call someone to send you away? When Li Lang wanted to say more, Su Shuiyan clapped her hands and several bodyguards rushed over to drag him away. After he left, the house went cold for a while. One of Lang Chen and Wei Wei didn't say anything, and the other one cried into it, and no one paid any attention to her. Lang Chen, whether you believe what I said or not, but I can guarantee that I have a clear conscience. I've never had a relationship with this person, and even if you don't believe me, I still have to say that I won't let others slander me out of thin air. Lang Chen did not say that he believed or did not say that he did not believe, but just picked up the 2 lab sheets on the ground and read them again, and the whole person was like falling into an ice cellar. He heard Vivi's cries and was still heartbroken, but he resisted the urge to go up and comfort him when he thought that it wasn't his own child. Lang Chen. Su Shuiyan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lang Chen. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I'm not going to listen to anyone's side of this story. After saying that, Lang Chen left without looking back. After Lang Chen left, Wei Wei's crying became louder. Su Shuiyan was heartbroken to hear it, walked over, squatted beside her, and tried to hold her. But just as she touched Vivi, Vivi struggled and left her embrace. Vivi ran off to a corner alone, leaving only a pair of eyes looking at her slyly. Su Shuiyan knew that such a blow would be very heavy for a small child of this age. But how is it not an unmitigated disaster for her? She had never done anything like that before, but she was as dumb as a mute. Chapter 27, The Fox's Tale. After Lang Chen left, Su Shuiyan found Li Lang, who had been driven out by the bodyguards. Her complexion was icy cold. After all, she was a woman who had been a president and was not one to be bullied. Let me ask you, where did this lab work come from? When exactly did you and I ever cross paths? At this time there were only Su Shuiyan and Li Lang. Li Lang was still deadpan. Shuiyan, of course this laboratory test is true. Don't say it as if I used some means. Su Shuiyan didn't believe it at all. She and Liren hadn't even spoken a word during their time at the university. She just knew that such a person existed. Don't spit blood. Do you think rumor mongering doesn't have a price? Lang Chen and I are divorced, but my relationship with my daughter is severed. If you destroy my daughter's relationship with me, I won't spare you no matter what. Saying that, Su Shuiyan called the bodyguard, who was holding a very long stick that was hanging over Li Lang's head. If you dare to have half a lie, see if I will beat you to death, Su Shuiyan said. In the heat of the moment, the pressure from the high-ranking person, and the pressure from this strong bodyguard next to him, made Li Lang a little nervous. You ask, I would never dare to lie. I love you. Shuiyan, how could I lie to you? You tell him to take this stick away. I'm scared looking at it. Li Lang immediately wimped out, his tone humble. But Su Shuiyan didn't eat this. You'd better say what you have to say. Don't play smart for me. Okay, I'll say. Do you remember a party where you got drunk? Su Shuiyan quickly recalled. I remember it was my best friend who sent me back at that time. What's wrong? Li Lang, however, denied. Actually, it was me who told your best friend to say that, about sending you to a hotel room. I ended up looking at how beautiful you are. I just couldn't help it. I didn't know that the next day was your wedding with Lang Chen. I'm sorry." After saying that, he carefully looked at Su Shuiyan, whose gaze grew colder and colder, and finally gave that bodyguard a look, and the bodyguard viciously knocked a stick into Li Lang's head. This stick hit his eyes, and he didn't slow down for half a day. "You bastard. It's not too much for me to kill you." Su Shuiyan gritted her teeth. Li Lang wanted to speak again, but Su Shuiyan didn't give him that chance, directly letting the bodyguard hit another stick to his head. The bouncer hadn't collected his strength for either of those strikes, and it was possible that another blow could have knocked him out. "You hurry up and get out of here. I don't want to see you," Su Shuiyan coldly ordered. However, even after being beaten up, Li Lang still refused to leave. Su Shuiyan had no choice but to ask someone to drag him out. But what she didn't expect was that when she dragged him out, she happened to be seen by Wei Wei. As soon as Li Lang saw Wei Wei, he immediately screamed miserably. "There's been a beating. There's been a killing. Is there anyone coming to save me? Help!" Wei Wei trotted all the way over, and Su Shuiyan's face instantly darkened as if it was the bottom of a pot. It was not expected that this person would actually be so shameless as to take advantage of even his own little daughter. Seeing Wei Wei coming over, those few bodyguards instantly didn't dare to move around for fear of hurting Wei Wei. "You guys let go of him," Vivi said. The several bodyguards didn't dare to let go directly, or subconsciously used their eyes to request Su Shuiyan. After the incident in the morning, Wei Wei stopped talking to Su Shuiyan, and now she was just glaring fiercely at Su Shuiyan, forcing her to let go of Li Lang. Even if she hated Li Lang, Su Shuiyan didn't want to make too much of a mess with her daughter and waved her hand to signal the bodyguards to let go of him. As soon as Li Lang got free, he yelled, "It's fine for you to let me go, but I have to take my daughter away no matter what. We've been separated as father and daughter for so many years, so I have to keep her company anyways." Su Shuiyan said word for word, "You're dreaming, Shuiyan. I know you can't accept me, but Wei Wei is my real daughter. You can't stop us from recognizing father and son, right?" Seeing Li Lang trying to grab Wei Wei's hand, Su Shuiyan rushed over in 3 steps and protected Wei Wei behind her. "Don't you dare. Wei Wei is not your daughter. Not before. Not now. She is mine alone. No one can take her away." Hearing Su Shuiyan's words, Li Lang completely exerted his shameless skills, lying on the ground and rolling around. "Don't bully me just because the Su family is rich. You won't even let me see your own daughter. Are you still not a human being?" Su Shuiyan didn't say anything. "I've already been merciful to you. You'd better roll by yourself now, or I'll have the bodyguards drag you out and feed you to the dogs." Knowing that there was no way to negotiate on Su Shuiyan's side, Li Lang crossed over to her and asked Wei Wei pitifully, "Wei Wei, are you willing to come with me? I know you're a stranger to me, but I won't hurt you." Wei Wei took 2 steps out from behind Su Shuiyan, and Li Lang looked at her with encouraging eyes. But in the end, she stopped. "I'm not going with you." Although she was angry with Su Shuiyan, but after all, she had grown up following Su Shuiyan since she was a child, and her feelings were deeper than a stranger's no matter what. Wei Wei temporarily backtracked. His previous efforts and the beatings he received were all for nothing, and immediately regardless of lying on the ground shouting, "Everyone come and see the president of the Su family cheated on his wife and gave birth to a child and still did not admit it. Not only do not recognize but also beat people. Everyone come and see Su Shuiyan gritted her teeth and kicked him in the face. "If you can't learn to be quiet, I'll knock all your teeth out of this mouth." Now, Li Lang was quiet, but this scene was seen by Wei Wei and left a deep psychological shadow. She had never seen such a mean mom before, and wondered if she would beat herself like that if she stayed. Vivi hid behind her and shivered, and couldn't help but take a few steps towards Liren. "Dad, Dad?" Viv asked with difficulty. Li Lang nodded excitedly. That's right, I'm your real dad. I knew that even though your mom doesn't recognize it, you won't disown me." While saying that, he was about to take Vivi into his arms. Su Shuiyan shouted, "Come back, Li Lang. If you dare to touch Wei Wei, you'll see if I don't dash." Before the words were out of her mouth, Vivi cried out, "I'm scared." Now, Su Shuiyan completely froze, and Li Lang took the opportunity to ask, "Are you willing to go with Dad?" After saying that, before waiting for Vivi to reply, he hugged Vivi and ran away. Su Shuiyan originally wanted to chase after her, but when she thought of how distant Wei Wei was from her, she didn't have the courage to do so. Li Lang took Vivi away, an imperceptible smile on his lips. He thought everything was done and all was well, but what he didn't expect was that it was all in the eyes of Chen Hong, who was secretly protecting the child. Chapter 28, Chen Hong strikes. Being held in Li Lang's arms, Wei Wei kept struggling, but her strength was small. Li Lang was a grown man anyhow. How could Wei Wei struggle out? "Help me! Mommy, help me!" Vivi cried out for help. When Li Lang heard it, He covered Wei Wei's mouth with his hand. Don't scream. Daddy took you home. What are you afraid of? Vivi couldn't say anything and used her hand to deaden Li Lang's hand, but Li Lang's strength was just too much. Vivi finally stopped talking, and Liren picked her up and ran to the car. After running, with the pace bumpy, the force on his hands inevitably loosened a bit, and actually really Vivi peeled off his hand a bit. Then Vivi rushed at the back of his hand and bit it hard. Liren's pace stopped. Hiss! You bit me! Li Lang's tone was so fierce that Wei Wei was directly frightened and cried out, Help! Help! Mommy save me! Saying that, she kept pounding Li Lang's chest with her fists, and when Li Lang didn't let go, Wei Wei took a bite at his shoulder as well. It didn't occur to me that a girl as small as Wei Wei would have so much courage, and when she saw that she was about to reach the car, Wei Wei refused to cooperate. Li Lang was in a great hurry, and as a last resort, he used a handkerchief with ecstasy to disorient Vivi. Finally Vivian quieted down, but what Li Lang didn't expect was the appearance of a woman in front of him. Without saying a word, the woman stopped in front of him, and with a kick, she sent him back several steps before dodging. What are you doing? Who are you? Li Lang asked. Chen Hong snorted coldly. You don't need to know who I am. Today no matter what, I won't let you take this child away. If you know what you're doing, put the child down. If you don't, I'll beat you up and take the child away again. Li Lang had never seen Chen Hong before and thought that he had no grudges against her, so he was not afraid of her even though he was a bit weak. I didn't mess with you, did I? Why are you coming into my business? After hearing these words, Chen Hong was even more disdainful. What do you mean by your idle business? It is the duty of every citizen to punish the wicked and get rid of the evil. You steal other people's children, but I'm not allowed to take care of it? Li Lang hugged Wei Wei tightly. What do you mean someone else's child is my own daughter? Watch what you say. I still have the DNA lab sheet here. Chen Hong was ordered to protect Wei Wei, and this order had never been revoked. What's more, after Lang Chen left, he had specifically instructed her to do so, so she was even more unable to let Li Lang take Wei Wei away. I've never heard of anyone's father mesmerizing his own child. Chen Hong retorted. The words were pretty much said. There was no need to say more. Since Li Lang was so insensitive, it would be better to just do it and beat him into submission. Chen Hong went straight up with a flying kick, but who knew that Li Lang would be so shameless as to dare to use Wei Wei as a shield? The kick hastily changed direction, originally kicking at his heart, but now it only hit his right arm. But despite this, Li Lang took several steps backward before he didn't fall. Chen Hong capitalized on the victory with another sweep, and Li Lang was unsteady on his feet and nearly fell backwards. You're worthy of fighting me with this three-legged job, Chen Hong taunted him as she fought. Li Lang, a big man, was pressed and hammered by a lean-looking woman on the street. His face was inevitably a bit untenable. If I wasn't holding my daughter, I would have fought you. You don't really think I can't beat you, right? Chen Hong followed the steps to do the agitation. Then you put the child down and we'll have a fair duel. Although Li Langlian is strong, but he also knows that Wei Wei is the most important. Once he puts Wei Wei down, his trip was in vain. Not to mention that he does not know what punishment he will receive when he goes back. Are you dreaming? Have you ever seen any father give his child to another? I couldn't give it to you even if I were dead. Chen Hong laughed at his exasperation. Then I'll beat you to death. Although Li Lang had practiced sparring, he was no match for Chen Hong, who was from the special forces. Chen Hong's reaction was really too fast. Every time Li Lang made a move, it would be perfectly neutralized by her, but her attacks were not something that Li Lang could dodge. After a few more rounds of fighting, one of Li Lang's eyes had been knocked out of sight by Chen Hong. That eye was blackened, and the bridge of his nose took a spring, with 2 lines of nosebleed running straight down. How does this look like a mess? Vivi was knocked out by ecstasy and still didn't wake up after such a bumpy ride. With a child in his hands, Li Lang was not very agile in his movements and was beaten back by Chen Hong. When Chen Hong was about to attack again, Li Lang even used Wei Wei to block again. This completely enraged Chen Hong, originally not prepared to lay a heavy hand, now directly turned into laying a deadly hand. Li Lang was knocked out on the ground at that time. Chen Hong carefully held Wei Wei in her arms, touched her forehead, and then put Li Lang in a sack and carried her back home. First, the doctor was called to see Wei Wei, and the doctor said there was no major problem, so Chen Hong was relieved. Chen Hong then went to see, again, Li Lang, who she had locked up in the basement. Li Lang had been knocked out by her earlier, and now he hadn't woken up yet. Chen Hong splashed a basin of cool water directly on his head, which woke him up. The first thing Liren said when he woke up was, "Spare me, good man." Chen Hong laughed mockingly, "Look who I am." Only then did Li Lang remember what had happened earlier and begged Chen Hong for mercy again. "Don't kill me, don't you kill me. I didn't mean to take Wei Wei, and who told you to take it?" After hearing this question, Li Lang was silent. It was made clear that his proprietor, he was not allowed to disclose more information, although he wanted to live. but he also knew that if he gave up the person behind him, he would lose half of his life even if he didn't die, so he chose to be silent. But since it had fallen into Chen Hong's hands, there was no silence to choose from. I don't think you know, but I learned a lot of methods of extracting confessions by torture when I was in the army. Saying that, Chen Hong came with a fruit knife. I will start with your nose, then cut off your ears, and then chop off your fingers. Of course, you may not be afraid of these, but I'll take it slow, one knife at a time, until you feel afraid. Li Lang was trembling with fear. This really wasn't my idea. Don't hurt me. Besides, although I forcefully kidnapped Wei Wei, didn't I not succeed? Attempted. The sentence should be lighter. I won't do anything to you as long as you confess. By this time, Li Lang also over not on the other. A brain all set out. Someone gave me 100,000 yuan, told me to do so. Let me trick Wei Wei out. Hand it over to them. In fact, I have no relationship with Su Shuiyan at all, and even when going to school, we did not even talk to each other. Chapter 29, Behind the Scenes of the Golden Master. Chen Hong recorded the entire questioning and turned it over to the local police. After receiving the recording, the police personally interrogated Li Lang and had Chen Hong make a statement before notifying Wei Wei's guardians, Ling Chen and Su Shuiyan. The duo soon arrived at the police station, both with very anxious expressions on their faces. The police saw them. It is inevitable to say to teach you this bunch of mom and dads are also too irresponsible. Their own quarrel even if, actually are leaving their children to go. If not Ms. Chen stopped the child, will really be taken away. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have quarreled. Su Shuiyan said. Ling Chen was also having a hard time. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left. Otherwise Li Lang wouldn't have dared to take Wei Wei away. The police then nodded with satisfaction. Since you have a child, you have to take good care of it. How can you stay away from home for 3 days like you guys? It's good that you know you're wrong now, so don't let this happen again. Ling Chen and Su Shuiyan were both very weak from what they said, and after receiving Li Lang's confession, they regretted it even more after reading it. Ling Chen had long thought that this Li Lang was not a good person, but did not think that it was actually malicious to such an extent. Su Shuiyan glanced at Ling Chen. In fact, she wanted to say that she really didn't have any relationship with Li Lang, and that Wei Wei was definitely Ling Chen's biological daughter. Ling Chen also glanced at Su Shuiyan. He was so smart. How could he not see Su Shuiyan's subtext, only to see it as if it had not been seen, thinking to settle the important matter at hand first. Li Lang, let me ask you, who is the gold master behind you? Ling Chen asked seriously. When Li Lang saw Ling Chen, he was trembling with fear. He first provoked the relationship between Su Shuiyan and Ling Chen, and then took Wei Wei away, so he must have hated him to the bone now. I don't know. I was really just following orders. I didn't mean to hurt Vivi. Li Lang held his head and crouched on the ground, not daring to say more than a word. But Ling Chen wasn't willing to listen to these useless defenses of his. You'd better make it clear to me. If you say anything else that's useless, I definitely won't forgive you lightly. Frightened by this threat from Ling Chen and his last mental defense collapsed, Li Lang especially wanted to confess. But the truth was that he didn't know what the upper house really was. Thinking about it, I only uttered a street code phrase, cow dung cake smells so good, it's better than being an emperor. The people next to him couldn't understand 100 times, but Ling Chen knew that there was that one strange country on earth. An entire nation is proud to eat cow dung and cow urine, and recently confronted their own comrades in arms in the Southland. That's disgusting, but putting that slogan aside, the repeated kidnapping of Wei Wei by someone caused Ling Chen to become alarmed. The other party had rushed at Wei Wei 3 times, and their methods were getting more and more fancy and difficult to fight, so they must have thought that Wei Wei's heart was very important to them. And since the other party was able to use such a wide variety of tactics and tricks, they weren't any ordinary people either. Just as he was thinking this, Su Shuiyan said to him, then you've read Li Lang's confession too? Ling Chen nodded, knew what she wanted to say, but didn't want to face the subject. But Su Shuiyan continued, then you should know that I don't have any relationship with him, whether you believe it or not. I won't take the blame for nothing, whether you recognize Wei Wei or not. I won't stop you. Ling Chen was half convinced by what Su Shuiyan said. Blood relations can't be changed in a few words, and the results of whether or not the DNA labs are faulty won't be available until we go to the hospital and have them retested. After all, facts speak louder than words. But no matter what, Ling Chen was not as disgusted with Su Shuiyan as he was before. Vivi needs to be taken care of now, and the two of them can't afford to be away from Vivi. If they take a step away, a bad person will take advantage of the situation. So the collaboration between the two of them continues. When I got home, Vivi was already awake. You're back, Vivi said in surprise. Vivi didn't name names, didn't call her dad, didn't call her mom, and they didn't know exactly who they were talking about. For a moment, the atmosphere was awkward. In the end, it was Ling Chen who spoke first. I'm sorry, Wei Wei. Daddy is back. Daddy shouldn't have left you and given you a fright. I'm sorry, Vivi, for scaring you. Anything you want, Mommy will buy it for you. During this period of time, you just stay home and rest well. Mommy will be with you every day, okay? Wei Wei, however, did not reply to Su Shuiyan's words and hesitantly looked at Ling Chen, wordlessly asking him with her eyes, "Are you my father or not?" Ling Chen was heartbroken by this glance and hurriedly took his daughter into his arms. "Of course you're my own daughter. I've never thought of abandoning you." After hearing these words, Wei Wei buried her head in Ling Chen's arms and cried out, "I thought you really didn't want me anymore. Scared me to death. Then you're never allowed to leave without saying anything again, okay?" Wei Wei said as she cried. Ling Chen agreed very quickly. Okay, I'll never leave you again." Wei Wei's emotions, which stabilized, but Su Shuiyan next to her looked embarrassed. No matter what reason she used to talk to Vivi, Vivi ignored her. Su Shuiyan bought Wei Wei's favorite toys and snacks from before, and Wei Wei accepted them all, but she didn't even say thank you. I don't know if it's a gamble or something else, since the child is now only close to Ling Chen. He is in Ling Chen's custody. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, Ling Chen told Chen Hong to protect Wei Wei closely and teach her some introductory boxing and kung fu. Wei Wei, you must study hard with your Auntie Chen so that when you grow up, you won't be afraid of bad people anymore, Ling Chen said amiably. It was Chen Hong who saved her from Li Lang, and Wei Wei was quite fond of Chen Hong. Okay, I will study hard and become as dashing and beautiful as Auntie Chen when I grow up. Chen Hong also joined Ling Chen in coaxing the child. When you grow up, you'll definitely be prettier than me. Really? Vivi said in surprise. Then I'll have to practice even more. After settling down Vivi, Ling Chen started working on getting rid of the person who kidnapped Vivi. Su Shuiyan couldn't fit into the atmosphere between them, so she had to rush to work at the company, which had a surprisingly heavy workload for a while. In fact, she just didn't want to go home. Her daughter and once husband were getting farther and farther away from her. Even for a strong woman, it was inevitable that she would feel heartbroken. Su Shuiyan continued to go to New Su's as the president. The company's address and everything remained unchanged. Only this time she was already working for Ling Chen. Ling Chen naturally could not let go of the person who dared to kidnap his daughter, and in accordance with Li Lang's confession, he went alone to the designated location to meet with the kidnapper's superior. He wanted to see what kind of person was so bold as to challenge his patience and limits 3 times. Chapter 30, Catching the Big Fish. It was near an abandoned factory in Haidong City. Ling Chen arrived at the place and used Li Lang's cell phone to send a message to the other party. The job is done. Come to the rendezvous quickly. Not a moment later, Ling Chen saw a man dressed all in black, looking around, not knowing what he was looking for. It should be this person, but just to be on the safe side, Ling Chen still walked over first and pretended to ask for directions. May I ask you how to get to Hayden Square? As a result, the man was very impatient and said, ask for directions. Ask someone else. I'm not familiar with this place. Looks like this is the guy. Ling Chen was secretly delighted and winked at him, raising his cell phone up to show him again. The other party's face instantly became incredibly serious, solemnly uttering a cryptic phrase with Ling Chen, cow dung cake smells really good. The words had been exported, and they almost didn't make Ling Chen sick to death. Although he knew that his third grandson was in the habit of eating cow dung cakes, it was another thing to actually hear it. Couldn't help but brainstorm that scene, only to feel his stomach turn. But finding Vivi's kidnapper was important. Ling Chen still pressed on Li Lang's confession and uttered the next sentence. It is better than being an emperor. Seeing that Ling Chen was right on the cipher, the other party smiled joyfully, and there wasn't a bit of the ferocious aura from earlier. Although Ling Chen was disgusted, he tried to maintain his image in consideration of the overall situation. Well, where is the man? The man in black asked impatiently. Ling Chen sized him up and realized that he didn't really look much like a local, but rather like he came from the southern 3 kingdoms. I have the man right here, but pay up. Ling Chen put on an unforgiving look, and would never hand over the person until he saw the money. The black-clothed man knew that Ling Chen was a cautious person, and when dealing with cautious people, one should also be a little more cautious. I have money greatly. I want to see that little girl first, and I won't pay you until I see someone. The tone of the man in black was not to be questioned. Ling Chen had no choice but to lead him to his car. Ling Chen made him stop a few meters ago, opened the door, pointed to the back seat and said, see, that one is. The person was mesmerized by me, or else they wouldn't have come. The man in black looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a little girl in a dress sitting vaguely in the back of the car. Guess that's Vivi. You've seen the person, now it's time to pay? He stared at the figure behind him in a daze, but Ling Chen didn't give him a chance to hesitate. What's your hurry? Mustn't I examine the goods first? Why don't you let me walk in front of it? As soon as the other party saw Ling Chen urging, he inevitably felt some impatience in his heart. Ling Chen is not a good-tempered master, unforgiving. You lean so close. In case you don't pay the money to directly carry the person away, how to do? I can't beat you. Where can I argue then? The other party was immediately choked speechless. Money transactions, a little caution is natural. Why don't you pay the money? Stop looking. Can you take her away without paying for a few more glances? Ling Chen urged. The man in black withdrew his gaze. You are just too guarded. Ling Chen hooked up a cold smile. It's not being wary. It's just that I've been cheated more than a few times before, and that's why I've grown a lesson. The man in black mocked. So that's how it is. It seems like you haven't been cheated a lot before. Then why don't we do this? How about you send me a bill as well? How could Ling Chen accept this kind of is? Ling Chen revealed an unacceptable expression. Don't tease me. If you say it again, I'm going to take it seriously. The man in black put away his mocking expression and said in a serious manner, wait here, I'll go get the money. Ling Chen nodded. Then you should hurry up. What if someone comes later and catches us all? The man in black, however, was emboldened and laughed. What are you afraid of? Can they afford to mess with the people above us? From these words, Ling Chen picked out a bit of useful information. The leader of these people was indeed someone with a very large power, and must not have a low status. The man in black said while saying, you're the one who's in a hurry, while taking down a money box from his car and carrying it over. The man opened the case. Count it. Here's $5 million. Ling Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. So these people gave so much. No wonder Li Lang risked so much to go to his house to take Wei Wei away. But then again, what kind of person would rather pay $5 million to take Vivi away? Ling Chen thought so in his heart, but did not dare to hesitate in action. Opened the box, pretending to be impatient, bit by bit, counted the money. Enough, not a penny more. The boss is really atmospheric. Next time there's something like this, remember to look for me again, Ling Chen said, hoping to extract more information about the kidnapper. But the man in black didn't take the bait. We'll talk about the future later. You collect the money and hurry up and hand the person over to me. Ling Chen led him to the front of the car and opened the back door. Take the person away. Now the ecstasy hasn't passed. Well behaved. The other side walked and said, so it is under the drug of ecstasy. Ah, I said how to move. Like a dummy. I thought you got people dead. How could it be? Ling Chen laughed with him on the side, and although his face was smiling, his heart was filled with mockery. I can put my words here. If you get a dead person, we are going to take back this money. Also, how much ecstasy did you put in? Children can't withstand poison. Don't really mess up people's bodies, especially their hearts. The man in black's pace was getting faster and faster, and he could tell that he was very anxious. Ling Chen followed him and said, how come? Getting him killed won't get any of us any favors, will it? Count your blessings. The man in black snorted coldly and opened the car door, reaching for the child in the back seat. But just as he reached out, he froze. It wasn't even a living, breathing little girl sitting in that back seat, but a life-size rag doll, only wearing Vivi's clothes. Oops, cheated. What do you mean by that? You don't want to live? The man in black questioned loudly. As things stood, although Ling Chen was discovered by him, it was too late, and he had already planted Ling Chen's trap. Before he could hear Ling Chen's reply, the man in black was hit on the shoulder and neck with a single blow from Ling Chen. This palm was used with skill, and the man in black directly fainted. Ling Chen hooked his lips and dragged him to the trunk of the car and brought him back to the patrol room. If you have any questions, save them for the inspector. Chapter 31, Skyrun Group. The car quickly drove to the special patrol room. Ling Chen that palm force used too much. The man in black now did not wake up. After a bumpy ride, Ling Chen finally arrived in the city. The car passed by the patrol house but didn't stop. Since the group might be involved in inter-regional crimes, Ling Chen did not hand them over to ordinary patrolmen. Sister May, are you there? Ling Chen called Fire Phoenix while driving. Why? Ling Chen, do you have something you want me to do? Fire Phoenix asked. Ling Chen said, I've caught a kidnapper here. Help me contact Xiao Zhang and the others. I want to send this person there. Fire Phoenix's efficiency is fast. Within a few minutes, Special Patrol Inspector Zhang called Ling Chen. Hey, Dragon Seat, I heard you caught a kidnapper? Yes, he's probably from the Southern Three Kingdoms side and is involved in a trans-regional crime. I'll send it over to you right now, Ling Chen said. Xiao Zhang realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately became serious. Alright Dragon Seat, you can just send the person in. I will definitely help you ask for the truth. Aha! Ling Chen continued to concentrate on driving. That's when that San woke up, wailing, kidnapping, murder. This San is so insensitive. Ling Chen is not used to him, gave the inspector a look, and immediately a pot of cold water poured down from the top of San's head. San froze at the cool water, staring daggers at everything around him. He first saw Ling Chen, who had knocked him out, and then saw the group of patrolmen surrounding him. You? He first questioned Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at him expressionlessly. How come you don't recognize him here? Didn't you trade with me just now? The man in black took another very uncertain look at the surrounding patrolman and asked Ling Chen. Brother, you've been arrested in here too? A few black lines flew out of Ling Chen's face, thinking that this person could be really stupid, or it could be that his big one was too heavy, and in addition to knocking him unconscious, it also knocked his brain out. Take a good look, you're the only one caught in here. The inspector, next to him, said sternly. The inspector put a heavy handcuff on his hand. It was this Mr. Lung who sent you in. I've listened to the recording of the transaction between you. What else is hidden? You'd better give an honest account. The man in black completely panicked. Even with his hands handcuffed, he was still flying around wildly. I didn't break the law. The whole thing was done by this man. I didn't even touch the child. Why arrest me? A child? The inspector caught the key word with precision. If you are truly innocent, how did you know of the child's existence? The man in black was a bit stumped by the question, and with a twinkle in his eye, he came up with another excuse to come out. Since you guys listened to the recording, you should know that he was involved. So why don't you arrest him? Because this Mr. Lang is not the person who really met with you. The person who really met with you has long been arrested by us. The net of justice is wide open. You still think you can escape? With that, the inspector slapped the table and the young inspector standing next to him brought a pendulum. The inspector carried this pendulum in front of the black man's eyes and kept waving it around. But this act was met with laughter from the black man. You're not playing house with me, are you? That trick won't work on me. The inspector hooked up the corner of his mouth and laughed. What passing? I have ways to get you to tell the truth. And even after you get through this method, there are still trials and tribulations waiting for you. The man in black didn't believe what he said at all. Then I'll also tell you that even if you use all your fancy words and use all kinds of methods to torture me, I won't tell you guys about the person behind me. I can't imagine that this guy has a tough mouth. Lang Chen gave the inspector a look, signaling that he didn't need to say anything more, and directly began the interrogation. The pendulum kept swinging, the inspector said nothing, and silence fell around him. Such an atmosphere, combined with a high level of concentration, soon made him sleepy. The inspector remained silent, giving him the illusion that he could fall into a deep sleep. But just as he had closed his eyes, a patrolman came up and threw another headlong shower of cold water on him. The man in black kept shaking his head, his nerves tensed as he was forcibly awakened from his lethargy. What are you doing? The man in black asked angrily. Haven't you slept all the way through the night? The inspector asked him rhetorically. The man in black gasped. Weren't you the ones who hypnotized me? The inspector immediately changed to an innocent tone. I didn't say I was going to hypnotize you. You thought so yourself. Well, since you like to sleep so much, I'll be partial to not letting you sleep. With that said, the inspector waved his hand, and the young inspector next to him took him away from the chair and into another darkened interrogation room, and brought a helmet-like object to his head. This thing can monitor a person's state, and once it realizes that the wearer is about to fall into a deep sleep, it will automatically release an electric current to wake the person up from his or her lethargy. This criminal law needed time to slowly destroy a person's will, so the inspector wasn't in a hurry, and even waved his hand at the man in black. Take your time to comprehend here. If you want to talk about it someday, just yell out for us to come over. The man in black at this point was still very disdainful. Don't ever dream of that. There's no way I'm going to tell you any information. It's up to you. We'll take our time. After saying that, the inspector and Lang Chen left. Lang Chen still had some worries. Is this really feasible? The inspector replied to Lang Chen. Dragon seat, don't be in a hurry. I know you've taken great pains for your daughter's sake, but you can't rush this kind of thing. Moreover, when dealing with this kind of tough-talking person, you have to be more patient than him as well. Lang Chen nodded, thinking he was right. Finally, after 5 days, the black man couldn't take it anymore and called out to Lang Chen and the inspector to stop the punishment. During these 5 days, whenever he closed his eyes, he would be forcibly awakened by electric current. Whenever sleepiness arose, he would suffer from the electric current flowing through his entire body. After a long time, his spirit finally broke down and he couldn't take it anymore. He said it all in his head. I was ordered by Lei Jun, the security chief of the transnational company Celestial Man Group's Dasha company. We agreed that when I get that child, I will make a deal with him at the Heavenly Yoga Pavilion. After getting the information, Lang Chen became even angrier. It was unthinkable that they had spent such a huge amount of manpower and resources to get their daughter's heart, and there were a few people involved. Lang Chen participated in the entire interrogation, and although he retired from active duty, he became a unique figure in the Tinglong organization. In a rage, Lang Chen immediately instructed the patrolmen around him to closely monitor every move of the Celestials group. Chapter 32 Pure water is not pure. The person Lang Chen had sent to monitor the Celestials group sent over a piece of information. The Celestials group was interested in cooperating with the Great Way group. When he had just received the news, Lang Chen was still a bit strange. He hadn't even made a move yet. How could the Celestials group send themselves to the door? But you can't not want what's delivered to your door. Lang Chen sat in his office and waited to see what would happen. Sure enough, 3 days later, this news was officially sent to the top management of the Great Wei Group. It turned out that they were preparing to cooperate with the Wei Group to promote a pure water, claiming that it was Hengi brand pure water, which could purify the mind when drunk. As soon as Lang Chen heard the name, he knew that the water wasn't that pure. However, what Lang Chen hadn't expected was that the Celestial Group had already come up with a whole set of marketing programs that were perfect, claiming that those who drank the Hengi brand of pure water would not only receive the blessing of going deeper into heaven, but would also purify the karmic obstacles that were carried on their bodies. What's more, this pure water is a little cheaper than the pure water on the market, taking the road of thin profit and high sales. Such a gimmicky and inexpensive pure water cannot be seen as a market, but Lang Chen is really unable to accept. He knows how clean the Hengi River is. Just think of this scene, cannot help but nausea. This morning, the general manager of the Celestial Group, with a few assistants, personally came to the Great Wei Group to discuss the matter. The Wei Group retained their program and took it very seriously, holding a high-level meeting immediately after the general manager left. What is everyone's opinion on the Pure Water Cooperative Promotion Program proposed by the Celestial Group? As soon as this statement was made, one person stood up and exclaimed, I am very optimistic about the market for this pure water, and if we choose to cooperate with the Celestial Group, we will definitely have a considerable amount of profit. This person was none other than the company's president, Mr. Cao. Lang Chen only glanced at him and didn't say anything. The next few people expressed their opinions, which were different from Duke Chao's. Seeing that most people agreed, Lang Chen spoke up. No, I don't agree. This pure water may not be able to fight its way through the already saturated pure water market, and if it fails to sell well, we will be burdened with huge advertising and marketing expenses, and the loss will outweigh the gain. When these words came out, the crowd stared straight at him, and Lang Chen wasn't afraid of being looked at, so he immediately glared back. Okay, now that everyone has voiced their opinion, let's have a show of hands. After the vote, the result can be imagined with closed eyes. Minority rules over majority, and with the majority of the top brass agreeing, a lone dissenting voice has little effect. After all, Lang Chen alone couldn't be everyone's master. However, Lang Chen still couldn't accept a company that tried to murder Wei Wei, not to mention that the name of this pure water inevitably gave people bad associations. The Hengi River itself may not even be clean. How pure can the pure water exported from the Hengi River as a water source be? So Lang Chen stood up and said seriously, I disagree. I'm going to propose to the board of directors, and this matter must be carefully considered. But you've already seen the results. Even if you don't agree, we still have to adopt such a program. Duke Chao said. Lang Chen immediately responded, I request that the board of directors step in to reconsider this cooperation. The crowd saw Lang Chen's resolute attitude and couldn't do anything about it. Okay, we'll report your proposal to the board of directors. Don't get excited first, sit down first. That afternoon, the board of directors met to re-adjudicate Lang Chen's proposal. Only this matter the chairman of the board Chao Dong has already made a good deal. The board of directors took the money. Naturally, for Mr. Chao to do things, Lang Chen's proposal was rejected unanimously, and when he received the news, Lang Chen couldn't believe it at all. Doesn't Wakita have a discerning board of directors? Lang Chen was unwilling to do so, so he chose another approach. There are many paths in the world. Since this one doesn't work, find another one. You can always reach the end. Lang Chen himself went to the distribution store of the Celestial Group to buy a bottle of pure water. This water had just on the shelves. The supply is not much, but was placed in the most eye-catching position. It must be that the Celestial Group intended to rely on this bottle of pure water to make its mark, which is why it put a sign that had not been on the shelves for a long time in the very center of the room. Lang Chen, the bottle of water, took it to Tinglon's laboratory department and told them to come up with the results as soon as possible. Not living up to Lang Chen's expectations, 2 days later, Lang Chen got the lab results. After laboratory tests, it was found that the so-called pure water is actually not pure. It actually contains a large amount of phosphorus as well as uric acid. This result was completely unsurprising. The people of that country regularly burned people to death in the Hong River, and they were obsessed with cow urine to an outrageous degree. With all this maneuvering, the Hengi River, no matter how strong its purification ability is, can't get much cleaner. Lang Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. It was hard to calm down, and Lang Chen sent the result to the company's top management at that time, requesting that the meeting be reconvened. At the meeting, Lang Chen showed the lab sheets in detail to everyone present. As you can see, it is written very clearly on the laboratory report that the ingredients in the water are very unclean, containing a large amount of phosphorus as well as uric acid. So if such a water is successfully marketed and promoted, and people die from drinking it, what should we do? Who will take the responsibility? Are we going to take the responsibility? The crowd looked at each other, no one knowing what to say. So what? How do you know that you will drink to death? Besides, since it was promoted by the Celestial Group, the responsibility is of course all on them. We just need to sit behind the scenes and get paid, Duke Chow said. Lang Chen was almost amused by his words. Why do you have such confidence that we can stand alone? Since we chose to cooperate with them, we are grasshoppers on a rope, and we won't be able to preserve ourselves if they are gone. In short, we've decided that the lab results you gave are very important, but with the current formation, it's not enough to change our results. Duke Chow continued. Lang Chen laughed out loud then, taking out a bottle of Hangi brand pure water and handing it to Mr. Chow. You have a point. You're right. Then would you like to take a sip of this water? Duke Chow's face changed instantly, with takeaway written all over his face. As long as you take a sip, I will immediately agree to cooperate with the Celestials and will not raise any more objections, Lang Chen said. In fact, Lang Chen knew that even if he killed Duke Chow, he wouldn't dare to drink this water. Duke Chow, being a second-generation rich man with the best food and clothing, couldn't go down on this no matter what. Duke Chow's face darkened and darkened again. Being forced to this point, he had no choice but to go along with what Lang Chen said. We'll discuss this cautiously. Thank you for your opinion. Adjourn the meeting. On the surface, he said that he would discuss it cautiously, but in fact, what he thinks in his heart is still uncertain. However, Lang Chen could not do anything about him and could only let him go for the time being. Chapter 33, Assassination. Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan had fallen out ever since the incident where Wei Wei was kidnapped. Naturally, it was not good for him to live in Su's house anymore, so he rented a house for Chen Hong and Wei Wei, and found himself another hotel to live in. He had been staying at this hotel for several days, and originally everything was as usual, but after the conference was held, Lang Chen had just returned to the hotel when he was attacked by two unidentified men in black. Lang Chen subconsciously defended himself and coldly looked at the two men in black. The men in black obviously did not expect Lang Chen's reaction to be so swift, and glanced at each other, their hook-like gazes deadlocked on Lang Chen. They were observing Lang Chen, and Lang Chen was also observing them. Although these two men looked no different from ordinary people, they were long and thin, especially their arms and legs. After the action, it looked even more obvious. It turned out that these two men were able to bend their arms and legs freely, and were obviously yoga masters. The speed at which these two people struck was also very fast, and Lang Chen had only fought with them before the next blow had already arrived. Lang Chen rolled backward, trying to dodge. Who knew that just as he stood up, he saw another man in black standing behind him. The people in black were masked, so they couldn't see their expressions, but Lang Chen subconsciously felt that the man in black was giving himself a sneer. Such a realization made Lang Chen very uncomfortable, and he himself, from his strength, was able to make a draw with these two people. However, these two men in black won in the godly and unexpected, and Lang Chen would fall into their way if he was not careful. None of them were bright offensive types, so Lang Chen had to concentrate all the time to avoid being sneak attacked. In a back and forth situation like this one, there's only one person to knock down and use that direction as a breakthrough. Other than collapsing like a side, Lang Chen's constant defense was also somewhat stifled, and he immediately swung a punch at the black-clothed man in front of him. The punch had originally hit the man in black squarely in the nose, but strangely enough, it didn't hit him. The black-clothed man's body bent backward in an unusually soft manner, naturally dodging the punch, and with a turn of his toes, he arrived at Lang Chen's side. It would be fine if there was only this person, but there was another one behind Lang Chen. This time, Lang Chen not only needed to deal with the attacks from the black-clothed men around him, but also had to watch out for the sneak attacks from the black-clothed men behind him. Now, there can be no hesitation. Lang Chen jumped up and hit a sweeping leg. This time it was aimed at his waist. Hitting in other parts could be dodged. Could hitting right in the middle of the body still be dodged? He couldn't believe the man could still bend himself into a folio. Sure enough, the blow was not dodged and the black man was kicked to the ground. This gave Lang Chen a way to retreat, and while the attack of the black-clothed man behind him had not yet come, Lang Chen ran a few steps in the other direction and jerked back to catch him off guard. The other man in black was also knocked down by Lang Chen. Lang Chen clapped his hands and was just about to say something when he felt a stabbing pain at his arm. It turned out to be the first black-clothed man who had been knocked down, who had appeared silently behind him and slashed at his arm with a razor blade. Blood quickly spurted out, but strangely enough, it wasn't red, but black. Not only that, the wound quickly emitted an unpleasant stench and rotted down at a speed visible to the naked eye. This cut is poisonous. Not only did this man in black sneak up on him, he also smeared poison on his blade, truly despicable to a certain extent. Lang Chen was hurt so badly by the slash that even his thinking stopped for a split second. He stared blankly at the two men in black in front of him, only to feel their smiles grow more and more hideous under their masks. Although he couldn't see it clearly, that's how he felt. These two must be sneering. Sure enough, one of them spoke out. What's the use of relying on brute force alone? It's still going to be in our way. The voice was extremely mocking, making Lang Chen sound very uncomfortable. However, the toxin had already spread throughout its body along the veins in his arm, making his thinking slower and slower. He was no longer able to think properly, and when he heard the black-clothed man's taunts, he originally wanted to say a few words to retaliate before realizing that his tongue was also out of control. Not only was the knife touched with poison, but it was highly toxic. Lang Chen cursed a shameless villain, but he couldn't say anything. At this time, the black-robed man standing in front of him said to the black-robed man with the knife, "Go knock him out and carry him away in a sack. Why don't you carry it? I'm so skinny, how can I carry him?" The conversation was very natural, as if Lang Chen was already a dead man who couldn't move. While they were arguing about who should carry it, Lang Chen was laboriously thinking of a countermeasure, but he had absolutely no stamina left to support himself in making a counterattack. Are we really going to die here today? No, he's not willing. Right beside him, the two black-clothed men were discussing as if they were nothing. Who exactly would carry Lang Chen away? Not taking the current Lang Chen as a threat at all. In their opinion, Lang Chen had already been eaten, and there was no one who had been hit by this poison and was still able to save himself. He's so strong. What's the point? The people outside are talking about it. I thought it was so powerful. Go ahead and carry him. It'll be an honor for you to talk about it later, the man in black said. The black-clothed man with the knife was instantly reluctant. You say it's an honor? Then why don't you carry it? We all know that this man's temper is smelly and hard, and he's deadly heavy looking. Who would want to pit him? What bad luck! The two black-clothed men were at a standstill, and in the end, they actually used the method of guessing, and the losing black-clothed man sighed and walked towards Lang Chen, raised his hand knife, and was about to slash at its neck. Lang Chen listened to them mocking themselves in a daze, but the voices suddenly disappeared, and he also detected a hint of something wrong. But what can Lang Chen do now to turn the tide? Okay, look at his expression is frozen. In not carrying away damn, move faster, the black artist who won urged in a loud voice. The black-clothed man who lost reluctantly approached Lang Chen, but at that moment, Lang Chen activated his protective stance, full sky rain. 32 poisonous needles shot out from Lang Chen's body. The two black-clothed men originally thought that they were certain to eat Lang Chen. Without any defense, all 32 needles did not enter their bodies. In fact, this was a concealed weapon box that Lang Chen had hidden on his body, and as long as he pressed the switch, poisonous needles would be shot out from it. In Lang Chen's current condition, he only had the strength to press the switch. Luckily, the two black-clothed men were completely unsuspecting of him, which was still knocked over by him. These two killers were hit, but the poison needles didn't fall down immediately. Instead, with a muffled grunt, each dispersed. Lang Chen also finally couldn't hold on any longer, and before he completely passed out, he gave a middle finger to the two black-clothed men. Who are you talking about being stupid and who are you talking about sinking? But they're still being beaten away by me. Chapter 34, Becoming a Monk's Meat. After the figures of those two black-robed men disappeared, Lang Chen no longer had the energy to support himself, and his sanity became increasingly blurred. While he was still conscious, Lang Chen prepared to walk back to his quarters to get his emergency contact and to contact his comrades. This comrade's name is Sun Chao, a holy doctor with excellent medical skills. When he was in the army, Lang Chen was not less taken care of by Sun Chao. Right now, the poison in his body was only something Sun Chao could cure, but before he could get to his place, he blacked out and went completely unconscious. Before he fainted, he thought in a daze, maybe he deserved it, and now it's really time for life and death, wealth and fortune. Saint Dr. Sun Chao was also looking for Lang Chen at this time. He was looking for Lang Chen for no other reason than he hadn't seen him for too long and wanted to have a drink with him. But when he just arrived at the Su family, he was told that Lang Chen had long since moved out of the Su family. Following the clues they gave, Sun Chao came back to the hotel where Lang Chen was staying, and surprisingly, it wasn't within the hotel either. Do you mean Mr. Lang? It seems like he just returned to the hotel, right? You can look for him in his room or call his phone. We really didn't see him go out on our side. If you're not sure, you can call the surveillance, the front desk of the hotel said. Sun Chao immediately called Lang Chen, but no matter how he called, the other party just didn't answer. After hitting a dozen or so in a row, Sun Chao was also a little annoyed, and directly asked the receptionist to call up the surveillance. However, in the hotel's video, there was only the image of Lang Chen coming in, but there was no shot of Lang Chen going out. This was strange. Although Lang Chen was good at flying over walls, he hadn't been so deadly as to jump out of a window on a 30-something floor. What's more, It's not like this hotel is an unseemly place, so why don't you just go through the front door in a dignified manner? The original is not in the hotel, it is just, but even the phone cannot be reached. There must be something strange. Sun Chao had some anxiety to call Chen Hong. Your boss has disappeared. Do you know where he went? Hearing Sun Chao's question, Chen Hong was surprised and said, he never lets me know where he's going, not to mention that we don't have any special plans. He should be in the hotel having a good rest. Chen Hong was still going to ask what exactly happened, and Sun Chao hung up the phone in distraction. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Even if they made a big deal out of it, it would only increase Ling Chen's danger. Suddenly, a detail flashed through Sun Chao's mind that there was blood above the corridor of that hotel just now. And looking at the location right in front of the door of the room Ling Chen was staying in, coupled with all the things that had just happened, to say that it was a coincidence would not be believed even if he was beaten to death. This blood must be Ling Chen's. So Sun Chao rushed back to the hotel. Came to that before he studied season extracted a little. As long as a smell will be able to identify that this is poisonous blood, and the poison in the vicious and incomparable. So where the hell did Ling Chen go? Is his life in danger now? Sun Chao didn't want his old comrade to disappear so unexplained, so he contacted a few of his old acquaintances and asked them to help look for Ling Chen together. Several people hurriedly put down what they were doing and turned the city upside down, but they couldn't find Ling Chen's shadow. No, if we can't find him once, we'll find him a second time. No matter what, we must find him. Sun Chao said, yes, as long as we haven't seen a body yet it must be alright. The crowd prayed this way. They were sweating profusely as they searched over here, and over there. Ling Chen suddenly woke up and realized that he was also sweating profusely. When he first came to his senses, he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. He only felt damp, as if he was soaking in water. There was another sour smell in this water, and it was hard to be able to open my eyes and realize that the water was black and appeared to be vinegar. Why was it soaked in a vinegar vat? Ling Chen was puzzled and struggled to get up, but soon, a deep sense of powerlessness came from all parts of his body, and he actually didn't even have the strength to stand up. There's no light overhead, it's completely enclosed. Being locked up in such a small pooch by himself, and not being able to use all his kung fu, filled Ling Chen with danger and uneasiness. He was a careful man, never putting himself in danger from which he could not escape. While Ling Chen was thinking about countermeasures, he suddenly realized that the temperature of the vinegar in the tank was slowly rising. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but gradually the temperature got higher and higher, and when Ling Chen stayed inside, he actually felt like he was going to be cooked. There's a fire burning down here. What's going on? Did he really run into a human flesh eater? But he's not the longevity monk, so what's the use of eating its flesh? The temperature was still gradually rising. Ling Chen used his arm that had regained a little strength to slap a few splashes of water, which was so loud that it should have been heard by the people outside. So a very nice female voice came from outside. Slow down your burn. Look, he's protesting. At that moment came another mangy voice. What are you afraid of? Fire. If it's not bigger, how can it be useful? You have to pay attention. The fire can't be broken, nor can it be big. We are trying to break out this poison of bone possession from him. It's not like we are trying to eat human flesh. The way you are, in case you really cook him, will it be on you or on me? The female voice said softly. At this time that mangy man hemmed and hawed and laughed. That's just it. Just now it was my carelessness. Now change it is. The female voice continued. You can remember to keep the fire in check, or it won't work and you'll get it wrong. The mangaka asked. Yun-gu, what kind of poison is this that calls for you to use the method of vinegar steaming? It turns out the woman's name is Yun-gu. Ling Chen soaked in the vinegar tank and was relieved to learn that they had no intention of steaming themselves. At this time Yun-gu replied. This is the poison of a sans-possessed bone. It is very difficult to resolve after being hit. If it wasn't saved in time, even I am not sure. Can't the heaven-returning pill save it? The mangaka asked. Yun-gu laughed and scolded him. It's not just that I want you to burn a little fire. Why do you have to ask so many questions? This poison is very tricky. If you don't use the method of vinegar steaming, you can't save him with the heaven-returning dam alone. You must pay good attention to the fire. If he's cooked, see if I don't take you to task. The mangaka smiled again in embarrassment. Okay, I get it. Don't be mad. After saying that, he really stared earnestly at the fire inside the stove, not even saying a word or blinking his eyes. Ling Chen just wanted to speak out. Then he felt a dizziness in his head. It turned out that he was over-injured. He had just slapped his hands twice. He had already exerted too much force, and his wounds had torn. Before he could leave just a few words, Ling Chen fainted once again. Sun Chao, who was on the side of the order, didn't know that Ling Chen had been saved and was still digging for him. Chapter 35, A Woman of Great Color. When Ling Chen's consciousness returned again, the first thing he felt was pain. The pain was not something that any words could describe. but emanated from within his bones. Along the blood veins of his body flowed, his limbs and all the arms, so that when he moved gently, it was as if his body was electrified, and it hurt as if 1,000 needles were stuck into his flesh. Lang Chen couldn't help but grunt. It really hurt too much. Even if he had more backbone, there was no way he could completely endure it. At that moment, he heard a familiar female voice say, "Yell out if you feel pain, you don't have to hold it in." If he remembered correctly, the voice was exactly that of the Yun nun from before. Yun Gu's voice came from behind, and as soon as the words fell, Lang Chen felt something sharp stick into his back. It turns out that this time, he woke up and didn't turn into a monk's meat being soaked in a vat of vinegar, but his back was full of silver needles. Just now what Yun Gu performed was the last shot. These really efficacious when forcing out the poisonous blood in his body for him so that the toxin could quickly evaporate. The method of vinegar steaming was very successful, and Lang Chan's consciousness had returned to wakefulness. Yun Gu remained behind him and couldn't help but sigh. "You really don't have to endure it. I know how much it hurts." Lang Chen's face was already covered in cold sweat. His face was pale, and he couldn't stop shivering. However, Lang Chen was strong by nature and was not willing to show his soft side in front of outsiders, except for when he just woke up. He grunted and surprisingly held back hard. Lang Chen closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, when he suddenly felt someone wiping the oozing black blood for him. When Yun Gu spoke again, her voice was already mixed with some admiration. "Don't move around, and don't be anxious. This poison of yours will be completely resolved in a few more days." Lang Chen knew that she was standing right in front of him now, so he opened his eyes and blinked to show that he had heard her. But this opening of his eyes caused Lang Chen to freeze. Only a woman as beautiful as a fairy appeared in the field of vision. Her aura was dignified and elegant. Her expression was gentle, and her tone of voice was conciliatory. "Although you're almost done, you shouldn't move much or overwork yourself right now, and don't be overjoyed or sad," that classical beauty continued. After the exhortation, the beauty even exclaimed, "What kind of people have you offended?" But Lang Chen didn't hear the second half of her sentence at all, and only felt the chi and blood flip. When the virus was about to return, the woman had practiced medicine for so many years. Her observation was overwhelmingly good, and she was the first to notice the change in Lang Chen. The woman's face turned cold and she knocked him out with a slap. "I can't imagine that the man is still so dishonest when he's sick." The woman spits in her mind and turns her head to call for a large, simple man. The big man laughed. "What's wrong, senior sister? What happened?" The woman's face hadn't changed back yet, and she squinted at Lang Chen. "This person has fainted again. Senior brother, you have to watch him here for me." The big man nodded. "Okay, go get busy. I'll call you again if there's a situation over here." The woman nodded, and just a few steps out, she turned around uneasily. "By the way, this man is dishonest. Don't reveal anything about me, and if he asks you, just tell him he's dreaming. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone." The big man nodded and instantly realized. "I know, senior sister, don't worry. I've seen a lot of men like this, and I'm the most experienced in dealing with them." What little admiration the woman had for him quickly disappeared because of the embarrassing incident that had just occurred. "Originally I thought this was a man with a strong backbone, but I didn't realize that it was no different from an ordinary man." The woman shook her head and secretly cursed. "If it weren't for Master's instructions, I wouldn't have saved you." After saying that, his pace quickened and he moved away from Lang Chen. Lang Chen over here fainted, and in his sleep, he dreamed of those two black-clothed men. The men in black surrounded him from the front and back, not only not letting him leave, but also not making a move on him, just sizing him up with their sinister gazes. Such a sight made Lang Chen very uncomfortable. Lang Chen also observed them, and after looking at them for a long time, he finally decided to make a move. If we delay any longer, there will be even less chance. However, as soon as Lang Chen made his move, one of the black-clothed men shot out a poison arrow with a movement of the organ in his show. The poison arrow flew at an extremely fast speed and followed straight towards Lang Chen's heart. No matter how much he dodged, it seemed to be within his range. Now, Lang Chen completely panicked and flipped on his heel behind the man in black behind him, trying to use him as a shield. However, just as Lang Chen's hand grabbed the black-clothed man's shoulder, the black-clothed man transformed into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Lang Chen was at a loss, but he didn't have time to think carefully, because the arrow that could take his life had already arrived in front of him, and there was no way to avoid it. Lang Chen closed his eyes afterward and waited for his heart to be penetrated, but just as the arrow was about to miss his heart, Lang Chen heard someone calling his name. "You wake up, Lang Chen. It's time to wake up." This voice was thick and powerful, extremely penetrating, and even in his sleep, Lang Chen could hear it extremely clearly. Soon, Lang Chen opened his eyes. In front of him was a very honest and simple-looking man, and a somewhat thin old man. The Hanyu introduced himself. "My name is Duan Pang, and this is my master, whom everyone on the other side calls the medicine saint." Saving you this time is my master's intention. Hearing that this was his savior, Ling Chen quickly struggled to get off the ground and gave that old man a deep bow. Many thanks to Pill Sage for saving me. Ling Chen was still a little unsteady on his feet, and after bowing and speaking again, his entire body began to sway. The Pill Saint said, "Why be polite? Go back and rest. You haven't rested well enough to get out of bed in a few days." Ling Chen nodded in shame. This time, I was really underhanded, and it was too late to dodge before I was injured to this extent. The Pill Sage, however, comforted. There are times when people miss, and horses lose their hooves. Even the most powerful people will have times when they miss, let alone us. If you hadn't come to my rescue, I'm afraid I would have died from that poison. Speaking of that poison, Ling Chen had been in a coma for nearly half a month and didn't actually feel much. It was only the medicine sage who had saved him, but he knew it well. He had never seen such a difficult poison. And thanks to that, you have a good physique and were able to last until we carried you to the valley. Pill Sage said. The valley? Ling Chen asked. The Hanyu explained. After Master became famous, because he didn't like the hustle and bustle of the outside world, he brought us brother and sister to the valley to live in seclusion. The environment here is tranquil, just right for an injured person like you to recuperate. Many thanks to the Pill Sage, and many thanks to you as well. Ling Chen thanked him again. The Pill Sage's face still had a kind smile on it. I told you a long time ago, you don't have to thank me if you want to thank me. It's also you who have to thank yourself. If it wasn't for your blessed life, I'm afraid you wouldn't have lasted long enough to come to me. Chapter 36, The Assassins Are Coming. After meeting the Pill Sage and his great disciple, Ling Chen stayed peacefully in this valley to recuperate. During that time, he recalled countless times the stunning woman he had once seen that day, but no matter how much he sidetracked, he couldn't get any information out of Duan Peng's mouth. Duan Peng bit out, "You must be dreaming. We've never had a beauty like this on our side, and among the deep mountains and old forests, apart from my master and I, all that's left are the deer that run around all over the mountains." Ling Chen shook his head and said, "Impossible. I don't believe that dreams can be so real. Moreover, I clearly remember that she also gave me needles and instructed me to rest well and not to be very happy or sad." Performed the needle? Duan Peng said, "Obviously I'm the one who performed the needle for you, and I even wiped the black blood seeping out of your body for you. But as a result, your kid didn't appreciate my feelings at all, and instead, he remembered me as a beautiful woman. Really saved the wrong person." Duan Peng pretended to be angry, but he was actually just teasing Ling Chen. Ling Chen also knew that he wasn't really getting into it with himself, but he hard heard the cover-up in his tone. He remembered clearly that it must have been a woman who had formulated a healing for him that day, and the woman's appearance was so outstanding and unforgettable. How could he not remember it? If it was really a dream, it was impossible for a person to imagine something they had never seen before. Ling Chen had never seen a woman who was so beautiful, so how could he have sketched its image out of thin air in his dream? This is definitely not a dream. Duan Peng Jian, he was very persistent. Also not with him stubborn. Your kid is really good. Obviously I saved you. You have to say that it is the beauty of the rescue. Also line, then what you say is what it, for the sake of you are injured. Okay, I'll go serve you medicine. Duan Peng obviously said that he could not say that he chose to escape, but Ling Chen could not do anything about it. Since this beauty is in the valley, there will always be a chance to meet again in the future. Who expected Duan Peng this away? Originally should come back soon, but after half an hour, there is still no trace. Ling Chen, now the injury is not good all. Do not dare to act rashly. Had to assume that he was halfway something busy to go. Lying in bed, at ease sleep. Ling Chen was sleeping comfortably over there, but Duan Peng's side wasn't so comfortable. Being so remote in the deep mountains, not many people had originally come, but at this moment, two uninvited guests suddenly appeared. Duan Peng's nerves were taut as he stared at them, not daring to let up for a moment. These two people in front of them were dressed all in black, and their eyes were grim, making people very uncomfortable. Even if the lower half of their faces were covered by the black gauze, one could still feel that their expressions must be smiling wickedly. Duan Peng hates this kind of person the most in his life, and he is most unwilling to deal with this kind of person, because they tend to be insidious and malicious. They never point out what's happening to their face, but rather make small moves behind their backs. Duan Peng coldly asked, "Who are you guys? What are you doing here?" The men in black glanced at each other and said in a sharp voice, "You don't need to be concerned about these things. I'm only asking if you took in a seriously ill person the other day? What does it have to do with you?" Duan Peng didn't give them the slightest bit of face. The man in black laughed shrilly. "Of course it's related. The person you saved is our enemy, so that means we are also enemies." Duan Peng disdainfully skimmed his mouth. "Who cares about having two more of you haters? I'm also not afraid to tell you that there are many people in this world who don't like me, and there's no shortage of you too." The man in black laughed coldly and mocked. Then why don't you ask the others if they are afraid? Hurry up and hand over Lang Chen. There is still a way to live. If not, you won't want to know the consequences. It turned out that the reason why these two black-clothed men were able to find Lang Chen was because they relied on the odor of Lang Chen's poisonous blood, and they were holding a black shell. And this kind of dog's sense of smell was very sensitive, so they even chased them all the way to this deep mountain. Duan Pang was unwilling to talk nonsense with them. Since you know that we saved him, you should know that we're not on the same side as you. With this IQ of yours, it would be better for you to go back to your mother's womb and rebuild your life instead of wasting more time here. Daring, that's the person the great Brahma heaven wants. No one dares to hide it privately. Otherwise, we will not only dig up the old pill saint's grave, but we will also kill you. And your heavenly fairy-looking sister will not be able to escape just the same. The man in black threatened. Duan Pang life most hate bystanders. To their own master and sister to blackmail. Immediately tolerated. Duan Pang swung his fist towards one of the black-clothed men. But even if he took the lead, Duan Pang was no match for these two black-clothed men. He'd hit one of them, the other would attack him at an incredible angle, and the one he attacked would dodge out of the way with a softness no human could reach. After a few moves, instead of the black-clothed man being injured, Duan Pang had many more wounds on his body. Even more fatal was that the two men in black had not actually moved their knives. Some of them were scratched out by the nails of the black man, and some of them were whipped out of his body by a branch that the black man had casually picked up. The man in black taunted as he fought, disturbing Duan Pang's mind. Did you think that only the two of us had come? I'm not afraid to tell you that while we were fighting, the others had already sent your deadbeat master and mesmerized your flowery senior sister. What Duan Pang couldn't stand to hear was others making fun of his master's sister. Daring. Who are you to kill my master? Who are you to defile my sister? Even if there were 10 of you, you wouldn't be able to do these two things. Duan Pang spoke decisively, but in the end, he was still affected, and the speed of his moves became slower and slower, and his reactions were not timely. Finally, the man in black was allowed to exploit the situation, drawing his knife and stabbing it straight at his heart. If this stab hit, he would be crippled, if not dead. Without thinking that he would end up in such a sorry state, Duan Pang's body fell backward and then rolled outward before he managed to dodge the knife. He had just stood up when he was slammed in the back by another man in black. Go to hell! The man in black shouted. At this time, Duan Pang also shouted, Yun Gu, if you don't come out, you'll have to dig one more grave. The man in black laughed coldly. It's useless no matter what rescuers you move. You think I'll be afraid of you? You're dead. It's not certain who will die. As the words fell, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in front of Duan Pang. It was as if she was a fairy who descended from the sky, and with a flick of her arm, she defused the black-clothed man's attack. The knife in the black-clothed man's hand fell to the ground, and the woman waved her hand again, and the knife actually flew straight into her hand. The man in black froze in place then, his jaw dropping. The woman's stunningly beautiful face was filled with threat and anger as she looked at them coldly, and the two men in black lost their courage to make a move simply by looking at her face and eyes. Chapter 37, The Origin of the Teacher's School. Listening to the two assassins still clamoring that they had poisoned medicine, St. Cloud's nun did not believe it at all. His own master's breath could still be felt. And what kind of person was master? Wanting to kill him, these two scraps were worthy? After knocking away those two men's single blade, Edge didn't make a direct move, but instead coldly watched those two scrappers' next move. Those two scrappers took several steps back and went to pick up the single knife next to them. Taking it in their hands, they were just about to continue their attack again when they suddenly felt as if their hands had been burned by something. With an ah yell, the single knife fell to the ground, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw that his hands were swollen like steamed buns. The two men glanced at each other. Unexpectedly, this woman looked harmless. The means of poisoning was actually a level higher than them. It seems that today's plan to kill Lang Chen has fallen through, really mentioning a super iron plate. At this time, the two cooling killers, for the first time, generated the idea to escape. These two people were still not willing to fail, and put down a harsh word to Yun Gu. Little girl, don't move away if you have the guts. We'll send an expert to clean you up right away. Cloud Cuculander sneered. If you still want your paws, you'd better stay put. At this time, these two people suddenly realized that their hands were actually senseless. What kind of poison are you? This? Cloud Cuculander sneered. Have you ever heard of withered branch scattering? This kind of poison, as long as you get a little bit of it, the whole arm will not be your own. If you can't get timely treatment, just like a dry branch, sooner or later one day it will wither and fall off from the main body by itself, and the toxin in it is still missing to invade towards the internal organs. When it approaches your heart, you guys are not far from death. At this time, not only the palms of the hands, even the arms are not their own. This two people under the face of the sudden change, flopping sound kneeling on the ground. The two of us are blind and dare to offend you. Immortal ant, please, immortal ant, just treat us like farts and let us go. Before the words left his mouth, he he suddenly saw Yun-gu's sleeve brush against their cheeks. These two people's faces were swollen like piggybacks at that moment. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, so if you keep being so disgusting, then you're on your own. These two men could no longer move their arms freely and had to kowtow on the ground. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare the immortal nun's life. Why did you people from the great Brahma heaven come to our great Xia to do wrong? Is it really bullying us that there is no one in this Xia? When these two men heard that the nun before them was a patriotic party, they dared not be offended even more, and endeavored to argue on their own behalf. Immortal and bright sight. In fact, all of us are from the great summer kingdom. My codename is Hinsha. His name is Shooting Shadow. Both are famous assassins in the Jianghu. Since you are also from Disya, why are you helping the villains of Brahma to harm your own country? The two men kowtowed as if they were pounds of garlic and rushed to defend themselves. The two of us are larded and are deceived by the Mahavamsa. This kind of reasoning can only fool the ghosts. I see that you guys don't want to live anymore and are still ghosting around here. Alright, I don't care about you guys. If you want to die, die somewhere else. Don't dirty my land. That's when Cold Sands couldn't take it anymore and told the whole truth. It turned out that the Great Brahma was the upper house of the Celestials group, and the reason why they had requested the assassin to come over and hunt down Ling Chen was mainly because of two reasons. The first point was that Ling Chen was now Wei Wei's protector, and Wei Wei's heart, in turn, was the source of the Great Brahma Holy Infant's heart transplant. Only by ing over Ling Chen first would it be possible to obtain Wei Wei's heart. The second point is that this Hengi brand of pure water is actually all a product of the Great Brahma. They have a deep cooperative relationship with a certain high-ranking member of the David Group, who knew that these waters were found to have seriously exceeded the hazardous elements by Ling Chen of the David Group. Just for these 2 points, Ling Chen no longer had the need to live in this world. This innuendo has had experience abroad before. They once joined a bloody mercenary group abroad. Having done a lot of harm, they didn't want to do it anymore after making a fortune, so they returned home. Who would have thought that people with behind their asses can never be wiped clean? Even though they came back incognito, they were still discovered by the people of the Great Brahma. And the other side opened the prices not low. Not only promised them each 2.5 million meters knife, and also their children are arranged to study abroad employment, and even give to do green card. What these two people were best at was using poison, which could be known by catching their insinuating nicknames. Who knew that there was more strength than strength? This time they met the two heirs of the Pill Sage and completely flipped the car. During the time that the two men had confessed, Yun-gu had already rescued her senior brother, Duan Pang. Just then there was an old man with a white beard and hair, very calmly walking out from the grass hut. Duan Pang stared stupidly at the old man. "Master, your old man is fine," that old man said with a smile. "A mere toadstool poison. To try to use it on me is simply a class act. Don't worry, the little doll inside has been completely detoxified. You guys go and take a look at him. Leave these two scraps to me." The two people, Frost and Shooting Shadow, widened their eyes, as they were the first ones to notice this old man. In order to reduce some direct witnesses to avoid trouble, so the first time to poison this old man. How did they know that this old man had been poisoned with their most powerful toxin, but actually returned to the house as if nothing had happened, and was able to come out as if nothing had happened? The two men were dumbfounded and pleaded with the old man for mercy. The old man grunted and flung his sleeve into the house. At this time, Cold Sinks were completely unraveled and formally bowed to the Pill Sage master and disciple. Pill Sage smilingly helped him up. "No wonder that old man Longchamp has been praising you for being good. And there's also Sun Xiao's child who has been saying that you're good as well. Today's sight really lives up to its name." Ling Chen's eyes widened. "Elder knows my master and medical sage Sun Xiao?" It turned out that Ling Chen had met his mentor Longchamp, the founder of the Tinglong organization and the only senior war god of the world, right after he enlisted in the army back then. The old man smiled. "Would you believe me if I said that the old man was also one of the 3 founders of the Tinglong organization? Just based on his means of using medicine as well as his medical skills." There was no reason for Ling Chen to disbelieve this. He nodded silently. "So it's the Tinglong's patriarch? The late generation is disrespectful and has taken much offense." The old man smiled. "Those who don't know are not to blame. The old man and your master as well as another like-minded person. The 3 of us together started the Tinglong organization that aspires to guard the great rivers and mountains of China. And Sun Chao is my master's disciple. I can't imagine that in just a few years, he has inherited my master's medical saint name. It's truly remarkable." It was only then that Ling Chen knew the origin of the old man and the Tinglong organization, so it turned out that this was all family. So naturally, there was not so much of a divide, so he told the old man what he had done so far. The old man nodded. "So it's those powerful people from the great Brahma sky who are strongly seeping in, and we can't do anything to ignore it. This way, let's ask Yun-gu and Duan Ping to accompany you." This kind of thing was naturally sought after, and Ling Chen agreed in one breath. Chapter 38, The Interception of the Medicine Mountain. Lang Chen had long wanted to report peace to Tenglong's headquarters, but it was a pity that there was no signal in the deep mountains and old forests, so there was nothing to do. It was still Pale Sage who was reasonable. He sent Duan Peng out early in the morning and told him to find the people from the Tinglong organization with his token and have them come over to bring back these 2 assassins that they had captured. As for Lang Chen, the medicine sage said that the poison in his body hadn't been completely lifted yet, so he had to stay in the mountains for a few more days. Moreover, Yungu's medicine hadn't been fully harvested, so he still needed to replenish some more. Only most of the people, since they knew of the existence of this deep mountain, were no longer safe. One must be accompanied when going up the mountain to collect medicine. Since they were a family, Lang Chen was obliged. Directly addressing the Pill Saint, he said, "Don't worry, senior. Yungu's safety is in my hands. I will protect her well." That cold and colorful woman hummed. "It's not certain who protects who. What nonsense." Seeing Lang Chen so triumphant, cannot help but think of the critical moment when he gave him detoxification. He apoplectic Tai a little as the fruit of his labor ruined. So although he had sort of spent time with him these past few days, he just didn't have a good face, and Lang Chen wasn't good with words, so he wanted to do something practical to express his apologies. Who knew that the old man Pill Sage suddenly said, "You have so many medicines to pick, it's impossible for you to carry them on your own. Isn't it good to have a free laborer?" Hearing this, Lang Chen was embarrassed for a moment, so his role was to be a long-time laborer. "I guess I should be very honored to take over from Duan Peng, this stupid big man." But the other party could not refute the fact that he had saved his life, so he silently carried the medicine basket and followed behind Yungu, only to see that there were indeed many rare medicinal herbs in this deep mountain. The other party took the medicinal hoe and plowed east and west, seeing quite a few in an instant. Lang Chen looked at his graceful movements and couldn't help but straighten his eyes. Just at this time, an icy voice was suddenly heard. "One more look out of that thieving eye of yours and I'll pluck it out." Lang Chen was scared to death. This girl actually knew she was peeking at him without turning around. It was truly incredible. I was about to walk away from him to avoid suspicion, when suddenly a snake came out from the side with a whoosh sound and lunged at Yungu's feet. When it was too late, Lang Chen rushed up without thinking and struck the snake's head with a sickle. His hands were also trained and his agility far exceeded that of normal people, and this blow knocked the tongue to pieces. Hearing the movement behind him, Yungu returned her head but glared at him fiercely. "I prepared the snake's saliva incense for a long time to attract out this 5-step snake. Who told you to be so furtive and break its head?" Listening to the tone of voice, Lang Chen was quite upset. "I say, silly girl, you're wrong to talk like that. If I don't make a decisive move, he'll bite your foot. At that time, let's see if you still have the chance to yell at me. You think someone is adept at using poison as I am can't even protect against the venom of the cricket 5-step snake. Who are you underestimating? The insinuating poison you planted was all detoxified by me. You." At this moment, Lang Chen was completely speechless. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Who is not angry? Even if you want to catch this kind of snake to collect snake venom, it is not good to tell me beforehand? Big sister, if you keep playing like this, you'll die. He slandered in his heart, but thinking that the other party had saved his life, this kind of retort could no longer come out of his mouth. Just because he can't get out doesn't mean the other side will leave him alone. You're still mentally defiant, aren't you? Lang Chen let out a bitter smile and asked his question directly. "I say, Miss Yungu, is there some kind of misunderstanding between the two of us?" "Humph, you're a scumbag." Hearing this comment, Lang Chen had an aggrieved look on his face. "Have I been rude to the girl in any way? Why are you thinking about me when you have a daughter?" It turned out that those two killers faced Yunlong to tell Lang Chen's pass to the plate. Yungu naturally knew that Lang Chen had a wife and daughter, couldn't help but think again of the way he looked at himself when he detoxed him. Still indignant to this day, "I knew you were a scumbag." At this time, Lang Chen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly explained. "That day, I just woke up from the underworld, and suddenly realized that you, girl, with your absolute beauty, were like a fairy in the sky, and was quite surprised that I froze for a moment. Please bear with me if I caused any disturbance to the girl." I don't know whether the other party believed his explanation or not, and walked forward with an expressionless face. After walking for a while, he suddenly stood still. At this time, Lang Chen also seemed to have discovered something and put down the backpack behind him. "That friend has followed us all this way. No need to be polite. Come down and talk. Manly man, why do you have to hide your head so much?" Just then, something suddenly fell towards Lang Chen's head. He subconsciously swung his scythe towards the top of his head, but it swung empty. Just then, something seemed to have stung Butterfly on his arm. Instantly, he felt a numbness in his arm. At this point, years of carrier experience made him think nothing of quickly squeezing out the blood channel in his own arm, pointing his halberd finger to organize the upward flow of blood in his arm. Noticing the abnormality, Yunliao stretched out a hand as if nothing had happened, and grabbed the culprit that had bitten Lang Chen a little. It turned out to be a small snake the thickness of a golden thread. He pinched the 7 inches and ran his hand through it, and the snake froze then. The snake's bile was dissected out by her. Then he took out a vial from his body and poured out some medicinal powder. Take half internally and half externally. Take it quickly or the poison will attack your heart and you will die. Just as Kolchin did as he was ordered. A sharp whistle was suddenly heard. Suddenly many more snakes were assembled from elsewhere. And at this time, Longchen felt a little better, and that arm regained its sensation. Miss Yoon, what's going on? The kind of snake that has you is called the shadowless golden thread snake. This kind of snake feeds on the venom of the 5 poisons all day long, and it can be bred by human beings. And the one you just encountered is exactly the one that was bred in captivity. This kind of snake native to Daxia would have been native to the southern 3 kingdoms. Just then, the snakes around them swam towards them desperately. Cloudlone didn't worry at all and took out another bottle to change a big circle of 1 square meter around Lingchen. Then he said in a low voice, "These are staghorn powder I'm handing out. With these, those snakes don't dare to play hard to get." Sure enough, those snakes had scruples in their hearts, and they all circled around that circular circle, no one daring to take the initiative to attack. Just at this time, a long-dressed, flowing woman from the southern 3 kingdoms walked over from afar with bare feet. Chapter 39, Subduing the Snake Woman. Noticing that Lang Duan was staring at the woman without looking away, Yun Gu was a bit disdainful. There has never been such a highly poisonous snake on top of the medicine mountain. Tell me where you came from. The woman continued to speak in the raw Daxia national language, although she didn't dare to break through the circle made by the staghorn cloth. Leave this man beside you and I'll have no hard feelings. Cloud Cuculander was very dismissive. Cut the crap. Do you dare to break through this androgynous circle of mine? The woman smiled faintly. Once upon a time I didn't dare, but now well, he. Foreseeing that this woman was unusual, Langchen didn't dare to slack off and immediately activated his transformation mode. Right at this instant some horny scale armor appeared on his body, using his watchword, Mad Dragon Transformation. Right at this moment of completing the transformation, the stag's circle seemed to be diluted by some rainforests that descended from the air. That woman desperately lunged towards cold dust next to her. At first Langchen didn't take it seriously when he suddenly realized that the woman had a snake wrapped around each of her 2 arms. And just as the 2 people intersected each other full on, the other person's tongue had already climbed down the other person's arm to Langchen's arm. Just at this instant, strange noises traveled into the brain. The 2 vipers instantly bit hard on Langchen's arm, not realizing that the other party's arm suddenly grew scales, effectively resisting this snake venom. Langchen's face was calm, and as if nothing had happened, he removed the 2 still undeadly poisonous tongues, and pinched the other party's snake head, popping off with a forceful pinch. Even though there were still 2 bites on Langchen's hands, it couldn't cause any fatal damage to him anymore. Only in the next second, the snakes on the ground all frantically lunged towards Langchen. Only he didn't know why he was actually immune to snake venom at this time. Each of the vipers dropped limply from his body after taking a bite and stood rigidly still. Before long more than 20 snakes, one after another, were defeated. Just as the snake woman took the opportunity to escape, she suddenly found herself crashing into someone's arms. The back of his neck was pinched by Langchen's death grip. Either just surrender or die. Who knew that snake woman was quite tough? I am a Brahmin snake woman. Why would I surrender to a piece of trash like you? Dream on. Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized that a kind of icy spark flickered on Cold Sink's arm. Just at that moment, his own body spasmed as if he had a cramp. It was as if there were countless steel needles stabbing in the 8 meridians and veins, and it was really uncomfortable. At first, he thought that it would pass in a while, but who knew that the longer it took, the more uncomfortable it would become. The snake woman, who was in pain, hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm willing to surrender. Please spare my master's life. Those 3 grandchildren are all in this pissing mood, not having suffered the beatings of society, and all of them are as mad as if they had eaten mad dog. But once they feel that the pot is iron, they all wilt. They even resort to any disgusting means to please their new masters. After this woman was thrown to the ground by Langchen, she very humbly knelt down and used her face to stick to the top of Langchen's feet to show her submission. Langchen then asked him what his name was and where he was from. The snake woman said that she came from the southern 3 kingdoms and was born into a Brahmin family that liked to raise snakes. In fact, she had been instructed by the higher-ups of the great Brahmins to rush over to kill Langchen. After saying his mission, lest Langchen was not pleased, he continued to curry favor. But from now on, I am my master's slave. Whatever my master tells me to do, I'll do it. Life is all yours. Ready to give my life. Just then, he suddenly heard the Yungu beside him grunt and turn around. Langchen hurriedly chased after her. It's not what you think. I don't mean anything else to him. I just want one more clue to deal with the great Brahma. Cloud Cuculander glared at him. What did I think? Do what you like. It's none of my business. Langchen smiled sarcastically and followed him as if nothing had happened. Right at this moment, Where did that snake woman dare to have a hint of harm? Taking the initiative to carry the basket behind Ling Chen on her own back, she very humbly followed behind Ling Chen. Please don't worry, master. With me, Kali Tonli, here, all the poisonous snakes will no longer dare to harm you. You can safely and boldly pick herbs and walk. After about half a day, the entire medicine basket was filled with medicine. Yun Gu led her, expressionless, down the mountain and back home. Just then, suddenly a little girl ran out of the 5 houses, calling out to her father. She lunged at him. He rushed to take the little girl in his arms, and it was none other than his daughter Vivi. He then asked Vivi how she got here. When Uncle Duan went, Auntie Chen and I were at Auntie Fire Phoenix's place. I came with Uncle's son after I got the news. Lang Chen then knew the original reason. Just at this time found that Sun Chao Fire Phoenix and other people have rushed over. Comrades in arms meet extraordinarily cordial. Suddenly another stunning face appeared in front of him. The very same Su Shuiyan that he didn't want to see. The other party was just following behind the 3 comrades. And when they saw that Lang Chen was unharmed, they were originally very joyful. When they suddenly saw that there were 2 more unfamiliar women beside him, and one of them was far superior in appearance, and froze slightly. Who exactly are these 2 beauties? Lang Chen, aren't you going to introduce them? Lang Chen's face was expressionless, and although he realized in hindsight that the so-called Wei Wei wasn't his biological child or something like that, was nothing more than a catch-22. The conflict between the 2 was far from that. She was a far cry from a few of her fellow war veterans. Now the 2 are nothing more than partners with certain common interests, so it was a short introduction to both sides. Yun Gu, Carrie Tonli, this is Su Shuiyan, Wei Wei's mom. Fire Phoenix explained to Ling Chen that since finding out that the products of the Celestial Group were substandard, the relevant units had already seized the companies involved. It then asked Ling Chen if there were any alternatives. Ling Chen said to Su Shuiyan in a commanding tone, I found several green and harmless fruits in the mountains that can be collected to produce freshly squeezed juice. This is a project I want to give to Su Group. Can you do it? Hearing his businesslike tone, Su Shuiyan laughed bitterly in her heart. I'd object, but the whole company is yours. So is my opinion valid? So the reply was, please don't worry boss, I will fulfill the task. Lang Chen didn't have the slightest intention of telling her to rest. You don't need to linger either. Immediately go to the mountains for a field trip. Only that there are a lot of poisonous things in this mountain. In this way I'll send Jiali Tanli to follow you. Kali Tanli immediately fell to her knees when she heard his nod and patted her chest in assurance. Please don't worry master. I will definitely protect the main mother. Before Lang Chen could explain, Yun Zhu grunted and flung her sleeves away. Chapter 40. Opening a new company. The matter of the Celestial Group continued to fester, and Lang Chen stayed out of it, letting the Chao family keep themselves busy. On the other hand, Lang Chen was taking care of the company that belonged to him. Because of this relationship with the Tinglong organization, it was much easier for Lang Chen to do things. He was able to get his business license very smoothly thanks to the help of the Tinglong organization. This new company is a cold beverage company that combines origination engineering and marketing, and does everything by hand and never leaves it to others. Marketing techniques are secondary to the issue of origin and factory construction, which is by far the most important. Trying to purchase a piece of land was a considerable expense, and Lang Chen had spent almost all of his expenses for the first half of his life on it. Nonetheless, the money was still not enough. As a last resort, people from the Tinglong organization helped to come up with some more money. Owing such a big favor, Lang Chen was embarrassed, but there was really nothing he could do. His entire being was now owned by the Tinglong organization, and he couldn't take anything else to repay the organization, so he could only be more dedicated to his work. The factory had just been built and recruiting workers was a problem. After recruiting the workers, the money to run it is another problem. They need to get some investment. This part of the investment, again, is not a little bit of the Tinglong organization, because the mode of operation of this company was exactly the same as how Su Shi's main business was once upon a time. Lang Chen still appointed Su Shuiyan as the legal entity. Of course, Lang Chen adopted a commanding tone rather than consulting. Now that Lang Chen was willing to let her be this legal person, he was already giving her a face, so she naturally didn't dare to refuse. As for marketing, Su Shuiyan had been the president for so many years, so she naturally had her unique means, and Lang Chen wasn't worried. After all, the previous Su clan could be said to be a large enterprise that ranked up and down the country, and Su Shuiyan's personal abilities were outstanding. Although Su Shuiyan as a person was more or less indefensible in terms of her feelings, and more or less unreliable when it came to treating her children. However, Su Shuiyan's ability in business was unquestionable. She was worthy of being born in a merchant family from a young age, and had learned a lot of tactics under her ear. Handing the company over to Su Shuiyan, Lang Chen was very relieved. After all, Lang Chen was now in the Tinglong organization, and there was really no way for him to act as the company's legal person. When she received Lang Chen's order, Su Shuiyan was still slightly surprised. The relationship between the two is now not one of equality, but one of very direct affiliation. What's more, Ling Chen came back this time and also brought back a great beauty of national color. In terms of trust, it's always not his turn to be in the front of the line. How did he not expect that Ling Chen would let himself be the legal person of the company? After receiving the order, Su Shuiyan was surprised and delighted, so naturally she went all out. To make a name for yourself, you must have an advertising program that is extremely widespread. The biggest selling point of the cold beverages sold by Cold Star is their freshness and cleanliness, and the reassuring raw materials. The current cold drink market is already very saturated. Ling Chen did a new brand just entered the market, is bound to suffer from ostracism, difficult to survive. So hit the popularity must be fast, accurate, ruthless, cannot hesitate, and cannot spare the initial capital investment. Immediately after the factory was built, a batch of samples was made. When the sample was sent to Su Shuiyan's office, Su Shuiyan tasted it herself first. This cold drink had a better taste than other juices on the market, and greatly preserved the original flavor of the fruit. There are no messy additives or food safety issues. After determining that the merchandise is fine, the next step is to find advertisers who are willing to work with them. This advertiser is still Su Shuiyan's previous contacts. Before owed Su Shuiyan a big favor. See Su Shuiyan so fresh begging a person to ask for their own. Very quick to agree. Want this advertising program also let Su Shuiyan think through the head. Advertising agency people provided a dozen. All feel that not enough brainwashing. No communication power. It took most of the month before and after to pick out one that I was happy with. Eventually, the commercial and its brainwashing melody quickly went viral on the internet and television. Ling Chen's cold drink company is also a little bit of popularity. But this is only the first step. The next there is a long way to go. After being so busy for so long, I didn't notice that Vivi was also at the age when she should go to kindergarten. Before Su Shuiyan had time to worry about this matter, the director of a bilingual dragon in Phoenix kindergarten took the initiative to find Su Shuiyan. MS. Su, it's like this. Our side would like to invite your child to study in the kindergarten. The environment of the kindergarten. You can come to visit in person some other day, to ensure that you are satisfied. Our side of the curriculum are strictly screen test, easy and fun, will not let the child feel pressure, and can also learn things. The reputation of this kindergarten was very big. Su Shuiyan had heard of it a long time ago, and it would not be a bad thing if Wei Wei could come to this kindergarten to study. What's more, the head gardener had personally called to invite himself over to visit, so if he didn't go, it would be more or less a bit of a disrespect to him. Well, I've been a bit busy lately, so I'll tell you what, I'll bring my child to visit your kindergarten in 3 days, and if there's nothing wrong, we'll go straight to the admission procedure. Su Shuiyan's side is promised, but on second thought, Ling Chen is the child's father. This matter Ling Chen also has the right to know. Ling Chen, let me tell you something. You also know that it's time for Wei Wei to go to kindergarten. Yesterday the director of the Dragon Phoenix Bilingual Kindergarten called me and invited Wei Wei to go to school with them. Su Shuiyan gave Ling Chen a call. So you promise? Ling Chen asked. Su Shuiyan replied. I naturally agreed. After all, that kindergarten is famous out there. I've heard of it long ago. Not to mention the director personally called me. There's nothing wrong with Wei Wei going to study there. But what Su Shuiyan didn't expect was that Ling Chen didn't even think about it and directly refused. I don't agree. You can let anyone's child go. There's no way my child is going to that preschool anyway. This time Su Shuiyan was also a bit unhappy. Why can't I go there and there are no bad people there? It's not like their other kids will eat the child. Besides, I have already promised the director of the garden. How do you want me to tell the director of the garden? Ling Chen said indisputably. That's your problem. I won't allow Wei Wei to go anyway. That kindergarten is run by San. Su Shuiyan was directly anxious. You shouldn't beat everyone to death with a single stroke. It's not possible for everyone to be bad, right? Furthermore, the other children of others did not graduate from kindergarten and turn into San, nor did they do anything illegal. So why can't we go? But the child is here in Ling Chen after all. So Su Shuiyan wants to take back custody, but there is no way to do it. So she has no choice but to sue Ling Chen to try to regain custody. Chapter 41 Custody of Vivi. When he received the summons, Ling Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Su Shuiyan to sue himself because of the matter of Wei Wei's kindergarten. According to normal human thinking, Ling Chen really couldn't think of a reason. If you can't go to this kindergarten, there are many more. Do you need to file a lawsuit over this? Besides, a lawsuit now would have some impact on Wei Wei. The last time Ling Chen and Su Shuiyan quarreled, Wei Wei had a hard time alone for a long time. And if the matter was taken to court this time, Wei Wei would be sad and upset when she found out. Based on the principle that more is better than less, Ling Chen called Su Shuiyan, hoping to make things clear. Su Shuiyan, I admit that what I said before was a bit heavy. but there's no need for you to take it to court. You know, it's not good for Wei Wei if we go to court. Wei Wei also doesn't want to have two moms and dads who fight every day, right? Ling Chen persuaded him bitterly for half a day, but as a result, Su Shuiyan didn't listen at all. I want my daughter. You let her come back to take a look. The other party didn't answer Ling Chen's question at all. Instead, his words changed and he wanted Wei Wei to return to her side. Wei Wei is fine here with me. I told Chen Hong to teach her some self-defense techniques, so when she grows up, she can also protect herself. It would be more or less inconvenient to return to your side. Ling Chen politely refused, but Su Shuiyan still didn't give up. In these 4 years, Wei Wei has always been by my side and had me to take care of. Suddenly he is gone. I also feel very uncomfortable. If I don't have Wei Wei, what's the point of living? These words made Ling Chen very unhappy. In the first 4 years, it was true that Ling Chen did not participate much in Wei Wei's growth in life, but that was also because he had to serve in the military for Su Shuiyan's brother. Now that it was so hard to come back and be able to stay by Wei Wei's side, didn't he wish to spend more time with Wei Wei? Ling Chen disliked back. Then you still told her to get wet in the middle of the night, and to be confused and kidnapped? I can tell you, if it's really like what you said, you can't live without Vivi, then this life of yours is my old one, because when Vivi was about to be kidnapped, it was me who saved Vivi. Su Shuiyan was dumbfounded. Previously, because of some economic crisis in the Su family company, there was a compelling need to do some unauthorized socializing, which was used to contact business and save the company. With the heavy socializing, it was inevitable that Vivi was neglected. Besides, Vivi was her own daughter, and she hadn't expected her mom to sell Vivi to someone else anyway. But now that she doesn't have to do the socializing, there's plenty of time to take care of Vivi herself. With Tenglong as a big backer, there is no worry that the company's business is not good. After thinking carefully for a while, Su Shuiyan said, I did wrong before, but I didn't do it on purpose. Wei Wei is not only your daughter alone, but also my daughter. Would I bear to see him kidnapped and taken away by bad people? I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. If Wei Wei was really taken away on that day, what's the point even if you pay me 1,000? No? Ling Chen was not polite to Su Shuiyan. I told you that was before I was busy. I always have to carve out a little time for work stuff. You can't ask me to completely give up my personal life, right? Furthermore, even if there was a little accident before because of my negligence, I'm not busy now and have plenty of time to spend with Wei Wei. After hearing Su Shuiyan's words, Ling Chen smiled faintly. Coincidentally, I also have a lot of time to spend with Wei Wei. If you really want your daughter, just wait a little longer. In fact, Su Shuiyan was Wei Wei's mom, and it was reasonable to want to see Wei Wei. And every child has their own mom and dad. If Wei Wei didn't have one, Ling Chen was also afraid that she would have low self-esteem. But after all, Vivi was still in danger. There were many people staring at her heart, and if she was out of her protection, she would probably be in danger. So Ling Chen had to keep Vivi by his side for the time being, lest he meet with an accident. Ling Chen spoke a little too loudly, waking up Wei Wei as well, who bounced over and asked, Daddy, who are you talking to? I was talking to your mom. Ling Chen replied. He wasn't hiding it from Vivi. Vivi thought for some time before saying, so it's Mom, I thought she forgot about me. Ling Chen then genuinely laughed out and touched Wei Wei's head. How could that be? She's your real mom after all. No matter what she says on her lips, she still likes you in her heart. Vivi nodded plausibly and left. Recently, she had gotten along very well with Chen Hong and did not want to part with him for a while. I didn't realize that a few days later, Vivi suddenly backtracked. Ling Chen wasn't home, so she had to tug on Chen Hong's clothes and tell her, I want to go to Mommy's house. Chen Hong hesitated. It's so dangerous right now. I wouldn't dare to take you back without Dragon Seat's orders. Furthermore, if you want to see Mom, just give her a video call. Vivi, however, refused. Can seeing my mom be the same as making a video call? I've been away from home for so long. I kind of miss her. Forget it. If you don't take me back, I'll go back by myself. I have money, I can take a taxi by myself. With that, Vivi took a step and was about to walk out. This startled Chen Hong, and she hurriedly pulled Wei Wei to call Ling Chen. Dragon Seat. Wei Wei said that she misses her mom and wants to go to the Su family. What do you think should be done? Chen Hong's tone sounded very difficult. Ling Chen did catch on at once. The reason why Wei Wei thought of Su Shuiyan was because today was Su Shuiyan's birthday. Ling Chen cannot help but feel a little emotional, and he has been in love for so many years, but he is rarely accompanied by him on his birthday. And now, although there is time, but it has been divorced. You buy her something first, coax her a bit, and talk about this matter later, Ling Chen said. After hanging up the phone, Ling Chen symbolically blessed in WeChat and then sent a red envelope to Su Shuiyan. But Su Shuiyan didn't accept this red packet at all. Don't want a red packet. Just Wei Wei. Ling Chen thought to himself, don't want it. Don't want it. Anyway, The daughter is impossible for you to see. But at this time, the daughter personally gave Lang Chen a phone call. Sounded difficult. About to cry. No. I want to see my mom. You can't lock me up. Not even for my mom to see me. These words made Lang Chen's head hurt. He could not bear to see his daughter cry. Even if he was reluctant, he had to agree. Go then. Remember to come back early. Let your auntie Chen Hong accompany you. And be careful on the way. After you see your mom, wish her a happy birthday. Lang Chen gave many more detailed instructions before letting Wei Wei and Chen Hong return to the Su family together. Wei Wei stayed at Su Shuiyan's house for 10 days, and only after dinner did she remember to make a video call to Lang Chen. And in the video, Wei Wei looked small, red and happy. Did you have fun at mom's? Lang Chen asked. Of course I'm happy, and mommy said she's going to take me to kindergarten in a few days and I'm going to make friends with lots of new kids. Vivi replied with great excitement. Lang Chen's color changed in an instant after hearing the words going to kindergarten. You put your mother on the phone. Wei Wei immediately gave the phone to Su Shuiyan. What's wrong, Lang Chen? You're still letting Vivi go to that kindergarten. I'm telling you, there's no way I'm going to agree to this. Don't even think about it. Listening to Lang Chen's hard and angry tone, Su Shuiyan also pulled down her face. Anyway, you already have a Cloud Nun fairy. Why do you still want to keep Wei Wei around and get in your way? You are Wei Wei's father. Originally you have the right to ask which kindergarten Wei Wei goes to, but if you keep this attitude, I definitely won't listen to you. These words baffled Lang Chen. I'm just a colleague with Fairy Cloud Nun. We don't even speak more than a single word, let alone any extra feelings. Chapter 42, Another Social Engagement. Lang Chen explained, but Su Shuiyan didn't listen to him at all. Su Shuiyan hung up the phone and directly pulled Lang Chen black. From then on, no matter how much Lang Chen called him, there was no answer or the other party's number was empty. However, the court later sent someone to inform him that the plaintiff had withdrawn the case and hoped that they would put the well-being of their children first and refrain from further litigation. He had no choice but to ask Chen Hong about Wei Wei's recent situation. Oh, it's Dragon Seat. Vivi is fine here. Su always comes back to keep her company when she has time, and has met a lot of new kids too. She's happy every day. Lang Chen was still uneasy and repeated the confirmation many times. As a result, Chen Hong told him every time that lately Su Shuiyan had gotten off work on time every day and would bring back a lot of snacks and toys for Wei Wei when she got off work, coaxing Wei Wei to be happy. Lang Chen then put down his heart. Although he loved his daughter, but after all, his mind was not as delicate as Su Shuiyan's. Knowing how to please small children, since Vivi was doing well, there was nothing he could say. Su Shuiyan hadn't seen it for too long, and Wei Wei missed it so much. Now Wei Wei had come back specifically to spend her birthday with her, and had also brought her a birthday gift. Moving Su Shuiyan to the core. One must not stay by Vivi's side 24 hours a day, and even if one moves away for a glance, one is afraid that something might happen to Vivi. The love given by her mother was quite different from the love given by her father, and Vivi had a very happy time in their home. Her little face was round and rosy. Su Shuiyan knew that he would sometimes secretly video with Lang Chen, but she wouldn't care much, because she had recently been given an assignment that required her to travel to a faraway place on business, and it was only fair that Vivi had someone to keep her company when she wasn't at home herself. When Lang Chen and Wei Wei were videoing, Wei Wei suddenly complained to Lang Chen. Recently, Mom has been on a business trip, and she didn't even call me. It's really sad. Lang Chen froze. How many days has your mom not contacted you? Vivi snapped her fingers and counted carefully for a while. It's like 7 days. Lang Chen's face instantly sank. No matter how busy he was with work, couldn't he spare a few minutes to care about his daughter? Lang Chen immediately ordered, put your Auntie Chen on the phone. I have something to ask her. Dragon Seat. What's wrong? Chen Hong quickly rushed over. Let me ask you, what was Su Shuiyan out doing this time? And why didn't you tell me when he was out of contact for so long and Wei Wei didn't come home? This was what put Chen Hong on the spot. Aren't you and Mr. Su already divorced? I just didn't tell you because I thought you might not want to hear about her. Lang Chen said in a deep voice. This is not news about him, but about Wei Wei. Forget it, you remember to take care of Wei Wei. After saying this, Lang Chen hung up the phone and turned her hand to dial 1 for Su Shuiyan, because the last time she was blackballed by Su Shuiyan, she purposely changed a new number. This time it was very smooth to broadcast over, but no one answered. After a while, Lang Chen dialed another pass-through, but was prompted that the other party had turned off the phone. Has the phone been turned off? Su Shuiyan's business was very busy, usually needing to keep in touch with the outside world 24 hours a day, and never turned her phone off or muted it. Now that the phone can't be reached, something is definitely wrong. But as things stood, Lang Chen had no other way but to passively wait. It took about 4 hours before Lang Chen received a call back. It was an unfamiliar number, not from Su Shuiyan. After connecting with doubts, the other party sounded like a middle-aged man. Who are you? I'm Ling Chen. The other party gave a long oh. So you're Ling Chen, do you have something to do? Didn't you call me first? Do I still have to ask you what's wrong? Ling Chen's tone was very unpleasant. Yes, it was me who called you. The middle-aged man seemed as if he was just now regaining his memory. Ling Chen, you called Mr. Su, you should be asking where he is. I can tell you very clearly that for a while, Mr. Su won't be able to return. Ling Chen's face immediately sank. What makes you say that? Of course it's because I purposely delayed not approving it. Without my approval, Su Shuiyan wouldn't have been able to return no matter what. The middle-aged man laughed triumphantly. It turned out that he deliberately did not allow Su Shuiyan to go back. The purpose was to tell Su Shuiyan to beg him more, and when the days were long, he could make some excessive demands. Ling Chen and Su Shuiyan were already divorced, so she shouldn't have been in charge of this matter. But Wei Wei was now in Su Shuiyan's house, and she had to go home as soon as possible to see Gu Wei Wei. So Ling Chen was still prepared to give Su Shuiyan a call to remind her slightly, but he didn't expect to be unable to get through no matter what. Just after hanging up Ling Chen's phone, the middle-aged man made a dinner appointment. It was late. Su Shuiyan did not want to go, but in order for the project to get into pass, she had to run this trip. By the time I got to the hotel, it was 9:30. The middle-aged man ordered a large table of dishes, sitting alone in the middle of the private room, and after seeing Su Shuiyan, he beckoned to her, telling her to sit beside him. Mr. Xiang, it's so late. What's the matter? Su Shuiyan smiled awkwardly and didn't want to sit next to him. Mr. Xiang didn't force himself and poured her a glass of wine. Su Shuiyan to before to the total himself has drunk a lot. Now the whole person drunk. Uttered the words also cannot. Brain thinking. Su, you don't know how hard I've had it before. Su Shuiyan the whole person froze. Came up to complain about the bitter. What is the set of projects are not approved? Why do you have to use the trick of selling misery? Not yet waiting for Su Shuiyan to speak, Xiang always continued to complain. I think when my family is poor, I can't even eat a full meal. Later I grew up a little, was my wife saw as a door-to-door son-in-law, but this marriage is not I voluntarily tied the knot, is there arranged? Su Shuiyan had once watched Liang Jin, where Li Degun said it best, arranged marriage. What did you do then? Don't go to bed, but now that you are begging the other party, naturally, you can't dislike them so much. He also had to comfort him awkwardly. Arranged marriages are indeed bad, they are bad habits. Mr. Xiang's eyes lit up at once, thinking that he had found his soulmate. My married life has not been good at all. My wife was too strong. I didn't dare to say anything because once I resisted, my father-in-law's family would severely suppress me. It wasn't easy at all for me to make it to this position today, and the effort I put in is something that a lot of people simply can't imagine. Hearing these words, Su Shuiyan became even more embarrassed. She knew this Mr. Xiang more or less. He was obviously a flamboyant man. How could he be afraid of his wife? Mr. Xiang didn't care what Su Shuiyan said, and said to himself, that's why I hope to find a confidant. Little Uncle Su, I see that you are quite nice. If you can promise me, I will definitely treat you well. This scared Su Shuiyan and she hurriedly stood up from her chair. Mr. Xiang, what are you talking about? There's no way I'm going to promise you. I'm full. Let's see you another day. After saying that, Su Shuiyan was about to leave the hotel. As a result, she suddenly felt that the food she ate made her body hot, and there was some blurring of her mind. General Manager Xiang did not stop him. Su Shuiyan stumbled to the toilet and called Ling Chen at the first opportunity. Ling Chen, come over here and pick me up. After hearing this news, Ling Chen was on fire and told Fire Phoenix to ascertain the location of the meal and hurried over in a hurry. Chapter 43, The Wrath of the Wild Dragon. When the dragon throne is angry, it ambushes thousands of corpses. What a powerful character Ling Chen was. For him to dare to mess with Ling Chen's head was really a most unwise choice. Ling Chen told the Tinglong organization about this, and the person in charge froze. There are still people who dare to seek to mess with you? Ling Chen laughed coldly. There are too many people who dare to provoke me. Ever since I returned to the Su family, which of the piles and incidents I've encountered was not someone else messing with me first? Ling Chen's tone was icy cold to the extreme, and Tinglong's people naturally didn't dare to say anything more. It wasn't hard to hear that as long as someone said one more word of nonsense, Ling Chen was going to beat him up along with him. What's more, when they heard about something like this, Tinglong's people were also quite angry. That General Manager Xiang had taken advantage of people's danger and had bad tactics, so everyone was really shouting at him. Alright, Dragon Seat, we'll be there soon. You send us the address. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone, fearing that Ling Chen was in a fit of anger and cursed even them. Ling Chen wasn't the type of person who didn't have a sense of proportion, but he was also on the verge of losing control. Soon, Tinglong's people followed Ling Chen to the hotel. After inquiring about Su Shuiyan in General Manager Xian's private room, Lang Chen hurried to the third floor with his men. There was only one private room on the entire third floor where the lights were still on. The rest of the place was in darkness, and it was so silent that you could hear a pin drop on the ground. How could no one else come to the third floor of a hotel with so much foot traffic? It must be that item in the deliberate operation, not allowing others to come up and use this opportunity to do something untoward to Su Shuiyan. Lang Chen. When they arrived, they happened to run into a middle-aged man with a woman's arm on his shoulder, walking step by step toward the box. The woman looked so weak that she didn't even have the strength to walk, and was dragged there by the man. Lang Chen's fists tightened, and with a glance, he recognized that the woman was none other than Su Shuiyan, and the man dragging her. If it wasn't Mr. Xiang, who else could it be? If Lang Chen had come one step later, something even more terrible might have been about to happen. Su Shuiyan was now unconscious and unable to resist. Lang Chen is in a rage but still maintains his sanity, ordering the people who followed him to take out their cameras and record the evidence of Xiang's crime. Su Shuiyan was in a daze and heard a greasy voice. "You're drunk. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of you. Go over tonight and we'll be husband and wife." Su Shuiyan kept shaking her head. She didn't want to have any extra relationship with this Xiang, always have dealings with him, purely for the sake of work. If not for the delay in approving that project, she would have been far away from this Xiang. "You let go of me." Just after saying these words, Su Shuiyan was unconscious. Now Xiang can be said to be doing whatever he wants. I didn't expect that the ears suddenly rang with the sound of the cameras snapping. Turned around, only to find that several people are at the end of the corridor, using large and small cameras and cell phones on themselves. Just now that sound is obviously the sound of taking pictures. Had he been filmed? Mr. Xiang was shocked. "What are you doing? Why are you filming me? This is illegal." Lang Chen let out a cold laugh. "You actually know what's illegal and what's not?" Mr. Xiang was not shy either. "Of course I know. It's not as if everyone is legally illiterate like you guys. So what are you doing now? Who is this woman you're dragging around? Where are you taking him? Why exactly is he drunk? You tell me clearly instead," Lang Chen coldly ordered. Those who were familiar with Lang Chen knew that before getting angry, Lang Chen would face others with this cold and icy attitude. When they are not responded to properly, they face extremely serious consequences. Lang Chen finally lost his patience, rushed forward with a few arrow steps, grabbed the guy's collar and pressed it back. Chief Xiang was brought to the wall by Lang Chen and his body hit the wall with a thud. This instantly turned Chief Xiang's head around, and he had absolutely no idea why Lang Chen was doing this. But what surprised him even more was that the next second Lang Chen's fist flew straight at his face. The ring had given him a black eye socket, and the slight bruises gathered under the corner of his eye looked a little scary. After one punch wasn't enough, Lang Chen went to the second round. After finishing and kicking a few more times, the man was on the verge of hitting the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood when Lang Chen stopped. "Do you know who I am?" That guy, however, wasn't convinced at all and even tried to use his connections to make Lang Chen afraid. "After so many years of being in the mall, when have I ever been so belittled?" At this moment, he was pressed against the wall and beaten by a Lang Chen. It was really a disgrace. Therefore Sangchun couldn't wait to say his own, which had hoped that Lang Chen could admit his mistake and repent. But he had made a mistake. Lang Chen didn't eat this at all. "So what? If they dare to harbor you, I'll arrest them too," Lang Chen said. Lang Chen didn't give him any face. Mercilessly one kicked him over to the ground and ordered the people behind him, tie him up and bring him back for a proper interrogation. If the local officials beg for mercy, they will be executed on the spot. Tong Long, as an organization that guards the security of the country, is not something that can be put in place by local forces. As a part of the Tinglong organization, Lang Chen was still handy in disposing of one such person. The person was immediately driven by Lang Chen to the interrogation department of the Tinglong organization. Just after releasing him into the Tinglong organization, Lang Chen received a phone call. "Lang Chen, how have you guys been doing?" Lang Chen guessed that this person might be pleading for him, but still didn't give face to it and said matter-of-factly, "We just arrested a person and brought him back. That person wanted to hurt someone, so we just gave him back. It's like this. I have a favor to ask of you. Can you do me a favor?" The man's language squeaked all of a sudden. "That depends on what it is. If it's a matter of duty, I'll definitely help you out. But if I'm asked to go through the back door and start a small business, that's not going to happen by any means." Lang Chen righteously rejected him. This person knew from Lang Chen's tone that it was impossible to agree, so he hastily found an excuse to cover it up and hung up the phone. But this was clearly not the first, and from here on out, calls came in to the Tinglong organization one after another. When Lang Chen picked up the phone and answered it, it was nothing but pleas for mercy for that steward. At first there was patience, dealing with them one by one, and then it became more and more irritating. "Well, into this thing you can help me. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. Just not pay attention to bring a girl back to the hotel well, can be a big or small things? You open a back door. A moment in the past. After hearing this, Ling Chen was nauseated straight away, and coldly returned to him. Su always works for Tinglong. Harming her is to cross the line with Tinglong. I will never be merciful. After saying that, Ling Chen took the names of those who called to plead for mercy. Chapter 44 Shui Yan begs for peace. At the other end, after Ling Chen knocked down General Manager Xiang, his men immediately mixed Su Shuiyan up and sent her to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Su Shuiyan was still delirious, and when the attending doctor asked why she had become like this, the henchman had a moment of embarrassment and didn't know how to answer, so he had to say that she was drunk. The doctor frowned and said, he was clearly intoxicated with potent ecstasy. How could he be simply drunk? Where exactly did you find him might as well be detailed. The people from the Tinglong organization had no choice but to hide the beginning and the end of the story and pick out the middle to tell the doctor. He was already like this when we saved him from the bad guys. The Tinglong organization man scratched the back of his head with his hand. Embarrassed. The doctor's face then eased. So that's how it is. You guys don't have to worry. He has been intoxicated by a drug. So he fainted. He will wake up tomorrow. When Su Shuiyan woke up, she found Long Chen sitting beside her. When she saw this scene, she suddenly burst into hot tears. It didn't occur to me that there would still be a chance for myself and Ling Chen to sit together in such an amicable manner. Originally, he had thought that when two people met, apart from arguing, there would only be a cold war, but now that she was in danger, it was still Ling Chen who called someone to save her and personally stayed by her side. Seeing him awake, Ling Chen asked, "How is it? Are you better?" Ling Chen had only said such a sentence, and Su Shuiyan's feelings suddenly went out of control. First, he cried out with a wow sound, then struggled to sit up and hugged Ling Chen by his side with a death grip. This scared Ling Chen and subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but he didn't expect Su Shuiyan to hold him so tightly that he struggled a few times, but actually didn't open up. In the face of so many subordinates, Ling Chen is also embarrassed. More struggle. After all, make too much of a stalemate. Spread out will give people a joke. When he was still hesitating to push Su Shuiyan away, Su Shuiyan started crying. "I'm sorry Ling Chen, I shouldn't have ignored your feelings and stayed with another man, nor should I have stood against you when you needed support, and I shouldn't have put Wei Wei in danger 3 times. Ling Chen raised his hand, originally wanting to pinch her shoulder and push her away, but it turned into a gentle pat on her back after hearing her words. Su Shuiyan cried even harder. "I'm sorry, Ling Chen, I can't live without you." Ling Chen sighed. Ling Chen didn't say anything, letting Su Shuiyan continue. He wanted to see what Su Shuiyan really wanted to do. After all, in his perception, Su Shuiyan was a person who never recognized mistakes. "Ling Chen, is it okay if I start over with you?" Su Shuiyan asked. The current Su Shuiyan was crying with pearly blossoms. She was originally good looking, and now that she was crying, she even had a soft feeling. If Ling Chen had just seen her, he thought that he would have been impressed by her appearance. Everything that happened in front of him was indeed out of Ling Chen's expectation. In his opinion, it was obvious that Su Shuiyan had another way out and did not want to be with herself anymore, and that was why she chose to divorce. But why did she ask to get back together with herself on this occasion? With so many people watching beside him, if he refused directly, he was afraid that Su Shuiyan's face would not be able to hang on. So Ling Chen coughed, reminding her that there were others around. "We'll talk about this later. For now you get well, okay? When you're better, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it in detail." But the gentler the tone of Ling Chen's speech, the more uncontrollable Su Shuiyan's emotions became, and the sound of her crying became louder and louder. No, Ling Chen, you don't know how long I've been thinking about it to be able to say these words that I've been holding in my heart. If you were to pick another time, I wouldn't necessarily be able to say them. Ling Chen can't do anything about her. After all, she is now injured. Who can do anything about the injured? He could only let Su Shuiyan continue to babble. Su Shuiyan said a lot of crazy things again, but after experiencing these things, Ling Chen felt that the path he was going to take was an incredibly arduous one, and that one wrong step would lead to a shattered body. "Don't be like this. It's not that I don't want to promise you, but you have to know what I'm doing right now. The path I'm going to take is strong and incomparable. Once ordinary people are involved, I'm afraid that they will die without a burial place." Ling Chen said, "You don't have to scare me so much. I'm not a child anymore. Ling Chen, you bought Su Clan Group, and you also gave me the resident skin pill. If you say you didn't involve me in this, do you believe it yourself?" Su Shuiyan stuttered, her tears wetting Ling Chen's clothes. In fact, Ling Chen was now unable to hear what Su Shuiyan was saying, and could only rely on his familiarity with Su Shuiyan to hear a generalization. After all, she was crying without breath, and the pronunciation of her speech was blurred. Ling Chen was silent. It was true that there were things that he had wronged Su Shuiyin as well, only these were not enough to change his mind. The matter of the resident skin pill is just a matter of hoping that my rear will be stable when I am in a commercial war. I want to exclude all unstable factors. These words were said in a rusty manner to the extreme, and after Su Shuiyin heard them, even her crying stopped. It turned out that Ling Chen appeared to be treating himself well, but actually had ulterior motives. This time Su Shuiyin was not crying. Reason returned. She let go of Ling Chen, carefully recalled what he had just said to Ling Chen. Bleeding Gitus, it is inevitable to blush a little. After all, there are still many people from the Tinglong organization standing inside this ward. Su Shuiyin let go of Ling Chen, and Ling Chen finally had the time to detach the people from the Tinglong organization and have a good chat with Su Shuiyin. All of you leave. I'll be fine here on my own. Ling Chen drove the others away before he said to Su Shuiyin, if you have anything to say it all before you forget. Okay, finish, then I'll say it. Even if you don't think about me, won't you think about Wei Wei too? Wei Wei is our daughter. For his sake, isn't there a little possibility between me and you? Su Shuiyin said. This time it was Ling Chen who didn't understand. Why do you want to remarry me? After divorcing me, there are quite a few people pursuing you. You could have picked a young and excellent one. Other people say, well, horses don't eat back grass. I think you are already the best of the best among your age group. Why hang on to this tree of mine? Su Shuiyin gritted her teeth. I just don't want Wei Wei to have a broken family. This was something that Ling Chen couldn't believe. You don't have to go to this extent for Wei Wei at all. You can find someone who both likes you and treats Wei Wei well. There will be even more people who love Wei Wei by then, won't there? After repeated negotiations, finally Ling Chen compromised. He agreed to maintain nominal harmony with Su Shuiyin, but remarriage was a distant prospect. Chapter 45 Vivi in the Tiger's Mouth. Ling Chen had just finished solving Su Shuiyin's matter over here when bad news came from Wei Wei's side. It turned out that Ling Chen and Su Shuiyin were not by Wei Wei's side to keep her company in the past few days, and Wei Wei missed her mom and dad and got sick all of a sudden. It was business as usual, but then Vivi passed out in her kindergarten class. This coma is inexplicable. No one can say why. Make a phone call to Chen Hong. Chen Hong said, Wei Wei recently everything is normal. There is no problem with the diet, because I eat and Wei Wei eat the same. This scared Ling Chen so much that he couldn't care about anything else and rushed back in the night, and after arriving at the hospital, he didn't find Wei Wei. The patient you inquired about on your side was moved out of our hospital 3 days ago, and our hospital is not responsible for it. The officer in charge of reception said. She didn't know who Vivi was, or who Ling Chen was, and just routinely formulaically told Ling Chen that Vivi was no longer in this hospital and couldn't come to this hospital to find her. Ling Chen immediately became anxious and dialed Wei Wei's attending doctor, who froze, and hearing that it was Ling Chen personally calling him, he was startled. Well, sir, it's a long story, or why don't you go upstairs and I'll tell you more slowly. Ling Chen sank his face upstairs, his face so gloomy that water could drip out. He had only left for a day or two, and his daughter had this kind of incident. It was hard to say that someone was not operating behind the scenes. After arriving at the doctor's office, the attending doctor looked weak and told Ling Chen to sit down and not to be anxious. He would definitely give Ling Chen a statement. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't know if you have kids or not. Anyway, I can't calm down right now. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, there's no way I'm going to stop. The words scared the doctor into a cold sweat. He hadn't been scared much lately, and the last time a group of people had come to pick Viv up, they had endangered him in the same way. However, he also knew that the person in front of him was someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke, and if he could not deliver an answer that would satisfy Ling Chen and draw himself out, his body would definitely be involved. He didn't want to get involved in these people's fights. Don't get excited first. Don't get excited first. You listen to me. Wei Wei was transferred to a big hospital in the south a few days ago to receive treatment. We can't treat her on our side. Hearing him finish, Ling Chen's face became even more ugly. Let me ask you, when was it possible for your hospital to transfer a patient without the family's consent and knowledge? Ling Chen asked word for word. Looking at Ling Chen's posture, he wouldn't be skeptical if he said he wanted to eat him. This is certainly not our hospital's intention. It's the kindergarten's. Kindergarten? I'm Wei Wei's real father. And even I didn't know that you let the kindergarten pick her up. What if you had abducted my child? What if you killed him secretly? Who's responsible if something happens? You? Don't be angry. This thing is really run by the kindergarten. If you are angry, just go to the three of them. I protested at the time, but as long as I dared to say a word of no, that kindergarten's people have too big a background. I really can't afford to mess with them. Having said that, that doctor didn't have the time to deal with Ling Chen and the others, and simply put the blame on the kindergarten, letting Ling Chen go to the kindergarten to settle the score. Speaking of this kindergarten, Lang Chen's mood was even worse. At that time he didn't agree that Wei Wei should come to this kindergarten to go to school. If it wasn't for Su Shuiyan's insistence on sending Wei Wei there, how come they couldn't even see one side of Wei Wei now? Speaking of this, Lang Chen glanced at Su Shuiyan. Let's go then. Go to that kindergarten you've been talking about so much. Being said so by Lang Chen, Su Shuiyan's face was also a bit embarrassed. This matter did have her responsibility. If she hadn't sent Wei Wei to this kindergarten, maybe Wei Wei would still be playing happily at home now. Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan quickly found the person in charge of the kindergarten, but the other party simply ignored Lang Chen's questions. Lang Chen asked repeatedly before the other party answered very impatiently. Our kindergarten is closed management. The child is sent here. Parents cannot intervene. And besides, before sending the child to the park, you have come here to visit. If the child has gone through the admission procedures, it means that you agree with these conditions of ours. This bandit logic scared Lang Chen, and he didn't say anything for a while, and that person in charge took advantage of the situation. Is there anything else you want to ask? I won't say anything else. I'll get you guys later. When exactly will we see Wei Wei? Lang Chen, right now, was only concerned about Wei Wei's downward path. Mentioning this, that person in charge became even more impatient. I have said, the child's safety and health problems. Our kindergarten will be uniformly born. To the holidays will certainly return a healthy child to you. In the meantime I hope that you do not get too involved. Okay, even if you guys are able to do that, then it's not too much to ask which hospital Vivi is in, right? The person in charge didn't know why he was so bottomless, and in the face of Lang Chen's questions, one was more reluctant than the other to answer. You guys just grab the time to go home and have a good rest. Ask so many questions. I am not able to disclose anything. When Su Shuiyan heard this, she was unable to even walk steadily. It didn't occur to her that because of her momentary negligence, it had led to such serious consequences. Lang Chen's heart sank. He knew that Sans de Brahma's organization was staring at Wei Wei. This incident was definitely related to this organization. The disappearance of her daughter had almost broken Su Shuiyan, and if she heard any more about de Brahma and Vivi, she would surely collapse. However, this matter could definitely not be done by him alone, so he told the Tinglong organization. Since it was something with Lang Chen, the Tinglong organization didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and after carefully understanding the causes and consequences, it gave Lang Chen a solution. Don't worry for a moment, Dragon Throne, we will do our best to help you find Vivi. Now Lang Chen was useless even if he was in a hurry, so he could only force himself to calm down so that he could better think about how he could quickly free Wei Wei. Don't worry, I can't be in any more of a hurry now. The only serious thing is to find Wei Wei. The Tinglong organization was very fast, and immediately classified the Great Brahma as an illegal organization and issued an internal order to ban it, and ordered all the members to strictly check the enterprises invested by Design 2 to 3 to be screened, and to closely monitor the news of that hospital, and to record any dealings related to San in their files. Lang Chen knew that San had nothing to do with this matter, and that a day later, Wei Wei would be in more danger. Chapter 46 News of the Holy Child. Tinglong's efficiency was really quite high, and within a few days, Lang Chen received a phone call. Dragon Seat, we have found out a little clue. Come over here and we'll talk about it in detail. Lang Chen rushed to the Tinglong organization, and a man received him into a conference room. This conference room location is very secret. Even the door lock must be fingerprint, face, pupil triple authentication to be able to open. After Lang Chen entered, several of the Tinglong organization's top executives were seated behind the conference table, their eyes gazing straight at him. Dragon Seat, we have found out where your daughter is. As soon as he heard the news related to his daughter, Lang Chen immediately became excited. He hurriedly walked to the table, and it was too late to sit down, directly using his hands to support the table. Quickly, where is my daughter? Lang Chen's tone was very anxious. Here's the thing, not too long ago, we detected a helicopter heading southwest from Vivi's previous hospital. Southwest, now that you found out, show me the exact location and activity trajectory. Lang Chen said, even if this helicopter did leave from the hospital where Vivi had previously stayed, it wasn't certain that the person who picked up Vivi was Vivi, so they would have to check further. You see, 3 days ago stopped from the hospital for 20 minutes. 40 minutes later it came to a stop at a vacant lot to the southwest, and Vivi disappeared exactly 3 days ago. So I don't think you'd believe me if I said that this helicopter and Vivi's disappearance didn't have the slightest connection. Is the exact time right? Lang Chen asked. It's an exact match. And we wouldn't have called to bother you without precise calculations and proof, and we know you're anxious about your daughter, so of course we won't disturb you with useless news. Lang Chen then calmed down a little. Alright, thank you guys, then I'll head to my destination right away. We've gone over early, planted an eye, and gone right over. The efficiency of the Tinglong organization is indeed strangely fast. Lang Chen followed the people from the Tinglong organization to a helicopter and arrived at a wild field 200 miles away. This was exactly where the helicopter had landed as shown on the monitor. And after Lang Chen and the others arrived, they did find a helicopter wreckage not far away. The helicopter was broken beyond Lang Chen's imagination, and it was almost impossible to see what it originally looked like. Why would a perfectly good helicopter suddenly look like this in the middle of 3 days? Lang Chen moved a little closer and looked closely, and realized that the surface of the helicopter was riddled with bullet wounds. The surroundings were also damaged. The few remaining grasses were reduced to ashes, and even the bark of the trees next to them was charred. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle here, and there were stray footprints around the helicopter. Lang Chen lowered his head to take a closer look and actually found a pool of blood next to the footprints. After seeing this bloodstain, Lang Chen's heart sank. Let's not even talk about the fact that this place is so cluttered that it seems like there are a lot of clues, but it's actually hard to make sense of the one that's useful. And judging from the environment, the intensity of the battle was enough to injure a person's life. And if his daughter unfortunately died in the middle of this fight, that scenario, Lang Chenlian couldn't even dare to think about it. Nothing must happen to his Vivi. The clues came to an abrupt end here, and Lang Chen couldn't sort out a single useful one no matter what. Judging by the footprints, it's a jumble of footprints leading everywhere, even to the wasteland. Lang Chen collected the blood on the ground and handed it over to the hospital for testing, and the hospital people barely tested the results, and Vivi's relative to Lang Chen, and could determine that it was not Vivi's blood. Lang Chen's heart dropped a little, which at least meant that Wei Wei's life wasn't in danger right now, or that Wei Wei hadn't been injured during that fight. As long as Vivi is alive, Lang Chen felt that he could accept anything right now. As long as he could save Wei Wei safely, he would be willing to do whatever he was asked to do. But at the moment the search for Vivi seems to have reached a dead end, and no matter what, it can't get a bit of progress. While Lang Chen was at a loss, his teammate, Fire Phoenix, suddenly made a suggestion. Since we can't find out here, let's check the identity of that so-called holy infant. Lang Chen was enlightened. No matter how those people dodged and hid, they were ultimately going to send Wei Wei to the holy infant. After all, their purpose in capturing Vivi was to use Vivi's heart to save the holy child. Thinking of this, Lang Chen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Disregarding the lives of others, only to achieve his own goals. Does such a person still deserve to be called a human being? Simply a devil. You're absolutely right. In that case, let's find out what kind of saint that holy child is, worthy of so many people and so much effort to capture my daughter. Fire Phoenix knew that Lang Chen was now angry. During this period of time, Lang Chen was anxious and angry, and even his hair had boiled a few white. In order to find Wei Wei, Lang Chen could be said to have spared no effort, and had asked all the people he could. Now that there were clues with great difficulty, the people from the Tinglong organization didn't dare to be slow, and immediately began to investigate the holy infant. This holy infant was not well known in the neighborhood, so there wasn't much information to try to find out, except from that company. The company that was run by that Agua country here had tried to cooperate with Lang Chen some time ago, and was rejected by Lang Chen. They are the only ones who have anything to do with the holy child at the moment. But this company was also considered a large group, and actually had a background that even the Tinglong organization had no right to ask about. As a last resort, the Tinglong organization unleashed all the information power in the world. Start at the top of the company and find out where they've been back to on holidays, and who they usually contact. The tracks of these people's activities were checked again, as well as the friends they usually made, and even the social dynamics they sent out through the internet, all of which were lined up. There were even people from the Tinglong organization who had gone undercover in that company, immovably blending into the top echelons and quietly prying for information. The only way to effectively save your daughter is to attack the point and not the rest. Lang Chen and the Tinglong organization's people have been working hard over here for several days to get a little clue. It turns out that this holy child was at the ruins of the Manhwa. Looking at the place where the Buddha was born, Lang Chen's heart was upset. Didn't he say he had a heart problem? Why do you still have the heart to go to the birthplace of the Buddha? Do you want to see the Buddha even when your life has come to an end? Anyway, no matter what, Lang Chen was bound to save Wei Wei back. And as for this holy infant, let him really go to the Western paradise to meet Buddha. Let's move immediately. Lang Chen couldn't wait a second longer. 47. Travel to Nepal. This was also considered a major event that had to be notified to Su Shuiyan. So Lang Chen called Su Shuiyan out for dinner, and in the process told him about Wei Wei's whereabouts. Hearing that Wei Wei had indeed been kidnapped by a group of people, Su Shuiyan's heart throbbed and she nearly fainted on the spot. Lang Chen said, "Don't be in a hurry. Wei Wei's life shouldn't be in danger right now. As long as we go in time, we'll definitely be able to get Wei Wei back." But Su Shuiyan was so worried that no matter what Lang Chen said, she couldn't calm down. What if they didn't wait to get Vivi to the place and cut out her heart? That's the only daughter I have, and I heart him more than anyone else. and I wouldn't want to live if anything happened to him. Looking at Su Shuiyan's level of grief, Lang Chen did not doubt the truthfulness of these words in the slightest. After Wei Wei's disappearance, Su Shuiyan's condition was obvious to everyone. Su Shuiyan can't even eat now. She doesn't work hard, and she is in a trance every day, just waiting for Lang Chen to tell her about Wei Wei's news. Speaking as a mother, Su Shuiyan could be said to be more competent. Fortunately, on top of this dinner table, besides Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan, there was also Saint Dr. Sun Shao. Even Lang Chen broke out in a cold sweat after Su Shuiyan voiced this conjecture. After all, there really was such a possibility. Fortunately, Sun Shao was by their side and said firmly, "You don't have to worry about this, because this possibility is too small. The cost of transportation is quite high, and the survival rate cannot be guaranteed. The best way is to send the news source directly to the operating table and take it now." When Su Shuiyan heard his words, her face immediately turned a few shades of white. Her intestines were now green with remorse. If she hadn't sent Wei Wei to that kindergarten, maybe Wei Wei wouldn't be in danger right now. Although Sun Shao said that Wei Wei's life would not be in danger for the time being, she didn't dare to imagine such a picture. May I ask, which mother can accept her child as an instrument to be used at will by others? Vivi also has a heart, and was not born to exist as a spare for the heart of the Holy Son. Then if you save Wei Wei, you must tell me. Su Shuiyan gazed straight at Lang Chen. Su Shuiyan's nervousness was naturally needless to say, and within that gaze, in addition to nervousness, there was more worry and eagerness. She hoped that both Lang Chen and Wei Wei would return safely. Who could not be worried in a situation where one is your ex-husband, who you still have feelings for, and one is your own daughter? Lang Chen clenched his fists tightly and veins popped up on his forehead. You stay home and watch over the company. Do what I've instructed you to do, and I'll make a trip to Nephero. Don't worry, if the first sign of trouble comes, I'll let you know immediately, and both Vivi and I will return safely. With Lang Chen's assurance, Su Shuiyan instantly felt much more at ease. Su Shuiyan always trusted this man, as if no matter what it was, as long as he opened his mouth, this man would do it for himself. Su Shuiyan nodded. Come back safely. Now Su Shuiyan sort of understood that money and power were not as important as life when compared to each other. After ending the conversation with Su Shuiyan, Lang Chen immediately contacted the people from the Tinglong organization to prepare for the matters related to going to Nepalese. Originally, if Lang Chen was on active duty, it was especially sensitive to want to go out and do things, except that now that he was out of active duty, it was much easier to go to Polo as a businessman. Lang Chen, after all, was ostensibly a free man, and there weren't as many rules and regulations about what he wanted to do as there had been before. Lang Chen's visa was prepared long ago by the people from the Tinglong organization. All they needed to prepare was the airfare, and one had to book the closest airfare to the present time to do so, and everything needed to be done in a hurry, because Vivi had disappeared 3 days ago, and there was just so much that could be done in those 3 days. Go late and it could all be too late. Look, Dragonza, here's a map of Nephero. We'll arrive by airplane first, and then we'll have to change our ride to the exact location afterward. Lang Chen nodded and said, not afraid of trouble. As long as we can reach it, we can go any way we want. I know, we might run into danger on the way, so we must be prepared for anything. Lang Chen said, that I know. After all, there must be someone watching us, and I'm sure it won't be long before the news of our boarding will reach Nephero. The man from the Dragon organization asked, so do we need to disguise our boarding information? Let's get the others to leave on the tickets we booked first, and we'll take another plane to Nepal. There is no need for this. You have to know just anyway they know we went and took. We simply have no way. You still do not believe me? Lang Chen said. Lang Chen possessed absolute confidence in his own ability, not to mention that in order to save his daughter, he had used all his skills. It's also in giving too much time for the delay in changing planes. After all, it only takes half a day to do an operation. It just so happens that we have a project that is going to start in Nephero. You'll just go to Nepalo as the manager of this project. They were immediately ready to book their flights. When we arrived at the airport, we realized that the plane tickets for the day were sold out, and if we wanted to travel to Nepal, we would have to buy tickets for the next day. Lang Chen and the people from the Tinglong organization exchanged glances. Any of them knew that the tickets would never be sold out at this time of the year, and that someone was definitely making a mess of it. What's more, when booking tickets, there were still tickets available in the last second, and once Lang Chen and the others' identity information was entered, it immediately showed that they were sold out. Such a situation said that there is no one in the dark operation. Put Lang Chen killed will not believe. It looks like the A.S.S. is ready to make their move. Fortunately, Lang Chen was not without people he knew at the airport, and with the efficiency of the Jackie Chan organization, he quickly got through to one of the connections and got a plane ticket. It was a 10-hour long journey, and after arriving at his destination, Lang Chen was already exhausted. I did not expect to take the airplane and so tired. Lang Chen's eyes have not closed. Hard to stay up for nearly a day. After arriving at his destination, Lang Chen immediately contacted the Tenglong organization's hidden line in Nepalese. Dark Line heard about this, but there was some helplessness. The journey of the Holy Child's movements are kept absolutely secret. Even if I were in Niblo, I wouldn't know the exact location of where the Holy Child is. This Lang Chen's heart is another layer. I did not expect to just catch a little hope, and immediately broke all the clues. I don't believe it. If you want people to know unless you do it yourself, as long as someone walks through the place, it will definitely leave traces, Lang Chen said stubbornly. It seemed that this holy infant also knew that he had many enemies, and if he made his route public, he would be assassinated at any time by an unknown force. But Lang Chen is not a vegetarian. No matter what, he must find him and save his daughter. Chapter 48 Differences in the Car. However, what Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan didn't know was that this disappearance of Wei Wei wasn't an accident at all. This whole thing was deliberately planned and executed from start to finish by someone with a heart of gold. Although it is clear from the hospital's attendance records and examination results that Vivi was indeed admitted to the hospital because she suffered a heart attack during kindergarten class, but Wei Wei was in good health, and even when she arrived at Su Shuiyan's house, she always maintained a good mood and a regular, healthy diet. There was no reason for Viv to have a heart attack. The only explanation is that someone is secretly manipulating this. There really is a bad guy hiding in that kindergarten. Vivi is usually in the middle of the kindergarten and loves to eat the snacks and treats prepared between classes. One of the desserts in the shape of a strawberry was especially Zhang Weiwei's favorite. Therefore Wei Wei must have a bite of the strawberry cake even if she doesn't eat anything. The reason she had a heart attack that day was because one of the kindergarten ants had put drugs in the strawberry shortcake that made people's heart rhythm go haywire. This ant had been secretly observing Wei Wei for a long time and knew that she would eat a piece of strawberry cake every day before she deliberately drugged the cake. Unsurprisingly, Vivi did eat the cake with the mini-want and quickly passed out. Vivi hadn't eaten anything else bad before and hadn't been in a foul mood with anyone, and hadn't changed drastically enough to warrant the possibility of any other onset of illness. So the kindergarten immediately took Vivi to the hospital under the name of unconsciousness for medical treatment, and then quickly turned out again. The entire process was unknown to Wei Wei herself, and the hospital only notified Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan after the fact, while the kindergarten never gave any notice to Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan. When Wei Wei was being transferred, they threatened Wei Wei's attending doctor, causing him to not dare to tell the truth to Lang Chen in the first place. There was another delay in this, and by this time Vivi had been taken by helicopter 200 miles away. Originally, the helicopter was going to fly directly to a more secluded location, and then transfer Vivi quietly to Nephro in another way. But to everyone's surprise, the plane ran out of fuel and landed right over the clearing. Originally, the helicopter was already very passive when it was parked in this deserted place, but who knew that it would also be attacked by a group of unidentified people? The group was all masked, dressed in a black leotard, short and habitually arching their backs. As soon as they came up, they surrounded everyone in the helicopter, while a nanny named Buffy, holding Vivi, stood in the middle of the crowd, protected by layers of protection. They all knew that this time their purpose was only Vivi's heart, so before they reached their destination, they had to make sure that Vivi was safe and healthy. The heart removed this way is the best. These masked men saw San coming down from the airplane and inexplicably developed great hostility. 8 duck roads. The black-clad man at the head of the group shouted, but this kind of words, San simply cannot understand, only from the tone of voice. This black man should be scolding him. After all, greetings did not fight with eyes open and teeth bared, so San cursed back in the expletives of his own country. The black-clothed man naturally couldn't understand the language of Asan, just from the physical form and tone of voice above. It wasn't hard to guess that Asan should be greeting himself. Baka! The man in black cursed loudly again. San also cursed back defiantly, and strangely enough these two groups of people, although they did not speak the same language, tacitly swore at each other in their own language. No one knew what started the argument, but no one was admitting defeat and showing weakness. After finally cursing, both sides were getting more and more agitated, and the masked man pulled out a flying knife from somewhere and threw it straight at him. The flying angle of the flying dagger was so strange that one must not avoid it, and it directly stabbed the arm of an Asan. This behavior is a naked provocation and declaration of war. San is not a vegetarian, was already in the air, in a fit of anger, the two waves of people in a chaotic fight. This group of masked men were prepared to have a tussle with the San, but the San were caught off guard by the encounter with this masked man, and thus had the disadvantage in terms of innate conditions. San pulled out his gun afterward in the midst of the chaos and fired a burst of shots at the masked man. There weren't many with guns among this group of masked men, and it was reasonable to say that when cold weapons fought hot weapons, how it was the hot weapons that won. However, this masked man did not know what kind of kung fu he had practiced, and when the bullets were about to hit them, his body had twisted at an incredible angle. dodging the bullets. The flexibility and reaction speed of this body were far beyond the reach of normal people. San was so taken aback that he even forgot to design a bullet. At this time, the masked man instead pulled out a couple of guns and fired at the helicopter and the gang of San. Caught off guard, the San were dead and wounded, and even the helicopter was pierced by bullets. The puddle of blood on the floor was also left by an injured San. The San were pushed to the brink and had to fight back to the death, and after a great battle, both men were defeated. The masked men, only 3 were left alive, and only 4 or 5 of the San survived. Aunt Buffy, who had been holding Vivi, took advantage of the chaos and escaped with Vivi. The two groups were fighting so hard that none of them noticed the disappearance of Vivi and Buffy. Buffy ran slowly with Viv in her arms, but by the time the two waves reacted, she was on the highway, even if she was running slowly. When he got to the highway, he saw a car fly past, and a brief pair of coded messages told him that this was the man who had come to be with him on the street. Getting in the car, Buffy hugged Viv and escaped. There were 4 people in the car, a doctor, 2 bodyguards and the rest were Aunt Buffy. The doctor was very excited to see Vivi and immediately took out a scalpel to remove Vivi's heart. It was being stopped by Buffy. No, now is not the time, please don't hurt her life. The doctor, a very paranoid Brahmin, glared. What are you protecting this little girl for? Even if she doesn't die now, she will always die later. Is it hard to believe that you have been turned? Of course I didn't. I just don't think it's the right time. Buffy held Vivi tightly, not letting the doctor kill Vivi now. The doctor slapped Buffy hard. What are you? How dare you question my decision? Now get down on your knees and lick my toes and I will forgive you. Buffy was in a lower position than him and had to operate, but still wouldn't let the doctor take Vivi's heart now. The viability will suffer if we move the heart now. We don't have a better freezing device, and we can't escape the scrutiny along the way, so it's the safest thing to leave him alive until it's time for the operating table. The doctor gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, there was nothing else he could do, but he threatened Buffy with finding a place to serve him when he was relaxed, and Buffy couldn't refuse, so she agreed. Chapter 49, In-Flight Crisis. The situation was complicated on the Nepalese side, and Lang Chan's journey hadn't been very smooth. The formal boarding procedure was obstructed, and after the people from the Tinglong organization bought the tickets through layers of connections, Lang Chan suddenly changed his mind. Lang Chan must have the spies of the 3 kingdoms around him, so Lang Chen decided to start with 2 people from the Tinglong organization. That also kinda Lang Chen to sit on this plane. The real Kolchen, on the other hand, followed a merchant group on a chartered flight to Nipolo. It was a trick to confuse the other side, and there was almost no difference between the departure time of the merchant group's plane and the mall's plane. So Lang Chen quickly arrived at the location, boarded the plane, and followed them to Nipolo. Lang Chen had just stepped onto the plane with his front foot when he received a top-secret message from the Tinglong organization. Someone is lurking among the chartered planes with the intention of blowing them up. Be precious and careful. Lang Chen was cold for 2 or 3 seconds and was just about to leave the plane when he was pushed from behind. He was already half a foot away from the airplane ramp, and the man behind him was pushing him forward while muttering disgruntledly, "What's the point of dawdling? If you're not in a hurry, aren't others in a hurry?" Lang Chen turned his head back, trying to explain to him, and was met with a pair of unreasonable eyes. The man's face was also ugly to the extreme, and when he saw that Lang Chen still dared to turn back, he became even more angry. "You don't look very old. No wonder you don't have any sense of time. Our time is precious. Go or get off." That person, to the anger, cursed a little louder. The people behind them, more dissatisfied, have urged Lang Chen, "Do not stand there not moving." The arrow had to be fired. Lang Chen wanted to turn back, but there was no turning back to go. Therefore, even though he knew it was dangerous, Lang Chen still got on the airplane. Soon, the entire crew arrived and the plane was ready to take off. Lang Chen wanted to go to the cockpit to tell the captain, but there was no more chance. Coincidentally, the man who had shoved him behind him happened to be sitting next to him. Seeing that Lang Chen had been looking around, the man spoke again. "Little brother, I didn't mean to talk about you just now, but I'm really in a hurry. I have a very important business to talk about. I don't know what's the matter with you looking around. If you have questions, you can ask me." This person's attitude softened again, toward the fact that just now he was really looking for a few paths and was blocked by Lang Chen. That's why his tone was a bit heavier, but Lang Chen didn't dare to tell him these words. Although Lang Chen didn't doubt the accuracy of the Tinglong organization's news, but before the incident happened, if it was spread widely, it would definitely accelerate the speed at which the outlaws made their move and cause widespread panic. The best thing to do at the moment is to find out who the miscreants are lurking in the plane as soon as possible, and then take care of them as fast as possible. There were many shareholders of well-known domestic enterprises on this airplane besides himself, and if even they died together, it would be a huge loss for the economy. Lang Chen shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I didn't blame you just now. After all, It was me who was in the wrong, but it's not good to tell you about me. The man smiled back. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. I won't force you, but the plane is already about to take off, so be safe and just don't wander around. It was at this moment that a fat-headed traveler from a stick country stood up. Mr. Chow, why are you still polite with this kind of person? Look at his shabby appearance. It looks like it's his first time to take an airplane. His first time to sit in first class. People are scared silly. The man he called Mr. Lee shook his head. Don't talk about others like that. It's not that I'm talking about him. Look at him like that. How does he deserve to sit with us? The fat-headed stickman became more and more agitated as he spoke, and the expression on his face became more and more hideous and ugly. Lang Chen didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either, and immediately stood up from his seat. What do you mean you're still standing up? Could it be that you know you don't deserve to sit here and can't wait to leave? The stick countryman laughed out loud, and pointed at Lang Chen. Then you should hurry up and get out of here, lest you dirty our eyes. Whose eyes are dirty? Lang Chen asked. Yours? I don't think so. Do you actually have eyes? That stickman's face instantly became very ugly, not expecting Lang Chen, a poor man, to sit with a business powerhouse like himself and actually dare to speak out against him. Brat, do you know what happens when you piss me off? Lang Chen raised one eyebrow. I don't know. Try. The stickman was completely enraged and lunged at Lang Chen, who took advantage of the opportunity to throw a big punch. Since someone had come to hit him first, he had no reason not to hit him back, first dodging the blow, and the man fell back into the plane from inertia. The travelers around them didn't laugh out loud, but they couldn't hide the laughter in their eyes. It was only when the demi-national stood up again that Lang Chen took the initiative and attacked, beating the man so badly that he didn't even recognize his mother. Seeing that the fight was getting more and more heated, the captain was finally alerted. It was already time to take off, but the captain refused to take off and notified the security personnel on the plane to bring Lang Chen and the two of them to the police room on board. It was a good opportunity to meet the captain, and Lang Chen obediently followed the security personnel over. Say, what did you two fight over? Do you know that such behavior is very dangerous? And if you are not careful, you may harm the whole plane. Lang Chen listened silently and waited for him to finish before showing his credentials. The security officer was startled and rushed to forward the documents to the captain for his judgment. The captain was also shocked to see this document and immediately called Lang Chen to his cockpit. After Lang Chen arrived at the cockpit, he didn't talk nonsense. The airfield is very unsafe right now. Before boarding the plane, I received secret information that there are thugs on the plane who intend to blow up the plane. This time the captain's eyes widened. Pursuing the question, he said, is this thing true or false? If you lie to me, even if your identity is laid out here, I won't be able to take it lying down. You believe me. If you don't believe me, you can always do a good lineup to see if anyone is carrying dangerous items in their backpacks or pockets. Lang Chen said decisively. The security personnel did not dare to be careless, and immediately organized a sweep of the passengers and all the suitcases. After a sweep, the time bomb was finally found in the flight attendant Lily's trolley case. Lang Chen felt puzzled and wondered how this had gotten through the security check. After the flight attendant was taken away, the danger was removed. Lang Chen returned to the first-class cabin, and when he went back again, finally no one looked at him with contempt. Lang Chen nodded to Mr. Lee and fell into a deep sleep, flying safely all the way to Nepal. Chapter 50, Mutants. In any case, let's first take a look at the ruins of the Gaviara Kingdom. Lang Chen said. A few days earlier, he had gotten word that the Holy Child was making a pilgrimage near this site. It had been a long time ago, but it was the only location he knew of that had anything to do with the Holy Child. The Dark Lion said very helplessly, it can only be so. I really can't find out more about the Holy Infant, so I can only slowly check it out after arriving at the ruins. Lang Chen could understand. After all, this Holy Infant is treated like a treasure by all of them in the three kingdoms, and it is natural that where it goes will not be completely publicized for fear that there will be people with bad intentions who will go and assassinate it. Good, then let's go and get moving right away. 1 second later and Vivi is in more danger. Thus, Lang Chen immediately set out for the ruins of the Gaviara Kingdom. Originally, the journey was very peaceful. Nothing came to obstruct them, but just halfway there, they saw two biochemicals. Now that they happened to be in the middle of nowhere, the two biochemicals stood in the middle of the grass glaring at Lang Chen. They were very weird looking, their whole face was green and their eyes were blue and glowing with cold light. Lang Chen hated such bizarre looks. One look made people feel uncomfortable. It was better to do more than less. These two biochemicals didn't attack Lang Chen, so Lang Chen planned to pretend to be invisible and wait until he had the effort to clean them up. However, after Lang Chen entered their field of vision, he had only just moved one step, as if he had touched some switch. The two biochemicals immediately came to life and pounced fiercely in Lang Chen's direction. The two biochemicals were moving very fast. In Lang Chen's perspective, he almost only saw two green lights, and in a flash there were 2 more biochemicals in front of him with teeth and claws. "What are you doing? Sneak attack?" Lang Chen yelled, taking 4 or 5 steps backward in a row. Biochemicals string without hearing, as if there is no auditory system, just found that Lang Chen dodged their attacks. To his glance, faced with some angry emotions, changed the angle, and again launched an attack on Lang Chen. "Is it over yet? I didn't mess with you guys anywhere, right?" Lang Chen spoke again. This time, the 2 biochemicals still treated it as if they couldn't hear. Lang Chen didn't believe it and issued another warning. "If you guys take another step forward, don't blame me for not being polite. If you guys aren't idiots, just immediately stop there and don't move again." The 2 cyborgs remained unmoved, minding their own business. Lang Chen also reacted now that these 2 people should have been deprived of their hearing. When one of the 5 senses is weakened, the others expand exponentially. They had cruelly deprived the 2 biochemists of their hearing in order to strengthen their eyesight and reaction speed. Lang Chen stopped retreating and met the battle head-on. The fighting ability of these 2 biochemicals was not very strong, as if the only advantage was just excellent eyesight, able to capture Lang Chen's subtle movements, and very fast reaction speed. It was also very sensitive, able to dodge most of Lang Chen's attacks. After they really fought, it was easy to realize that they didn't fight Lang Chen head-on at all, instead relying on their flexibility to repeatedly pull with Lang Chen. But such flexibility was not useful in front of the absolute power gap. The speed of Lang Chen's punches was not as fast as theirs, but the power in the circle was not something that these 2 biochemicals could resist. The punch was originally intended to hit the biochemist's heart, but it was dodged by the biochemist's slight sidestep. The punch also landed on the right shoulder. The moment his fist touched the biochemist's body, that populace, the biochemist that Lang Chen had attacked, spewed out a mouthful of blood furiously, and collapsed on the ground, grunting unceasingly. The impact started from the shoulder and flowed to all parts of the body. Even the internal organs were damaged. He could get himself out of harm's way, but he couldn't avoid it completely without being damaged in the slightest. Lang Chen didn't care where it reached. Anyway, as long as this punch hit, the person who received the punch would definitely not have a good time. When that biochemist fell to the ground, the other biochemist, Kenju, became even more furious, and he had already doubled his speed from a moment ago, rushing towards Lang Chen, flashing his long fingernails. However, the destructive power of this attack was very small, although it hit Lang Chen's body but it didn't even scratch a layer of skin. The biochemist was about to fight again when he was pulled back by another biochemist who had already fallen to the ground, and they looked at each other, their minds instantly connected. Lang Chen hadn't even reacted yet. They poured a green potion into their mouths, and after this potion was drunk, the fallen biochemist immediately came to life, while the uninjured biochemist became even stronger. After this potion was drunk, they went into a state of paranoia, and they didn't know the pain of knives and guns, and their strength was greater than before. They stood up once more and attacked Lang Chen together. Lang Chen hadn't yet realized the matter of their strength becoming greater, only after being slapped between oversights. Obviously it still looked exactly the same as before, but their speed of movement and method of attack, as well as the intensity of their strikes had changed drastically, as if completely changed 2 people. Soon let Lang Chen cannot resist. Long nails scraped Lang Chen's face. There is a nail, sharp as if the knife, straight at Lang Chen's aorta scraped. Lang Chen narrowly escaped death, woefully leaning backward onto the ground, hitting 2 or 3 rolls and going out 4 or 5 meters before escaping the danger. Lang Chen kept a safe distance from the biochemicals, but he gradually realized that if he dragged on like this, his stamina would get worse and worse. In desperation, Lang Chen used the Berserk Dragon transformation, increasing his strength to 3 times his original strength, and knocking the 2 out in a few rounds. With only their last breath left, the 2 biochemicals were carried back to their territory by Lang Chen. Look what I found on the way there. These 2 biochemicals even blocked the road ahead. They must know something. No matter what means you use, you must force them to tell the truth, Lang Chen said in an undeniable manner. Someone soon dragged the 2 biochemicals down and interrogated them after some divine questioning. Lang Chen and the others realized that the original Holy Infant had already been stationed in the Brahmin hospital in the south. Although Lang Chen still didn't know where Wei Wei was, knowing the whereabouts of the voice would give an answer to all of this. The place where Vivi was must not be far from Holy Infant, and even if Vivi had not yet arrived some time later, she would surely be taken to the hospital to join Holy Infant. What's more, Lang Chen could hijack the Holy Infant in exchange for Wei Wei's safety. During his journey south, Lang Chen met the great Brahma master, Brahmin Zhu Meng Bodhi, in a pristine forest. Zhu Meng Bodhi's purpose was to block Lang Chen, not wanting Lang Chen to just walk away from Wei Wei. Although this man was an expert, his daughter could not be saved. Unable to do anything else, Lang Chen had no choice but to get into a fight with this man. This expert fought until the end, and both Lang Chen and Lang Chen were defeated. Lang Chen proposed that each of them rest for a period of time. After all, both of their bodies had reached their limits, and if anyone forced themselves to stand up again, they would surely be pulverized. Zhu Mengbodi agreed. Just as he was about to sit down, Lang Chen took the opportunity to send out a dark arrow that went straight for Zhu Mengbodi's heart. After killing the man, Lang Chen used bone-melting water to melt away his corpse and, through the makeup skills specially trained in the Tinglong organization, made up as him, wholesale toting a mantle and going barefoot to the kingdom of Kabira. Chapter 51 The Little Girl of Mercy. After penetrating out of this primitive forest, he saw a village. Strangely enough, the village was dead inside, as if there were no living people. Lang Chen felt strange. It wasn't as if winter didn't exist now and froze people alive. Not to mention the temperature here. Even in winter it wouldn't be that cold. And the terrain here was flat. There were no mountains around, no big rivers, and there was no possibility of a natural disaster. The only possibility is that it was a man-made disaster. But what kind of person has the power to slaughter an entire village clean? Lang Chen continued to walk a few steps forward and suddenly saw a thatched-up shed a few dozen meters ahead. A lot of people had gathered around this shed instead. Some sitting, some standing, in a long line. Lang Chen quickened his pace and walked over. When the people in the village saw that Lang Chen was a monk wearing a robe and holding a mantle, they couldn't help but show him some respect. The people of this country were all very religious in Buddhism, so when they saw Lang Chen, who was a monk, they naturally did not dare to be slow. A man of about 40 or 50 years of age came up, as if he were the leader of the men. Amitabha Buddha, Master. The old man clasped his hands together and bowed at Lang Chen. Lang Chen also bowed slightly and returned the salute. Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. A guilty look appeared on that old man's face. Master's arrival here should have been fed with porridge and rice, but our village was just hit by a locust plague not long ago and now the villagers can't even eat a full meal, so they really can't take anything to feed you. Lang Chen was shocked. It turned out that the reason the village looked dead was because it had suffered a locust plague. No wonder the villagers had no blood on their faces when they got closer, and all of them were slightly yellowed, as if they were about to rot like vegetable leaves. Those villagers all stood up when they saw him and bowed at him. But even such a simple action as standing up looked very laborious. It was evident that every one of these residents was hungry. Lang Chen again carefully observed, which realized that each of them held a bowl in their hands. Some late still late good, some play but already broken. That bowl inside the thin gruel rice. Lang Chen raised his head and glanced towards the shed. It turned out that this was a kanji shed that was giving kanji to these victims. Master, go over and receive a bowl as well, that old man said helplessly. When it comes to our place, that's all there is to it. With that, the old man handed Lang Chen a bowl. Lang Chen took the bowl, and after approaching the porridge shed, he was surprised to find that the person who was giving porridge to these victims was actually a little girl. This little girl looks no more than 3 or 4 years old. According to the villagers, he opened a porridge hut at the east end of the village every day for 2 meals a day, providing the villagers with a little food to eat. There wasn't enough to eat, but there was enough to survive, and all the villagers were gracious to her. When Lang Chen arrived here, it was already almost dark, and it was really inconvenient to walk at night, so he had to stay inside this village. Lang Chen stayed at the home of the old man who had struck up a conversation with him during the day, and the old man could not even take a mouthful of tea, full of apologies, hoping that Lang Chen would understand. This is, after all, a natural disaster that was struck, and everyone can't help it, so there's no need to apologize to me, Lang Chen said. Early the next morning, Lang Chen was woken up by a miscellaneous noise. Master, get up quickly, let's run, the old man exclaimed. Lang Chen had just woken up from his nap and was still in a daze. What happened? Wasn't it fine yesterday? He originally thought it was the old man, telling him to go with him to the kanji shed to collect the kanji, but the old man's tone was getting more and more anxious, and it didn't sound like he was joking. The promenade is coming. A Brahmin is coming, the old man shouted. He wants us all to be his slaves, and if anyone disobeys, he will drag them down and beat them alive. Run away, lest you be implicated in this. Hearing the old man say this, Lang Chen was even more unable to leave. He had at least accepted the goodwill of these villagers, so how could he do things regardless? I am not going to leave. I would like to see what means he has to be able to turn the whole village into slaves. Saying that, Lang Chen walked towards the outside. There was not a single person inside the village, until he walked to the east end of the village, only to realize that near the porridge shed, there was a large number of people who refused to do the same as yesterday. After observing for a while more, I found that it was 2 groups of people who were confronting among them. One moment it was the little girl and her entourage around her yesterday, and practicing for a while it should be the Brahmins that the old man had mentioned. What are you? Who are you to come here to give kanji? The Brahmin taunted. If you're sensible, hurry up and leave. For the sake of your young age, I can let you go. The little girl simply ignored him, and with a wave of her hand, the thugs around her rushed up and wrestled with the Brahmin band. I did not expect this Brahmin to bring people. Quickly by the little girl's beaters fled in all directions. The villagers originally hanging heart also let go. Lang Chen was originally prepared to make a move, but when he saw that the little girl had solved the trouble on her own, he didn't show his face. Thanks to you, I really thank you for today. One by one, the villagers thanked like this little girl. There's no need to thank me. What I'm most displeased with in my life are these people who bully good people, the little girl said in a tender childish voice. After the evil Brahmin was driven away, the kanji hut resumed administering kanji, and every villager received a portion, and Lang Chen was no exception. And the little girl gave Lang Chen an extra bowl after she saw him. Lang Chen walked over with 2 bowls of porridge, causing many villagers to look at him with envy. Lang Chen shared one of the bowls. Eat more if you're hungry. The villagers have thanked Lang Chen again. Lang Chen embarrassed smile, thinking that he is only doing a favor. I didn't realize that the sun had just risen right in the middle of the day when that evil Brahmin came back to kill again. The little girl's kanji hut had just finished giving kanji when the old Brahmin rushed over with a large group of thugs. The villagers immediately shrank into a ball of fear. And that little girl stood at the forefront. Why are you back again? Haven't you forgotten the humiliation of the morning? Want to feel it again? It is precisely because I have not forgotten the humiliation of the morning that I have rushed back, and this time I will surely clear my name and avenge myself. Once the matter came to a head, there was no need to say more. The 2 groups of people quickly began to fight. This time, that Brahmin brought an especially large number of people, and soon the little girl's guards fell, and there were even a few that were directly killed. One of the thugs, all arms, grabbed the little girl and put a knife to her neck. No one who has bullied me has lived in this world yet. I'll let you go down to meet the king of hell today as well. At the critical moment, Lang Chen finally stopped watching from the sidelines. If he hadn't stepped in, such a kind person would have been brutally murdered by the Brahmin. Those fighters, despite being numerous, were no match for Lang Chen, and were soon broken down one by Lang Chen, knocking them to the ground. Lang Chen stepped in to take care of the thugs and rescued the little girl. Chapter 52, The Identity of the Little Girl. The little girl kept thanking Lang Chen. Thanks to you today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of these people. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. What you did was good. It's only right for me to help you. You stay here and continue to open the kanji farm. I'm willing to protect you by your side, Lang Chen said. But before Lang Chen could finish his words, a large group of people surged at the entrance of the village. After these people saw the little girl, they respectfully saluted her, and after glancing at Lang Chen, they surrounded him. My lady, we have found out clearly that this man impersonated a Brahmin. His crime is beyond punishment and he should be hanged immediately. The little girl shook her head and said, he's a kind man and he saved me. You shouldn't give him a hard time. In this way, the little girl also had Lang Chen once. Lang Chen stayed by the girl's side, not moving an inch to protect the safety of the little girl. 2 or 3 days passed, and Lang Chen suddenly realized that there was something wrong with this little girl. As to where it was wrong, he couldn't tell. The locust plague had dealt a devastating blow to this village, and without the kanji farm opened by the little girl, the villagers would surely have starved to death. After all, because of this locust plague, the young and strong villagers had left the area, leaving only the old and sick who didn't have the stamina to travel long distances. Wanting them to stand on their own 2 feet is absolutely impossible in a village where there are no other villages around. Lang Chen followed the little girl and stayed behind. Master, aren't you leaving yet? The little girl said. In a few days, it may be raining, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to walk barefoot then. Lang Chen smiled and said, there's no harm in me staying here and staying with you for a while. You won't kick me out. The little girl smiled along with her. Of course not. I am very happy that you are staying here. By the way, why do you take medicine so often? Lang Chen suddenly asked this. The little girl was instantly bewildered by Lang Chen's question. She never thought that Lang Chen would ask this question, and was momentarily at a loss for an answer. And the reason why Lang Chen asked this question was because he found that the little girl carried a doctor with her and often prescribed him some strange medicines, which looked particularly large, and the little girl never dropped them 3 times a day. And every time the doctor prescribed medicine for the little girl, he spoke Sanskrit. If it's just a normal illness, it's not necessary. What are you asking for? I've just had a bit of a cold lately, and you know it just rained on me the other day. The little girl prevaricated. Lang Chen certainly didn't believe this remark. It was true that it had rained a few days ago, but that day the little girl had been hiding at home, never coming out to get wet, and there was no cold, so how could she have caught a cold? Plus, that big handful of medicine didn't look like it was for a common cold. But obviously, the little girl was not willing to Lang Chen to elaborate on this issue, so Lang Chen Knight had the sense to shut up. It's time for your medicine. The doctor the little girl had brought along with her arrived just after lunchtime. This doctor came in more accurate than clockwork and tirelessly supervised the little girl's medication on a daily basis. The The little girl was still young and naturally very resistant to such things as taking medicine, but she seemed to be more afraid of this doctor. As long as the doctor glared at her, she obediently drank the medicine down. The heart source you need is about to be delivered. After the little girl finished her medicine, the doctor leaned down and whispered to the little girl. When he heard the words heart source, Lang Chan's ears immediately perked up. The little girl flashed a smile at the doctor. It's been a long time. It is an honor to serve you. It was hard to find the source of the heart and we hope you feel better soon, the doctor said. It was only then that Lang Chen realized that the doctor was treating this little girl with respect, except for supervising the little girl's pill-taking time. What kind of little girl could have such a large entourage? Once upon a time, Lang Chen only thought that she was a rich lady, but now it seemed that the situation was much more complicated than Lang Chen had imagined. I'll naturally get well soon, only this time it'll be a pity about that kid from the north. The little girl sighed and shook her head. Hearing this, Lang Chen was almost certain that this little girl was exactly the holy infant he was looking for. Her charity was all in disguise, but behind her back she was trading Vivi's death for her own life. Lang Chen felt hatred in his heart, really stepping through the iron shoes without looking for a place to get it. Lang Chen was trembling. All along, the murderer who wanted to harm his daughter was right in front of him, but he couldn't strike right away. After all, Vivi hadn't arrived yet, and if she killed the little girl now, Vivi, as a useless object, would surely be killed on the way. If the little girl died, she herself would never see Vivi again. Master, what are you thinking about? The little girl asked. Only then did Lang Chen come back to his senses and put away all his anger. Just thinking about something. What is it? The little girl still acted innocent, but now Lang Chen didn't trust her anymore. She was a complete demon inside. Once upon a time in the family. You should know that we also had family before we became a monk. But since you have chosen to become a monk, shouldn't you forget the red world? The little girl said. Lang Chen, however, disagreed. Feelings can disappear, but how can the relationship in blood be severed? It is said that blood is thicker than water. No matter how much one avoids it, it is still breaking bones and connecting tendons. The little girl said thoughtfully, that does make sense. And what family members have you had before? Lang Chen, however, refused to talk about it. Come on, I'm really bored. Will you tell me a story? The little girl tugged at Lang Chen's sleeve and kept begging Lang Chen. Unable to do so, Lang Chen had no choice but to agree. A story would be fine. Of course, except that I'm not at liberty to tell you what's going on in my family. Then tell someone else's story. The little girl said. I am not picky about anything as long as it sounds interesting. Lang Chen smiled. Well then, I'll tell you a story about a prince. Once upon a time there was an eagle who was hungry and caught a sparrow ready to eat it. The sparrow begged the eagle to spare itself, but the eagle disagreed. I am also one of the living beings, said the eagle, and if I do not eat meat, I will die. This scene happened to be seen by a passing prince, who, hearing these words of the eagle, pondered over them, and suddenly feeling that he too was hungry, he stewed the sparrow with the eagle and ate it. When this prince had eaten his fill, he returned to his kingdom and told the story to the others. When the others heard it, they all accused the prince of having no compassion and of seeing death. The prince, however, said, I am one of the living beings, and when I am hungry I must eat, and if I do not eat I will die. Chapter 53, I'll protect you. The little girl frowned as she listened to the story. She looked at Lang Chen and said curiously, you're not telling this story well. Being pointed out by the little girl in public that the storytelling was bad. Lang Chen, however, was not at all unhappy. He squatted down so that his line of sight was level with the little girl, and asked kindly, then tell me where the storytelling was bad? You're telling it wrong. It should be that prince pitied the sparrow as well as the eagle, so he cut off his own flesh and fed it to the eagle. He would rather die himself than wish others to suffer, the little girl said. After finishing, looking at Lang Chen's disbelieving expression, the little girl emphasized, I've heard this story before. Don't you dare try to trick me. Is it? But I think this version of what you're saying is the big mistake. Lang Chen still maintained his smile, but the words he uttered made the little girl unhappy. Master, you should have heard of this illusion before. All the more reason not to make unauthorized changes like this. The little girl could clearly see the displeasure. However, Lang Chen still didn't have the slightest bit of remorse. Are there still people like the ones you're talking about now? Especially with princes or nobler nobles? The little girl nodded and looked at Lang Chen firmly. Yes, I am doing something like that. Lang Chen wasted a lot of effort to suppress his laughter. It wasn't a happy laugh from the bottom of his heart, but a mocking laugh at the little girl. This little girl is trying to get innocent people killed for her own sake. A classic example of selfishness. Now coming out of her mouth what I will give up myself for others. It is really funny to the extreme. Lang Chen didn't show it though. He was just silent and averted his eyes. Why don't you talk anymore? The little girl asked. You asked me to tell a story, and I'm done, so I'll stop talking. Lang Chen said. Lang Chen turned around and prepared to leave when the little girl suddenly shouted behind him, "Do you not believe me?" Lang Chen still didn't say anything and just walked forward on his own. He knew that arguing about this with a little girl was simply not useful at all. Even if the little girl admitted that what Lang Chen said was right, admitting that she was also doing things that were detrimental to others, what could she do? This little girl was determined to have Wei Wei's heart, and it was absolutely impossible for Lang Chen to persuade her back with a few words. Lang Chen couldn't, and instead of answering, he walked faster, and the little girl trotted after him. "Master, I don't know what you've been through to make you say such things, but I'll tell you that good people exist among whatever class. Like you?" Lang Chen couldn't stand being annoyed by the little girl, so he asked a rhetorical question. The little girl froze. "Don't you think I am?" Lang Chen was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "You do give up porridge to those who have endured suffering, but it is rice, not meat, much less meat from a prince's body. It's easy to be a man, whether it's self-sacrificing or not is up in the air," Lang Chen added. The little girl glanced at Lang Chen again and stopped speaking. Her eyes contained many complex emotions. There was doubt, shock, and understanding. Lang Chen and the little girl didn't speak for the whole afternoon, until the evening, when the little girl was once again giving porridge to the villagers. Lang Chen rushed over, picked up a bowl and received a bowl of porridge. "I thought you weren't talking to me anymore? What are you still coming to drink my porridge for?" The little girl's anger hadn't subsided yet, and the words she uttered carried a knife in them. "I'm also one of the beings. I have to eat when I'm hungry. If I don't eat, I'll die," Lang Chen said quietly. The little girl's face became more complicated, but she still gave Lang Chen a big bowl full of food. "Then eat more, lest you really starve to death." "Naturally, I won't starve to death." Lang Chen smiled faintly and left with his bowl. After all the villagers had received their porridge, the little girl came to Lang Chen's side. "What exactly did you mean by what you said this afternoon? I always feel that they mean more than that surface level." The little girl locked eyes with Lang Chen, not at all afraid of Lang Chen's gaze. Lang Chen seldom saw anyone who dared to lock eyes with himself. Although he knew that this little girl was not an ordinary person, he could not help but marvel that she was also only 3 or 4 years old, yet she already had an intellect that far exceeded that of her peers. "There is no deep meaning. As you know, I am still an ascetic. The reason why I am still an ascetic now is naturally that I have not become a Buddha and cannot say anything with deep meaning." The little girl shook her head. "You're clearly lying to me." Lang Chen, however, laughed, but in the next second, a bodyguard came over and pushed Lang Chen. Lang Chen was pushed to the ground by the bodyguard, standing up and patting the dirt on his body. The bodyguard then yelled fiercely at Lang Chen, "Don't disturb the lady's meditation. You are not welcome here. You go away." Lang Chen glanced at the little girl and realized that the little girl was also stunned. That bodyguard was going to say something else to drive Lang Chen away. Lang Chen suddenly struck out, but in 3 seconds, he knocked that bodyguard to the ground. After being knocked down by Lang Chen, the bodyguard couldn't get up arrogantly, and his originally hideous face became stunned. "How did you do that?" the bodyguard asked. Lang Chen was still about to speak when she saw the little girl shouting coldly at the bodyguard, "Do you not want to die? Hurry up and get out of here." When his own young lady gave the word, that bodyguard didn't dare to stay here for a second longer, and rolled and crawled away. After the bodyguard left, Lang Chen looked at the little girl and said, "This bodyguard of yours isn't working either." The little girl's face became ugly again. This bodyguard caused her to lose face in front of Lang Chen. Not to mention that she was knocked out by Lang Chen in 3 seconds. How could she hang on to this? "He really isn't very good. Don't mind if he offends you." "Of course I don't mind. After all, such a small minion is something I would never put in my eyes, much less in my heart," Lang Chen said with a smile. Lang Chen just had such confidence. The little girl gave Lang Chen a deep look, not knowing what she was thinking. Lang Chen's gaze, however, stayed on the bodyguard who was running away with his ass. "From today onwards, let me protect you," Lang Chen said. Hearing these words, the anger on the little girl's face suddenly transformed into surprise. She couldn't believe that Lang Chen, who had been at odds with herself in the afternoon, had actually offered to protect herself after beating away her bodyguards. While this was happening, another bodyguard came over with the one who had just offended Lang Chen. "Apologize to master," another bodyguard said. That bodyguard carefully glanced at Lang Chen before apologizing coyly. "I'm sorry, master." "I'm sorry, miss. I'm the one who disturbed you." The little girl frowned and waved her hand at the 2 bodyguards. "There's no point in you staying here. You'd better go." The bodyguard suddenly looked ashen and left with a face of shame. Chapter 54, The Heart is Ready. The little girl dismissed the bodyguards around her and looked at Lang Chen. "Now that I don't have anyone around me, no one will stop you from doing whatever you want." The little girl's tone held a sultry look of resignation. "Isn't that what you're after? If you think so, then why did you listen to me and kick out the bodyguards?" Lang Chen didn't admit it, nor did he deny it. "I just wanted to see what you were trying to do," the little girl said. Because you're sure I can't kill you. Or you think I won't. Even though you don't think I have any good intentions toward you. You have that kind of confidence in yourself. Is that so, young lady? Leng Chen finished these words, his eyes unblinking as he looked at the little girl as if he was silently interrogating her. Of course you can kill me, the little girl denied. I'm just a little kid. You're so strong in martial arts that you knocked out my bodyguard in just 3 seconds. So if you want to kill me, it's just a matter of a breath. Ugh. Leng Chen sighed and stopped talking. So what? Is that what you think? The little girl pressed, wanting to verify her thoughts. Leng Chen shook his head. You're wrong. There are your people everywhere here. If I kill you, how will I get out in one piece? I think you have it in you, the little girl said with certainty. Leng Chen fell back laughing at the comment. You trust me more than I trust myself. So it's true? The little girl still didn't give up. It didn't really matter what Leng Chen's answer was. She just wanted to hear what she was willing to hear. Leng Chen denied again. Of course not. The doctor beside you can come and treat you. You like to shed porridge as much as you like. You are completely free. The little girl's face also had a smile on it, but that smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. On the contrary, within her eyes was a coldness that was like a pool of water. I don't believe you on that one, the little girl said, a sly glint in her eye. Leng Chen sighed again and added, as long as you don't leave my sight. The little girl then cracked a smile. I knew it. Spying on me, that's what you're doing. Leng Chen still didn't admit or deny. Even if I am spying on you, what can I do? I'm just one person, with so many bodyguards around you. Are you still afraid that you can't kill me? If you really wanted to kill me, what could they do? Then again, I'm sure you won't kill me. You're right about that. I'm surprised I trust you more than you trust yourself. Leng Chen was very helpless. I can't kill you. The little girl laughed happily. You're from a big country up north. Not a Brahmin at all, are you? Leng Chen guessed that the little girl had recognized his identity a long time ago, but wasn't alarmed at all. Just like what this little girl said, there was nothing either of them could do to the other, so they can only be as stagnant as this between them, testing each other. Leng Chen didn't answer this question from the little girl, but turned the conversation around. Do you have a mom and dad? The little girl glanced at Leng Chen in dismay. Before she tried hard to recall, she thought for a long time before answering Leng Chen, and it seemed that her memory of her parents was already very faint. Of course they have. They are all noble Brahmins, very loving and supportive of my endeavors. Only with her it had been a long time. Of course, she didn't tell Leng Chen about this matter. Leng Chen also thought for a long time before speaking with bitterness. I also love my daughter very much. The smile on the little girl's face didn't diminish in the slightest. So what you were saying the other day about your family was about your daughter. Leng Chen, however, did not answer. The person in front of him was the one who was going to murder Wei Wei. It was already not easy for him to be able to calmly chat with the little girl. If he talked about Wei Wei, Leng Chen was really afraid that he would lose control. Why don't you talk again? Has your daughter left? Did I mention something sad to you? If so, then I'm sorry, the little girl said. But no matter how many sentences the little girl clicked endlessly around Leng Chen remained silent. Over time, the little girl also found it meaningless and left Leng Chen to do her own thing. The two haven't talked about anything since. Leng Chen has been following the little girl around, watching her take her medicine day after day, and day after day, setting up a porridge hut and distributing the life-saving porridge to the suffering villagers. The little girl would occasionally greet Leng Chen, but Leng Chen ignored them all. She didn't know why. Leng Chen suddenly had a conflict with herself, but Leng Chen was still following her around, so she didn't want to overthink it. Leng Chen broke off a branch from the tree and kept carving with the small knife he had with him. The branch was so thick that Leng Chen used a knife to sharpen one end of it very sharply, and found a stone to rub on it. The little girl watched Leng Chen do everything and suddenly asked without a clue, "Is this what you used to kill me?" Leng Chen just raised his head to look at her before lowering his head again and concentrating on his own business. "Well, since you're ignoring me, I won't talk to you anymore." Before the little girl left, she dropped the sentence. "No matter what, I want to tell you that you can't kill me." Leng Chen didn't answer, but nodded, telling the little girl he heard her. The days that followed were long and boring, with the two men keeping themselves busy and spying on each other in their spare time. Not knowing what the little girl said, the bodyguards, who usually followed her every inch of the way, retreated to a dozen meters away from the little girl and watched from afar. Leng Chen was the only one left beside the little girl. Recently, Leng Chen realized that the little girl had to take more and more medicines and looked weaker and weaker. Suddenly one day, the little girl fainted while taking her medicine, and the doctor was so alarmed that he called for a car to take the little girl to the hospital. Leng Chen, as the little girl's protector, followed over. He stayed outside the little girl's hospital room, a look that caused a passing nurse to ask him, "Master, is this your lay child?" Leng Chen shook his head, thinking that a few days ago, the little girl had called him master, and replied, "She's my disciple." following me to cultivate. Is her illness serious? This nurse probably didn't recognize the little girl or know her identity, so she highlighted to Lung Chen in Pan. Master, I'll be honest with you. Her condition is very bad at the moment, and if she can't find a suitable heart within 2 days, she might have to leave. Lang Chen nodded, thinking that the time Wei Wei was sent to the hospital would be in the next 2 days. That nurse had just left when suddenly a man came to the attending physician. The transplanted heart is ready. When will the surgery begin? Chapter 55, Cheer or Chew. Lang Chen immediately perked up. Wei Wei should have already arrived, but Lang Chen did not show any emotion on his face. He just stood coldly on the side and watched silently. Just at this time, another hospital bed was pushed over from outside. Lang Chen's line of sight stayed locked on this hospital bed, only to see a motionless little girl lying on it. The little girl's body was covered with a white cloth, not calling for her face to be seen, but from the shape of her body, the little girl in the hospital bed was almost identical to Vivi. What's more, the aura on her body was too familiar to Lang Chen, and he instantly sensed that this was his own daughter. Wei Wei, Vivi did come. Lang Chen knew in his heart that the next moment was the most important moment of rescue. 1 point earlier or 1 point later would not work, and he had to grasp the time. The doctor next to him gave Lang Chen a wary look, and was glared back by a glare from Lang Chen. In desperation, the doctor afterward whispered in a foreign language, "This girl is going to die, but his heart is fine, send one to someone else at once, and make sure you get it before the little girl dies. Viv is going to fail." Lang Chen's entire attention was focused on these 6-word mountains, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the white cloth as if he were looking at the little girl on the hospital bed without blinking. She was quiet and still. If anything happens to Vivi, none of the people present will be able to escape. Okay, we'll schedule the surgery as soon as possible. Let's push this little girl into the ward first. The other doctor next to him said. This doctor was precisely the one who had been following Holy Infant around to take care of her. He was even more wary of Lang Chen's presence than the other doctors, and even deliberately glanced at Lang Chen when he finished speaking. Lang Chen noticed his gaze and gave him a cold smile back. The leathery smile was so oozing that the doctor didn't dare to meet his eyes again. He just waved his hand at the nurse pushing the hospital bed. Push this little girl in, we're about to run out of time. The nurses nodded, who just took a step and collapsed on the floor. The 4 nurses who were pushing the hospital bed were all knocked down within an instant, and they didn't even have the slightest time to react. Even the doctor, who had been following the little girl, only felt his eyes splash for a moment, and immediately afterward, he heard the sound of the nurse falling to the ground. What kind of person in a hospital has that kind of power? The doctor looked around before he realized Lang Chen standing beside him. Lang Chen's expression was the same as always, his eyes cold as if he could freeze to death. Although Lang Chen didn't speak, he could read 4 words from Lang Chen's eyes. It's your turn. His alarm clock had just popped up with that thought when Lang Chen completely exploded, lifting him by the collar and flinging him against the wall. The force of the impact was such that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and Lang Chen gently patted the ash on his hands, as if grabbing his clothes had made his hands dirty. I knew you weren't a good person, and you must have another purpose for approaching Holy Baby, the doctor yelled. Lang Chen raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. Someone come, there's an assassin, quickly catch him, the doctor yelled out. Originally this surgery of the Holy Infant was extremely valued, and there were naturally a handful of thugs and bodyguards watching from the sidelines. Being called out by him, the bodyguards who were originally hidden on the side suddenly surged out. In the middle of a small hospital, there were actually nearly 100 bodyguards hidden. The black oceanic crowd ugly Lang Chen pounced over. Lang Chen did not panic in the slightest. He crossed the bodies of several nurses and came to the front of the hospital bed, lifting the white sheet. What was lying on top there was indeed Wei Wei. Only Wei Wei's eyes were now tightly closed and her breathing was weak. Lang Chen clenched his teeth, and his hatred for these people went up another level. Luckily, Wei Wei's chest was still warm and had a heartbeat. Otherwise Lang Chen would have lost control. They needed life transplants and kept Vivi alive until now. And after this surgery, no one cared if she died or not. That's why Wei Wei's current physical condition was very poor, and she didn't know if she could survive until Lang Chen rescued her out. Soon, the hundreds of bodyguards and fighters surrounded Lang Chen, and the doctor stood up, covering his chest, surprisingly spitting out another mouthful of blood. A hint of contempt appeared under Lang Chen's eyes. The people around the Holy Child are nothing more than that, a bunch of rabble-rousers. You have committed a great crime by blocking the Holy Infant's surgery today. We will definitely put you to death. If you are smart, don't resist and you may still be allowed to die a quick and painful death. If you continue to resist, we will definitely let you die in the most painful way possible. The doctor hadn't even caught his breath before he rushed in to threaten Lang Chen. Just bye you guys. Lang Chen raised his chin and swept his gaze over the crowd surrounding him before shaking his head. No way. I'm warning you, put down that little girl right now and stop blocking Holy Child from performing the operation. If you delay this operation, 800 of you won't be able to pay for it. Hearing this, Langchen found it funny and laughed out loud. Is only the life of your holy infant a life? You guys treat her as a baby. I don't feel the same way. She died because she deserved it. Attack! At the command of one life, the group surrounding Langchen pounced. Although it looked very intimidating, Langchen did not panic in the slightest. Where were these people's fancy fists and kicks a match for Langchen? The man who had rushed up first himself had been kicked out of the way by Langchen, pushing back the row behind him with his body. The group of fighters seemed to scatter in all directions like dominoes, leaving the doctor dumbfounded, his jaw dropping to the floor. The fighter who rushed from behind Langchen raised the stick in his hand. If this stick hit Langchen's head, he would be crippled if not dead. But where was Langchen to be knocked down so easily? Langchen easily dodged his attack and pushed him away with a backhanded punch. If you want to touch this little girl, step over my dead body. Langchen used English, which everyone understood. Because of the fierce battle before, the remaining bodyguards didn't dare to act rashly and stood in place hesitantly. Who is this little girl to you? Tell you what, we can give you money as long as you put her down. The doctor tried to make peace with Langchen. There's only one situation where I'll let go of her, and that's if I die, Langchen said without question. It was so that by this point, there was no need for any exchanges, as Defan Tian sent out a dozen or so experts one after another, and unsurprisingly, they were all knocked to the ground by Langchen. But Langchen himself had suffered very serious internal injuries, and his throat was sweet as he sprayed out a stream of blood. This mouthful of blood made the people of the Great Brahma see an opportunity, and more people swarmed up. Langchen knew that he and his child might have to be accounted for here. At such a critical moment, Langchen decided to fight to the death, and if he couldn't, he would rush into the operating room and hold that holy baby hostage, telling them to throw in the towel. Chapter 56, Feeding Flesh to Eagles. The people outside surrounded the area more and more tightly, pressing step by step, until Langchen and Wei Wei were forced to a dead end. Langchen was so oppressed by these people that he couldn't catch his breath, and reached out his hand to probe Wei Wei's nostrils. Fortunately, Wei Wei's breath was still alive, although it was already very weak, but at least she was still alive. But looking at the way these people were coming, even if he and Wei Wei couldn't die, they would be seriously injured. Still not putting down this little girl? As long as you hand her over, we can let you die a painful death. The Great Brahma's people had the upper hand, and the doctor was complacent again. Langchen still shook his head and said coldly, I won't let go of him. If I have to die, I'll die with her. It was only that the person Langchen was talking about later was not Wei Wei, but the holy infant that they had gone to great lengths to kidnap Wei Wei and prepare to save. If he and Wei Wei couldn't get away today, then even if he died, Langchen would die with this holy infant. After all, the reason why he and Vivi were in such a situation was because she was scheming behind the scenes. No matter what, he wouldn't let her go. Although Langchen does not kill, there is no suitable source of heart. The voice itself also died, but can be before dying. Hand to kill their enemies, why not a pleasure? Your death, or the death of this little girl, will not affect us at all. This little girl's heart is still alive despite being dead for some time. Within a while, it doesn't affect our ability to perform a heart transplant, and if you die, we'll be even happier, the doctor said. Langchen, however, shook his head and denied. Who said I was going to die with Wei Wei? What I'm talking about is the holy infant that you treat like a baby. If you dare to touch a single hair on Wei Wei's head, I guarantee that the holy infant inside the operating room will be 10 times more miserable than him. It's come to this field. How dare you threaten me? Go on, beat him to death. As long as it doesn't hurt that little girl's heart, kill him any way you want. The doctor gave the order, and the group of thugs rushed up as if they didn't want to die. Langchen thought to himself, good, this is really going to drive himself to his death. In that case, let's all die together. Stop. It was at that moment that a little girl's voice came from the operating room. People froze. There were a total of 2 little girls here. Wei Wei was still unconscious in Langchen's arms, so the only one who had made a sound was Saint Baby. The holy child is awake? But the doctor didn't order him to stop. Instead he called out even louder, do it. What are you doing? Did you not hear what he said? Let him live, and the holy child will only become more dangerous. Langchen is trying to stand up, but he really doesn't have the strength to resist. The door to the operating room was suddenly opened and a small girl who looked to be 3 or 4 years old walked out in a hospital gown. Though she looked very soft, her voice was majestic and undeniable. I told you to stop. After she appeared, each of those fighters were chilled, not daring to move at all. I've already said to stop. Why did you call for the attack to continue? Holy infant questioned at the doctor. The doctor was trembling. I don't know if it was because of fear or because of overexcitement. This man interfered with you doing the surgery. Doesn't he deserve to die? But when I say stop, do you even listen to my orders? I already know what's going on. Do you think my judgment is wrong? The doctor was dumbfounded and went silent, only glancing at Ling Chen with a resentful gaze. Ling Chen also looked back. If it was solely about the hatred towards each other, it was definitely Ling Chen who was a step ahead. After the surroundings quieted down, Holy Infant's gaze rested on Ling Chen and Wei Wei. Seeing Ling Chen holding Wei Wei tightly and looking at himself with all bits of eyes, everything was clear. Are you here for her? Holy Infant asked softly. Ling Chen didn't even have the strength to speak and gasped for a long time before answering her question. Yes, she's my daughter. I couldn't not come. I thought you were sincere in protecting me. Saint Baby's voice sounded a little regretful. Ling Chen sighed. Why not? After saving so many suffering people, I see you as kind. That's why I'm willing to protect you. But your life is a life. My daughter's life is also a life. If you want to sacrifice my daughter to save you, I will never agree. So what you're saying is, no matter what happens, you're going to stop this operation? Ling Chen's gaze immediately hardened. Yes, even if I were to die with everyone present, there's no way I'd stand by and watch you put my daughter's heart into your body. Speaking of which, Ling Chen made a defensive gesture, looking even more alert than before. Instead, the little girl just nodded. Looks like your daughter is happy. Ling Chen didn't want to talk more nonsense with her. What's the point of you telling me this? Could it be that after a few words of emotion, you'll let Wei Wei go? The little girl made a contemplative gesture, as if she was really thinking about the possibility of sparing Vivi. The doctor who had wilted down next to him shouted at this moment. No, miss, your life is too important to us. We absolutely cannot let this little girl go. Holy Infant gave the doctor a hard look. What's your word count for? This was when Ling Chen truly realized the status and rights of this Holy Infant. At the moment, the people in the hospital corridor, except for Vivi, were obviously all adults, but most of them were surprisingly subservient to a 3 or 4-year-old little girl. What a ridiculous and hilarious sight. If I didn't have such a disease, I wouldn't want to hurt others, the little girl said sincerely to Ling Chen. So you are hoping that I will forgive you? Ling Chen asked incredulously. Are you trying to say that you have bitter feelings? I do have bitter feelings. The sincerity in the little girl's tone didn't look like a fake, but Ling Chen couldn't like the culprit who wanted to harm his daughter no matter what, and he definitely wouldn't believe her. What's the use of talking about this now? I would rather the three of us die together than let your plot succeed, Ling Chen said stubbornly. Ling Chen was ready to die with him, just to see if the majority of the people would make further moves. The little girl looked at Ling Chen and then at the big white beaters. Let them go. It's a commanding tone. These great Brahma Heavens beaters were unwilling in their hearts, and who doubtfully looked at the little girl. If Miss just lets them go, our previous efforts will be all for naught. The little girl waved her hand impatiently and shouted. You shut up. Ling Chen couldn't believe it, tentatively taking a few steps to the side. Sure enough, there were thugs who were ready to stop Ling Chen, and were again scared off by a look from the little girl. You told the end of the story wrong. The prince is still a prince and still sheds his flesh to feed the eagles. He will not take the eagles and finches as his food, the little girl said to Kolchen. Ling Chen looked at the other party. As long as you don't victimize my daughter, I still hope that you heal soon. After saying that, he stomped out of the hospital. Chapter 57, Getting Support. The walk from the ward to the outside of the hospital was very quiet and no one stopped him. Perhaps because of the little girl's order, many of the Vaishnava's thugs gawked at him, but didn't dare to take a step forward. Ling Chen hugged Wei Wei, and left the hospital safely like this. But just as they walked out of the hospital's front door, there were many more Vaishnava masters waiting outside in tight formation. Their gazes gathered on Ling Chen in unison, and even if Ling Chen was a person with a very strong psychological quality, he couldn't help but fight a cold war. However, Ling Chen didn't dare to show a bit of fear. Once he lost to others in terms of momentum, then even if he really engaged in a battle, he would definitely be suppressed at every turn. You're Ling Chen, aren't you? They had already received orders to kill Ling Chen to snatch back the little girl no matter what, and use Wei Wei's heart to save the holy infant. Ling Chen nodded. The fighters glanced at each other, and that very oppressive gaze gathered on Ling Chen again. Outside the hospital was dead silent. No pedestrians passed by, not even a bird would fly overhead. Ling Chen just stood on the steps of the hospital, unmoving and staring at them. Both of them knew that a vicious battle was about to take place. As for Ling Chen, he had experienced a fierce fight in the hospital corridor earlier, and now he had little strength left. If he didn't have to carry Wei Wei out of the hospital, I'm afraid that he would have already collapsed on the ground. But these fighters surrounding Ling Chen outside the hospital were all full of energy, and if they really fought, Ling Chen would definitely not be their opponent. It was at this time that Ling Chen suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. Looking down, it turned out to be Vivi waking up. Wei Wei, are you alright? Ling Chen lowered his head and asked softly, shaking his head slightly. Seeing that he was in his dad's arms made everything clear. I'm fine. Are we in danger now? Are we now? It's dangerous. But don't worry, Lang Chen said, covering her eyes with both hands. Lang Chen didn't want Wei Wei to see the bloody scene for fear of creating a psychological shadow on her. Daddy, are these people bad guys coming to get us? Wei Wei had just opened her eyes when she was covered by Lang Chen again and plunged into darkness. Yes, but I will always be by your side, whether in life or in death. Lang Chen firmly uttered this vow. Vivi didn't say anything anymore, but there were tears coming out of the corners of her eyes. Wei Wei, close your eyes first, and open them after a while when I tell you to, Lang Chen said. Vivi closed her eyes very obediently. I'll do as I'm told. Daddy, will we make it out alive? Actually my heart hurts a little. After hearing Wei Wei's words, Lang Chen's heart ached. It was all because of his momentary negligence that he had let Wei Wei be taken by the bad guys and put himself in such a desperate situation. But the world does not sell pills of regret. For today's solution, there is only to kill a bloody road. Don't be afraid, Daddy will take you out. Lang Chen's steady voice gave Wei Wei a feeling of peace of mind. Wei Wei leaned into Lang Chen's embrace and nodded. I believe in you. We will definitely go back alive. Vivi clenched in her hands, which meant she was actually nervous. But she knew there was no use being nervous. The most important thing for them right now is to be calm and collected and not to disorganize themselves. Although Wei Wei was small, she understood the current situation and stopped talking to Lang Chen so as not to distract him. She thought to herself that she was still young and that if she died, her mom and dad could have a new baby. But if her dad died, how would she and her mom live on? Lang Chen was still confronting the fighters without any of them making an attacking move first. Put down that little girl and you might still be able to leave. The fighters had heard of Lang Chen's greatness, and although Lang Chen looked like he didn't have the strength to fight now, they were still unwilling to get into a fight. Lang Chen shook his head and said aloud, if you were to give up your holy babies, would you be willing to do so? Speaking of this holy infant, Lang Chen was furious. Originally, Lang Chen thought that she was really having an attack of conscience to let herself and Wei Wei leave, but he didn't realize that it was just a delaying tactic. She let Lang Chen leave the hospital first and couldn't be a direct threat before letting the thugs go after Lang Chen and Wei Wei. Obviously only 3 or 4 years old, but his heart is so vicious. Just at this time, suddenly someone coldly passed the order. That man is not important. Life or death. Take care not to hurt the little girl. Make sure to bring him properly before the lady. Lang Chen naturally heard it, and he subconsciously hugged Wei Wei tightly, not letting them hurt Wei Wei for a single minute. Having been given their destiny, the thugs no longer cared about the foremost thugs, and with a wave of their hands forward, the individuals rushed forward in a blackout. I don't offend people, but they come and offend me. Then simply fight with them. Even if you have to die here yourself, you have to pull in a few cushions. Come on, let's see who dies before who. Lang Chen held Wei Wei in his arms and blocked her with his arms to prevent the hidden arrows shot by those people from hurting Wei Wei. The fighters didn't talk nonsense with Lang Chen and pulled out their guns in unison to pull the trigger. Lang Chen was no longer strong, but he was still a mortal flesh, and could not resist for long in front of a hot weapon. Just when Lang Chen thought he was going to spill his blood in a foreign land, a helicopter suddenly flew from the sky and landed outside the hospital's door, just in the way of Lang Chen. The fighters didn't know if the people coming were friend or foe, and didn't put away their guns, but they didn't pull the shuttles right away either. They were prepared to wait and see a little longer. Lang Chen was also on guard. If the people coming down from this helicopter were people from the Great Brahma organization, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even have the slightest chance of survival. However, the one who could use a helicopter to come over must be the leader of the organization. Then when the time comes, he only needs to risk his own life to hijack him, and he can also get a way out for himself and Vivi. Lang Chen had the next plan all figured out, but the helicopter door opened and the person coming down from above was someone he was familiar with. Lang Chen's eyes widened. So these people were all members of the Tinglong organization. The person at the head of the group was none other than his superior, Fire Phoenix, and along with him, there was also the sacred Dr. Sun Shao, and the pill fairy Yun Gu. Lang Chen, are you okay? This concerned greeting directly caused Lang Chen to wet his eyes, but stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. I'm fine, why are you guys here? Lang Chen's voice had taken on a bit of a crying tone. It's an amazing feeling to meet your loved ones in a foreign land, let alone in such a life and death situation. They took Wei Wei from Lang Chen's arms and realized that the child was fine. We know you're in danger and have come here to save you. Leave the rest to us. Fire Phoenix said. You guys came just in time. If you had come a second later, I might have died with these people. Lang Chen said. Fire Phoenix couldn't help but slap him. Say something auspicious. How could we abandon you? Chapter 58. No need to sacrifice anyone. Lang Chen stared coldly ahead. Their strength was indeed somewhat strong. Just as he was thinking about what he should do, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices. People from both sides looked towards a place at the same time, only to see a troop marching towards this side. Who's that? There was a strange question and answer. Lang Chen locked on to what the men were wearing. They were dressed in military uniforms and had weapons in their hands. I'm afraid that if they dared to walk down the street so arrogantly within the territory of Nephero, there wouldn't be anyone other than their own people. That should be Nephero. Their army is coming, Lengchen said as he stepped back. Carefully, he shielded Weiwei. Dad, will it be alright? Vivi looked at the guards, who were obviously aggressive, and that's why she couldn't help but be a little scared. Lengchen comforted his daughter. Don't worry, don't worry. Mainly soon those guards came over and surrounded them all on both sides. Everyone, all hands in the air and hand over your weapons. The guards raised their weapons in their hands and pointed them at both of them. The leader of the Long roared towards them. This is Nephero, not a place for you to be wild. Hand over all your weapons and come with me. Brahma people also recognize these are the local territory guards, hands that all are real guns and bullets. Although they say that they're Brahmas, the strength is stronger, but the other side of the hot weapons is obviously more on a level. Once they move, they have no benefit. Since we're on someone else's turf, of course we're going to behave. So under Lang Chen's watchful eye, those people from the great Brahma heaven also obediently handed over their weapons. That officer ordered his men to collect all the weapons back again. The great Brahma's man was a bit unconvinced. Sir, we're in a personal feud now. Can we just let it go? Personal grudge? Then why did you bring these people and these weapons? Don't give me that useful or useless crap. Be a good boy and follow me. Don't blame me for being rude to you if you dare to resist. The officer of the guards waved his hand when he finished. The guards in the back immediately understood the meaning of it. So they arrived next to the great Brahma and Ling Chen's group, guarded them, and escorted them to the car. Fire Phoenix didn't have much contact with the guards here, and didn't know the situation very well. We haven't gotten to the point of making a move yet. It's not really going to happen, is it? Ling Chen comforted him. Don't worry, it should be nothing more than a question. Soon they arrived in a car at a place where the windows were boarded up and they couldn't see outside. A guard opened the door and then let Ling Chen and the others walk down. The great Brahma and the others were in a different car, and the two sides were not in a happy place, so the guards made a point of separating them as well. You'd better be honest with me, the chief of the guard said, then took the lead up the stairs. Kolchen looked up at a local office. It really doesn't seem like it would be too bad. It shouldn't be a big deal. The people behind them urged them to hurry up, and Lang Chen himself had no choice but to be heading inside the office, with the people of the great Brahma heaven provoking them verbally right behind them. This time it's just them getting lucky. Lang Chen smiled coldly, but it was understandable. They were indeed being a bit too dramatic. They were taken to a large room where people from both sides were spread out and seated on either side, and there were people with weapons on the side of the room as well. Sir, another man from the clerk position was brought in to document the situation. There is no use of force within Nephero without our permission, and you have broken our rules this time. Lang Chen spread his hands and spoke first. This has nothing to do with us. It's just legitimate defense on our side. They're the ones trying to make a move. The officer's eyes fell on the Maharaja and the others. This officer, I hope you can get to know our organization. If anything were to happen to us here, the Maharishi would not take this matter lightly. The Maharaja would still pose a bit of a threat to Niblo, and that officer thought about it and decided on a compromise. This time, because the situation is special, I can let all of you leave while you can go first, the officer of the guard said to Ling Chen. That is to say, they were able to take this opportunity to get rid of the great Brahma just in time. All the faces of the great Brahma heaven were ugly. You did get lucky this time. Another chance to get away. Now you'll even be able to return to the north. Lang Chen squatted down and held Wei Wei in his hands. He had just taken 2 steps outside with his people when the people from the Brahma heaven behind him said in an undying voice, it doesn't matter if you return to the northern kingdom, or if you're going to some other place, but you'll always be unable to escape from us, and we'll hunt you down and kill you all over the sky. The holy infant is a matter of the prosperity of our great Brahma heaven. If something happens to our holy infant one day, the first person we won't let go is you. These words made Sun Shao feel very speechless and said with his mouth, it's obvious that a very simple thing has to be made so complicated. Sun Shao's gaze was like a torch as he stared at them. Although the situation of your holy babies is serious, it is not to the point where you need to trade for someone else's life. It's not like it's a very serious disease, just a congenital bad heart that can be cured casually with Chinese medicine. But doesn't it seem ridiculous to yourselves that your focus is always on the life of an innocent man? When the people of the great Brahma heaven heard these words, they were at first incredulous and their eyes widened. Who do you think you are that you even dare to say such big words casually? The chief of the guards didn't want to get involved in this, and he took the lead. If you guys really think it's a big lie, then it's a big lie. Believe it or not, it's not like I'm the one who lost my life anyway, and I'm afraid that little girl will really die if it's a little bit later. Once the holy infant was mentioned, the great Brahmas and their faces became very ugly. This matter had to be resolved before they could let anything happen to the holy infant, but they had sought many famous doctors, and there had been no results, so finally they had no choice but to decide that they would have to dig out Wei Wei's heart. However, this time it was forced to be interrupted by the Nepali soldiers. With this group of people around, it was indeed very difficult for them to make a move. Seeing that Sun Xiao was about to leave again, the people of the great Brahma heaven had no choice but to be pulling down their faces. You say you don't need to sacrifice anyone to save our holy child? Sun Xiao didn't speak. Very flat, of course. By the time the group came to the hospital again, Holy Infant had already been discharged long ago. Those underlings then led Ling Chen and his party to Holy Infant's apartment in Nepali territory. Chapter 59, Old Chinese Medicine. On the way, those people are still half believing, repeatedly confirming to Sun Xiao. Is it 100% sure? This was when Sun Xiao showed his divine doctor demeanor. Anyway, your chatting method has already failed, right? Now all the people know your plan. It's impossible to do something detrimental again, right? Instead of being suspicious here, why don't you ask me to go and give it a look? I have a reputation in the north, known as the Holy Doctor, and this beauty next to me is known as the Medicine Fairy. With the two of us vouching for you, what is there for you not to believe in? Don't you lie to us. One by one, the people of the great Brahma heaven were more excited than the other, and they couldn't wait for Sun Xiao to be willing to say something like this. But I also have my one condition, Sun Xiao said. Just tell us what your conditions are. As long as it's something we can do, we'll definitely agree to it. The corner of Sun Xiao's mouth lifted slightly, just in time. Then don't you guys back out. My condition is that from this moment onwards, your great Brahma heaven will no longer be able to intervene in the disputes between the southern three kingdoms and the great Xia, and all of you will retreat into a state of rest and seclusion. Next to Ling Chen will be some words to hear clearly. This is certainly Sun Xiao put forward the conditions, but for the great summer country is also a good thing, because now the great summer country is also very much in need of a peaceful environment, and he also got along with Holy Infant. In fact, in his own opinion, in addition to Holy Infant's subordinates to do things have some excesses, but Holy Infant herself is very kind. Lang Chen's impression of her is quite good, so it's certainly possible to go to the rescue if you want to. However, Lang Chen was still very worried about Sun Xiao as he asked him from the side, are you sure about this matter? If you can't treat it well, you'll be smashing your signboard as a medical saint. A little heart attack is just a little heart attack, and it can be easily fixed with our Chinese medicine methods. But I'm also more concerned about what you think. Should I do this? Lang Chen nodded. Without a doubt this was a decision that would be beneficial to both parties. It was thought that no one would refuse. Sure, if you're sure, then go for it. We will definitely agree to this matter. As long as the Holy Infant can be safe, we can agree to any other conditions as well. The people from the great Brahma heaven were also looking on from the side, just waiting for Sun Xiao to follow them back. Since you are so sincere, then take me to see the Holy Infant first. The Maharishi's men immediately and very enthusiastically showed them the way. Lang Chen was always a little worried in his heart, and he handed Wei Wei over to the Fire Phoenix to take care of her, while he himself gave his full attention to protecting sacred Dr. Sun Xiao. The Holy Infant was now settled in a remote and quiet villa, and his body was already getting worse and worse, and the private doctor inside the villa, at this time is also at a loss. Sun Xiao and Lang Chen arrived at the villa and were then taken to the second floor. The place wasn't overly decorated either, and was supposed to be just a place for the Holy Child to recuperate. The great Brahma's man pushed open the door, and Lang Chen and Sun Xiao walked in. The windows were closed, white curtains with drapes fell to the floor, and the girl lay on a clean white bed. Sun Xiao walked over and pulled up the white bed curtain, then sat down. The girl's face was very ugly, her lips were horribly white, and there were beads of sweat dripping down her face. Lang Chen saw also some intolerance, did not expect, has been sick to this extent. The Holy Infant Sama is in your hands, but I also hope that Sir can understand that there is a lot at stake, and I hope that any healing maneuvers can be done again with our people. Sun Xiao was unimpressed, believing that these were not a big deal. Okay, I get it. Sun Xiao's clothes are very good indeed, and what he is best at is also Chinese medicine. Of course, Chinese medicine is also indispensable to a variety of medicinal herbs. The scene to the little girl put my estimated a general situation. Let the people of the Brahma heaven to prepare a variety of medicinal herbs. The great Brahma was very efficient and quickly found the various herbs that Sun Xiao needed. Because he was uneasy, Sun Xiao was going to personally decoct the medicine, and Lang Chen accompanied along, with the great Brahma's people following. Decoction is a very long process. The shortest will take 2 hours. Sun Xiao put the medicine and let Lang Chen set up the fire next to him. The hearts of the great Brahmins were beating straight inside. Is there really nothing wrong? After all those specialists that were brought in before were treated with white pills or injections. Just these weird assorted herbs, none of which he'd ever heard of, added together in one drink? Chinese medicine uses some ancient methods, but very useful, better than some Western medicine. Otherwise how could it continue until now? Now you can't see it, but you'll always know how amazing he is, Sun Xiao explained while putting some more herbs into the jar. Took the fan again and shook it inside his hand to control the fire himself. Is it better after drinking it? The Maharishi inquired. That's certainly not the case. This medicine needs to be drunk every day, and you'll have to watch how I get it done today, because it won't be boiled every day, and any medicine that's going to be drunk on that day will ideally have to be boiled on the same day for it to work. It can't be put on the next day. Understand? The Maharishi nodded. Got it, got it. With the little girl's life at stake, the people of the great Brahma heaven didn't dare to have any relaxation. The medicine was soon decocted, so a bowl was served and brought in, but instead of rushing and feeding it to the little girl first, he waited a little time. When the clock heard exactly 6 o'clock, Sun Xiao got down to business. He pulled out a set of needles. As soon as the people of the great Brahma and Lingchen took a look, they knew what he was doing, which was to prepare for acupuncture. Sun Xiao's movements were very skillful, and all the needles were stuck on top of some key locations. Bring the medicine. The men very obediently brought the medicine over and handed it to Sun Xiao, who didn't remove the needle and directly poured the medicine in. The little girl drank it all and didn't spit any of it out. After feeding the medicine to all of them, Sun Xiao then pulled out those needles. This will be done twice a day from now on. In less than a month, he'll wake up. When those people from the great Brahma heaven heard that, their hearts were cold moved. I didn't realize that there was actually a chance. So with all sorts of thanks to Sun Xiao on his lips, he then arranged the place where Sun Xiao and Ling Chen lived, including the proper arrangement of the daily food and drink. Sun Xiao's medical skills were excellent, and it hadn't even been a month. The little girl woke up. Many people all came that day. The girl opened her eyes, her gaze swept over the surroundings, and finally her eyes rested on Ling Chen's body. He had only just woken up and didn't have much strength, but inside his mouth he still shouted, "Master!" Ling Chen's heart also stuttered. Chapter 60, There's still a chance to meet. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. You might as well stop calling me master. To say the least, there was really some shame. It was not a good thing to be near him, and now he had to let the other party put down his generation. The heart is really over the top. Master, of course you are my master. The girl still shouted very insistently. Lung Chen was helpless. Originally to approach you was for a purpose. Now that a lot of things are over, you don't need to call me that anymore. You are after all the holy infant of the great Brahma heaven. A little bit of disappointment showed in the girl's gaze. Sun Xiao walked over to the girl's side and he took her pulse to determine her current condition. The girl is doing very well and today is no different from normal. Sir, what is the condition of the holy infant Lord? Don't worry, there is no life safety. By my good medicine and acupuncture method, now her heart is strengthened. She doesn't need to transplant someone else's heart. She can live this life peacefully. Because they were a bit uneasy, those people from the Mahavamsa arranged for a private doctor to come over and take a look again. The results obtained were indeed the same, and now the girl had no more problems. The body is in great shape. Only his current mood was a bit sad as he looked at Ling Chen and continued. I also know that during the time I wasn't very conscious, my people did something. They made a move on Vivi, and if you want to blame me for that then just go ahead and do it. Ling Chen sighed. It's not easy for you to wake up now. There are still a lot of things that you might have to deal with, so discuss it with those men of yours first. Sun Xiao and I will wait outside. After saying that he was pulled by Sun Xiao to the first floor. The two had completely flipped out just now, but Ling Chen had disregarded previous suspicions and had even found a highly intelligent doctor to treat her. With her icy intelligence, she naturally knew that certain agreements had been reached between the two parties. It was necessary to ask for clarification before giving Ling Chen an explanation. It didn't take long for the discussion inside to be over, and the holy infant was helped to walk out. Although this kind of illness of his had already been tempered by the holy doctor, it still required a very long process of tempering, not something that could be achieved overnight. You're slightly weaker now. There's no need to walk out. We'll just go in. What's wrong with that? It's thanks to you guys that I'm able to survive now. Just now, my men also gave me the situation. Since it was a promise, then it must be true to its word. I am here to also promise you that I will honor the agreement between you and our people. And from now on, I will lead the entire great Brahma heaven to retreat to the southern three kingdoms, and close our doors and seal our sects. From now on, we will also not be involved in the various fights between the worldly worlds. Sun Xiao nodded. Then I'd like to trouble Lord Holy Infant for his trouble. Since his body is almost healed, we won't bother him too much. We'll take our leave first. Holy Infant very eagerly pulled Ling Chen to a halt. I would like to speak to you alone, Master. Sun Xiao is also very sensible. First went away underlings to help the holy baby to a stool to sit down. Also left. Although a lot of things happened in the middle, I hope that in the future, no matter what, it will still be my master as well, and I also hope that we will still have the chance to meet in the future. The holy infant kept his mind very clear, at least at times like this. Ling Chen nodded. Well, I hope we'll meet again. Meanwhile, in the great summer country, Haidong City, Seul slowly walked out of an iron fence. The time he'd been held captive had been too much for him. It was so stuffy inside that it was hard to breathe the fresh air outside and greedily inhale more than a couple of mouthfuls. There was a car parked in front of him, which had come specifically to pick him up. It turns out that 5 years ago, he lost his case for refusing to serve in the military, and was sentenced to imprisonment after his case came to light. The whole family went through a lot of trouble to get him out. Even then, there were 4 more big words of refusal to serve in the military in his file. With this bad record on one's credit, one cannot go to major banks for loans, neither can you go to various official departments, nor can you serve as an executive of any state-owned enterprise. There is also the fact that you can't take airplanes, high-speed railways and other convenient means of transportation. What's more, you can't enjoy all kinds of health insurance and other welfare benefits in the society. In this society, the whole person is even socially dead. After seeing the butler, he was still a bit unconvinced. Where are my parents? Where is my sister? Are they all dead? Why did they send you old thing to fetch me? Wouldn't it be better to tell me to die here? The old butler gave a bitter laugh. Young master, calm down first. The Su family is not what it used to be. The company collapsed, liquidated and was bought out by someone else. Master and madam fought for all the family money again for you. Now we're almost penniless. Missy is working for someone else, so naturally she is even less free. You can just make do with what you have. Seul is the kind of child seller field heart does not hurt the landlord Yangzi. Tube you love yellow does not, or not open the pot. As long as there is no shortage of manhwa's play on the line. A few days later, Seul came up with an idea, and he decided to take his mom's last name and change it to Chenlo. After having a fake identity, many of the next things would be much more convenient. He could stay in a hotel if he wanted to, and go to a high-class club if he wanted to. Although the Su family is not as rich as before, but the public sigh of a short period of time to squander, always have, so frequented a variety of upscale clubs, continue to pursue the stimulation of money and beauty, and one day, Seul also met someone who was enough to make him very awestruck. Aiko is very pretty, and very good at dressing up. Dancing is also very nice, especially that little cherry mouth. When she speaks, she makes people joyful. Seul is really in love with her. After spending time together, the two were very pleasant, and Seul revealed all of his identity to Aiko. Aiko didn't dislike Seul, but she was also worried. You will be very inconvenient, and the money all need to earn out. Can't really wait until the sitting car mountain empty. How about I pull a resource for you? Maybe you can rise again. Not realizing that Aiko would actually have such a resource, Seul nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. After some clouds and rain, they met for a meal in the evening, and Aiko had invited each other there long ago. The man Aiko introduces is from Fusan and is named Sakuto Shiro. After having some push from Aiko, the two talked very much, and the other party also decided to invest $1 billion in him, directly allowing him to set up a group, giving him a chance to be together in Higashiyama. And the ultimate purpose of this group is also very simple. That is to do the same industry with the Tinglong Group, and he competes for business. The Tinglong Group to be completely crushed. Chapter 61 Changes in the Su family. Seul was very happy, so he hurriedly drank all sorts of drinks with Sakuta Shiro, and the two of them chatted very happily. Sakuta Shiro's hand rested on Saraku's shoulder and patted him very importantly. I'm a great believer in you and your strength. You will be able to manage the group very well. Is $1 billion enough? Seul's eyes lit up when he heard that he would actually give himself $1 billion, something he had never even thought of. Mr. Shikaru, please don't worry, I will make the group rise again, and I will definitely not betray your trust. After that there was all sorts of drinking, and Aiko next to him was happy, until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, the two people which slowly stopped, seeing that the time is also not early. It is time to go back. Sula then took Aiko to send Sakuta Shiro to the car. After seeing him far away, this is back to the car. Suli's face had some slight redness. His drinking today was really some too much. Until now the drunkenness on his face hadn't dissipated. $1 billion made him but extraordinarily sober. He said to Aiko, this time it's all thanks to you. Don't worry, after I get the group up and running, I will definitely not be missing your share either. Aiko snuggled into his shoulder. Then I'll look forward to your good news. Seul drove the car, dropped his son off, and then returned home himself. Because of what he had done before, it was obvious that his parents were not as warm to him as they had been, and today he came back so late, so Suli's parents' faces were very ugly. You don't think about progress all day long, and you go out to spend your time, the mother accused very angrily. Sulu said. Seul walked in slowly, muttering inside his mouth as he changed his shoes. I've accomplished something great today. How would you know that I'm just out spending every day, doing nothing? Chandon rolled her eyes and then roared towards the inside of the room. Su Deki, why don't you hurry up and come out and take care of your son? Do you know what kind of things your son is doing right now? You can still sleep. Sudeki was long asleep by this time, mumbling sleepily and not saying much. He slowly approached Qian Domei. Mom, it's been so many years and you've worked hard to raise me, and I for one have nothing to give back to you, but I'll definitely try to get ahead after this. And you know who I've met? Sakata Shiro. A look of contempt was revealed in Shandom's eyes. It's come to this. I don't know what I should say about you. You're smelling like alcohol all over this body, so hurry up and wash up. Qian Domei just wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Suul. I may have let you down before, but I have a very good relationship with Sakata Shiro, and now he's also willing to give me $1 billion. Now I can use this amount of money to build a group that can do whatever I want. And of course the most important thing is that I'll do Tinglong Group through and through. These words were like some dream words in Qian Domei's eyes. However, his gaze also revealed some expectations, because he really hoped that all of this that Sulu had said was all true. So eyes like a torch recognized the question and answer. You've had some drinks now, but are you sober now? Was what you said just now true or false? Of course what I said is true. How could I possibly lie to you? If you don't believe me, then go ask Aiko. Or you can just ask Sakuta Shiro. Seeing that Sulu would say this, Qian Domei also nodded. He was also very happy in his heart. He didn't think that Sulu finally didn't let him down for once. This time with this $1 billion. They could be a strong rival with Tinglong Group. But today there were really some late nights. And Qian Domei pulled Sul inside the room. Now you're still drunk. So anyway, get some rest. And then get your dad up the next morning. And then we'll talk things over. When he was done, he was ready to close the door. Suli's mouth said a sticky yes inside her mouth. Then she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep right then and there. The next day until noon, Sul slowly woke up, drank a little too much wine, now sober a lot, but the head is still a little pain. He slowly climbed to his feet, then opened the door and headed downstairs. He rubbed his head while his eyes went to the living room. Why was the second aunt there? In addition to the second aunt, there was the third. They're talking to their mother. Sul walked over and greeted the second and also third aunts. Qian Dome, very happy. Woke up, prepared a little food for you. Go have a bowl of porridge first. Sula looked at the bowl of white porridge on top of the dining table. Walking away, he went over, picked up the bowl and drank it. There's a little bit of sweetness to it. Drinking it warmed the inside of my stomach and cleared my head. I boiled it for you specially, Chandom said. But Suli's mind wasn't on the white porridge right now, but rather wondering why the second and third aunts were here. Chen Duoduo looked at Suli's eyes and instantly understood his doubts. So it opened his mouth and spoke to Sul. Your second and third aunts came to meet with you on purpose this time, as well as your second and third uncles. They're inside drinking tea with your father. You shouldn't be talking casually about last night's events. I've told your second and third uncles all about them. Sul's eyes widened, but he nodded flatly. Don't worry, it must be a done deal. So I'll go find my dad first. Sul threw his legs and left the living room, then ran to the tea room. The second and third uncles were indeed here as well, and Sudeki waved his hand towards Sulu and called him over. Sunder rose and stroked Sul's head, very pampered. All that's coming out of his mouth is also how he got rid of Shiro Sakuta, so now there's a big amount of $1 billion. And naturally, the second and third uncles came over, not to listen to all this boasting, but now there were also very important matters. Now we are also rich. Before those aggrieved, we absolutely cannot be subjected to the Tinglong Group. To harm us is really bad enough. We have to be before all kinds of lost face all have to find back again. The first step of this $1 billion to do is to first Su Group to take over, Uncle Tu said. Sudeki and Uncle San also nodded their heads. They were just about to do the same. Suli's face has revealed a pleased smile. Now can get also have on the results. Can all have their own credit. Chapter 62 Redemption of the company. So their family's various relatives anything can also ranked all were called together and then again very mind-moving crowd gathered together to Su Group. There were a lot of people on their side, and the ones who were at the head of the group were Su Li's father and son. The two of them came to the front desk, and Sadeki said directly with an angsty face, "Where is Su Shuayen?" As soon as the person at the front desk saw them like this, he said in his heart that it was not good, and that he was probably coming over to look for things, so he just refused. Mr. Su is a little bit busy right now and doesn't have time to meet the guests, so I still hope you guys will please return. Sudeki gave a cold smile. Do you know who I am? I am Su Shuayen's father. I want to see him. Is it still your turn to judge me here? The receptionist also felt very bad when he heard this. After all, he knew exactly what had happened in between. The previous group was indeed on the Su family's side, but then they were all bought by Ling Chen as well. That's why Ling Chen is the owner of this group. And now all this that Sudeki has done is just disgusting. Sorry, although it is said that there is a little relationship between you and Mr. Su over here, but this side is in the company after all. Our company also has the rules of the company. I hope that after you make an appointment, This side can only take you to see Mr. Su. It's simply nonsense. Sudeki directly fumed. Then he didn't care about that receptionist and directly went over towards the elevator. Now that the group is doing well, all the controls are very strict and there are security guards at the elevator doors. Seeing that someone this is ready to force their way in, so that security guard is ready to start. However, Sudeki wasn't the least bit intimidated and directly mobilized the people behind himself to force those security guards to hold them down. The action over here was so big that all the people from all the companies were all looking over here. But Sudeki was staring at them viciously again. What are you looking at? One and all? Why don't you get to work? After saying this, he walked into the elevator. And all of the other Su family relatives also crowded up. Because an elevator carries a limited number of people. Only something like 7 or 8 people entered the elevator. Inside the elevator, Sudeki was very unconvinced. Su Shuayen, now that she's left the Su family and has hardened her wings to see him, is actually playing with her face so much. After saying this, the elevator suddenly dinged and reached the floor. Once upon a time, this company was under them, so they were also very familiar with this company. So they kept going and reached Su Shuayen's studio. Su Shuayen was burying his head in the sand, when suddenly the door was opened, and without lifting his head, he spoke. Didn't I tell you to call first even if it's important? Just as he finished speaking, he looked up. The people who had arrived at the company were actually Sudeki, as well as Sulu and the others. White frowned somewhat uncomprehendingly. Very strangely. Dad, what are you doing here? Of course, I came to see how you're doing now that you've left me. Did you miss us? You haven't been to your relative's place for a long time. Have you forgotten your surname Su? Hearing these words, Su Shuayen's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't like Sudeki's statement. It was just too eerie. It's all about me. I'm working right now. It seems that after all this time, you really have forgotten. When did you actually become so willing to work for someone else as well? It seems you think your current boss is fine. For Sudeki's words, Su Shuayen replied without changing her face. Since Leng Chen he bought the company, then of course he is supposed to be the boss, and I naturally work for him, not to mention that he has never treated me poorly. After saying that, Sudeki laughed out loud. Su's relatives also pointed. You're having a good time now, but you never thought about us. You've never known how hard it is for us nowadays, and you've never wanted to care about us, have you? You're not really still in love with him, are you? He's already divorced you. What are you thinking about now? Su Shuayen's face cleared for a while. What exactly are you guys doing here? It can't be that you're just going to come here and lecture me a couple times. What else is there to do? Getting back what we own. Of course. Su Shuayen was very shocked as she stared at Sudeki. Dad, do you know what you're saying? What I'm saying is very clear. The Su family group was originally ours, and I'm taking back what's mine now. Su Shuayen was very speechless. Put no matter what, there has to be a rule. At first it was Ling Chen who spent 1.5 billion Chinese dollars to buy this company. Now you are flat out. What makes you want to snatch the company back again? Who said anything about robbing? We're rich as hell now. He spent 1.5 billion Chinese dollars back then, so today we'll spend 2 billion to redeem it. Su Shuayen also finally understood in her heart why they had such a strong bottom today. Nowadays, he didn't have that time to wonder why exactly that $2 billion was there. And the more important thing now was how to keep this company. Even if you have the money, but you need our boss's approval to do so. Leng Chen is in charge here. Su Shuayen's words instantly ruffled the feathers of the Su family. Each and every one of them cursed Su Shuayen inside their mouths. Su Shuayen wasn't scared in the slightest either, and one by one, she went back out. Leng Chen hadn't returned yet nowadays, and Su Shuayen was the supreme administrator. That's why Sudeki had someone put Su Shuayen under guard so that everything could go smoothly. Just let him be all the way in here. No letting him out. I should go and settle things outside to settle things. Sudeki arranged for 4 people to guard Su Shuayen's side. Inside this studio, Su Shuayen just couldn't fly with her wings. Immediately after that, Sudeki also went back to work. Because they came in larger numbers, their movements were also voluminous in appearing, and also instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone present listen. Once upon a time your boss was Leng Chen, and now we have once again bought the company back by spending a large sum of $2 billion. Now this company is the Su family's. I will be the chairman of this company, and Qian Lu is the president of this company. Those present, you looked at me and I looked at you, very confused at the sudden situation. But the boss hasn't even come back yet. The right to make decisions about the company is supposed to be given to the boss, right? Someone asked curiously. Sudeki looked towards that side and said angrily. Now the highest manager of the company, the decision maker is Su Shuayen. Just now Su Shuayen has already agreed to hand the company back to Su. If you guys still have any opinions, then just roll up your sleeves and leave. Chapter 63, Leng Chen's return. Since no one wanted to lose this job, They didn't dare to resist in the face of such suppression from Sudeki, so they had to all acquiesce, but that didn't last long either. The company's loyalists were very much in the game, and they were very much in Ling Chen's corner. But now that Ling Chen was not in the company, there was such a skyrocketing change. Something must have happened, and they believed that it must have been some kind of accident in the middle. So also spread the news secretly and also wanted to go to Sundar alone to discuss the matter. Sudeki was now the only one who needed to be loyal to their Su family, and if anyone was playing tricks behind the scenes, or if they were openly against them, then no one would be left behind. So those who rebelled against the Su family were all driven out by Sudeki. This side of the group has undergone a sea change, and the people at work are not afraid to confer loudly anymore, but also one by one. Don't want to sink, hold your breath, just someone initiated it, or else go to the Tinglong group, now that Ling Chen is not there. But the Tinglong group is also bound to Ling Chen. However, some people shook their heads. I'm afraid I can't do it now. The people from Tinglong group are not in the city at all. They've all left, and now we can only make do with what we have. Wait until the people from Tinglong group come back, and only then might there be a way on our side. After a few words, the people inside the company were also helplessly shaking their heads. It seemed that this matter was really the only way to endure it. 3 days later, the plane landed. Ling Chen and the others got off the airplane. There had long been a row of black cars waiting for them at the entrance, and Ling Chen took Wei Wei in the first one, and now his first destination was to go to Su's group first, checking out the scenery along the way. He soon reached the group as well, and he pulled Wei Wei in his hands before walking into the group building. Although the environment was all exactly the same, Ling Chen always felt as if there was something a little strange about this place, and it was completely different from when he left. And right at that moment, that same receptionist stopped it. Sir, you can't go in without an appointment. The previous receptionist was forced to resign a long time ago because she was very disgruntled. Now this new receptionist certainly didn't recognize Ling Chen. Ling Chen felt very strange as he looked at that receptionist and inquired, I can't believe you don't recognize me? That receptionist's eyes showed a hint of doubt, then a bitter smile. You don't even look at what you look like. Do I need to know you? You're not a street vendor, are you? Know what kind of place this is? This is Comfort Group. Not any beggar can come here. Our Mr. Su is indeed rich, but he won't spend a penny with people like you. Hurry up and go. Then let the security guards pull Ling Chen out. Ling Chen's entire body was puzzled. Then he took out his cell phone and simply called Su Shuiyan directly. The phone beeped for a minute, but it never connected. Just then, 2 cars stopped and 7 or 8 people stepped out of them. Ling Chen still had a little impression and could recognize that all 7 or 8 of these people were surnamed Su, and as they walked in along the way, they were not stopped by the security guards, and even the receptionist was very respectful to them. Thinking that he had indeed been away for some too long, it was inevitable that something would happen, which happened to be the person who saw the bookshelf, and instantly conjured up some possibilities. Ling Chen's heart instantly started cursing his father. Just at this time, a group of people suddenly rushed out. It didn't look like Chinese people. They were wearing a suit, and listening. The spoken language inside their mouths was probably from the Fusan side. These Fusang people's arms are very strong, and they also hold weapons in their hands, and it looks like they are planning to make a move. The Fusang people surrounded Ling Chen as well as Wei Wei. Seeing this situation, Ling Chen had some helplessness. If it's going to be a fight, then it's a good fight. He shielded Shimmer behind him and then fought with his opponent. These Fusang people, they were no match for them at all. But after a few back and forths, Ling Chen also felt that he couldn't fight like this anymore. Otherwise Wei Wei might get hurt. So while those Fuso weren't paying attention, he had to retreat with Wei Wei in tow. After that, we turned across the street and went to the cafe across the street and sat down, and then called Fire Phoenix, Tenglong's Haidong City principal, on the phone. This side of the Su group had a little change. Now I go in are driven out. Your side to help me investigate. Exactly in my absence this time inside. What happened to Su's group? Okay, I'll look into it. After hanging up the phone, Ling Chen comforted Wei Wei that all of that just now should not be taken to heart. A piece of cake was bought for Vivi so that she could divert her attention. Halfway through the meal, news quickly came from the Fire Phoenix's side. Tenglong group is not a vegetarian. The power is very strong, so the efficiency of the work is also extraordinarily high, which we'll immediately find out. And then called Ling Chen over. Our side contacted Su Shuiyan, but he seems to have disappeared, so there's no way for our side to contact him no matter what communication tools we have. But there's probably some understanding of the situation within the Su family. Our side found out that not too long ago, Su Lu and a Fusanian were hanging out together. Something should have happened in the middle of this, so the next day they directly broke into the Su group and directly forced the company into their own hands. And now Su Deki is the president of the entire company, and Su Lu is the president. Also so far, That Sul is also connected to the Fuso people. Lang Chen frowned. He didn't expect this matter to be so tricky, and this Sulu really had a bit of ability, being able to find someone to back him up, and also being able to snatch the Su group back. If you put it that way, I'm afraid this Fuso man is not simple. Do you understand the status situation on the Fuso side? The other party's strength should also be relatively strong. So far we are not able to check the other party's identity information, but as long as we are given a little more time, we are able to find out. Good. Then I'm counting on you for the information on the Fusan side. Having said some words of explanation, Lang Chen hung up the phone. It was at this time that he had some worries, because aside from the company being more of a worry to him right now, there was also Su Shuayan. No matter if it was him or Fire Phoenix's side, they couldn't find out anything about Su Shuayan at all. That is to say, surely after those people from the Su family took over the company, they also forced themselves to control Su Shuayan as well. They would not dare to make a scene, not to mention that Su Shuayan is also a member of the Su family, so they should be imprisoned now. But where they are imprisoned now is not clear to anyone. Looking at the now still very happy Wei Wei, Lang Chen pondered that he would have to hand Wei Wei over to the hands of the Fire Phoenix and then go alone to investigate Su Shuayan's whereabouts. Chapter 64, You're gonna have to kill me. Therefore, Lang Chen contacted Fire Phoenix and asked him to arrange for someone to come over. No matter what, he could be in danger, but Wei Wei must be safe to do so. Fire Phoenix's side was very efficient. A black car had arrived after half an hour. After ascertaining that the other party was the person from the Fire Phoenix, Lang Chen handed Wei Wei over to the other party with all sorts of instructions. Because it was someone from the Tinglong group, Lang Chen was naturally very relieved, and then sent Wei Wei away. Next he went back to the car and then lit a cigarette, his gaze silently falling just outside of Su's group. Nowadays, he was afraid that there would be some difficulties in going inside the group, but squatting outside was still perfectly fine. Gotta catch the opposite side of the fence. But after the first day passed, apart from a few Su family members who went in at the very beginning, the others were in groups when they came out, so there were no more single people left behind who could be caught by Lang Chen. Lang Chen is naturally also very undying. He also sleeps in the car at night, otherwise this in case of encountering any separate people at night time. Will not it be even better to do it? Early the next morning, Lang Chen had already lost any sleep. He briefly took some washing tools from the convenience store, and settled it hastily in the car, and then took another cell phone right outside the group. Looking at the people coming and going to work at the entrance, his side was very far away, so even though it was very conspicuous, the security guards didn't come over to stop it. They just thought that maybe there wasn't anyone inside and it just so happened that the car was parked there. When it was noon, Lang Chen was ordering a takeaway and was about to start eating when he suddenly saw a black luxury car parked at the door, followed by a young man walking out. Lang Chen probably recognized that the other party was Su Dishan's eldest son, named Su Shi. Su Shi was a person he didn't know very well, but the Su family members were basically all of the same virtue. That is, they were incredibly horny. So that explains why he had another beautiful woman walking out on his passenger side. What made Lang Chen extraordinarily intrigued was that he had come to the company alone. This had to make Lang Chen pay extra attention to this person. But by the afternoon, he was here again with all the other Su family members leaving the company together. Lang Chen had some helplessness. It seemed that there was no way to make him move this time. So it was another 2 days of squatting out there. On this day, Sushi changed another luxury car, and the beautiful woman beside him likewise changed. The face would be slightly less impressive than the previous one, but the body was even better than the last one. Lang Chen also made a point of noticing Sushi this time, who came to the company alone. So it was all hands on deck, keeping a close eye on the group's doorway, and sure enough, an hour later Grooming was off again with his short-lived girlfriend. They got into the car and then hit the gas and quickly left the group. Lang Chen also immediately stepped on the gas and followed them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Lang Chen could not possibly let go of. It was already nighttime when they reached their destination, and the place Sushi stopped at was a nightclub. Then he went in with his arm around the beautiful woman. Lang Chen likewise blended in. In this kind of place he didn't have much interest, so he just kept drinking in the corner place, but also kept letting Sushi exist in his line of sight. Sushi, this person is not satisfied at all. He left and right, in addition to the girlfriend just now, but also ordered other women, accompanied by him to drink. During this period is also non-stop harassment of each other's actions. After 2 hours, he was finally a little tired. Then he put his arm around his girlfriend and went upstairs. Lang Chen put on a hat, then followed Sushi into the elevator as well. Sushi, this guy is not the slightest attention to the existence of Lang Chen. The whole time Ariane and their girlfriends all kinds of playful to the floor after the walkout. Lang Chen also pro footsteps in their wake. With a snap, the door was closed. Lang Chen was blocked by them, but Lang Chen also prepared his tools. This was not in the least bit in front of him. After 5 minutes, The door had been pried open by Lang Chen, who pushed the door and walked in. Every 2 steps later he had seen the hotel's large bed, and the two had stripped off their clothes on top of the big bed. Sushi saw someone come in, that under a panic, immediately embraced a piece of clothing, to cover the key position, and then angrily said towards Lang Chen, "What the are you? Wanna die?" Next to him, his girlfriend also hurriedly got inside the quilt. Lang Chen, however, didn't want to listen to Sushi's nonsense and directly grabbed Sushi off the bed, then slapped him twice. Sushi raised her head to look at Lang Chen with a horrified expression. "You're Lang Chen. Where is Su Shuayen?" Sushi suddenly burst out laughing. "So you're still worried about your ex-wife? Anyway, it's already divorced. Do you still care if he lives or dies? We are both surnamed Su. Could I still harm him?" Lang Chen didn't want to listen to this nonsense, so he gave Sushi 2 more slaps. The girlfriend on the bed did not dare to move at all, and even covered her head together. Sushi knows that at this time other people certainly cannot count on favoring this Lang Chen and scared a dead hand. So bite the bullet. Beat me to death if you can. The corner of Lang Chen's mouth lifted. Could it be that he really thought he didn't dare to beat him to death? So he clenched his fist and was just about to land on Sushi's face when Sushi shouted, "Say, I said." Lang Chen then lowered his fist. "Give me an honest explanation, or else you'll be even worse off than you were just now." Sushi swallowed his saliva. He was already terrified at the moment. Once that fist came down, he was afraid that he would really be crippled. "Cousin is locked up inside the underground storage room of one of our group's food factories. If you want to go to her, you can meet him there," Soohee said very timidly. Lang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He fished out a pill from his bag and directly stuffed it down for Sushi. Sushi was completely held by Lang Chen, and without any resistance, she was forced to swallow it. "What's for me to eat?" He's freaked out. "Of course it's poison. With your side of the story, how could I possibly believe you? Since you said that Su Shuayen is locked up inside the underground storage room of the food factory, then you personally bring me there. You can be safe if she is there, but if she is not there, then you don't want the antidote to this poison." Chapter 65, Dare to Touch My Woman. Soohee is a lustful man who was greedy and afraid of death. Facing Lang Chen, there was no ambition in the slightest, so he also nodded his head in succession. I'll take you. Between words, he was carrying some sobs. Even from Lang Chen's perspective, he could clearly feel Sushi shivering all over as well. Only Sushi he didn't realize that what Lang Chen had actually given him was nothing more than an ordinary pill, even to the point of counting it as a tonic. Said that this is able to kill the poison. In fact, it's just casually said, but Sushi is really too scared. Have been scared numclaws, there is no way. Only had to agree to take Lang Chen to that food factory. That woman Lang Chen didn't bother anymore and took Sushi and got into the car. Sushi was greedy and afraid of death, and he couldn't run away, so he honestly pointed the way. The location of that food factory was also known to Lang Chen, so he drove quickly to the location of the food factory. This site is very remote, plus this is also Su's group, a relatively small food factory only, so look a little bit shabby. The door of the security guard is also just an old man. Lang Chen took Sushi inside, and with these two faces and that boss didn't ask much at all and opened the door. Sushi led the way in front, curving around, finally arriving at that storage room. On the surface it was just a very simple little house, and after going inside, there was a staircase leading to the ground floor. Lang Chen let Sushi walk in front, and he followed behind. The ground on this side is very wet, and there are still some wooden crates stacked on either side, but there is no longer any product stored. This place has also not been used for a long time. Even such an environment has no way to allow they can use this place. Not used for a long time, there has been a little bit of desolation. However, when he came to the underground, Lang Chen did not see Su Shuayen either. "If you lie to me, you're done. My life is in your hands. How dare I lie to you? But you also have to promise me that when I lead you to Su Shuayen, you have to give me the antidote." "Don't worry, I certainly won't let you die." Even if he didn't give him the antidote, Sushi could still live just the same. After walking forward for some distance, Lang Chen could faintly hear voices speaking, but they were very loud roars of anger. Lang Chen couldn't help but frown as he began to worry. At this time, inside an iron gate, where the environment was even worse, there was a cross wooden frame, and Su Shuayen was tied up on it. There was a half-naked Fusong man next to him, holding a whip inside his hand and hitting Su Shuayen's body heavily. "What do you think you're doing holding on so strongly? If you had said so earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. You don't really think you can carry on all the time, do you?" After that, it was pumped down again on one side. Su Shuayen, a weak woman, where would she be able to withstand it? So then there was a scream of agony. This sound happened to be heard by Lang Chen's ears, and at this time, he couldn't tense up any longer, so he ran ahead of Su Shi, and then rushed to that iron door and kicked it open. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, Su Shuiyan raised her head slightly, and when she saw that it was Ling Chen coming over, she suddenly let out another sigh of relief, and once again loosened her entire body downward a bit. The Fusang man turned his head over, and when he saw that there was suddenly a stranger, he instantly picked up the whip in his hand and struck it towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen cupped the whip in one hand, then with a tug, the whip fell into Ling Chen's hand. The Fusang man's face was ugly, and he hurriedly picked up the other weapons on top of the table again, but at that moment, Ling Chen had already lashed over with his whip. The Fusang man was jerked to the ground then, and Ling Chen rushed over to see that he still had a branding iron in his hand, and the piece of iron at the very tip had been burned red. See Su Shuiyan, that miserable work. The body wounds are countless. There are knife wounds, burns, all kinds of add up. All of them are like to hurt their hearts. He couldn't hold back any longer, so he yanked the Fusilier by the hair and lifted him up, then pinned him against the wall again and beat him in various ways. That Fusang man was beaten, foaming at the mouth. Inside the mouth muttered all the Fusang words. Ling Chen could not understand a word, just focusing on the fight. His fist was already slightly red before he gradually let go. The Fusang man seemed to be running out of strength as he slowly crouched down, but in an instant, he drew out a knife from the inside of his boot, and then stabbed it towards Ling Chen. The dagger was, after all, a sharp knife, and Ling Chen paid much attention to it, so it was backward in a row. The Fusang man thought that he was very powerful, so he swung his sword even more frantically, but Ling Chen wasn't afraid at all. As he backed up, he took out the stormy rain pear blossom needle that he was carrying all over his body. The shape was made to look like a fountain pen. That Fuso was not impressed, but as Ling Chen flipped the switch, 7 needles were fired inside that pen at the same time, instantly like a rainstorm, shot into that Fusanian's body. The Fuso's eyes were wide, as if there was some incredulity. The needle didn't have poison on it, but it did have a very potent anesthetic, so the needle entered into that little kid's body, and the little kid couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed right then and there, but his eyes were still glazed over. His mouth was slightly open, and he didn't know what he wanted to say, but Ling Chen had already lifted his foot and directly gave that little kid's crotch a couple of vicious kicks to break his legs. Although it is said that the silver needle is above the anesthetic, but the anesthetic cannot have any effect on there, so the pain is very clear. The little kid wailed in pain. The inside of his mouth was still dripping, not knowing what he was shouting, but Ling Chen didn't care at all. What a ing son of a, actually hitting my woman, today I have to waste you. That little kid had tears in his eyes, very frightened. Ling Chen raised his foot and was about to do it again when he heard that little kid actually speak Chinese. Rao, Rao. Although there was something strange about the accent, Ling Chen was able to understand him, but even if he could hear it, Ling Chen couldn't possibly let this dog guy go, so he squatted down and picked up the red branding iron that was still burning. Originally, the little kid thought it was all over, and when he looked at the branding iron, his face suddenly changed. Before he could react, Ling Chen directly branded him towards the middle of his legs. Son of a, don't you like to torture people? Today I'll let you feel what it's like to be tortured as well, and I'm going to cure you of roasted chicken today. At first, the little kid screamed in various ways, to later gradually run out of strength, and then slowly fainted, completely out of breath. Chapter 66, None of Your Business. That little kid actually died so quickly. Su Shi, who was following beside him, saw all of this in his eyes. He had never thought before that Ling Chenwan would be such a ruthless character, able to torment the little kid like this. That was a little kid, and Sakuta Shiro had specially arranged for someone to come and interrogate Su Shuiyan. Such a ruthless character had already been taken care of by Ling Chen, so he could not run even more at this moment. Otherwise, when the time comes, Ling Chen will be captured again, and he might even turn out to be the same as the brats. He still wants to start a family. He doesn't want to be cut off in his own generation. But at this time, Ling Chen did not come to care about Su Shi now that he had found Su Shuiyan. Naturally, he no longer needed Su Shi, so after Ling Chen finished off that little kid, he immediately came to Su Shuiyan's side. I'm late. Ling Chen's tone had a hint of guilt in it before he began to untie Su Shuiyan. For so many days, Su Shuiyan had been tied up like this, and her entire strength had dissipated. He hung his head and waited until all the ropes on his body were all untied. Then he instantly slackened and collapsed, so Ling Chen caught him gently and cradled him in his arms. It's all right, I'm here, it can all be over, and I've made that little brat pay for it, and I don't want this life of his. Su Shuiyan very painstakingly squeezed out an expression, then said with some bitter laughter, I won't forget what I just said. Ling Chen, however, listened with some puzzlement. What did Su Shuiyan mean by this time? His own words just now didn't need to be memorized. He had some worries that maybe Su Shuiyan had been locked up and tortured here for so long, so she was really mentally deranged at this moment. But looking at Su Shuiyan's appearance, but it seems that there is no appearance of insanity. Su Shuiyan spoke again once more. Just now you said I'm your woman. I said I won't forget that, and it was you who said it. Lang Chen suddenly broke into a laugh as he looked at Su Xueyan, who was already having a very hard time in front of him, and his eyes moistened a little. I didn't expect that at such a time. Su Xueyan's first concern would actually be this sentence. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Obviously he still has so many injuries on his body. Isn't what you're saying nonsense? You're Weiwei's mom. If you're not my woman, whose woman can you be? Could it be that you've fallen for someone else while I was away? Although Lang Chen was very hard-mouthed, inside his hand, he tightly wrapped his arms around Su Xueyan. He genuinely cared very much about Su Xueyan, and it was only because of various misunderstandings that he was forced to separate before. Lang Chen's heart, Su Xueyan naturally understood. She closed her eyes, recalling a scene from the past, and instantly felt at peace. That's really great. I was also very scared when I was before, afraid that our distance would really stay like this, but now your words finally make me feel at ease. So you're not angry with me now, and don't go to hate me? Lang Chen took a deep breath and snorted coldly. How can I not be angry? Who dares to talk so nonsense? Besides, it's just a broken company. Just give it. Do you need to suffer so much for yourself? I don't care about this little thing, but if anything happens to you, what do you want me to do? Is it possible that I really want to flog the corpse? A word directly to Su Xueyan to start crying and laughing. Just he is now in pain all over his body. The expression is not able to be too drastic, but the joy on his face cannot be hidden. So then we'll get remarried right away, okay? There's no hurry now. Look at you now on is really too serious. The most important thing is now you have to get your injuries well before you can. Other things you do not think about at first. When she heard this, Su Xueyan was reassured in her heart. He instantly felt relieved. Finally the barrier between the two was just recently and everything could be disintegrated. But with his injuries still present, so Su Xueyan was also feeling more and more that his body was a bit uncomfortable, and that feeling of drowsiness was gradually invading his brain. Finally, Su Xueyan couldn't help himself. He closed his eyes and then fainted. That pain made Su Xueyan really didn't hold out. The moment Su Xueyan fainted, Lang Chen directly panicked. I'll take you to the hospital. I'll take you to the hospital right away. After saying that, he hurriedly burst Su Xueyan up. Then his feet moved very quickly and hurriedly ran towards the outside. She just wanted to say something to say, but Lang Chen's movements were too fast, and before he had time to go and stop the person, he could already only see Lang Chen's back. Looking inside, Sushi approached the brat with great trepidation. Inexplicably panicked in his heart, Sushi reached out and placed his finger in front of the little kid's nose. The little kid wasn't breathing anymore, and after seeing those wounds on his body, especially the very important stuff, it was already messy. Sushi had a scowl in his heart at that moment, and then he was so frightened that he crouched to the ground. It's so scary. It's just so scary. He muttered something inside his mouth, then touched his chest, thinking that he had also eaten poison. He had to find the antidote before he could do so, and now that Lang Chen had already left, if he didn't hurry to catch up at this moment, Lang Chen would have to run far away by then. So rolling and crawling, he stood up, then Sushi hurriedly ran outside. This road was extraordinarily long at the moment, and after running around the basement for a long time before finally finding the stairs to go up, Sushi climbed up the stairs, but only just coming out of the basement out of that room. He had already seen Lang Chen driving his car, leaving only a taillight before disappearing. I don't know why, but my chest felt a little hard. Sushi thought that it was a poison attack, so he rushed forward in fear. When the old man at the door saw Sushi, he inquired in a very puzzled manner, "Sir, what's wrong with you?" Sushi pushed the boss away as soon as he could. Asterisk in hell. It's none of your business spread out. Then it was time to step forward. But how could he possibly keep up on foot when he was driving so fast? Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head to question the oldest man. Hey, is there a car here? I need to get back to the city. Hurry up and arrange something for me. The oldest man squinted very kindly and smiled, then shook his head. What kind of car can I have at my age? Sushi gritted his teeth in anger. What a waste of his time. It would be better to think of something on his own. Chapter 67, None of them will escape. The car stopped at the entrance of the hospital. Lang Chen was very anxious. He came to the back, then took Su Xueyan into his arms and hurriedly walked towards the inside of the hospital. Hurry up, Doc! Lang Chen shouted loudly as he hugged and walked towards the front. When the nurses saw the situation on their side, they immediately prepared a single price, and then together they combined their efforts to put Su Xueyan on the bed and pushed her to the operating room. The nurses and they rushed off to call the doctor, too, and the whole thing moved in a fluid motion. Watching the lights go on over at the operating room, Lang Chen crouched outside, his entire body tense. He hoped that Su Xueyan could be safe and sound and that nothing would go wrong. Otherwise he would definitely not just let go so easily. After about 20 minutes, the door to the operating room opened, and Lang Chen stood up and immediately surrounded him. That doctor said as he unclipped his mask. It's just a few superficial wounds. They look acidic and serious, but they're actually all pretty simple, just a little bit of conditioning and toning. Lang Chen was slightly relieved. Does that still require hospitalization? Still need to stay at the hospital for a couple of days. If you don't have the time, then arrange for someone else to come and take care of it. I'm afraid you'll need to keep a close eye on this first. Second day to be sure. Lang Chen nodded. After a long time, Su Shuiyan was pushed out. At this time he had not woken up. The doctor carried out a simple bandage. I think it is true that I have some feeling that it is too serious. Originally it is only some skin wounds, but in the end, I have to have a small surgery. Lang Chen purposely arranged for a separate ward so that it would be quieter for one person, and it would be convenient to nurse his injuries. He closed the window gently. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze always falling on Su Shuiyan's face. Su Shuiyan closed her eyes. Now 2 hours had passed and she was still unconscious as well. Lang Chen took out his cell phone and walked to the outside of the ward, then called Fire Phoenix. I've already found Su Shuiyan over here. You don't need to take care of Wei Wei. You can send Wei Wei over. Good. So half an hour later, Lang Chen got the call again, and now Wei Wei was down at the hospital, so he walked down. The Tanglong group's people put Wei Wei down, and when Wei Wei saw Lang Chen, she came over and hugged him. Dad! Wei Wei cried out very sweetly, and Lang Chen held him tightly in his arms. This time Vivi then asked, Mom, where is it now? Is he sick? I'm going to take you to see Mom, okay? Lang Chen carried Wei Wei upstairs and entered the hospital room. When Wei Wei saw Su Shuiyan on top of the hospital bed, she hurried over at that time, her tears flowing, and then looked at Lang Chen with a look of help. So what's going on here? Is he asleep? Mom is feeling sleepy right now, so she just needs to rest, and let's not disturb her. Lang Chen deliberately prepared some snacks and little people's books, holding Wei Wei to the side. He then played with him. 2 hours later, Su Shuiyan gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the white blanket. Where am I? When Lang Chen and Wei Wei heard this, they put down the things inside their hands at that moment, then came to Su Shuiyan's side. Mom, you're awake. Lang Chen rushed at Su Shuiyan with a faint smile. At this time the excitement was also in, and could not be concealed. You finally woke up, and I thought you must really want to see Vivi when you woke up, so I brought Vivi here. Su Shuiyan was also full of happiness as he took Wei Wei's hand and his gaze fell on Lang Chen's body. Thinking about the promise Lang Chen had given him before the wedding, Su Shuiyan couldn't stop the joy in her heart. But soon, Lang Chen was also worried. I may not have much time for you. Su Shuiyan's eyes were filled with doubt amongst them and seemed to be extremely incomprehensible. Not yet. When Su Shuiyan asked, Lang Chen took the initiative to say the reason for this time. Those who harmed you, I definitely won't let them go. So I'm going to take those people from the bookshelf one by one right now, so that they know what will happen if they actually dare to touch my woman. Su Shuiyan's eyes revealed a wave of helplessness. Actually, I don't have much to do right now. As long as you stay with me, there's no need to bother with their side. If we don't teach them a lesson this time, they'll never stop and will only think of ways to inflict harm on you, and I can never allow that to happen. Lang Chen spoke righteously. Seeing that Lang Chen was actually so adamant, Su Shuiyan had no choice but to sigh and let Lang Chen go. The next day when it was time to go to work, the entire Su's group had also begun to work, and at 10 o'clock, people from various internal parts of the Su's family had also arrived at the group. Half an hour later, Lang Chen also reached his destination. He looked around. It was really a peak time for work, so they were all working hard. He also did his duty and walked in. No one stopped him. He entered the elevator, and the company's personnel were very shocked even after double-checking in the middle of the elevator. General Manager Lang, I didn't expect you to actually come back. A lot of things happened in the company while you were away. Lang Chen glanced at the other party and nodded slightly. Today is the day to take care of it. Just do your job and I'll take care of everything else. That employee nodded deeply, overjoyed at the moment. The Su family had been arrogant over here for so long, and finally the boss had returned to teach them a lesson. Lang Chen walked out after reaching the floor, and the first thing he found was the chairman's office. Sudeki was holding his cell phone, still making a dinner date for this evening, when suddenly the door was opened and he was startled. You don't even know how to knock when you open the door? You. Before he could finish his words, he realized that the person who came in was actually Lang Chen. That's a lot to take in. How did you get in here? This isn't your company anymore. Get the hell out of here or I'm going to call security to force you out. Lang Chen was not the least bit afraid as he coldly and slowly approached Sudeki. Looks like you've gotten more and more arrogant during my absence, forgetting who actually owns this company. Ha! With those words, he kicked Sudeki directly in the small of his back. After all, Sudeki was also a handful of years old. How could he stand such pain? And he collapsed right then and there. Sul heard the sound and quickly rushed over as well. Dad, are you alright? Hurrying hurriedly, he came next to Sudeki and then helped him up. Chapter 68, The Original Marriage Room. Lang Chen, you actually dared to make a move on my father. I think you don't want to live. Lang Chen clicked his knuckles with a look of a ruthless man, and it had already scared Sulu to death. Sulu immediately felt that something was not quite right. At this moment, Lang Chen came to the side and grabbed Sudeki as soon as he could. You've been relying on this company long enough, and now I'm going to clean house. Then he simply grabbed White by the collar and dragged him out of the office. The rest of the Su family was also startled out by the loud noise. Each and every one of them mouthed crazy words, but none of them actually dared to come and make a move against Lang Chen directly. Lang Chen dragged by inside the elevator and forced the door shut. The originally very noisy place had finally become quiet at this moment, but Xiaobai was fighting against terrorism. What the hell are you doing? The group is mine now, under my name, and I can call the police and have you arrested for causing trouble here. By the way, if you're talking about calling the police, I'm going to have to call the police later. You guys took my property for yourselves without my consent. How long do you think you can stay in the settlement again on that charge? Xiaobai was called a panic, and it was the elevator door opened. They had come to the first floor. Lang Chen was planning to directly throw Xiaobai out, yet those relatives of the Su family had surprisingly arrived on the first floor at this time as well. Watching the commotion over here was just too much, so the other people inside the company had all gathered around to see how this scene would go on. But most people were mentally holding Lang Chen up. What's up? Still want to do it? Lang Chen looked at the periphery, all of which were crowed with many Su family people, but smiled disdainfully. Just by virtue of you guys are still too tender. Want to block my way? This life is in delusion. After saying that, he threw White to the ground as soon as he was done, and then he rushed at the others. Since you guys have to do it, then I'll play along with you. All of them had already suffered so much humiliation here, so the Su family members couldn't stand it after all, and one by one, they wanted to come over and beat up Lang Chen in a group, but they are not Lang Chen's opponent. Come one to hit a slap of slap straight. The company inside the personnel heard. It is called a relief. Worthy of being their boss, they can easily do what they can't. When those Su family members were all red in the face, Lang Chen clapped his hands and then rushed to the rest of the company. What's the point of standing still? These guys have come to their own doorstep. Might as well hurry up and get rid of them. The company's hands went up. Get out! Get out! Then one by one, the Su family members were directly lifted up and thrown outside the company. Although Su's family members were all very reluctant one by one, there was really no way for them to be kicked out now, so they could only leave from the group's doorway one by one in a dusty manner. It was only then that the others, one by one, spoke of those grievances of the past few days. Ever since these people came, the whole company has been in shambles, and it's not at all what it used to be. Earlier we were worried, boss. Have you all been poisoned by them? Now it seems fortunate that you're safe and sound, boss. Otherwise, our company would be finished. These days suffer from anger. Suffer really too much. Work well, but also simply cannot compare to their side of the relationship. Su family members, this look really sickening. Lang Chen also comforted the company's employees. Don't worry, now that everything is over, the company can return to its former operation. But because some of the damages caused by the Su family to the company over these days also exist, I will contact the police side. It's got to be contacted or that's it. It's too cheap to throw them out. It's better to find them or lock them up. One by one, they all said those relieving words in their hearts. Lang Chen comforted some more, then let the employees all go to continue working first. After all those employees had already left, some of the remaining people were still by Lang Chen's side, and these were not Su Group's people, but rather, Lang Chen had purposely brought Tinglong's people with him. Naturally, it's just in case. On the police side, you guys go and contact them. Don't give the Su family too much forgiveness. The more serious the better. Mr. Lang, don't worry, we understand. After thinking for a while, Lang Chen seemed to have thought of something, so he asked at them. Just now I only noticed the Su family. Those Fusang people, have you found out where they are? Sir, I'm really very sorry. Originally they were inside the company, but because there were too many people in the company and they were very sensitive, they accidentally got away first. Lang Chen waved his hand in disbelief. Nothing, since they ran away. In short, now all the people of the Su family have been driven out, and have also called the police. Only Lang Chen also has a little pity. After all, did not catch the mastermind. Let those few brats get away. After the urgent matters in the company were dealt with later, Lang Chen went to buy some light, delicious things in the evening. Go to the hospital. He deliberately asked the nurses, and they all knew that Su Shuiyen's condition was now very stable. I'll be able to get out of the hospital tomorrow if I can. Lang Chen thought about it and became more accustomed to living inside the home, so he would mention this matter to Su Shuiyen later during dinner. Lang Chen brought the already packed food inside the ward. Su Shuiyen was happy to see Lang Chen. You're finally back. how did it go? Are you okay? Don't worry, those people have all been taken care of by me. The doctor said that your health condition is not necessary, and you have been staying in the hospital. I think that otherwise we'd better go home. It would be better at home. The words were barely out of her mouth when Vivi jumped up. Yes, go home, go home. Wei Wei was of course happy. No, and Su Shuiyan agreed. So Ling Chen went downstairs to go through the procedure of leaving the hospital, and packed up all kinds of things on the same day, and then after having lunch on the next day, Ling Chen brought Su Shuiyan and Wei Wei back home. This time back home, but the bridal chamber where the two had been married before. At this time, Ling Chen had experienced these things, so those hatred towards Su Shuiyan had gradually diminished. Only then would he agree, and Su Shuiyan returned to stay in the marital home where she had originally lived. Chapter 69, Ironclad Evidence. Although it was said that they lived together again, the two of them didn't share the same room, in order to allow Wei Wei and her mom to spend a little more time together, so they let the two of them stay inside a room, while Ling Chen himself was alone in a room. But this made Su Shuiyan already very satisfied. Dinner was casually made. Su Shuiyan also brought up the matter about remarriage above the dinner table. If it's okay with you, when do we remarry? Right now your body still needs to get well. When your body gets better, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Next to her, Vivi clapped her hands straight. That's great. Mom and Dad live together now. Vivi was very happy. Though it was said to be a superficial wound, the wound nevertheless needed more nourishment. This raising was half a month's time. And on this day, Ling Chen stood in the face of the calendar, looking at the very eye-catching date on it. I didn't realize that time flies so fast, and in a flash it will soon be Vivi's birthday. It looks like I need to go back today and bring some more things. Then tomorrow I won't come to the office and just stay home with Wei Wei for her birthday. We left the office a little early today after mentally mulling over the day and then went inside the cake store to book a cake first. Then he planned to go home, preparing to properly discuss with Su Shuiyan about Wei Wei's birthday tomorrow. When he arrived at the villa, before he could walk in, he suddenly saw a man in black hovering at the door. He and Su Shuiyan didn't know what to say, and then the man blushed and came out. Seeing that he was about to pass by, Ling Chen suddenly realized something. Waking up, he pulled the man to his feet and then punched him in the abdomen. At this moment, upon further scrutiny, this man was actually Wang Dong, the young master of the Wang family. Recently spent a lot of time with Su Shuiyan. What brand of perfume was used? He was also very clear in his heart. But the fragrant smell on Wang Dong's body was also Su Shuiyan's perfume smell. Ling Chen instantly became taut, so he gave Wang Dong 2 more punches. Wang Dong clutched his head and cursed as he took the beating. Ling Chen, you son of a, you have divorced Su Shuiyan. Why are you still pestering Su Shuiyan? But Ling Chen acted as if he hadn't heard those words as he continued to violently beat. Su Shuiyan, who was at the door, also rushed over and hugged Ling Chen from behind. You need to calm down. You need to listen to me and explain things are not what you think they are. Ling Chen's heart was clogged with panic. The situation was already like this. Could there be any other turnaround? He was just about to curse when Wang Dong did take advantage of his hold to stand up and instantly slapped Ling Chen. Ling Chen was being held by Su Shuiyan, so it took the slap hard, and Su Shuiyan also hugged very tightly, and also said very anxiously, Young Wang, you hurry up and run. You're not his opponent. Wang Dong wiped his nose and then saw the green bean paste ice cream that Ling Chen had bought back from outside. There was some melting of the ice cream because it had been there for some time. Wang Dong snatched it without saying anything and then wiped Ling Chen's face. This also completely enraged Ling Chen. Originally, he was still concerned about Su Shuiyan's wounds, but now that he thought that Su Shuiyan was helping Wang Dong, there was no need for him to care about Su Shuiyan's wounds, so he struggled away with force. Su Shuiyan shouted loudly, Get out of here! Run! By the time Ling Chen completely struggled away, Wang Dong had already hurriedly run away. He himself knew that he definitely could not beat Ling Chen if he used his fists alone. Looking at Wang Dong's back that had already left, Ling Chen tugged his fists tight. He was just about to chase Su Shuiyan when he called him back. Don't you fool around anymore. His father has now been recognized back by the Kyoto Wang family. Now he is the youngest master of the Kyoto Wang family. Who are you to fight him? If you really want to pursue this, even your Jackie Chan has no way to bail you out. Only then did Ling Chen stop, but his eyeballs had turned red, especially when his eyes fell on Su Shuiyan, who had misremembered the buttons on top of that shirt. Su Shuiyan instantly turned counter-terrorism, up to cover a bit, and then explained to, Nothing happened between me and him. You do not blindly guess. Just now there is only a little heat. I did not do anything wrong to you. But Ling Chen's heart was always feeling diabolical. He pushed Su Shuiyan away and then walked into the room. Eyes first looked over the coffee table, then noticed on a condom inside the trash can. From a distance Ling Chen could still smell a very pungent odor. At this time Su Shuiyan also hurriedly ran in, saw the condom inside the trash can, instantly had a panic. It's not mine, and I don't know where it came from. Young Wang merely came in to sit for a while. Nothing really happened between me and him. Everything. There was no way to prove that Su Shuiyan was innocent, and Lang Chen felt helpless. He really didn't know what he should say. Lang Chen entered the inside of the daughter's room. He was deeply asleep at this time. Lang Chen tried to wake up, but his daughter could not wake up. Lang Chen. It felt as if his daughter was taking some kind of medicine. Su Shuiyan didn't dare to move a muscle beside her. The marriage that was easily about to be saved was met with another accident at this time, and he didn't know what to say in the face of such ironclad evidence. Lang Chen laughed bitterly, then as soon as he did, he wrapped Wei Wei into his arms. Without looking back, he headed straight outside. Lang Chen, what are you doing? We've both been divorced for a long time now, so what am I doing? Have anything to do with you? Now that you have done such a thing, you are still thinking of letting your daughter follow you? In the future, I won't care about your affairs anymore, and I don't have the right to do so. By the way, this is the resident pill antidote. You take it. Lang Chen freed one of his hands and placed a box on top of the table, and immediately afterward, he went out the door. Su Shuiyan hurriedly followed behind. At this time he was also very anxious. Lang Chen, it really isn't what you think. There really isn't anything between me and him. Lang Chen turned back, his tone very flat and equally angry. In the future, this group will change its name. You don't have to go back to work in the future. I'll give you your salary and compensation for this period of time. Su Shuiyan was on the verge of crying out at this time. She took 2 steps forward with tears in her eyes, but then she saw Lang Chen with a murderous look on his face. He couldn't take a step for some time, and sat down on the ground in fear at that time, then watched Lang Chen walk further and further away. Just then, the cell phone rang. He had some chance to click on the phone. That message, want your daughter to live. Come to my villa tonight to serve me. Chapter 70, Wang Dong's Den. Lang Chen alone temporarily found a house outside and then settled Wei Wei down. But this long-distance traveling Wei Wei actually did not react at all. This made very worried. He put Vivi on the bed and called out. Vivi didn't react at all. By the next day, it had been a night's sleep, but Wei Wei still had no signs of waking up, which gradually made Lang Chen start to worry. So he called up Sun Chao. An hour later, the doorbell rang. He opened the door, and Sun Chao walked in with some specialized medical instruments. Where's Vivi? His subject went straight to Vivi, and Lang Chen led him inside the room. Directly Sun Chao skillfully put the tools of the work handles on the table, and then took out some implements, and began to examine Wei Wei. Very worried and concerned, he had been standing by the side with both eyes firmly fixed on Sun Chao. After about half an hour later, Sun Chao carried out a detailed inspection of all aspects of the inspection. After the drop of the hand inside the thing, Lang Chen cannot wait to ask, how's it going? Only Sun Chao closed his eyes and shook his head. There is something strange. Even I don't know, because why has he been unconscious until now? I do know one thing for sure though, and that is that he is poisoned. Lang Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. It had actually been poisoned. How did she get poisoned? Sun Chao asked Lang Chen with great suspicion. I left her at Su Shuiyan's place, and it turned out that when I came home, Wei Wei had already passed out. So it seems that if it wasn't Su Shuiyan who poisoned her, then it would be Wang Dong. Although he had a very great hatred for Su Shuiyan right now, Su Shuiyan was after all also Wei Wei's mother. It was impossible that she would poison her. Then naturally the one who poisoned was someone else. Most likely Wang Dong. It should have been Wang Dong who made the move. I'm going to find Fire Phoenix. Lang Chen then contacted Fire Phoenix and asked Fire Phoenix to investigate all the places Wang Dong had been to now, including his current location. An hour later, Fire Phoenix had also gotten Wang Dong's address was being at home, and the address of the residence had also been found. He sent the address to Lang Chen, and after Lang Chen confirmed that it was correct, he immediately traveled to go find Wang Dong. The place where Wang Dong lived was in a villa several hundred miles away from the Magic City and on Tiger Hill in Wu City, and Lang Chen drove there directly. By the time he reached the neighborhood, the Fire Phoenix had also arrived. Lang Chen had wanted to barge right in, but was stopped by the Fire Phoenix. You must calm down a bit. Before you came here, I had already investigated that the first place inside this villa is very strict, so if you just barge in, you will soon be lifeless. Lang Chen frowned. So what should I do? Fire Phoenix pointed to a nearby RV before pulling Ryo-chun inside. He handed Lang Chen a bellhop ammo-looking outfit and then spoke to him. I just gotten an appointment for a bellhop from their phone call, so in another 10 minutes, it should be about the same time for you to go over there. Fire Phoenix spoke. Lang Chen immediately changed his clothes. Sure I can go in? Of course I'm not sure. That's why I've already contacted the others a long time ago. You can get ready now. In 5 minutes there will be a head of the security team coming over. I've already negotiated with him and he'll definitely let you in. Lang Chen nodded, then patted Fire Phoenix's shoulder. Thanks a lot. It's better to wait until you come out peacefully and then thank me properly. You still don't know whether you're alive or dead at this moment, and this must be picked up. I'll keep in touch with you during the process. Lang Chen reached out. A headset fell into his hand, but this headset was so small that it was completely invisible when placed inside the ear. Lang Chen carried out some more makeup. By this time she was no different at all from a bellhop ama, and when she came to the door, she spoke directly. I'm the bellhop you made an appointment with. The villa was so strictly guarded that there were already 10 security guards at the front door alone. Looking at Lang Chen, there was indeed a bit of a bellhop ant, but one was very alert. Wait a moment while we check with the master's side. One of the security guards was just about to pick up the phone to make contact, when the head of the security team arrived. What happened? Why are you still calling? Those security guards answered very truthfully. The captain waved his hand. You see, he is just a bellhop. Look, also cannot make any big trouble, but instead you delayed things. I am afraid the disaster is you. Let him in. Ran said there is have some reluctance, but one by one all of them let Lang Chen in. Lang Chen continued to walk inside the villa, recalling the security team leader from earlier. It does look a little familiar. Almost all the time after he was about to reach the inside of the courtyard, he finally remembered that he was not the person from the Tinglong organization. What a surprise! This time he was able to sneak in safely thanks to them. I didn't think you actually contacted the Tinglong organization and them. Lang Chen knew that if he spoke, the Fire Phoenix over there also knew, so he spoke emotionally about talking about it. Fire Phoenix laughed. It's very strict here. I'm afraid we'll have a hard time getting in if we don't let them help us, so keep going. There's a fork in the road ahead of you, then you'll have no problem with the one on your left. Good. Immediately afterward, Lang Chen was under some command from the Fire Phoenix. Shortly afterward, he arrived in front of a house, a 2-story villa here, not very big, but very sophisticated. But from afar, Lang Chen realized that there were actually guards in front of this villa, and the temperament of these guards and those security guards looked completely different. These are the brats. I'm afraid you'll have to figure out how to get in on your own, but you've managed to get past the first level, and there's no problem getting in from here. The voice of the Fire Phoenix resounded in Lang Chen's ears, so Lang Chen continued on, and when he reached the doorway, the little kid reached out and stopped him, and then did a little checking on his body. They didn't expect a bellhop's ant to have a very hidden headset, so they checked it down and let Lang Chen off the hook as there was nothing they could kill themselves with. Successfully, he went in and out, asking again how he should go next. With some direction from Fire Phoenix, he made his way to the second floor. The second floor here was immediately about to reach the room that Wang Dong was residing in. Chapter 71, The Truth About Yesterday. But Lang Chen looked at it. This side of the so-called is very Mori constantly have that there are those small back and forth patrol. All are Fusan ninjas. Lang Chen clenched his fists inside his sleeves. It really didn't occur to me that these little devils actually had some connection with Wang Dong's side as well. Even though she now hated Su Shuiyan very much, it was still very painful to think of her being severely beaten by these brats, and she hated her teeth for these brats. As the saying goes, you can't live with your own sins. Later on, he was going to let these brats know that this old Chinese saying was going to fall on their heads. In order not to arouse suspicion, Lang Chen tried his best to relax his body. No one notices the bellhop ama, only from her mouth as she passes by. Very disgustedly, she spits out an 8-tooth path from her mouth. Lang Chen did not have the effort to directly confront these brats right now, but instead arrived in front of Wang Dong's room. He was just about to enter, but that's when the sound of high heels rang out. He turned his head to see a woman in a white dress, but masked, coming in his direction. With some panic, Lang Chen pretended to pass by and brushed up against the woman head-on. He took a deep breath, the woman's perfume catching his scent. Somehow this perfume is really all too familiar. The image of Su Shuiyan, the woman he was told to love and hate to the core, once again came to mind, only to see that the woman had already entered in front of Wang Dong's room door and was knocking on the door. Lang Chen seemed to have realized something. His fists forbiddingly clenched and his eyes suddenly became very cold. I didn't want to give you a hard time. You're the one who doesn't want to live. Lang Chen mumbled in his mind before walking into the restroom with some cleaning tools. The brats didn't really notice, and they all left as well, eventually leaving only one man patrolling the vicinity of the restroom. At this point, Lang Chen just pinched his throat and pretended to be a woman's voice and screamed miserably. The brats outside heard the sound and immediately rushed in, but after rushing in they saw nothing. Lang Chen suddenly emerged from behind and grabbed the brat's head before flinging it. The little kid was on the ground then. Lang Chen moved quickly. Immediately, he took off this bodyguard's clothes, and put on the bodyguard's clothes himself, and performed a disguise, becoming this bodyguard's appearance. Then he put the cleaning lady all over the brat again, and shut it off in a bathroom, locking the door inside. Then he became a bodyguard again and went on duty inside Wang Dong's room for him. He walked in, and there was a screen in front of him, so he could only see the general appearance of what was there, but he could already hear something. Now that you're here, Why are you so reserved? Hasn't it been made very, very clear? Come here to serve me. Since you're already here, can it be that you really just want to talk? Wang Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked at Su Xueyan, who he had been craving for a long time. Out of Lang Shen's expectation, Su Xueyan was not as indulgent as he thought. She stared at Wang Dong without any emotion within her eyes. You did everything all on purpose. Yesterday morning you calculated that Ling Chen would leave. Then you pretended to be a maintenance worker, entered inside my house, and also mesmerized my daughter, right? Wang Dong also laughed and laughed out loud without the slightest concern. I won't hide it from you. In fact, I've been missing you terribly since I left these days. It's no wonder that I'm not to blame for my infatuation. Feelings are something that always become a very persistent thought for a person. These words would only make Su Xueyan feel very sick. More importantly, Wang Dong had already admitted to all these things he had done and that he had bewitched his own daughter. Now her own daughter is still alive or dead, and she is now in the wolf's den. Su Xueyan couldn't hold back any longer. Her voice was very angry. It's that you are a fighter among the trashiest compared to my husband. I never wanted anything to happen with you. Everything was all planned by you. You calculated when Ling Chen was going to come back, so you took advantage of that time to purposely hug me for a bit. And now you're using Wei Wei's life as blackmail to tell me to unbutton my buttons. What exactly do you want? Wang Dong, however, sighed and said nonchalantly, do you still think that it is really a little too late to blackmail, right? It seems that I really should have blackmailed a little earlier, and begged you to do that when I first came in, so maybe we still have 20 to 30 minutes to enjoy ourselves. Su Xueyan smiled coldly. When I think of what you've been doing for this period of time, I feel very disgusted. That dirty thing inside the garbage can was also left by you. Right, all of this is all intentional on your part. You're stirring up the relationship between me and Ling Chen, and then letting him alienate me and hate me. What exactly are you trying to do? What is your purpose? Wang Dong laughed out loud. Isn't it enough that I just want to get you for this purpose? Don't you want your daughter's life anymore? What are you doing with your hands behind your back? Have you forgotten what you came here for? You are here to serve me. Wang Dong slowly stood up. Is feeling shy. Don't want to take the initiative to hug me. Then it's fine for me to hug you. So soft and fragrant. Wang Dong had already moved his hands, and both of his hands were already on Su Xueyan's shoulders. Su Xueyan really felt a bit nauseous. At this time, Lang Chen, who was behind the screen, could no longer hold back either, and he was ready to rush out. But at this time, Wang Dong screamed miserably. Wang Dong was lying on the ground, covering the wound under his stomach with his hand, but the blood was still flowing out. You mischievous woman is really hurting me. Hurry up and send someone. Serve this woman well. Let him taste the might of the Fuso lords. Su Xueyan has long been aware of what it seems that will be faced here as well. Also know that he is now already heard Wang Dong. Surely there is no way. Pull back to go back. That's why he's been ready for this for a long time. Just now the knife did not take Wang Dong's life. He felt some pity. Now he could only retain his intact body. Su Xueyan raised the dagger and aimed it at her throat. I am not willing to have to suffer those spoils while I am still alive. I just feel that it's a bit of a pity that I will never be able to see you again. Lang Chen. So in my next life, I will apologize to you again. Just as he was about to stab in, the screen suddenly collapsed. Wang Dong was now in agony. This woman was just too vicious, actually hurting the most important thing to him as a man. When he raised his head, he saw Lang Chen rushing over, and his face changed drastically. Chapter 72, I'll fight you all. Lang Chen's quick eyes and hands snatched the knife from Su Xueyan's hand. Su Xueyan closed her eyes. How did she know that it would be Lang Chen? Thinking that someone was trying to move him, so she tensed and struggled. But smelling that familiar man's scent, opening his eyes, and seeing that familiar face, he instantly faded, and his entire body went limp, his gaze in a bit of a trance. I've never done anything to wrong you, and yesterday this son of a actually used Wei Wei's life to blackmail me. I can't let him go. Just now everything Lang Chen has heard. This is certainly not what show to play everything is true. Just Wang Dong is too cunning. Actually dare to provoke the relationship between the two of them. He comforted Su Xueyan. I was too impulsive before. I came here to get you home. He helped Su Xueyan up, but he couldn't walk at this time. The little devils outside have all rushed in and surrounded the regiment to the bag. The faces of each one were horny as hell. After all, Su Xueyan was also a complete beauty, and it was impossible to say that a man would not be moved. Right now, all of them one by one had Su Xueyan in their eyes, and they seemed to have already felt that Ling Chen as a person was no longer something to be feared, so there was absolutely no need for them to put Ling Chen in their eyes as well. Seeing that most of the brats inside this villa had now arrived here, Su Xueyan was also very nervous as she tightly tugged on Ling Chen's hand. Whatever the case, apologizing is something I don't need to say in my next life anymore, and I'm very content in this life. I just hope that in my next life I can still be a very ordinary couple with you and be able to join hands for the rest of my life. No way. Lang Chen directly vetoed. I don't want the next life. I want this life. We are definitely going out today. Wang Dong could be said to be in a lot of pain at this moment. That thing of his had been cut down. Just thinking about this, there was no way he could forgive Su Shuiyan. In the beginning, he only had that kind of nasty thoughts about Su Shuiyan, but now he was bent on killing Su Shuiyan. Before, you were given a way out alive, but you didn't leave, and now the Fusang people are standing right here, and you know about those ninjas, right? There's absolutely no way just the two of you can get out of here alive, and if you want to blame it, you only have yourselves to blame, Wang Dong said angrily. Lang Chan's eyes widened. Why didn't I stab you to death in one go just now? You're such a disgusting mouth. Their conversation was completely unremarkable on the side of the little devils, and the only thing in their eyes was Su Shuiyan's mouth speaking those stingy Chinese words. All that came out of the mouths of those little Japs were words similar to these, even as there were some very obscene ones as well. Flower girls, dead la don't, mish mish yo 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 yo. Although it was just some very stingy words, Lang Chen heard them very well. Wang Dong's face has some ugly. Originally Su Shuiyan just belongs to himself alone, but now he even has that thing already. It is really cheap for these brats. Looking at the fact that there were so many people, Lang Chen also had some concerns. At this time the Fire Phoenix also spoke. Hang in there a little bit on this side. I'll arrange for someone to come and rescue you guys, and you guys try to find something to stall for a while. At this time, Lang Chen, there was a trace of helpless smile at the corner of his mouth. The language simply does not make sense. How can it be dragged? But today, as long as he thought that he must bring Su Shuiyan out, Lang Chen's heart naturally had an idea. These people actually dared to think those things to Su Shuiyan. There was no way Lang Chen could endure it no matter what. So she let go of Su Shuiyan's hand. Who was worried? What are you doing? Lang Chen didn't answer, just slowly took off his jacket, leaving the entire interior of his clothes open. Seeing what was inside, the little devils, who were originally still very pleased with themselves, suddenly changed their faces dramatically one by one. Hurriedly, one by one, they stepped back. Wang Dong's eyes also widened as he cursed inside his mouth. What a fearless one! Tied around Lang Chen's waist was a whole row of explosives, and inside his hand he also held a lighter. He flicked it, and the fire strung above the lighter. He placed it next to the firebrand, just a little bit closer and it would have ignited. According to the amount of gunpowder, afraid that as long as once ignited, then the entire villa is afraid that a person cannot run away. The villa also do not want to have a good place. The entire villa can be completely disappeared from here. Seeing this dosage, each and every one of those little devils' faces were also ugly. Su pulled tightly on the hand that was pulling Lang Chen's hand, but there was no fear at all. Dead is dead. With you anyway. The two took each other's hands and felt very warm inside them. Probably this is happiness, even if it is nearing the end of life. Wang Dong, he is not a fool now. If he continues to stay here, there is definitely no benefit. He has no important things left. He cannot even lose his life. So just try to escape from inside this room. All of this was inside Lang Chen's eyes. If you're leaving, then I'll order it right away. Hearing this, Wang Dong did not dare to move at that moment. If this really ignited, he was really going to die. The face was very ugly. I can't believe you actually dared to light it. Then I don't believe you'll actually kick you out. And I'll order it in a minute if I dare move a step this moment. Wang Dong was a timid and fearful looker. And when he saw Lang Chen's so very determined eyes, he didn't dare to move at that time. Come on, you don't want to go off. That's gunpowder. If you ignite it, this villa will be all gone. Do you really want to die here? You guys have no intention of letting me walk out of here alive anyway. In the past, it was just Su Shuiyan and I who died, so it would be better to drag all of you to my back. As soon as they heard that they felt like dying, those little devils one by one didn't dare to get tough with Lang Chen anymore, and they all obediently raised their hands. Yours, to negotiate or not? Wang Dong breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these Fuso people are also afraid of death, so they are ready to talk it over now. This was good. As long as the Fuso survived, then he would be safe and sound and nothing would happen to him. Su Shuiyan was also worried when she saw the brat talking like this, so she said to Lang Chen, they are very cunning. You must be careful. Chapter 73, The Difficulty of the Antidote. Lang Chen wasn't willing to talk nonsense with these brats at all, and snorted coldly. Who wants to negotiate with you? What's there to talk about when you're dead? The little devils were terrified. Lang Chen was not afraid of death. It does not mean they are not afraid. You drop. First put down the gunpowder. Slowly. Lang Chen looked at Su Shuiyan in his arms and suddenly hesitated. If possible, it was good to delay a little bit. After all, he didn't want Su Shuiyan to die. Good, then I'll give you guys a chance. Lang Chen put down the explosives. What are your conditions? Say it. Instead, the little devil said, we'll let you go as soon as you put down this woman in your arms. When Lang Chen heard this, he directly became anxious. What are you guys farting about? This is impossible. It's better to die together. At this time the little devils were afraid again. For a Su Shuayen and let so many people accompany the funeral, how to calculate is a losing deal. Seeing that the brats were about to speak again, Lang Chen directly lost his patience. If we want to leave, I'll leave with her. If we can't leave, we'll die together. There's nothing to discuss in this matter. Su Shuayen looked at Lang Chen, who was so determined, and a teardrop slid down from the corner of her eye. Lang Chen, thank you. Lang Chen shook his head and said, what's there to thank? This is what I should do. Su Shuayen then said, even if I die with you, I am willing. At this moment, Lang Chen was also somewhat moved and looked deeply at Su Shuayen. I know. The little devils couldn't stand it and yelled, Baka, yours, talking about love? At this hour, Lang Chen was now without scruples. Does it matter to you what we say? Just at this moment, the buzzing sound of a car came to mind outside, and it turned out to be the people from the Tinglong organization rushing over under the leadership of the Fire Phoenix. The people from the Tinglong organization had instantly surrounded the entire villa, and a portion of them had already arrived inside the villa. This immediately reversed the form. All the little devils panicked. They originally had the numerical advantage, although they were terrified of Lang Chen, but with more people embracing each other, they weren't so scared. But now, such a numerical advantage had also turned into a bubble, and more people from the Tinglong organization had come. After hearing the buzzing, footsteps soon followed around them. Lang Chen knew that it was someone from his side who had come, looked down at Su Shuayen and said to her, it seems like we'll be fine. Su Shuayen nodded. It's really best to get out alive. Soon, Lang Chen saw the people from the Tinglong organization. At the head of the group were none other than Fire Phoenix and Sun Chao, who were on fire, each holding a gun in their hands as they rushed over and quickly surrounded the little devils. Abandon resistance. There's still a chance of survival, Fire Phoenix shouted. After seeing the Fire Phoenix, I don't know what the group of brats gabbled about, but soon, they all obediently put down their weapons and tied their hands. These little devils are more cowardly than one another, and when it really comes to this kind of time, none of them dares to resist. Lang Chen glanced at them and felt very disdainful. Soon, the people from the Tinglong organization had taken control of these brats and they already ruined Wang Dong. They brought Wang Dong to Ling Chen and Saint Cloth Sun Chao. Vivi was still unconscious, and Lang Chen had to ask for the antidote to that ecstasy from the landlord. Say, what kind of ecstasy did you put on Wei Wei in the end? Why is Wei Wei still unconscious now? I'll tell you, if anything happens to Wei Wei, you'll wait to be buried with her, Lang Chen said. Wang Dong was especially afraid of Lang Chen now, not daring to say a single word of no to Lang Chen, and spoke tremblingly, if this is given by a Taijun named Asada Ichiro. Before he could say the next sentence, Lang Chen slapped him. A crisp slap sounded, and Wang Dong only felt his scalp go numb before he reacted to the fact that he had been hit. Son of a, how dare you hook up with the brats? You're that short of a father, Lang Chen said angrily. Wang Dong coyly changed his words again. Yes, it was given by a brat named Ichiro Martin, but I don't dare to lie to you about this antidote. I really don't have the antidote in his hands. He's the only one who can take it. Lang Chen's face turned blue, itching to dismantle Wang Dong on the spot. Then you say, what is the way to get the antidote? Wang Dong confessed those bodyguards on the spot, all of whom were Ichiro Asada's men. You guys go and interrogate those bodyguards. You can definitely ask for results. Lang Chen was furious, and the more he looked at Wang Dong, the more upset he became. Sun Chao persuaded from the side. Alright, Lang Chen. The priority is to hurry up and ask for the whereabouts of the antidote, not to get angry with this muggle. Only then did Lang Chen stop and instructed his men to lock Wang Dong up, absolutely not allowing him to escape. And the Tinglong organization's men moved in immediately to raid these Fuso bodyguards. These bodyguards had just lowered their weapons and tied their hands, giving the Tang organization a very weak and vulnerable impression. So they were immediately tied up and prepared to be tortured for a confession. Lang Chen naturally watched from the side, and coldly said, whoever doesn't say anything, directly break his bones. Even the hardest bones are no match for a gun. However, just at this time, those bodyguards were stubborn. You drop. Want us to bind our hands can be done, but wanting us to confess any information, that's absolutely impossible. Lang Chen didn't listen to his nonsense and dryly threw a whip over. Ah! The bodyguard screamed miserably. Lang Chen took the whip and threw it at him again. How about it? Do you want to talk now? You bastards! I drop. Absolutely, impossibly, betray Fuso. This bodyguard was still very mouthy. Seeing that the ordinary whips didn't work, Lang Chen said to Fire Phoenix again, put on heavier torture. And don't be afraid that they won't open their mouths. Just leave one alive, and kill the others who don't speak. But even so, these people were unwilling to give up the mastermind behind them, and the coy look they had earlier had all but disappeared. You may not say anything now, but if you still don't say anything after the full torture, I'll honor you as a man, Fire Phoenix said. After saying that, Lang Chen left the past and looked at Su Shuiyan, who had just been scared and was still not recovered. Lang Chen consoled Su Shuiyan, and a burst of Fire Phoenix rushed over. Those people's mouths are quite hard. They'd rather be beaten to death than open their mouths. The spirit of Bushido lives up to its name. As she said this, Fire Phoenix was angry and a little bit impressed. Lang Chen sighed and said helplessly, "It seems that the trick of torturing won't work, so why don't we find a dumber one? Sell a break, let him go on purpose, and then send someone to follow." Chapter 74 Doubts about the Judo Hall. Fire Phoenix followed Lang Chen's advice and went back to interrogate these few brats separately. Bring them all to different rooms. I want to interrogate them one by one. With a wave of Fire Phoenix's hand, these bodyguards were separated and taken to different places. Since there were more of these bodyguards, Fire Phoenix started the interrogation from the beginning. It took a long time before she was able to interrogate them all. Just tried the first one. The bodyguard is still very hard. Yours. Whatever the method, I will not betray my empire. Fire Phoenix wasn't prepared to ask anything out of him. Just a token interrogation and then it was over. Coming to the next bodyguard, Fire Phoenix sneered. It's your turn. The one in front of you said everything. If you also confessed very much, I'll release you together with him. If you don't say anything, then wait for death. But this bodyguard did not show any weakness at all. Impossible. Then that bodyguard cursed in a language that Fire Phoenix couldn't understand. And from the tone of his voice, he should be despising the bodyguard in front of him. Fire Phoenix felt a bit funny. He is a smart person. He knows that if he says everything, he won't suffer. As for whether you are smart or not, it all depends on your own choice. The bodyguard shook his head. I am not going to say anything. Luckily, Firebreeze hadn't been hopeful originally, and it seemed that this one was a tough nut to crack, so Firebreeze immediately shifted his target to the next one. Held separately, the companions can't see their reactions, and even if they do speak, they won't be guessed who it is. Between their own lives and their secrets, there's always a selfish, cowardly person who will show up. Fire Phoenix interrogated them one by one, not realizing that any of the bodyguards would refuse to reveal more information. Just as Fire Phoenix was interrogating those bodyguards in front of him, a little kid named Ijima Yaji suddenly realized that the binding rope tying him up was much looser. He tried struggling for a moment, realizing that his movements were not attracting attention, and twisted his wrists again in an attempt to escape from the bindings. Even this action did not attract the attention of the Tinglong organization personnel guarding him. These guys seemed to be slacking off a bit. With this discovery, he became bolder, quietly freeing his wrists from the ropes. He carefully glanced around and realized that those guarding him were half squinting, just about asleep. It's now. It's a great opportunity. Ijima Yayoi thought to himself. If you don't run away now, when will you wait? So while they were off guard, he jumped to the front of the man guarding him with a few stomps and slashed down with a straight palm. This one slashed right into the man's neck, and the guy had some skill, actually knocking out one of the men guarding him with just that one hit. The other man reacted then. His pupils dilated many times, but he was too late to react and was knocked out by him as well. Yaji Ijima changed into the clothes of the guards and found the key to the room from them again, and after opening the door, he subconsciously walked carefully, but what he didn't realize was that it was this cautious demeanor that betrayed him. Fire Phoenix saw the video of his escape from the surveillance and laughed. This is the one. How can our people be so sneaky in the villa? Lang Chen was also amused. Doesn't that just mean he's stupid? It just happens to be utilized by us. The Fire Phoenix said. You have to laugh at him after using him. You're really excessive. Lang Chen didn't care in the slightest. So what? They deserved to die a long time ago, and I've already done my best to be merciful by letting them live. They took advantage of holding these bodyguards and put tracking locators on each of them, just to be on the safe side. Fire Phoenix still sent a member of the Tinglong organization to tail Ijima Yayoi. The team quickly chased after him, reporting his whereabouts to Fire Phoenix along the way. After escaping from the villa, Yayoi Ijima went down Tiger Hill and into one of Wu's judo gyms. The location tracker on him hadn't changed position since he entered this judo hall. As a result, the people from the Tinglong organization immediately launched an investigation into this judo hall. Yayoi Ijima was still unaware that he had already exposed his whereabouts, although he felt that someone was following him on his way to escape. He thought that he had gotten rid of the Tinglong organization's team members with his excellent anti-tracking skills, but it never occurred to him that the real problem was actually in himself. He stayed here at the judo hall peacefully, not thinking that he had been exposed. Fire Phoenix's network of connections was very extensive, and it didn't take long for news to come in that the boss behind the judo hall had been found. The name of the owner of this judo hall is Abe Takeshi, a native of Fusan, very famous in the judo world. 9th degree black belt. The team member reported to Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix bowed her head and contemplated for a while. It seems that this person has some origins. Is there any other news? The team member said. That's all we've been able to find out so far. We still have to ask the people who came out of there for specifics. This judo hall has done a very good job of packaging on the surface, and we can no longer find out any specific information. Fire Phoenix nodded. You've worked hard. Go down and rest. Then it occurred to him that the bodyguards he had captured a few days ago were still in his possession, and they happened to be out of the judo tube, so they should know a lot of inside information. Let one of the stupid ones go, but there are many more still here, and interrogating them one by one always reveals another one with soft bones. So Fire Phoenix immediately began a surprise interrogation, and finally he caught a bodyguard who was timid and afraid of death, and when they interrogated together, it was not good for him to open his mouth if the other companions didn't say anything, but now that he had heard that the others had recanted cleanly, and that if he did not speak, he would be put to death alone, he was instantly frightened, and said whatever he had to say. It turns out that these people who colluded with Wang Dong are all fighters cultivated by this judo hall, so it seems that this Abe Takeshi's ass is by no means clean either. Taking the information pried out of the bodyguard's mouth, Fire Phoenix linked up with the relevant departments again and found out the case file of this judo hall. A few months ago, Abe Takeshi's oldest apprentice, Kojiro Inabe, went in for intentional assault, but only a few dollars were paid out by the judo gym, and the matter was dropped. This incident just gave Tinglong's organization an excuse to intervene, and Fire Phoenix immediately asked for the case to be in Tinglong's hands. There are still a lot of details of this case that haven't been examined clearly, and it's not reasonable to just pay out money for private chatting with the realm he's in. We plan to retry this case and make sure to do everyone justice, Fire Phoenix said. The relevant organization was originally unwilling to deal with this hot potato, and seeing that the Tinglong organization was willing to take over, they were busy handing over all the files to Tinglong. Fire Phoenix took the file and said to Ling Chen, "We've found a breakthrough. Let's start with this case. Immediately conduct a raid on the judo hall. Make sure to catch the key person." Ling Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you guys." Chapter 75, No One Can Be Wild. Tinglong's law enforcement officers arrived at the entrance of the judo hall with lightning speed. The Tinglong organization has always been known for its swift and unquestionable actions, and the efficiency of its actions is ridiculously high. Ling Chen followed them and also came to this judo hall. But, just as we reached the door, we were stopped by the little kid in there. A man in traditional Fusan clothing stepped out from the middle of a group of bodyguards, looking as if he was some kind of chief administrator. The people from the Tinglong organization showed their licenses, but the bouncers who were watching the gate still wouldn't let them enter. This is the judo hall of the Great Fusan Empire. No dasha man or dog is allowed to enter, otherwise you are damaging the relationship between Fusan and the Mansion Kingdom, the chief steward-like man said boldly. As you should see, here are our credentials, and if you don't let us in, you will all be arrested, the law enforcement officer said seriously. However, that leading brat didn't take the Tinglong organization's words seriously in the slightest. I've already said that if you guys insist on breaking into the judo hall, then I don't mind a fight, but after today's events are over, all the damages will have to be borne by you guys. Ling Chen was directly exasperated and laughed. Whose territory do you think this is? Of course this judo hall is our territory, the man in charge blurted out. Listening to you, it sounds like you want to fight? Ling Chen had gotten angry when he heard the sentence that no dasha man or dog was allowed to enter, and when he thought about the fact that they had used ecstasy, causing Wei Wei to fall into a coma, and still had not woken up, he had completely lost his patience. But don't forget, this is the Great Summer Kingdom, Fire Phoenix said coldly. The steward snorted. So what? In front of this judo pipe, I'll see who dares to touch me? Ling Chen couldn't bear it, didn't listen to his nonsense at all. A few arrow steps rushed up. The target was very clear. It was that guy who was full of, no matter what he was or what excuse he used to threaten, it wouldn't have any effect on Ling Chen. The little kid who was in charge did not even see Ling Chen's movements. The speed at which Ling Chen struck out was not something that an ordinary person could react to. What's more, Ling Chen was currently angry, so the moment he struck, it was a killing move. He rushed over and first yanked the steward's collar, then ruthlessly punched him in the face. That little kid's eyes instantly dilated from the pain, and the moment Ling Chen let go of his hand, his entire body headed to the side and fell to the ground with a thud. Just as his body landed on the ground, he raised his hand and covered his mouth. But in the end, he couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, mixed with a few freshly dislodged teeth. Having your teeth knocked out hard brings not only pain, but great shame. Open your dog's eyes and see. This is my Mansion Kingdom's territory, not a place for you Fusang people to spread your wildness. Ling Chen's voice was very cold, and his expression was also so serious that it was scary, making people not doubt for a second that he would just kill that little brat the next moment. The little brat had not yet wrenched himself from the pain, and, covering his teeth, turned his head with great difficulty. Seeing that the law enforcement officers of the Tinglong organization were barging into the judo tube, he said in a voice that leaked air, "Stop them for me. Not one of them is allowed in." Fire Phoenix just happened to pass by him. Sniffing, she kicked fiercely at him. "Who dares to obstruct official duties? Go to the yamen for tea." Seeing the leader's miserable condition, how could the others dare to make a move? The steward had already been beaten to such a state. If they stopped again, they would still be beaten even more miserably. Only then did Lang Chen follow the Tinglong organization's law enforcement officers into the judo hall. The interior of the judo hall was very low-key, but had a quaint atmosphere. Many small children were practicing judo here, looking very much at peace with the world. However, Lang Chen knew that this was all just an illusion on display. Soon, a man came out of the judo hall with a smile on his face and wearing the traditional dress of the Fuso country. But his attitude was much more friendly and kind compared to the brat before. The man came in front of Lang Chen and Fire Phoenix. "Hello guys, I'm the owner of the pavilion here. My name is Abelwu." Saying that, he put his hand out and stopped in front of Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix looked up and down and extended his hand to shake his. With a tight handshake, Fire Phoenix could feel from it that this person was definitely not simple. Abe Wu loosened his hand, accompanied with a smiling face and said, "I've already heard about what happened just now. You guys don't take offense. It's these people under my hand who don't know what's going on. Turn around and I'll deduct all of their wages for this month." Lang Chen still had a stern face. This matter definitely didn't know that it could be resolved with a few apologies. And when Abelwo saw that Lang Chen and Fire Phoenix's faces hadn't eased in the slightest, he added, "I'll make amends to the two of you, so don't get angry. It's not worth it to get angry over them. I'll fire them all and tell them to get lost." Lang Chen was not moved in the slightest, but it was Fire Phoenix who spoke up. Worthy of being a pavilion master, he knows better than those people outside. The smile on Abelwo's face grew a bit wider. "Thanks for the compliment. I just wonder what the two of you are here for this time," Fire Phoenix said very condescendingly. "Your martial arts school's people are suspected of hurting others and are suspected of bribery." Abelwo's smile turned into doubt again. "How can this be? Our people have always obeyed the law, and we don't dare to violate the laws of the Great Summer Kingdom in the slightest. We are all people with a sense of propriety." Lang Chen knew that he was playing dumb and glanced at Fire Phoenix, who immediately understood. "There is indeed this matter. It's just that you might have forgotten. A few months ago, your eldest disciple beat up someone on the street, and as a result, he only paid out money and hastily finished the matter." Abelwo made a sudden realization. Indeed, there is such a thing. That time it was also my disciple who was reckless and actually did start a fight with someone. However, that person was rather skinny and weak, and probably my disciple didn't want to do anything to him. But with just one punch, he was hurt very badly, and that's not something we can control. These words appeared to be an admission of fault on the surface, but in fact they were mocking the people of the Great Summer Kingdom for their weak physique and not being able to withstand a fight. Fire Phoenix didn't talk too much nonsense with him. These things still need to be investigated clearly to understand. Please cooperate. I remember that man said at the time that this matter could be understood as long as we paid out the money. Did he go back on his word? Abelwo continued to play dumb. Lang Chen couldn't bear to see others with this look. We have accepted this case. There are so many doubts here that it can't be explained in a few words. We won't let any bad guys go, nor will we miss any good guys. You must rest assured of this. The Fire Phoenix continued. Yes, if your great disciple hadn't made a mistake, we would have definitely returned him in one piece. But now if you don't cooperate, we will have to resort to some coercive measures. They all had guns. Abelwo wanted to be uncooperative is not possible. Words have come to this point. There is no need to insist on it, so they can only honestly follow. So Lang Chen and the Fire Phoenix vastly captured these 520 to 30 people, including the guy who had run out before, and took them back together. Chapter 76, Ghosts of the Black Marsh. The people were brought back, and all of them, except for Abelwu, were locked up in Tinglong's cell. Abe Takeshi had a hard time with him for a while because he was the owner of a judo gym and hadn't done anything illegal. Lang Chen still maintained his superficial politeness, and even poured a cup of water for Abelwo after he returned to the Tinglong organization's territory. You don't have to be in a hurry. After we finish the interrogation, if your disciple doesn't have any major mistakes, he'll be released back soon, Lang Chen said. Abelwo's expression was very calm. No ripples could be seen. It's fine for you guys to be the masters of this matter. Since we're already here, it's better to find out all the things clearly, so that we don't have to rehash this matter again in the future, and my apprentice will have to suffer once more. He has a point. If we don't find out this time, there will be another time. After all, Lang Chen really did intend this. Even if he couldn't find out anything this time, he could still find another excuse to bring the person back for interrogation. Lang Chen laughed a bit sheepishly. How could that be? Our people have always been fair and just in their work, and will never create something out of nothing. nor will they wrongly accuse a good person. Abelwo nodded his head, looking very trusting of Lang Chen. That's natural. I believe that your country doesn't have people who go back on their word. Lang Chen knew that Abelwo was using words to kidnap him, but skillfully dodged it. Whether or not it's out of line, we'll have to wait for the results to come out. As they chatted over here, the interrogation of the Judokan crowd was going on over there. All but the kids who signed up for workouts at the judo gym are now on Tenjin organization turf. Most of the people here were disciples of Abelwo, and like those bodyguards before them were tough-talking and refused to talk even after being interrogated. Fire Phoenix was suffering from a headache, and when she saw Lang Chen coming, she held her forehead and said, "Look at me sweating. These people are as hard-mouthed as ducks. They can't ask anything." Lang Chen reached out and touched it, realizing that his forehead was really hot. "And why are you in a hurry? The people have already been brought to our place. Are you afraid of the day when they won't open their mouths? So tell me, what do you have in mind?" Fire Phoenix asked. Lang Chen said, "Naturally, it's like before. There are people watching, and none of them want to lose that face. It's just not possible where no one can see." Fire Phoenix shook her head and said helplessly. This time they were all separated and interrogated separately. Lang Chen's gaze turned cold all of a sudden. "Then increase your efforts and specialize in one place. Make sure he spits out the truth. Who did you say to let?" Fire Phoenix was still a bit confused. Of course it's that big disciple of his, Ichiro Asada. Others may not really know about it, but there's absolutely no way he can stay out of it. I have a way to lock him up in a place with no light and put a drop of water on his forehead, and in a few days he will confess. When Lang Chen finished speaking, the Fire Phoenix looked at him with a weird look. "I never thought that you would actually be so ruthless." Lang Chen, however, revealed a smile. "If the one who is unconscious right now was your daughter, you would be as ruthless as I am." He looked like he was smiling, but the coldness in the bottom of his eyes could not be hidden, and Fire Phoenix didn't even dare to meet his eyes, fearing that the next second the icy coldness inside those eyes would frostbite him. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Since I have a solution, I'll go and do it now." Fire Phoenix left in a huff. After a few hours of this, Ichiro Asada finally broke down. They are not afraid of pain, but they must not be able to resist such psychological torture. A person in the darkness, the droplets of water on the penetration will puncture the skull at any time. Such a layer upon layer of fear is not something that ordinary people can withstand. When he confessed, Fire Phoenix purposely called Lang Chen over as well. "Let me go and I'll say anything," Ichiro Asada yelled. Lang Chen, however, didn't release him immediately. "Speak first. I'll listen to any information that's useful to me before deciding whether or not to release you," Ichiro Asada said with a strong sense of fear. "Don't you just want to know what kind of drug that little girl has been given?" "I know. I can tell you all about it." "Then don't you dare say anything." Upon hearing the news about Wei Wei, Lang Chen had no way to maintain his composure. Ichiro Asada struggled. "Let me go first, please." Lang Chen, however, was unmoved and insisted that he tell all the information he knew before he could let go of him. Asada Ichiro couldn't hold on and beckon clean. What stunned that little girl was Fusan's specialty, the bewitching herb, a drug that was formulated by the Eastern Japanese witch doctor Kurashima Spectre. And if an antidote couldn't be found, the person would sleep forever until the poison invaded her lungs, and then she would die after 5 years of torment. What an outlaw tactic this is! When Lang Chen heard this, the anger in his heart intensified. "Where is the antidote?" His tone didn't sound choppy, but Fire Phoenix knew that he had already moved to kill. If he couldn't ask where the antidote was today, perhaps Lang Chen would make the entire judo hall bury Wei Wei with him. "This antidote is only available to the Kurasuma ghost, and even we only have the method of using the ecstasy," Ichiro Asada said. Lang Chen's cruel voice came over. "If you can't find the antidote, what's the difference between you saying these words and not saying them? Continue with the torture. I'm going to make you all suffer along with my daughter. Knowing that my daughter is well, you will have a chance to be relieved." This scared Asada Ichiro. Don't. I didn't mean to not tell you. I really don't have the antidote, but I can tell you where the Kurasuma ghost is. You should know that you don't have the chance to make conditions with me right now, and it's best to say everything you know," Lang Chen said without question. Asada Ichiro nodded his head as if he were a chicken pecking at rice. I'll say it all. Kurasuma Spectre has just accepted employment as an enshrined member of the king's family in Kyoto, and with the guards of the brocade guards around him, it's not easy to get close to him. Genie Wei? What kind of big shot is he that he can use so many people to protect him? Lang Chen frowned. If it was really as Asada Ichiro said, then it would be very difficult for them to find this person and get the antidote. "Is there any way you can get to him?" Lang Chen asked. Ichiro Asada had wanted to say that he didn't know, but the steady stream of water dripping from his head completely doused his hangdog mentality. "I know, but it's classified, and if I tell you today, even if I'm released, I'll be hunted down," Ichiro Asada said. Lang Chen knew that he was making conditions with himself. Just say it, and we'll naturally settle the rest. It was then that Asada Ichiro spoke. He is currently living in a separate compound of the Wang family in Nanjing, and everything over here is dispatched by him. As long as you guys pay attention, you can definitely find where he lives. Chapter 77, The Social Queen. After getting this information, Lang Chen really released Asada Ichiro. I can release you, but you can't leave here. As you know, once you step out of this gate, you will be hunted by countless people. The only ones who can protect you now are us. Ichiro Asada was also very sensible and just sighed. I know that there's no place for me in heaven except for you here. Lang Chen hooked up the corner of his mouth and let out a cold smile. You don't have to say it in such a tragic way. If you hadn't been unrighteous first, I wouldn't have captured you here. No matter what, I'm not the one who drugged your daughter. I still hope you can keep me alive. What you need to know, I've already said it. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Now that it was like this, he had resigned himself to his fate. It was no use at all to continue resisting, not to mention that he had already said all he could. Lang Chen said, it also depends on whether we can find that person in the place you said. If we find it and prove that what you say is true, we will naturally let you go back to the judo hall with your master. I won't tell anyone that it was you who revealed this news, and as long as they don't know, you'll still live your old life just the same. The light in Asada Ichiro's eyes had gone out, and was now completely at ease with the situation. If you want to know, I can tell you one more thing. Kurosuma Spectre has no hobbies. His greatest hobby is women. Lang Chen nodded and left with the Fire Phoenix. The efficiency of the Tenglom organization was true to its name. Their lookup search system covered half of the world, and just after typing in the words Black Swamp Ghost, a whole bunch of information popped up. Only that these messages were very general and in such large quantities that it would take some time and effort to pick out the ones that would be useful to them. Lang Chen was naturally not afraid of suffering or getting tired for Wei Wei's sake, and he couldn't bear to let so many people from the Tenglom organization work overtime with him, so he let them leave when it was time and sifted through them one by one on the computer. These messages were delivered in real time, so they were constantly increasing, and Lang Chen felt like his head was going to explode after reading them for an afternoon. Fire Phoenix volunteered to come over to help, and Lang Chen couldn't care less about Face at this time, telling him to sit down and help himself sift through it. The two men watched together for hours before they found the Black Swamp Ghost they were looking for. The name, although it seemed very alternative, was not expected to have a fairly high renaming rate, but the yellow sky was not to be missed, and they finally found it. Ichiro Asada hadn't lied to them. The man usually had no other hobbies than being horny, often hanging around in all kinds of flirtatious places, no matter where, have to incur a debt of flirtation. Lang Chen had read no less than dozens of posts that abused the Black Swamp Ghost for being irresponsible and a negative person. It seems the man is a notorious womanizer and has a habit he can't kick. In NJ, it's just as unlikely to change. Lang Chen's goal was instantly clear. They didn't need to look anywhere else. They just needed to go to the biggest windy place in Nanjing. After arriving in Nanjing, I took a general look around and realized that there were only two more ornately decorated nightclubs here. One of them was cold and quiet, and it looked as if not many people were coming, while the other one was bustling with activity. Lang Chen first went to the lively one and observed it for a long time, but he didn't even find a single hair. Did the Black Swamp Ghost have a temporary change of temper? Just at this time, in that nightclub bumped into a person who came over and accosted Lang Chen. I see you've been wandering around here for a long time. What exactly are you looking for? Lang Chen subconsciously concealed his true intentions. I just wanted to find a fun place, but in my opinion, this place isn't fun enough. The man hemmed and hawed. I know what you're looking for. You've come to the wrong place. The real fun is across the street. You should have heard that people with real talent don't show their talent. It's the same with really fun places. They don't let others find out at a glance. Hearing the man's words, Lang Chen immediately changed direction and quietly sneaked into that very cold nightclub. After coming here and observing the place for a while, Lang Chen realized that there was a very beautiful woman in this nightclub, known as the Social Queen. It was also said that she had only been here for a short time, and that it had taken her only half a month to elbow out the original Social Queen. This woman's name was Yen Xiaoyu, and amongst the rumors, was beautiful, gentle and intellectual. Lang Chen's sixth sense was very strong. Someone like the Black Marsh Ghost would definitely not miss Yen Xiaoyu, but after 7 days in a row, Lang Chen didn't find anything unusual. There was very little traffic here, and everyone looked very low-key. None of them looked like the legendary Black Swamp Ghost. Lang Chen finally couldn't help himself and asked the person next to him, "The lady up there is very pretty. I'd like to buy her a glass of wine. Is that okay?" The man next to her was surprised and surveyed Lang Chen. "You're new here, aren't you? Don't you know she already has a date?" As he spoke, the man pointed at the gray overcoat man beside Yen Xiaoyu. "That's him. In the next month, it is estimated that Yen Xiaoyu won't have time to drink with us. This person comes from a very big place, and ordinary people cannot afford to mess with him. As they were talking, the man in the gray coat turned his head and locked eyes with Ling Chen. Just this one glance was enough for Ling Chen to determine that this person was the Black Marsh ghost he had been searching for. It really is a step in the right direction. If he wanted to get the antidote from the Black Marsh ghost, he would also have to work on Yan Xiaoyu. Ling Chen quickly identified his target, changed his makeup and came to the nightclub. Yan Xiaoyu occasionally sings and dances live on the air, and every time she opens the air, Ling Chen responds positively and is not stingy at all. Big bucks were spent and it quickly became the top of the live streaming charts. As a result, Ling Chen was given an opportunity to give thanks offline. Ling Chen met Yan Xiaoyu in the private room of the Empress nightclub. After seeing the person, Ling Chen didn't beat around the bush. There are little devils who want to harm our Daxia countrymen. I hope you can help me. Yan Xiaoyu was taken aback and hurriedly asked Ling Chen what exactly had happened. There's a little girl they've bewitched with an outlaw poison that will kill her in 5 years if they can't find an antidote. And that antidote is now on the man in gray who drinks with you. Yan Xiaoyu was very sympathetic to that little girl's suffering. We are both from the great summer country. There's nothing to put off about this. I'm willing to help you. As long as you say so, I can do anything, but only if it doesn't go against my principles or hurt me. Only then did Ling Chen put his heart down. How could it hurt you? You've helped me. I'll make sure you're safe. Chapter 78, Going to the Rainflower Terrace Together. Yan Xiaoyu glanced at Ling Chen. Before that, you have to tell me who you are. Ling Chen knew that it was normal for her to have such concerns, so he told her his name. My name is Ling Chen. If there's anything, you can come here to find me. After saying that, he also gave her a business card, which was the address of the Tinglong organization. Yan Xiaoyu took the business card and scrutinized it for a while. You look like a good person. I'm willing to help you. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Kolchen said shyly. I'm going to knock you out later. Sorry. Yan Xiaoyu was surprised, but still chose to trust Ling Chen for once. You can do that, but I'll tell you beforehand. If anything happens to me here, you definitely won't be able to escape. Ling Chen said. You can just rest assured that I have my measure and will never let you really meet danger. Only then did Yan Xiaoyu agree. Ling Chen slashed his palm straight down, and although he had collected his force, he still knocked her out directly. Before Yan Xiaoyu fell to the ground, Ling Chen's quick hands dragged her body and gently placed her on the sofa to the side. Offended and sorry for you, Ling Chen whispered. Ling Chen carefully observed Yan Xiaoyu's figure and looks, utilizing the bone-shrinking divine skill he had learned before to make his figure shorter and thinner. Although Ling Chen wasn't very proficient in this aspect of makeup, he relied on his strong patience and exploratory abilities and still managed to make himself up to look like Yan Xiaoyu. His drawing wasn't very similar, but as long as you didn't get close enough to look at it for an extended period of time, you still couldn't spot the anomaly. Following the address that Yan Xiaoyu had told him earlier, Ling Chen came to the room that Yan Xiaoyu had stayed in before. This room is very clean and you can smell the aroma just as you enter. But Ling Chen didn't have time to observe too much, and before he could sit down, he heard a knock on the door. The moment Ling Chen opened the door, he remembered that he had disguised himself as Yan Xiaoyu and could not be defeated, and his original striding steps were collected and turned into small broken steps. Slowly, he walked to the door and slowly opened it again, outside of which stood a few samurai of the Fuzangoku. Miss Yen, come with us, our sir invites you to tea, one of the warriors said. Ling Chen saw these brats' gas is not out, but not yet reached the goal before. Be sure to suppress their emotions. So, Ling Chen changed into a smile. Let's go. I can't wait to meet you, sir. The samurai from the Fusang kingdom smiled. A beautiful lady like you. Our gentleman is also very impatient to meet you. Ling Chen had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was sick to his stomach. He really couldn't wait to meet the Black Marsh ghost, and that was because the antidote to save Wei Wei was on him. Ling Chen had just nodded his head when the men came forward and blindfolded him with a black ribbon. Due to his many years of martial arts training, Ling Chen realized that he was under attack, and his body, uncontrollably, tried to resist. But soon Ling Chen reacted. He was absolutely unable to reveal his flaws now that he was pretending to be Yan Xiaoyu. He forced himself to restrain his discomfort and allowed the few samurai from the Fusang kingdom to blindfold him, hold him up, and take him to a car. During the entire process, Ling Chen was invisible. With his memory, Ling Chen imagined that he followed those few ignoble, turned a few corners, and then came to a very silent path. The only sound around was the roar of cars, with the addition of some cicadas chirping in the trees. This is supposed to be the suburbs. The sound of the wheels kept ringing, and those few warriors from the Fusang country were saying something in a language that Ling Chen could not understand. And between the boredom, Ling Chen's concept of time had become very vague. All he knew was that after about half an hour, the temperature in the car had risen significantly. Ling Chen even heard the sound of water as the guys helped him out of the car. Is this some kind of lodge, spa or something? Without taking a few steps, Lang Chen felt that the temperature around him had gotten even higher, and his face was sweating a lot from the heavy makeup he was originally wearing. Just then, Lang Chen smelled a medicinal odor. Such a smell was getting closer to him and was accompanied by the distinct sound of footsteps, making Lang Chen certain that someone was slowly approaching him, and it was no other than the black marsh ghost he had worked so hard to find. Lang Chen clenched into his fist and pinched himself hard, admonishing himself not to act impulsively now. The man slowly removed his blindfold. "You're finally here, beautiful lady. You know that? I've been waiting here for you for a long time." Lang Chen allowed him to undo the cloth covering his eyes, turning slightly sideways as he brought his hand up to try and touch his face. "How long is long? A day, a month, a year. All the days before I met you can be considered waiting for you." Hearing this, Lang Chen almost spat it out. It was unthinkable that this black swamp ghost would speak so disgustingly. The moment he opened his mouth, he was greasy as hell. Those words were fine to fool a little girl. Saying them to a big man like him would only turn his stomach. "Yes? In that case, I've been searching for you for a long time as well." Lang Chen followed his words. The other party's line of sight soon stopped at more than just the face, but Wang Lingchen's body to look at. "You're really beautiful," the black marsh ghost said. Lang Chen felt that the word beauty was definitely not suitable for describing a man, but thinking that he was using Yen Xiaoyu's appearance, he still accepted the compliment on her behalf. "Thank you, I feel the same way. You're such a woman who doesn't know how to be modest, but I like it. If you look so pretty yourself, you should be brave enough to admit it." As he said that, he reached his hand over and tried to wrap it around Lang Chen's waist. At this point, Lang Chen just couldn't hold back any longer. There was absolutely no way he could stand to have a man manhandle him, so he took hold of his wrist and brought him forward, and the black marsh ghost fell hard. After he fell, he didn't even have time to let out a muffled grunt before Lang Chen stomped on his neck. Only a click was heard, and the black swamp ghost lost consciousness, but Lang Chen didn't kill him, he just knocked him out. Lang Chen helped Blackshot Ghost up from the ground and led him step by step outside the room. Walking up to the door of the room, he realized that this door was actually locked by someone. Lang Chen shouted in a loud voice, "Lord Confessor is going to enjoy the rain at the Rainflower Terrace." A few samurai from the Fusang Kingdom immediately gathered around. "I'm afraid it's not a good idea to enjoy the rain now. What's wrong with it? You're questioning Lord Confessor?" After Lang Chen questioned him a few times, the few warriors didn't dare to say anything else and honestly prepared the car and opened the door. "Get out of the way. Mr. is drunk." Lang Chen said this while assisting the unconscious black swamp ghost to the front of the car, stuffed him into the car, and drove away from the scene. Chapter 79, Hypnotic Interrogation. Lang Chen glanced back at that lodge, and the driver's eyes caught him keenly. "Ms. Yen, did you leave anything at the lodge?" the driver asked. Lang Chen then remembered that this driver was also a member of the Black Marsh Ghost, and that he couldn't completely let his guard down just yet. "No, I just wanted to take a look. This mountain villa is beautiful," Lang Chen said with a feigned reserve. The driver let out a low laugh. "This was personally ordered to be built by our Lord Provider after his arrival. The entire layout of the mountain villa was planned by Lord Provider, and the architectural style was also in accordance with his aesthetics." Lang Chen followed the driver's words and flattered, "Mr. Confessor is indeed a man of taste. I feel the same way. The rainbows are almost here. Is Lord Confessor drunk? Why haven't you been speaking?" the driver asked strangely. Lang Chen's heartstrings were taut, knowing that now was the crucial moment. If he didn't do something, he would be discovered by the driver. So Lang Chen quietly probed forward. He drunkenly babbled about coming to enjoy the rain. "I didn't dare to disobey him, which is why I called the car to bring us here." The driver let out an oh-so-subtle cry. "Our Lord is eccentric, as is often the case. We're almost there. Miss, let's wake up our Lord first." Lang Chen laughed coldly and suddenly stretched out his hand, flipped to the front passenger seat, slammed his foot on the brake, and then knocked out the driver. "There's no need to wake him up. You can sleep along with him." Just like that, Lang Chen snatched this car and drove out of this mountain villa along the memorized route. When the black swamp ghost woke up again, he realized that this was no longer a place he was familiar with. The difference in temperature and decorating style is very big. It's not warm like the lodge, nor is it a gentle and subdued wooden decorating style. Instead, it's filled with cold machines and has a strong modern technological style. Not only that, but there were many people in uniform standing next to them, several chains hanging from the walls, and several iron frames around the room. "Where is this? Where is Ms. Yen?" Black Marsh Ghost asked loudly. The people standing next to them were naturally the interrogators of the Tinglong organization, and this was the cell of the Tinglong organization. All the way here, actually still thinking about Ms. Yen, the person next to him pressed him into a chair, not allowing him to move. "Be honest. It's best if you say whatever we ask, or else you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." The Black Marsh Ghost struggled violently. Unexpectedly, He was so strong that he nearly pushed away the two men holding him down. Who are you people? Who are you to interrogate me? The Black Marsh Ghost was unconvinced. Before the interrogators could speak, the Black Marsh Ghost rattled off a bunch of words they couldn't understand. Since he can't understand, there is no point in listening. Such a person is usually non-violent and may die only if he is shown the coffin. Be honest. I'm telling you, this is our territory. Don't even think about flying out with wings. The two men who had narrowly escaped being pushed out of the way earlier chained him to the chair. Bold, how dare you do this to me? I'll chop off your head right here. The Black Marsh Ghost cursed. Be honest. The interrogator stopped talking nonsense to him and asked directly, let me ask you, where is the antidote to that poison of yours? The Black Marsh Ghost was confused by the question. What poison? It's the antidote to that spirit enchanting herb. At this time, Lang Chen also felt in the middle of the cell, and he wanted to personally interrogate this Black Marsh Ghost. The antidote to vertigo? As soon as those 6 words were uttered, Hey Chang Ghost recognized Lang Chen's identity. I know who you are. You're that nasty Daxia countryman. A few days ago, someone did ask me for the vertigo grass. I didn't want to give it to him, but after hearing him say that he was going to use it on your body, I couldn't wait to give him the most toxic one. The Black Marsh Ghost laughed out loud. Lang Chen's face turned blue as he looked at him angrily. Seeing that he was about to make a move. Seeing how ugly your face looks, I think the spirit ecstasy grass has already worked. I won't tell you the antidote, but I can tell you that if you can't get the antidote, the poisoned person will die within 3 months. Because this is specially configured by me, it is more strongly toxic than the others. The Black Marsh Ghost laughed as he spoke. His laughter sounded very crazy, as if he was very happy because of Lang Chen's misery. You better think clearly. If my daughter can't live, you don't want to live either. Lang Chen coldly threatened the Black Marsh Ghost, but the Black Marsh Ghost didn't eat this at all. You don't really think I'm afraid of death, do you? I can die, but what about your daughter? It won't hurt you if I die, but I'm afraid you'll be heartbroken if your daughter dies. Lang Chen couldn't hold back any longer, and picked up the whip next to him and viciously lashed it to the Black Marsh Ghost's body. However, no matter what Lang Chen did, the Black Marsh Ghost just let out a crazy and hoarse laugh, definitely not revealing any bit of useful information. Lang Chen was so furious that he even wanted to directly use his knife to result in the Black Marsh Ghost's life. Lang Chen was originally a very calm and rational person, but when this matter involved his daughter, there was no way for him to remain rational. If you don't talk, you lose your value, and I'll kill you anytime. Lang Chen flashed his knife out. The Black Marsh Ghost remained unmoved. Kill me, and then have your daughter buried with me. Lang Chen angrily raised his knife and was about to stab him in the heart when he heard a man shout, Wait, leave him under the knife. Lang Chen's movement stopped for a moment as he turned around and realized that the person who had rushed to the scene was sacred healer Sun Chao. There you are. You just happened to see this tough-talking guy. No matter what I do he refuses to talk. Lang Chen said with some exasperation. Sun Chao stopped Lang Chen. Then you can't kill him. I know you're anxious. Calm down first. I have a solution. After saying that, Sun Chao drove Lang Chen out of the interrogation room. Sun Chao used a pocket watch and waved it in front of Black Marsh Ghost, who was directly amused. Such a simple hypnosis technique, trying to hypnotize me too. But just after the sentence was said, he closed his eyes and passed out. Sun Chao revealed a chesty smile. What's your name? My name is Ghost of Kurasuma. Where are you from? I'm from Fuzangoku. What is the antidote for the spirit vertigo grass? Sun Chao rode the wave of victory. The Black Swamp Ghost, however, did not speak, and Sun Chao was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out. After staring at the Black Swamp Ghost for a while, the Black Swamp Ghost slowly spoke. The antidote for the vertigo grass is, after interrogating for an afternoon, he finally got the antidote for the vertigo grass. The raw materials to configure the antidote were scarce, but with Yungu around, the antidote was soon dispensed. After the antidote was prepared, Lang Chen carefully took it to Wei Wei, and after Wei Wei drank it for 10 minutes, her body reacted. Her fingers moved, then she slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 80, The Videotape Controversy. Su Shuiyan hugged Wei Wei who woke up tightly. This time when Wei Wei was in a coma from the poison, she had an unshirkable responsibility. As the child's mother, she was heartbroken. Vivi, you finally woke up. Mommy is sorry. Su Shuiyan kept apologizing to Wei Wei. In the future, Mommy will never let you suffer any harm. Wei Wei had just woken up and didn't know what had happened. It took a few minutes before she could connect the memories of the past few days together. Seeing Su Shuiyan who was bawling her eyes out as she hugged herself, her heart felt a little sad. Mom, you don't have to apologize to me. I know it's not your fault. Although it wasn't Su Shuiyan who intentionally poisoned Wei Wei, but Wei Wei had been unconscious for so long because of her after all. Su Shuiyan was touched in her heart when Wei Wei didn't blame her. Good daughter, I'm thankful that you were able to wake up. After coaxing her daughter, Su Shuiyan apologized to Long Chen again. I'm sorry, Lang Chen. It's all because of me that so many things have been caused. Su Shuiyan apologized in a very sincere manner. However, this matter was strictly speaking, Su Shuiyan's fault wasn't big. Lang Chen just faintly said, "It's not entirely your fault. It's all because those people were too malicious to lay hands on our daughter. It was me who was incapable of protecting my daughter." Su Shuiyan fell into deep self-blame. Every time Wei Wei was in danger, it was you who was busy around outside, using all sorts of methods to save Wei Wei. Now that I think about it, I'm really sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a mother. Lang Chen, however, shook his head. He no longer blamed Su Shuiyan. Wei Wei was a child shared by two people. No one wanted Wei Wei to be in danger. And because of Wang Dong's matter, Su Shuiyan was forced to listen to him only because Wang Dong threatened Wei Wei's life. I don't blame you anymore. I admit that I have resented you before, but everything is over now, so don't be too upset. Lang Chen softly comforted Su Shuiyan. Su Shuiyan still had a few tears in her eyes and nodded as she cried. Lang Chen, fortunately you're here. I'm here. Don't worry. Lang Chen followed her words and picked up a sentence. Originally wanted to tell a joke to make Su Shuiyan happy, but did not expect Su Shuiyan to be very serious instead, treating this as a promise. So Lang Chen repeated it again seriously. I will protect Wei Wei. With me around. Don't worry. Lang Chen and Su Shuiyan chatted about many things from the past again, and after an afternoon of long talks, the two people's misunderstandings were finally lifted. In fact, there hadn't been any unresolvable conflict between them. It had all just been a mutual irritation that had driven the two people further and further apart. Now that I've opened up, I actually feel a sense of calm after a big storm, and when I look at the people around me again, I feel extraordinarily close to them. Then, Lang Chen, are you willing to remarry me? Su Shuiyan asked nervously. She could almost hear her heart beating. Finally, under her gaze, Lang Chen slowly nodded his head and agreed, let's remarry. After further consideration, the two decided to remarry in a low-key manner without any more fuss. Nonetheless, a lot of Lang Chen's comrades came. The Su family was instantly lively, and when they saw Lang Chen, they could not help but crack a few jokes. Originally, I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but since you guys are here, I still need to give you a good reception. Lang Chen smiled as he welcomed them in and entertained them warmly. They decided to show some episodes of the two getting along on a day-to-day basis at the wedding, as well as pictures of the bride in her wedding dress. These things are very monumental. The two of them all the way over is very not easy. Now once again to cultivate the fruit. More to cherish is, the date of the wedding was set for 3 days later. Su Shuiyan went to try on the new wedding dress, and this time she didn't go with Lang Chen, supposedly to give Lang Chen a surprise. Lang Chen was at home preparing matters related to the wedding suddenly received a call from Fire Phoenix. There's always someone sneaking around your house lately. You must be careful. I know. Thanks for the heads up. This is the reason why I don't want to make a big deal out of it. Making it too conspicuous will always attract people with bad intentions. Lang Chen felt a headache, but the wedding was a must. Lang Chen had been staring at the surveillance at all times for the past 3 days, and finally he caught a thieving man. The man claimed to be a relative of the groom, but it did not occur to him that the man before him was the groom himself. Lang Chen asked someone to beat him up and throw him out, never allowing him to come near the Su family again. 3 days later, the wedding was held as scheduled. Su Shuiyan on this day was wearing a white wedding dress, holding a white bouquet in her hand, as if the two were as beautiful as when they first met, as if the years had left no traces on her face. Lang Chen remembered many things from the past, and the images that carried their memories were slowly played on the big screen along with the music. This music was a few minutes late. Lang Chen originally did not take it seriously, inadvertently saw the expression of the Fire Phoenix fire, although surprised, but did not pay too much attention. The wedding was held as usual, and the man and woman tied the knot again in love. The next day, Fire Phoenix arrived with a videotape. Look for yourself. What is this? The Fire Phoenix's face was blue, and her tone was very unpleasant. Lang Chen took it and said in a puzzled manner, how do I know what this is? Didn't you rush over and dump it on me? You don't know what this is? Speaking of this, Fire Phoenix became even more angry. I got this at your wedding. The wedding officiant you hired actually had an intentional troublemaker inside, and he put this videotape into the playback machine. I saw how sneaky he looked and felt something was wrong, so I took this videotape out. Hearing this, Lang Chen suddenly realized, no wonder when the tape was played that day, the music was delayed for a few minutes. So it turned out that Fire Phoenix was busy with this matter. I put the videotape into my computer and broadcast it. It really pissed me off. The more Fire Phoenix spoke, the more angry she became, and she hated it. Lang Chen's curiosity was aroused, and he hurriedly opened this videotape, but the picture inside made Lang Chen eat a shock. It turned out that there were all some yellow videos there, except that the faces in them were post-synthesized, and that face, None of them were unfamiliar with it. Was exactly the same as Ling Chen sitting beside them. The women inside the video are quite ugly. The images are vulgar and hard to watch. Ling Chen subconsciously glanced at Su Xuan. With a swiftness, he closed off the computer, stopping those images from continuing to play. As you can see, this stuff is all fake. Don't misunderstand me. Ling Chen's hands were busy explaining, but Su Xuan was in a fit of anger, which had the heart to listen to his explanation, and ruthlessly screwed Ling Chen. Chapter 81, The Trouble Comes Again. Gu. Okay, I'm wrong. Although Ling Chen didn't know where he was wrong, he still subconsciously admitted his mistake. Only then did Su Xuan stop. What do you think is going on here? I'll give you a chance to explain properly. Ling Chen looked at the Fire Phoenix like he was asking for help, thinking, good brother, you helped me this time. Fire Phoenix took out the videotape, which he had already carefully studied. The images in here are all post-synthesized. That person. We have also interrogated him carefully. He didn't reveal the mastermind behind it. He just said that he made such a mess out of jealousy. Even if Fire Phoenix didn't say anything, Su Xuan could tell that the images in there were all post-synthesized. But no one would want to see their loved one's face appear in such a videotape. What's more, she and Ling Chen had just remarried not long ago and were in a period of intense love. Ling Chen followed the loud cry of injustice. It's a post-synthesis. I absolutely did not do this kind of thing. I'm wrong. Su Xuan snorted coldly. I know you haven't done it before, but once upon a time you misunderstood me so many times. Now it's your turn. I want you to have a taste of this as well. Ling Chen smiled helplessly and bitterly. It's all my fault. I'm to blame for accidentally letting people with bad intentions in and giving them a chance to provoke us. Only then did Su Xuan's anger subside and her face became a bit better. But this person must be caught for me, Fire Phoenix said. The man has been arrested, and nothing useful has been said about the information. After Ling Chen heard this, he only felt that Fire Phoenix didn't understand women at all. She wasn't even trying to ask for any information. She just wanted to beat the guy up herself to take out her anger. Now that Fire Phoenix had released that person, the one who would get beaten up would have to be Ling Chen. Only, this matter still didn't have any impact on Ling Chen and Su Xuan's relationship. At most, it was just a small hiccup. From the moment Ling Chen received that phone call from Wei Wei in the middle of the heavy rain, the relationship between the two was full of ups and downs and trials and tribulations. Now that several months have passed, I look back and just think that everything is changed but the people around me. I feel lucky that despite all that happened, it still didn't tear us apart, Su Xuan said. Ling Chen was also touched. I think so too. There's really no way to sever the bond between us. Luckily we still have Vivi. If it wasn't for Wei Wei, maybe we would have become strangers long ago, Su Xuan said with emotion. Speaking of Wei Wei, Ling Chen was also quite emotional. Round and round we go. We're still a family. The two snuggled up to each other and spoke from the heart, with a few tears in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the Wang family in Kyoto, the atmosphere was not so sweet and cozy. The Wang family had been very tense lately, and the underlings were scolded for half a day for breaking a plate. A freshly arrived nanny, tremblingly carrying a cup of tea to young Master Wang, as she passed by, the servants next to her looked at her with pitiful eyes. In such a scenario, she becomes even more nervous. It was said that the young master was in a bad mood these days and no one dared to go in front of him, but the young master hadn't eaten or drank for several days in a row, and if she didn't bring in the rice and water and something happened to the young master from starvation, the master would surely beat her to death. She knocked tentatively on the door. Young master, I've come to bring you food. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shout came from inside. Get out of here. Don't anyone come near my room. Don't you understand? If you dare to come one step closer, I'll break your dog's legs, he said and threw a cup right at the door. The sound of the cup breaking made the nanny's heart skip a beat in fear. I'm sorry, young master. I was wrong. I'll never come again. The nanny apologized repeatedly, rolling and crawling away from this place of wrongdoing. The room was still breaking up after the babysitter left. No one is to come near me. No one is to come in. Who's so blind that they don't know what I've been up to lately? Get out of here. As far away as you can. While cursing, he felt even more angry, so he swept everything in his hand to the floor. The quilt and the pillows and the things set on the table all fell to the floor. Hearing this long series of crackling sounds, Master Wang also rushed over. First he knocked on the door and asked, tentatively, as he had done to the babysitter, Donger, are you better? Roll. Wang Dong did not even have time to recognize who it was as the word roll came out of his mouth. It was just that he scolded others, but now he even scolded his own father, which infuriated Master Wang. Master Wang called for a few bodyguards and pointed at the door of Wang Dong's room and ordered, smash it open for me. No matter what method you use today, you have to catch that little brat inside out for me. Go away. Don't come in. Wang Dong yelled as if he had collapsed. but it wasn't long before the door was still smashed open by the bodyguards outside. Master Wang followed a few bodyguards and barged in. Seeing that the house was a mess, he was furious. Wang Dong, what do you want? I don't care about you when you have a temper tantrum and don't eat and lock yourself up. I don't care if you randomly scold those scary people, but today you actually scolded me. Open your doggy eyes and see who I am. Wang Dong received a scolding. The godson then sobered up a little, lifted his head to look, and realized that the person standing in front of him was his own father, and suddenly lost that temper just now. Dad, why are you here? Wang Dong asked in a low voice. I came in to see you before you starved yourself to death, Master Wang said. Wang Dong was speechless, his entire face reddening. You also know what I just went through. I'm really not in the mood to eat right now. Master Wang snorted coldly. That's also because you yourself are being you have to go and provoke others. Otherwise how would they lay hands on you? It's not even if you can't beat them outside, but when you come home you have to lose your temper with me. What is it if you're not useless? After being scolded by Master Wang in a split second, Wang Dong's entire body wilted. He was forced by Master Wang to promise that he would eat properly so that he could get up the energy to avenge himself. But just as Master Wang left, he kicked the lunchbox to the ground. It's not even enough to be bullied outside, but you have to be scolded when you go home. What kind of world is this? Lang Chen, you son of a Su Shuayen, you, one day I'm going to kill you all together. I'm going to let you die without a corpse. When he finished, he whimpered. Just at this time, his own brother Wang Nan came back from studying abroad, and hearing that his brother was not eating or drinking because of the incident some time ago, he was very heartbroken and was ready to personally travel to Haidong City to take revenge on the Langchen couple. Chapter 82 Competition. Because of what happened some time ago, the Su family has been in decline for a long time. During this recent period of time, Su Shuayen was busy reorganizing the Su family business in addition to her love and sweetness with Lang Chen. It is very cumbersome to organize all kinds of information and files because it is too long apart. In the last few days, Su Shuayen had been sighing, and Lang Chen felt heartbroken as he watched. I don't know why. Besides what happened before, I always feel that there are other people secretly blocking us. Su Shuayen cursed her eyebrows and said. Lang Chen knew that Su Shuayen was very talented in business and had a very accurate sixth sense. Now that she said that, something must have happened against them where they couldn't see it. Lang Chen thought for a moment and asked, have you been in contact with anyone in recent times? Or any of our former enemies? Su Shuayen shook her head. I've always been careful in business and rarely put up enemies. I would never unintentionally offend anyone. And there aren't many people who can have an impact on us. If I did have friction with such a person, I would never forget it. Since that's the case, we also need to quickly come up with countermeasures to start with. No matter who the other party is, it's never too difficult to deal with them if we come up with a solution now. Lang Chen said. Su Shuayen held her forehead, very helpless. This is the only way it can be now. Although I don't know for what purpose the other party is obstructing me. It's definitely not a good person. Lang Chen stood behind her and massaged her temples. Don't worry, I will be by your side to help you. Lang Chen's massage technique is very professional. Not a moment later, Su Shuayen felt that her head didn't hurt so much. It's only right for you to help me. Now this company is no longer Su's. It's Lung's. Good, you're the one who's helping me. After a while, I'll make it up to you. You should also pay attention to rest. Don't be too tired. Lang Chen poured her a cup of water and said very thoughtfully. Su Shuayen then revealed a smile. Alright, exhaust me and Wei Wei won't have a mom. Lang Chen echoed. Then I don't have a wife either. The tense atmosphere, which eased a little. Su Shuayen continued to concentrate on busying herself with the company, while Lang Chen went to the Tinglong organization. The tempo is still busy. Everyone has a job to do and it runs in an orderly fashion. Seeing that Lang Chen had arrived, Fire Phoenix called him to his office. Say, what's the matter again today? Fire Phoenix looked him up and down, looking at him with a thief-proof look. Lang Chen slapped him not lightly. What are you talking about? It's as if I'll only add to the trouble. But I did have something to do when I came here today. Today, Su Shuayen told me that she feels that someone is secretly targeting Lang, and I want to find out a little clue out. Fire Phoenix had an expression that I knew it. I told you that you wouldn't come over even if you were fine. Isn't your Lang clan one of the biggest companies over here? Who would dare to make a move against you? There are more people who dare to make a move against us. If I knew that, I wouldn't have come to you. Lang Chen disliked it. Although Fire Phoenix disliked him with her mouth, she was still very sharp when it came to actually getting things done. Tell you what, you stay here for the next few days, and we'll let you know right away if there are any clues. Lang Chen thought about it and found it feasible. Then I'm going to keep a good watch here and see who is so unable to see us well. Fire Phoenix, however, laughed. You just got married and you're sleeping separately from your wife. Aren't you a little bit reluctant to give up? Lang Chen glared at him fiercely. What are you talking about? If you're joking around, I'll beat you up. Fire Phoenix hurriedly apologized and said that she didn't dare to do so, then went to prepare for the investigation about Lang. Lang Chen sat down in Fire Phoenix's seat. He poured himself a glass of water. Who the hell is it? Haidong City. Su Dishan's house. Two distinguished guests came to Su Dishan's house, where few people usually come over. One of them looked very svelte in a suit and glasses, and the other looked very casual in a designer leisure suit. With just one look, Su Desan knew that neither of these two people was someone he could afford to mess with. The svelte-looking man spoke first. If I remember correctly, you are Su Shuiyan's second uncle, right? Su Desan nodded repeatedly. I am. I don't know what you guys are looking for me for. The svelte man was Wang Dong's younger brother, Wang Nan, and after hearing the reply, he snorted coldly. Your niece bullied my brother. Su Dishan's face changed at that time. Although Su Shuiyan is my niece, their family has never had much dealings with us. I really don't know Su Shuiyan well. Wang Nan threw over a questioning look. I can trust you, but you have to do one thing for us, or else this debt will be on your head. Su Desan nodded his head as if he was pecking at a chicken. You guys say, as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely try my best to help. Wang Nan pointed to the male beside him and introduced. This is Zhao Tian, the male son of the Zhao family in the capital. He is also here to help me. Mr. Zhao. Hello. Su Desan put his hand out. But Mr. Zhao was very disdainful and didn't even shake his hand. Su Desan felt embarrassed, but didn't dare to say anything, and could only wait quietly for what they would say next. I'll join forces with Mr. Zhao and give you $3.5 billion. There's no other requirements, as long as you rebuild a company here. Wang Nan said. Su Desan was confused. How can there be such a good thing as pie in the sky? At first he thought that these two people were here to settle a score with him, but he didn't realize that they were actually going to give him money. This is certainly possible, only you must have other conditions. Right, this money for nothing, my heart is uneasy. Su Desan said coyly. Only Su Desan, although he looked timid and humble on the surface, his eyes kept turning wildly, looking very thoughtful. Of course we do. We need you to use this company to defeat Ling Chen, Wang Nan said. Now Su Desan felt an unprecedented pressure. He knew that the sky would never fall out of the pie. Want to use a new company to knock down Ling Chen's company? How easy it is. What's more, his niece Su Shuiyan's talent in business was there for all to see, but there wasn't a single such talent on his side that could rival her. What are you hesitating for? Do you want us to settle the score with you? Wang Nan lowered his voice and asked threateningly. Now Su Desan could only agree even if he didn't. Wang Nan continued. We don't have the intention of rushing the duck to the shelf either. I just need you to set up a company. We naturally have countermeasures. Wang Nan's ploy was exactly that. First, against the core industry controlled by Lang Chen, food manufacturing industry to start. Directly went to the raw materials that mountain. Bribed the local parents of the official. Want to wrap up the mining rights of the entire mountain. Chapter 83, A Visit to the Mountains. Half a month later, Su Shuiyan felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to run the company. Not only did the sales drop every day, and the drop was so great that it was surprisingly less than 10 profit points per day compared to the old days. That's not much of an impact for a company to make in a short period of time, but it's enough to show the seriousness of the problem. Someone is maliciously stirring up the market and trying to take down their company, and at this juncture, the most important link in the food manufacturing chain suddenly went wrong. Mr. Su is always like this. The locals said that floods have hit over there, and the raw materials can't be shipped out no matter what, so let's go elsewhere to stock up for the time being. Su Shuiyan sat in her office, listening to the staff report, only feeling a wave of anger burning in her heart. What do you mean by flooding and road closure? They obviously advertised a few days ago on their side to attract tourists to travel there, so how come the road became impassable on their side? Seeing Su Shuiyan frowning tightly, that employee originally wanted to say more but was afraid that he would be scolded, so he stood tangled in place, not opening his mouth or leaving. Su Shuiyan glanced at him. If you have something, just say it. Dragging your feet will only delay the best time to solve it. Only then did that employee carefully speak. Actually, it's not like we don't have any news about the cause of this matter. Our side has been keeping an eye on it for several days now, and we found that it's related to your second uncle. Su Shuiyan's expression instantly dropped to freezing point. What did you say? Whose second uncle? The employee cursed Su Dishan's ancestors 17 or 18 times in his heart, but still said humbly, it's your second uncle, Mr. Su Desan. Recently there was a company competing with us in the market, and we found out that the owner behind that company is none other than Su Desan. Su Shuiyan's expression was even uglier than before. She slapped the table fiercely, and as she raised her head, she even made the employee suspect that Su Shuiyan was going to eat him. Mr. Su, this is definitely not something I'm making up. As long as you pay attention, you will always be able to find out. This matter definitely has nothing to do with that new company set up by Su Desan. Alright, go away. I'll think about this matter. After Su Shuiyan let the employee leave, she sat alone in the office, suddenly feeling a little helpless. It was at this time that Su Shuiyan received a call from Ling Chen. I've been at the Tinglong organization for the past few days, busy investigating that matter. I just got some results today. I'll tell you, but you have to promise me that you won't get angry. Hearing Ling Chen's tone, Su Shuiyan knew what he was going to say. Go ahead. I'm not angry. She did her best to control her emotions, not wanting Ling Chen to realize that she had just lost her temper. I've been investigating for almost half a month and finally realized that the boss behind this company is your second uncle. We've been married for so many years, and I haven't seen him a few times. Are you in a good relationship with him? Ling Chen asked carefully. Su Shuiyan's tone was as cold as it needed to be, and filled with thick disgust. Of course it's not good at all. Their family and our family have never gotten along, and it makes sense that they would do something like this now. But we are at least members of the Su family, so how can he stab me in the back? The more Su Shuiyan spoke, the angrier she got. Almost unable to control her emotions, Ling Chen listened on the other end of the phone with palpitations, thinking that if this was in front of him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to help but make a move on himself. Don't be in a hurry. I'll find a way out of this matter. The company is now experiencing some difficulties, but isn't there still me? Being in a hurry can't solve the problem. You wait for me. Well, I will go over to check, Ling Chen said. Su Shuiyan knew that Ling Chen had always been true to his word, and that when they had encountered difficulties before, it was Ling Chen who had stepped in to help her out. In this regard, Su Shuiyan had never doubted Ling Chen. It seemed like she could always rely on Ling Chen and trust him. Alright, then this matter you help deal with first. I really feel tired. I want to rest for a few days. Su Shuiyan's voice sounded tired, as if she was going to fall asleep in the next second. Get some rest. I'll sort this out. Ling Chen hung up the phone and immediately called for someone to arrange a vehicle to find out the address of the original material. He knew the importance of origin to the food industry. Once the place of origin changed, the flavor of the whole product would also be affected, and the reputation in the market would decline by then. They hadn't been selling very well lately, and there was absolutely no room for error on that front. Ling Chen rushed to that raw material base as fast as he could, and found that what they said over there about flooding and road closures was all bull. It's been sunny here for the last few days until now, and there's never been any flooding. The car drove all the way to the foot of the local mountain, and Ling Chen suddenly realized that it was terribly quiet. No animal noises, no sign of humans. A mountain, normally, would have wildlife on it even if no one lived near it, but it was as if the mountain was devoid of any life, both quiet and chilly. Ling Chenping recognized, through his good memory, that this was where Yun Gu had lived before. After thinking about this matter, Ling Chen became even more puzzled. When he had come here before, the place was still vibrant with all sorts of wild animals that were rare to see outside, as well as many precious herbs. Why has this place become like this after just a few months? Ling Chen decided to look for the medicine sage to inquire about it first, but the car drove up the mountain road and followed the route in his memory, but there was no sign of the medicine sage. It was getting darker and darker. Ling Chen didn't dare to stay alone on the mountain, drove the car to the village closest to the mountain, and casually found a family to stay. That will be people are very enthusiastic to receive Ling Chen dinner time. Also specially poured a cup of wine for Ling Chen. After a few drinks, Ling Chen and them became acquainted. What are you doing over here? We don't usually get many people here, and you're the first out-of-towner I've seen this year, the old townsman said. I'm looking for someone over here. Do you know if there's a doctor living on that hill next to the village? Ling Chen originally did not hope, but this matter, that old township actually really know. I know a few days ago, that doctor because there is no documents, was arrested, and now still locked up. Ling Chen was taken aback. How long ago? It wasn't that long ago. It was about half a month ago when they suddenly took that doctor away, and the villagers on our side all lamented it for a long time. I have to say that he was really a good doctor, and the medicines he prescribed were all very useful, the old villager said while drinking. After Ling Chen accompanied him to drink a few cups, he was not in the mood to drink anymore. He would never have imagined that this matter actually implicated the pill saint as well. Chapter 84. But the last time I was here, it wasn't like this, I may ask. The old townsman sized him up. I can't believe you've been here before. You're right, it really wasn't like this here before. But a month ago, it was like the government offices on our side went crazy. After saying this, the old-timer made a point of surveying the area and went down to the floor to close the door carefully. After checking the doors and windows that hadn't been missed before returning to change his expression to one of caution. I'm telling you this, you can't tell anyone else. If it gets out, I'll be screwed. Ling Chen nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone what we talked about today. if there is a third person who knows that I am the dog. When the old township saw Lang Chen in such a sullen manner, coupled with a belly full of saliva held back and no place to pour it out, his heart had long been stifled, so he took advantage of the alcohol to talk to Ling Chen. Our side of Sun Na, he's just not human. You've been here before, how long have you been here? If you've been with us longer, you should know that this side used to be a quiet and peaceful place, but ever since this magistrate came, we've had a lot of strange and weird things happen here. From the words of this old townsman, it is not difficult to hear that the local famous all have quite an opinion about this newly appointed county official. Lang Chen nodded. I've lived here for a while before, and I know that it's a great place and that everyone is very welcoming. We have good mountains and good water here, and the people are all good people. But not long ago there came such a bad guy. Not only did he take the medicine sage away, he also wanted to cut down all the trees on that mountain. Lang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. All the trees? Why did you cut them down? The old township slapped the table and helplessly shook his head. I don't know either, but this is the meaning of the above, and we can only do as we are told. Our family is on the mountain. There is still a forest, was ready to raise it for a few more years, but now he gave the order. He had to cut it all down. Lang Chen said with righteous indignation, this is too much. Who says it isn't? Not to mention how many people in this village live by digging up medicinal herbs. That is to say, everyone has lived here for generations, and has long had feelings for that big mountain. And now that he's going to destroy the mountain we've lived on for more than 10 years with a word of command, who could not be angry? That night, the old countryman talked to Lang Chen about his heart for a long time. Early the next morning, when Lang Chen left, the old township also made a point of asking Lang Chen if he wanted to bring a few local earth eggs. Lang Chen sighed at the local flavor of this side of the world, while refusing the goodwill of the old folks. He hadn't even paid for his stay at someone else's house, so how could he have the nerve to ask for something from someone else again? After leaving the old folks' house, Lang Chen went around the town again. In the town, Lang Chen got a piece of news. It turned out that the mountain was to cut down all the vegetation for the purpose of mining. This mountain is the raw food material base of Lingchen Company is very important for Lingchen. He could never watch that happen. In the town, Lang Chen didn't stay much longer, but drove back to the village at the foot of the mountain. Lang Chen bought a little local specialty and a bottle of wine, and returned to the old townsman's house. The old villager was surprised and happy to see that Lang Chen had returned and was carrying something. What are you doing back here? I thought you were leaving. Lang Chen handed the stuff to the old folks. I'm going out to buy something. Don't worry, I won't leave until this matter is over, and I'll do my best to stop them from cutting down the trees. The old folks didn't politely talk to Lang Chen and cleanly took the things that Lang Chen was carrying in his hand, but after hearing Lang Chen's words, he froze for a moment. You stop it? I'm not doubting you. I'm asking if you're really that capable? If you can do it, not to mention treating you to a meal and keeping you in lodging, you can even kowtow to you. The old folks had said so. How could Lang Chen refuse? Even if he hadn't been sure originally, Lang Chen wouldn't admit defeat in front of his old folks. I'm not completely sure, but I promise I'll do my best, Lang Chen said firmly. At that moment, the lumberjack Sun Chang, nicknamed Bald Chang, led a group of people with saws running up the mountain. Lang Chen's afterglow caught a glimpse of the group and immediately followed them up the mountain. Move sharply. You must finish watching this forest today, or you won't get any paycheck. Do you hear me? Bald Headstrong gave a lecture to the workers cutting trees behind him. Workers said in unison that they heard. Bald Strong ordered them to do it immediately. Not a moment to delay. Most of these workers are local villagers who wouldn't want to cut down the trees here if they weren't trying to make a few bucks to support their families. Seeing that they were a little hesitant, Bald Headstrong took the lead and activated the chainsaw in his hand, gesturing at the necks of the people around him. No one is allowed to be lazy, or else the consequences are not something you can afford. The workers were so stunned that no one dared to delay, and they activated the chainsaws in their hands. But the sound of a chainsaw had just been interrupted by a gunshot. Where had the villagers seen a gun before? They were shocked and looked for the source of the sound, only to see a man in uniform standing in front of him. All of you put down your chainsaws, and I'll shoot anyone who moves a muscle. The man's voice was very loud. As soon as his words fell, a dozen people wearing the same uniform as him appeared behind him. They looked tall and lanky, and all had guns in their hands. The fighting strength of these dozen or so people was many times stronger than those workers combined. This time even the bald guy didn't dare to move around. We've got a government license to expound. I don't know who you are. Why are you stopping us? Lang Chen also flashed his credentials. See for yourself. No one is allowed to move today. When I say no one is allowed to move, Lang Chen's credentials that the Bald Strong carefully observed found that although it looked as if it was very powerful, he had never heard of it. Even if the official was big, it was not as big as the sun na in the eye above his head. Do you know who the boss behind us is? Be sensible and dodge away, or I'll let you taste the handcuffs. The bald man activated the chainsaw to threaten Lang Chen. Ling Chen hated others threatening him the most in his life, not bothering to talk nonsense with him. With an order, the people from the Tinglong organization rushed up and punched and kicked the bald man, and in a short while, they beat the group away. Ling Chen clapped his hands and looked at the lumberjacks who left in a puff of smoke, but he had more than a few heartbreaking feelings. Those workers did not want to read the book in the first place, and now they have Ling Chen to intervene. Neither had to offend nor do anything against their will, but instead felt much more relaxed. On the contrary, the bald strong depressed very much, originally thought that cutting down the tree is a simple but small matter, did not think that halfway out of a program, the tree did not cut in to also be beaten up. Chapter 85, The Supervisor's Dilemma. But Baldy wasn't a vegetarian, and before long, Ling Chen heard the sound of a car horn. A group of about 15 or so people got out of the car and came in front of Ling Chen. They were all wearing uniforms, and Ling Chen instantly recognized that this was the style of the local county office. Ling Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously. This group came really fast. He hadn't even gotten down from the mountain before the people arrived. The dozen or so people were getting closer and closer, and the leader was a fat man with a beer belly before he arrived. Ling Chen's gaze grew more and more serious, thinking that this man should be their leader. In just a few breaths of effort, he led those people to the opposite side of Ling Chen and confronted him. Who are you and how dare you stand in the way of what we have decided? That person looked very arrogant. Ling Chen didn't eat his words and asked back, and who are you? I'm a constable under Sun Nai, and I was ordered to arrest you today, the fat man said. Ling Chen didn't even share a proper look with him. Who are you to arrest me? Just because you obstructed the government office, shouldn't you be arrested? Fatty said through gritted teeth. I've never gotten in anyone's way. I'm just doing my part. This mountain is very important to me, and I don't want anyone to destroy him, Ling Chen said. After that fat man heard Ling Chen's words, he masked Ling Chen with a disdainful gaze. Does what you want to do have anything to do with us? I only know that you not only finished your official duties, but also maliciously beat up the logging clerk. We're going to take you back to the yamen to be interrogated. Come with us. After saying that, that fat man made a color to the people behind him, and those dozen of people swarmed up to surround Ling Chen and the members of the Tinglong organization. Ling Chen didn't move, directly took out his credentials and flung them in front of that fat man's eyes. See for yourself who I am? Looking at the special yamen written on the document, the fat man was abashed at that time, coupled with the fact that Ling Chen looked overbearing and didn't look like an ordinary person at all. The fat man still decided to go back to the government office first and report the situation to Sun Nai, and let him decide the rest. Brothers, retreat first. Fatty left a resigned look before leading those people away, but they hadn't taken more than a few steps when they heard a shrill phone ringing. It was Ling Chen's cell phone that rang. Who else would call Ling Chen at a time like this? Could it be Su Shuiyan or Wei Wei? It couldn't be something wrong on the company side, could it? Ling Chen pulled out his cell phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. These days ran into a bunch of trouble as Ling Chen was already in the air. Answering the phone tone naturally will not be very good. Do you need something? I'm busy right now. Skimming off these words, Ling Chen was originally prepared to directly hang up the phone, when the sound of shouting and cursing came from the other end of the phone. Good. You dare to talk to me like this now. You've gotten your wings hardened, haven't you? The person on the other end of the phone hated his teeth and couldn't wait to give Ling Chen a violent blow to the head right then and there. As soon as Ling Chen heard it, he realized that the call was from his top boss. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Do you want something from me? Even the most powerful person would have to concede at a time like this. After all, Ling Chen was not iron-headed enough to directly challenge the entire Tinglong organization. However, it was clear that his top boss had not forgiven him, and instead of easing up, his tone was even angrier than it had been a moment ago. Let me ask you, Ling Chen, why did you resist arrest when the magistrates arrested you? After hearing these words, Ling Chen directly froze. Why would I want them to make an arrest? This was not a rhetorical question, but a genuine question. Ling Chen really wasn't sure why his superior would suddenly make a phone call to question him about this. I can understand your unwillingness to go to the court with them. I'll leave this matter to you, but you must now lead the people from the Tinglong organization down the mountain immediately. The person in charge's tone was forceful and unquestionable, not giving Ling Chen the slightest room for explanation. Nonetheless, Ling Chen did not leave. I'm not leaving, Ling Chen said dryly. There was silence on the other end of the line for a second. Then another confirmation. What did you say? You're not leaving. I'm not leaving, Ling Chen repeated relentlessly. I don't care what's in your heart. Now immediately, you get the hell off the mountain. You've caused too much trouble this time, and the damage caused will be compensated for you within the Tinglong organization. When you return to the organization, we will punish you again. Ling Chen, however, slowly shook his head and said earnestly and firmly, I am not going to leave. This mountain means a lot to me, and there doesn't seem to be any justifiable reason to cut down this mountain. right? Is this your mountain or ours? Do I need your permission to do anything with this mountain? The villagers over there have lived at the foot of this mountain for several lifetimes, and no one has ever run up the mountain to stop them from cutting down trees like you have. The tone of the person in charge was getting more and more intense, and it wasn't hard to hear that he almost wanted to come in front of Ling Chen immediately and beat him up violently. Ling Chen didn't expect him to be able to remember the villagers on the mountain bridge, so you also know how deeply the villagers here feel about this mountain. It's not that they don't come, but they don't dare to come. The government offices here are too unreliable in their dealings. They don't consider the feelings of the common people in the slightest. So what's wrong with me blocking them? I'm doing it for the sake of the residents here. You're still playing this game with me, aren't you? These things are not your turn to think. Is there no local government office? Don't you mind your own business? Hurry up and get off the mountain. The rest is for us to slowly settle the score. I am not going to leave. Ling Chen only left these 6 words and hung up the phone. When he left the village, the villagers there gathered and asked him to make sure he protected the mountain. They look vicissitudes and ordinary, living on this mountain for centuries, and if the mountain is gone, so is their lifeblood. The people in the government offices are standing on their feet and naturally do not know how the local people will be affected after all the vegetation on the mountain is cut down. While this was going on, a few more people came up from the foot of the mountain. The one in the lead, dressed in a suit, looked to be in his 40s and wore a big greasy hair. The person who came was none other than Sun Na. When Sun Yangna came here, he didn't even look at Ling Chen, and directly said to the logging team following behind him, "No matter what, you have to cut down these trees. I'll stand here and see who dares to stop you." With a look from Ling Chen, the members of the Tinglong organization once again blocked the logging team from cutting down the trees. "You are sincerely going against me," Sun Na said. Ling Chen didn't answer that question for him, but told him, "With me around, no one will be able to cut down any tree." Chapter 86, Sacrificing the Small for the Big. The 2 waves of people and a team of lumberjacks were at a standstill with each other. Sun Na kept urging them to cut down the trees, and Ling Chen threatened them not to do so. The loggers were caught in the middle of a dilemma, and coupled with the fact that many of them were local villagers who were themselves reluctant to cut down the trees, they were semi-forced to stop. Sun Na's eyes were red with anger. "You dare to come to my territory to spread your wildness." Ling Chen stood with his head held high. "I'm just doing what I think is right." "Ha!" Sun Na laughed coldly. "You think it's correct? Who do you think you are? Are you smarter than everyone? Can you think of things we can't? Don't be naive. No matter what, no tree cutting," Ling Chen said firmly. Sun Na didn't eat this, revealing a leathery expression and dryly laughing a few times. "You're very bullish." Before Ling Chen could speak, a car drove up and stopped in front of him. A few pairs of military boots were the first to appear in Ling Chen's field of vision, and then Ling Chen saw a team of law enforcement officers in full standardized attire. "This is Tinglong's Special Forces." Ling Chen's heart tightened. He hadn't called these people, and combined with that phone call from his supervisor just now, it was only possible that they were here now to arrest him. Although Ling Chen was not polite to the people in the county office, he could not be that way to the people of the Tinglong organization. Before he could think about how to wield those people, they came to Ling Chen without saying a word and put a pair of handcuffs on him. The snap of the handcuffs closing was small, but everyone heard it. Ling Chen stared in disbelief that he had actually been arrested by the Tinglong organization. "Go," they ordered coldly. Ling Chen had no way to resist, so he had to get into the car with them. The others saw that Ling Chen had all been arrested and left on their own. When he passed by Sun Na laughed loudly. "I let you be arrogant. I can't cure you. Naturally someone else can cure you. Why are you still cold? Cut down the trees." One by one, Ling Chen looked back with great reluctance, heard the buzzing of a chainsaw, and witnessed a tree fall in front of him. Against Sun Na's complacent gaze, Ling Chen became even more unwilling. How could he have never imagined that he would actually be hindered by the Tinglong organization? The key is that now he has no way to do anything about it. He can only be captured with his hands. That group of people stuffed Ling Chen into the car and blindfolded him, not knowing if there was some kind of ecstasy on the blindfold. Ling Chen quickly fainted. When he opened his eyes again, Ling Chen realized that he had arrived in a place without sunlight. There aren't any windows in the place, and the light is all from the overhead spotlights. It looks like it should be a basement or something. The person beside him saw that Ling Chen had woken up and pressed a button, and with a snap, the handcuffs on Ling Chen's hands were undone. Ling Chen looked at the man in confusion. "What for?" the man said in a very similar, emotionless voice to the robots. "First one on the left. Someone is waiting for you there." Ling Chen followed his instructions and pushed open the door, only to see that the first person in charge was looking at him with a smile on his face. The smile on the head honcho's face didn't look fake, nor did it look like a smile. Ling Chen became even more confused. "Why did you bring me back to the base? Didn't you say you were bringing me back to jail?" "Alright, don't look at me with that kind of look. I just said a few words about you, so you shouldn't really hold a grudge against me. The person in charge waved his hand helplessly, calling Leng Chen over to sit down. Leng Chen walked over and sat in front of him, crossing his arms on the table. Why on earth? You clearly know how important that mountain is to the villagers at the foot of the mountain. If it's cut down like that, leaving aside the impact on my company, what about the impact on the surrounding inhabitants? Leng Chen asked eagerly. The person in charge pressed his temples with a great headache. That magistrate has a bit of truth in what he says. You do like to make up your own mind too much. Haven't I thought about any of these issues? You've thought about why you even brought me back. You know, as soon as I leave, the entire mountain will immediately turn into a barren mountain. Leng Chen excitedly slapped the table and stood up. You sit down first. I'm not a fool. I've been expecting this situation for a long time. The person in charge's expression became serious. Leng Chen knew he had just lost his temper and was a bit embarrassed, but was still angry. What actually happened was that a group of lads colluded with Sun Na and his men to destroy the vegetation on the mine. There are actually little devils involved in this matter? Leng Chen hates brats in his life. I know what you're thinking, but this matter also involves a big person behind it. So in order not to startle this big fish, we can't make a move now. We can only wait and see what happens. After Leng Chen heard this, although he had some understanding in his heart, he still frowned tightly. But you have to realize that those trees can't grow back without decades. We can naturally wait. But what about the people over there? Leng Chen asked. The person in charge's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Your vision is too shallow. If you affect the layout of our entire plan, within the next few months, the villagers at the foot of that mountain might have a good time. But what about in the future when this matter festers to the point where there is no way for us to stop it? When they affect more people, do you think that those villagers can still be left alone? This passage caused Leng Chen to fall into deep contemplation. In order to look at the big picture, one was bound to give up a small portion of one's life. If one cared too much about the momentary gains and losses, one would instead be left with nothing. Leng Chen hung his head low and sighed. I know that those people are just a small part of the big picture, but as long as I think about the fact that they are also living, breathing human beings who also have likes and dislikes and suffer from poverty, it's hard on my heart. I'm very relieved that you have this idea. It shows that you are willing to help others, but you also have to think clearly. Not everyone can have smooth sailing, and we don't have a better way at the moment. The person in charge comforted Leng Chen. Even if Leng Chen was no longer willing to see such a situation, he could only accept it. After all, he really couldn't come up with a better solution. Abandon those sentimental feelings of yours, Comrade Leng Chen. You've been wronged, but you have more important things to do. Recently you'll train in this base and work hard to improve yourself. And in the future this position of mine will be yours. Leng Chen smiled bitterly. What do I want from your position? I just want to do something really useful. I know. I'll train hard. The person in charge came to his side and symbolically patted his shoulder. You are our good comrade. You can stay here at ease during this period of time. As for your wife, daughter and your current company, Fire Phoenix will take care of them for you. Chapter 87, A New Turnaround. During the time that Leng Chen had been secretly training in the base, there had been a sea change outside. Since she knew that Leng Chen had stayed in the secret base for special training for the recent period of time, Fire Phoenix consciously took care of Leng Chen's company. After all, as a core person of Tenglong quality, Fire Phoenix had always been informed about this matter. When he took Leng Chen away from the mountain, Leng Chen must have suffered a lot in his heart, and the feelings between him and Leng Chen were very deep. Although he was not there at that time, he also wanted to help Leng Chen in his own way. Leng Chen's biggest headache before he left was nothing more than the company's raw material base. Due to the fact that the mountain was previously heavily cut down by the local government offices, it can no longer be used as a base. The company's inventory is also almost sold out. If they don't find a new raw material base, they may enter a window of up to a few months, which is long enough for a new company to come in and take over their original market. How can a company that is so large and spends a penny out of every breath survive a months-long window? So the matter of finding a raw material base is imminent. Su Shuiyan fretted over this matter every day, so worried that she couldn't sleep or eat, and even her hair went white. On the third day of Leng Chen's training at the secret base, Su Shuiyan received a call from Fire Phoenix. Hello, is this Mr. Su Shuiyan Su? I'm Fire Phoenix. Su Shuiyan has heard Leng Chen say the name Fire Phoenix more than once, and when she and Leng Chen remarried, Fire Phoenix also personally came to the wedding site and helped them plan the wedding. Hearing the voice of the Fire Phoenix, Su Shuiyan inexplicably felt a sense of security. Can I help you with something? I've been busy lately, so if you have something important, come to my office and we'll talk face to face, Fire Phoenix said. Then I'll go there immediately. I was just about to meet with you. It's about the original material base. As soon as she heard the base of the original material, Su Shuiyan immediately came into the spirit, and called ahead to have coffee prepared to properly entertain Fire Phoenix. If Fire Phoenix could really solve this problem for him, it would undoubtedly be a great benefactor of their company, and in the future, when they came to the company, they would be treated at the VIP level. After 15 minutes or so, Fire Phoenix arrived at Su Shuiyan's office. It's Fire Phoenix who has arrived. Have a seat. Su Shuiyan personally pulled out a chair and invited Fire Phoenix to sit down. Fire Phoenix immediately talked about the raw material base in detail with Su Shuiyan. This raw material base is not far from their company. The environment is very good. The food material inside is not as good as the original base, but it is also considered superior among all the company's bases. Without saying a word, Su Shuiyan sent someone to check out the area and found that the quality of the food there was just as Fire Phoenix had said. It was all high-quality stuff. Su Shuiyan immediately activated the new food material base and started the second round of production. Originally, the factory workers thought they were going to shut down and were about to find an excuse to quit, but now that they have suddenly found a new raw material base and don't have to lose this job, everyone is very passionate about their work. The company has once again taken off, and the circulation above the market is rather smoother. Their company was still at the head of the market, and even with the company previously founded by Sadershan as a competitor, it didn't have much of an impact on them. Not only has the turnover increased considerably, but a new investor has also been recruited. This investor's name was Wang Nan, and after coming to Su Shuiyan's office, he directly threw out a card without saying a word. There's $200,000 in this card. Consider it as my meeting gift to you. I want to have a deep cooperation with you, but before that, I want to bury 51% of your company's shares. Wang Nan's tone stunned Su Shuiyan. She had been in the shopping mall for so many years, and had never seen any person who had to bury 51% of someone else's shares as soon as he exited. What's more, Lang's was not an ordinary small company. Even if someone was even richer, they would never be able to buy so many shares. Su Shuiyan's face became ugly. If you really came with sincerity, don't joke with me like this. And this $200,000, don't say it's a meeting gift for us. We are in business cooperation. It's better not to give gifts to each other. How do you know I'm joking with you? What if I said I could really afford to buy half the shares in one fell swoop? Even if you have the ability, this matter will never be possible. We can cooperate, but if you must challenge my bottom line, then forget it. Su Shuiyan said in an undeniable manner. If the most shares do fall into the hands of this outsider, it won't be long before this company is taken by someone else as well. When Wang Nan saw Su Shuiyan talking so seriously, as if she was really a bit angry, he immediately took back the card. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it was me who was rude. How about this? In order to make it up to you and also apologize, how about I treat you to dinner at the hotel in the evening? Wang Nan said with a smile. In the past, Su Shuiyan still might have agreed to him. After all, Su Shuiyan didn't want to lose this partner. However, the current Su Shuiyan would not be able to agree no matter what. It was so hard for her to remarry Lang Chen. How could she affect her family just because of such a person? It was because of too many such misunderstandings that she had gotten further and further away from Lang Chen before. There's no need to invite me to dinner. As long as you don't make such jokes anymore, there's still a chance for our cooperation. Su Shuiyan made a gesture of invitation for him to sit down. On the other hand, Duke Chao of the Wei Group held a board meeting to issue new shares and wanted to develop a food product. This food is made with their latest production additives, which can greatly cut down on costs. Correspondingly, the price of such products will also be reduced, and can in the same type of competition partner big price war. In the long run, the competition partner cannot support, will naturally collapse. Only this additive is tremendously harmful to a person's body and may induce various heart diseases if ingested in excess. Although the person who introduced it didn't deliberately state this, many people guessed it. For some reason, though, several shareholders are in favor of the proposal. Su Shuiyan frowned. If this program was really passed, and such a product circulated on the market, the victims would definitely be the first to complain about their company if anything went wrong. When that happens, it won't just be a matter of not being able to make money. I'm afraid even the people will have to go in and do it for a few years. Su Shuiyan was now holding Lang Chen's shares in her hand, so she voted against it without hesitation, knowing that even if Lang Chen was there, he would definitely oppose it. At the end of the day, there was actually a balance between those who voted against and those who agreed, and the meeting amounted to a waste of time, and the program was shelved for the time being. Chapter 88, Pursuit. After this meeting, Su Shuiyan left the company, and just as she pulled open the car door, her mouth was covered, and then she smelled a very pungent odor, and then fainted. The moment she had just stepped out of the company's front door, several black-clothed men propped up behind her with lightning speed and covered her mouth and nose with a towel with ecstasy, and she soon fainted. Su Shuiyan thought in a daze before she fainted, to the point that she must have invited this group of people because she had voted against them in the meeting. They stuffed Su Shuiyan into a black jeep and took off. When Lang Chen received this news, he had just finished training and didn't even have time to eat. What did you say? Su Shuiyan is missing? Lang Chen's anxious tone changed tone. Fire Phoenix could imagine Lang Chen's panicked expression on the other end of the phone. Don't be in a hurry. I have a solution for this matter. Nonsense. Your wife is lost. Can you not be anxious? Since you have a solution, hurry up and say it. Don't be dawdling. Lang Chen was in a fit of anger, and naturally his words were a bit heavier, and Fire Phoenix didn't bother with him. The jeep's journey, from the beginning to the end of the journey, is within the scope of our surveillance. It is through the surveillance that I know about this matter. You calm down first, don't get carried away. Let's figure it out slowly, Fire Phoenix said. Lang Chen's side was silent for a long time all of a sudden, and a few minutes long thinking calmed him down. He was the one who had just been concerned and couldn't help but relocate his anger towards Fire Phoenix as soon as he heard that Su Shuiyan had been taken away. It was clear that they had agreed that they would stay at the base to train their loved ones outside, as well as the children who had Fire Phoenix to take care of them on their behalf. But now that such a thing had happened to Su Shuiyan, it was inevitable that he wouldn't be angry at Fire Phoenix. After calming down, Lang Chen apologized to Fire Phoenix. I'm the one who's sorry. You've already paid a lot for us. I shouldn't have yelled at you. It's good that you can understand this. What we should do now is to be united against the outside world instead of fixing ourselves first, Fire Phoenix said in a serious tone. Lang Chen hummed on the other end of the phone. I know. I've just thought about it. These people snatched Su Shuiyan on the surface, but in reality it's still just about the David group. There must be a complete chain of interests behind this. I don't know whose cake we moved this time to invite such a disaster. The meeting had just ended when someone came to kidnap the man, and by checking who within your company had the strongest will to agree to that program, we can find the culprit, Fire Phoenix said. Lang Chen frowned tightly. But I'm currently training at the base. How can I take time off to investigate what's going on within the company? I originally had Su Shuiyan as my spokesperson in the company, but now that he's been kidnapped, I can say that I don't have my own eyes in the company anymore. In any case, let's solve the kidnapping matter first, Fire Phoenix said. The internal conflicts within the company, as well as the monetary gains behind it and other issues, are the deepest things. Right now, all of these issues are manifested in the fact that they kidnapped Su Shuiyan. I know you have a point. I can't get out of the way in there, and I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Su Shuiyan will be in more danger if she stays in their hands for one more second. You have to rescue her as early as possible. Lang Chen said every word sincerely, almost kneeling down to kowtow to Fire Phoenix. The person who was taken was his wife, the mother of his daughter. They were family, but he could do nothing about it, so how could he not be anxious? I know that, Lang Chen. You just can't be there, but the process of the investigation is something you can fully participate in. I'll send you the entire surveillance footage. You don't have to worry, since we know where he went, we naturally won't let him escape. With that, Fire Phoenix sent a video. That video was up to several minutes long. Lang Chen patiently from the beginning to see the end. The picture from the few black-clothed people suddenly rushed up to stun Su Shuiyan, until that black jeep stopped in front of a left-abandoned factory. The quality of the video wasn't too clear, and with all of those men in black wearing sunglasses and masks, it wasn't possible to directly see what those men looked like. But the only redeeming factor was that the screen showed the license plate number clearly. Check the license plate number, Fire Phoenix. Did you check the license plate number of this car? Lang Chen said loudly. Lang Chen with his agitated look made Fire Phoenix not even dare to speak. I've checked this car. After eating it naturally didn't let it go. Only it's a set car. The license plate number is fake. Listening to Fire Phoenix's tone, Lang Chen guessed that he hadn't checked this car, but when he really heard it, there was still a strong sense of disappointment that was inevitable. In that case, then go to his endpoint and check. Follow his route. If you can't, just wait. I don't believe that they kidnapped Su Shuiyan. Was it just to kill her? Lang Chen said viciously. I've instructed all the members of the Tinglong organization that can be mobilized to make sure that they use all their connections and means to find out where this quantity of vehicles went. It's just that after this black jeep stopped, they transferred Su Shuiyan to another vehicle and took it somewhere else, and that's a distance beyond our surveillance range. Lang Chen knew that this matter could not be rushed now. Care is chaos. The more anxious will only stir things up, the more trouble. He told himself over and over again in his mind to be calm and not to panic. Once he took overzealous measures, he might step right into the other side's trap. Good. Have everyone check the cars. If they can't, check the people. Check all the suspicious people. I don't believe it. I can't catch a real culprit. Fire Phoenix thought for a moment. Fixing ordinary means definitely won't yield any results. Now we can only transfer a helicopter over and catch up with that car to see where they actually went. 10 minutes later, Lang Chen received the results reported by the members of the Tinglong organization. The car traveled for several minutes, and at a very high speed, and there were very many checkpoints on the route it traveled. But at every one of them the car was not detected as being a set-apart vehicle. And as you can see from the surveillance video, the car was clearly speeding, yet not a single person stopped it. Even at the checkpoint, the car flowed unimpeded without a single person raising its issue. Even if the Tinglong organization found out fast enough, by the time they sent their cars out to chase after them, they would have long since lost the chase. Although the helicopter was following closely, it would do them no good to land hastily. Not to mention the fact that the car was able to navigate multiple roads without any obstacles, which was enough to show that there were people in it. This was definitely not a simple kidnapping, but an action that had been carefully planned for a long time, specifically targeting Long Chen and Su Shuayan. Chapter 89, Stimulating Each Other. Don't hesitate anymore. Find a suitable place and take action immediately, Lang Chen said. All of this indicated that the other party had come prepared, and there was absolutely no more delay. And for them, every minute and every second could not be wasted. Good. I'll give the order for them to do it right away. Fire Phoenix gave a look to the team members on the helicopter, and the helicopter immediately accelerated in hot pursuit. The car was supposed to be traveling downtown, where the helicopter could not land, and after a few minutes had passed, the car finally came to the outskirts of town and the helicopter quickly flew over the jeep. Fire Phoenix utilized the radio in the car to shout at them, "Drop the people in the car immediately and leave you alive." The car shook visibly, and it seemed that the people in the car had heard it. Only the car still drove on smoothly, without any intention of stopping. "Drop the hostages in your hands immediately, or wait to go in and eat prison food," Fire Phoenix added. But the words still didn't have any effect on the group, and instead of stopping, the car traveled faster. Another kilometer or so and they'd be in the city again. And at the current rate of travel, it wouldn't be long before they'd lose their chance. "Can't wait any longer. Stop the car immediately or regret it." Fire Phoenix gave an ultimatum. This time the car did stop, only it wasn't letting Su Shuayan go. Two guns protruded from each of the four windows of that car, and after taking aim at the helicopter's position, the two submachine guns closest to the helicopter aimed and fired at it. Since the helicopter didn't know that the car would suddenly stop and was still traveling, the bullets weren't accurate and none of them hit. The car turned on again, chasing the helicopter at a very fast speed, and they did not stop with the submachine guns in their hands, both sides traveling at the same time, with different speeds, which was very demanding for the snipers. A sweeping shot came down, and not a single shot was hit. "Boss, these people are too arrogant. Should we fight back?" a member of the helicopter said. "That's right. In all the years I've been a member of the Tinglong organization, no one has ever dared to be so wild in front of us. Yeah, even if you don't stop, you have the nerve to strafe it with an assault rifle." These people had stayed in the Tinglong organization for a long time, and inevitably, they were as short-tempered as Fire Phoenix, and they could not bear to see others provoking them. But Fire Phoenix couldn't agree with them now. Now is not the time. If you similarly sweep back with your submachine gun, what if you accidentally injure the people in the car? Besides, if you really jeopardize their lives, naturally we will be fine, but the hostages will definitely be used as stepping stones. Fire Phoenix shook her head helplessly, her fists clenched very tightly. While they hadn't been able to actually destroy the helicopter, they had struck out at Fire Phoenix's anger, and now the attributes had undoubtedly exacerbated the activity's fury. They were supposed to be people on different sides of the fence, but there were things that could be resolved by honorable means, and kidnapping someone like they were doing now was just a bit mean. Originally, Fire Phoenix had been very disdainful of such behavior, and now they not only ignored Fire Phoenix's request, but also made an attacking gesture with their submachine guns. So how could Fire Phoenix tolerate it? Fire Phoenix was not a good-tempered person in the first place. Land the helicopter immediately and stop that vehicle. Also notify the members who are in the front to set up barriers on the road and absolutely not allow this vehicle to pass. Surround them to death in this suburb, absolutely not letting them take a step out. Fire Phoenix gave a deadly order. No matter what, he couldn't let this group of people get away with it. Bullying their people and still want to leave? The people in the world who have that ability haven't even been born yet. After setting this up, Lang Chen called, "How is it now?" Everything went smoothly and didn't encounter any obstacles. The other party is not of a high level and is probably just a temporary fighter. Lang Chen, however, shook his head to deny the claim. How could it be someone who was brought in on the spur of the moment? They must have been planning this kidnapping for a long time. Even if you don't think the other party's level is high, you still have to be careful. Belittling the enemy is the beginning of failure. Because the person who was kidnapped was Su Shuayan, Lang Chen said extraordinarily much. He couldn't go to the scene, so he was even more anxious. If he could personally go to the rescue, he wouldn't have to say a bunch of useless empty words over here. Fire Phoenix helplessly promised, "I'll be careful. Let's not talk to you first. Let's land the helicopter right away and force the other side to stop." After hanging up the phone, Fire Phoenix gave the people in the car an ultimatum. You have one last chance. If you don't stop the car, I'm not sure what will happen next. The other man put away his submachine gun and stuck one hand out of the window of the car, giving a big middle finger upwards. The provocative meaning of that is more than obvious. Even if the activities of the 3 times warned himself, the car is still a hostage, cannot act rashly, but also cannot suppress the inner fire. He even wanted to throw a bomb down and blow up all the people in that car. However, on second thought, Su Shuiyan was still in the car, and the purpose of his visit was to rescue Su Shuiyan, so he absolutely could not do the opposite. Boss, these guys are going too far. You see, the team member said. After this gesture was made, there was a lot of cursing inside the helicopter, wanting to rush down and beat the other party violently on the spot, before Fire Phoenix could say anything. However, the car racked up its assault rifles again and began to resweep the helicopter. Damn, these little brats. If I don't give him some color today, I'll write my name backwards. The team members couldn't hold back any longer. Even the one piloting the helicopter cringed, nearly causing the helicopter to go out of control. But this time, Fire Phoenix didn't blame him, because he was angry himself. He slapped the table beside him fiercely and shouted, "We must not let these sons of ES off the hook today. Dare to ride on my head and I will beat them to death." When Fire Phoenix had said so, the team members stopped restraining themselves and yelled and cursed loudly. Fire Phoenix knew that the other side intended to provoke them. Yeah, that struggle was fine, but he himself as a leader had to stay calm. Fire Phoenix handed the radio to a team member. "Curse through this. Curse as loud as you can. Better curse them until they spit blood. Don't they just want to get into us? Let's just throw a fit and show them." So the guys yelled and cursed at the people in the car, and the people in the car apparently heard them, and the submachine guns were firing faster and faster, and even a couple of bullets had hit the helicopter. But the helicopter was of very good quality, and although it had been shot a few times, it made no impact at all, and remained close to the car without leaving it. Chapter 90, Rescue. The helicopter stayed behind, making the thugs inside the car very nervous. They kept increasing their speed, thinking that once they passed this suburb, they would be in the downtown area and not far from their home base. As long as we get through this journey, even if the helicopter is still following, what can we do? There was absolutely no place for this helicopter to land in the city anyway. Thinking so, the group of thugs couldn't help but relax a bit, and even re-picked up their submachine guns to start a third round of strafing. Gunshots rang out, and in the helicopter, the crew's yelling and cursing became more aggressive. "If you have the guts, get out of the car and fight us properly. What's the point of kidnapping a woman? What kind of grudge do you have with her? You're still a bunch of lackeys who'll do anything for money. Today you're going to give up your lives here. I'll see if you still dare to continue doing this business, son of a. If you don't stop the assault rifle, I'll break the barrel of your gun for you." With a look, Fire Phoenix encouraged them to keep cursing. Cursing until they were distracted and their minds were not clear, and the chance to save them would come. The thugs in the car couldn't help themselves and sent a message over the radio. "One more word from you and I'll kill this woman. Don't you want to save her? I'll let you watch her die." Fire Phoenix personally replied to them. "You kill. You have the guts to kill. If you kill her, let alone us, your boss won't be able to spare you." A few dozen meters further on was the barricade shot down by the Tinglong crew. It seems that there is no need to use the helicopter to force the vehicle to stop. The Tinglong team members in front of them have already pushed a 1-meter-high mound of earth with a forklift. Even if this vehicle is more powerful, it can't drive through. The car apparently saw the roadblock as well, and slammed on the brakes sharply a few meters away from the mound, then made a sharp turn. The car stopped just in time to see the helicopter parked diagonally above them. At this point, they're at the end of their rope. Going forward, they're stopped on the road. Going back, they're stopped by helicopters. Since they had planned this matter of kidnapping Su Shuiyan, they naturally knew what kind of people existed behind Su Shuiyan. Those who were able to use a helicopter to chase them were undoubtedly people from the Tinglong organization. Such a moment later there were people who had come to be not something they could handle, and now that the car was being forced to stop, once they were surrounded here, they would be in a position where they would be at the mercy of the others. There was no village in front of here, no store behind, and even if we had to wait for our own people to come to the rescue, it would be at least half an hour later. Half an hour is enough time for a lot to happen, and a battle can even be resolved in 10 minutes. In the age of hot weapons, victory and defeat were in the blink of an eye, so they definitely didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Any wrong move would lead to getting themselves killed. They were indeed bold. That's why they dared to come and kidnap Su Shuiyan. But being bold doesn't mean being stupid. After the car stopped, Fire Phoenix shouted to the other party through the radio, "Immediately release the hostages in the car. You still have a way to live. Now in this situation, you can also see and understand. Do as I say and naturally you can save your lives. If you don't listen to me, I don't know what will happen." But who knew that the pair was very arrogant and still refused to give in even at this point. Who are you threatening? I hate people threatening me in my life. How about this? As long as you land now and leave the helicopter to me, I'll leave this woman alive. Otherwise I'll kill her right now. The one driving the car said viciously. He rolled down the visor inside the window so that the people in the helicopter could clearly see the situation in the car. Su Shuiyan was sitting in the middle of the back row still unconscious. One of the black-clad men pressed her arm tightly, and the other pulled out a knife and put it on her neck. The blade was so tightly affixed that it would cut through Su Shuiyan's veins with the slightest force. You're threatening me. You're fine. You delete him and then you die together. Fire Phoenix replied. Hearing these words, the people inside the car tensed up. They came to kidnap Su Shuiyan just for the money. But if they had to put their own lives on the line, the deal wouldn't be worth it. Holding the knife, that black-clothed man's hand trembled. He pressed the knife down a little, and a trace of blood flowed out from Su Shuiyan's white neck. The black-clothed man's voice was trembling. Are you serious or not? If you really don't care about this person's life, why did you blow up and stop us? We don't have any grudges against you. If you let us go, you can have half of the money from this side of the deal. Fire Phoenix gave a color to the team member piloting the helicopter, and the helicopter slowly descended while Fire Phoenix took out a sniper rifle. At the same time, Fire Phoenix transmitted her own words through the radio. Of course I don't have any enmity with you guys, and I don't care if this person is dead or alive. You can totally kill her. But you guys just wounded my helicopter with your submachine guns. I'll avenge the helicopter and kill you guys too. Just kill you guys. Just play. The voices of those few thugs sounded even more tense. After all, in front of their own lives, anyone has to be a bit more cautious. No one really wants to die. In that case, we can talk about it. And we were wrong about the loud helicopter, so an apology won't do. Of course you can apologize, but you guys get out of the car first. What kind of person apologizes to us in a car? Fire Phoenix said forcefully. The few thugs in the car also saw the helicopter descending, thinking that Fire Phoenix might be willing to talk to them, and there was still a chance to negotiate. So they opened the door, and the two thugs drove Su Shuiyan out first, and that driver came out later. Fire Phoenix's line of sight aimed through the sniper rifle's scope at the thug who was holding Su Shuiyan. The thugs yelled at them, "We're out. What's the offer? You say it now." Fire Phoenix sneered and said nothing. After confirming that the thugs were not moving, Fire Phoenix made a decisive decision and pulled the trigger, only to hear a gunshot. The bullet passed through the helicopter and came straight in front of the thug. The thug didn't even have a chance to react before the bullet went through his head. But even when he lost consciousness, his hand was tightly grasping Su Shuiyan. As his body fell down, due to inertia, he also pulled Su Shuiyan down. The other thug who was also holding Su Shuiyan didn't react either, and after a loud bang, Su Shuiyan and him fell to the ground at the same time. Su Shuiyan still hadn't come to her senses now, and her entire body was unconscious. Before the other thugs could react, the Tinglong team members who were ambushed next to them stepped forward and rushed forward to carry Su Shuiyan back. Chapter 91, Treasure of the Deserted Mountain. They had been busy with Su Shuiyan's affairs all this time, so naturally, they had neglected the deep mountain where the pill sage resided. Since Lang Chen had been training inside the base, there was only one side they could care about. If they wanted to solve the company's problems, they would have to ignore Pill Sage's side. I don't know how the medicine saint is doing now, if he is still being held inside the court. When he manages to escape and realizes that the mountain is gone, he will definitely not be able to stand it and suffer a lot. Lang Chen had suddenly thought of this matter when he was training. What if the other party did all of this as a ploy to move the tiger away from the mountain? Or maybe the other party was so greedy that they directly did both at the same time, not only capturing Su Shuiyan, but also chopping down trees and digging up minerals. This was really a distraction for Lang Chen, but even if he could do a distraction technique, he wouldn't necessarily be able to solve these problems. The power of the individual is ultimately limited. Relying on Lang Chen alone, he couldn't do everything perfectly no matter what. After training, he thought about what was going on outside and called Fire Phoenix. Hey, how's it going over there? Has Su Shuiyan been saved? Fire Wind was in a helicopter when he received his call, and the signal was very spotty. What did you say? It's too windy on my side. I can't hear what you're saying at all. Although she couldn't hear clearly, Fire Phoenix could guess that he must be asking about Su Shuiyan's situation. I asked you how things are going over there. Lang Chen repeated loudly. We've managed to save Su Shuiyan, and all the thugs who tried to arrest her have been killed. Fire Phoenix still hadn't heard what Lang Chen was saying, and was only relying on guesses, blindly answering his questions. But as it happened, he guessed that Lang Chen was asking about Su Shuiyan's condition. That's good. You're in the helicopter now, so I'll leave you alone. Lang Chen hung up the phone. Although Lang Chen still wanted to ask more, such as whether Su Shuiyan was injured and whether she had woken up yet, but thinking that it was inconvenient for Fire Phoenix to talk on the helicopter right now, It would be better to wait until the living phoenix returned to the Tinglong organization. Why am I here? It was at this time that Su Shuayan also woke up. Fire Phoenix told him, "You've just been kidnapped, and we're the ones who saved you. We'll talk about the rest when we get back to a safe place." Which isn't quite yet. Thus, Su Shuayan went silent. It was at this time that a very mysterious person came from that deep mountain where the medicine sage lived. The man was dressed in a black tuxedo and looked very regal, but his face was in his 40s or 50s, with lots of wrinkles and a mustache. The man in black was followed by a dozen or so black-clothed, white-gloved bodyguards, each of whom was armed with a gun, and those bodyguards looked very stout. This and the mountains were very scenic, and there were also many precious medicinal herbs. The trees were now only cut down to a small piece, and the rest of the area was still picturesque. Looking at such a beautiful scenery, that man in black revealed a sinister smile. After taking 2 steps forward, he suddenly realized that there was a very strangely shaped grass growing near his feet. The grass had never been seen elsewhere before, only seen his figure in a book, but the food was the first time I had seen it. Yosi, isn't this the questioning grass? I often underneath there should be rich gold mines. Great gold all belong to our big river group. The smugness on the man in black's face was so great that he could have grinned up to his temples. He never thought that he would actually be able to discover such a treasure. And the questioning grass was famous even in their country. Right now this mountain is not his yet, but it's getting close. Anyway, the owner of this mountain has already given this mountain to him. The mountain is here. Without legs, how can he run away? Yamaguchi Taijun, have we been sincere enough? So are we going to give what we want? A middle-aged, greasy and fat man beside him laughed wickedly. He couldn't wait to wag his tail to the sky, and was playfully courting the man in black. The mysterious man named Yamaguchi petted the man's head as if he really thought of the man as a dog. Being touched on the head, the man didn't feel humiliated. Instead he grinned even wider and tried his best to please this Yamaguchi. Wang sang, "Your gold's friend greatly. The $50 billion investment project will be given to you. It will be operated half a year later, and you're high on the list." Taijun Ikaguchi was also very satisfied, and a conspiratorial gleam showed inside his small eyes. "You guys need to pick up the pace on this one. I can't wait to think of the gold mine under my feet," Yamaguchi said excitedly. The thought of tons of gold at his feet made Wan wish he could borrow an axe right now and split the whole mountain. This mountain is truly a feng shui treasure. Not only do many genuine herbs grow, there are also mines underneath the mountain. Taijun, it's good that you're satisfied. As for my matter, there's no need to take it too much to heart. Anyway, I'm sure you always won't cheat me. That greasy fat man's mouth was very disgusting. He was already excited when he heard the 4 words Gao Shang one step, but on the surface he didn't dare to show it. Although both of them knew in their hearts that the other party had come to find their cooperation for what reason, on the surface they still maintained the classroom. "I'm satisfied with the current state of this mountain. You call a group of people over to dig up all the herbs on this mountain and send them to me. After this is done, immediately mine for gold, and only after the construction of gold can our cooperation go further." Yamaguchi is just too greedy, not only wanting the gold mine underneath, but also the herbs on the surface of the mountain. That fat man almost nodded his head to the ground. "Thank you, Taijun. Don't worry, as long as Taijun asks, no matter what it is, I can do it. Isn't it just herbs? As much as you want, this entire mountain is yours." Yamaguchi laughed at the comment. "Or can you talk? If everyone on your side of the world was as colorful as you are, I wouldn't be having such a troublesome time here. You're my good friend. You bring me happiness. Since you make me happy, I won't let you suffer." While saying that, Yamaguchi ran his hand over the fat man's head again. This performance was completely like treating that fat man like a real dog, but that fat man was not ashamed, but rather honored, and even took the initiative to move closer to Yamaguchi. "That's all well and good. As long as you do what you promised me, I'll do my best to serve you, and it's my honor to make you happy. You couldn't have come to a better realization." Yamaguchi laughed out loud. The corners of his mouth were grinning to the heels of his head, and his feet were a little bit fluttering. In a short while, he would be the one who owned a gold mine, and what couldn't he do at that time? Chapter 92, Drone Shooter. Satisfied, Yamaguchi toured the hills, looking at his territory as if he already owned that. What a wonderful view from this hill. When the wind blew, it brought the scent of green grass and was so refreshing. It is truly a gift of the Creator that such a mountain can grow in the real world. After taking a few steps to the wound, he discovered another rare herb and shouted out in surprise, "There is actually even this kind of herb here. Come on people, quickly dig it down for me. Hurry up, it will lose its efficacy after being late. Dig it down immediately and freeze it for preservation." A bodyguard behind him sniffed and immediately rushed over to dig the herb down. But right behind the mountain pass was a medicine farmer who was working on the top of the mountain. He had planted the herb that the mountain pass had just dug, and the land was his place. Having been contracted by him for many years, the medicinal farmer glanced at Yamaguchi and was just about to speak when the fat man next to him glared back. Fatty's meaning is obvious. No one is allowed to disturb the mountain pass. Patrol this mountain pass, do whatever you want to do, and anyone else who disturbs it will be taken in immediately. Under the pressure of this fat man, the medicinal farmer also dared to be angry. After all, he had been reigning supreme in this place for a long time, and anyone who dared to resist would invariably not be made very miserable by him. Mountain pass walking, came to a pine forest in front of, looking at the dense forest, inside even the sun cannot penetrate. This said the piece of tree in front of him said, this forest is very obtrusive. He mounted here. How else are we going to open up the mountain and dig for minerals? The fat man surnamed Wang gestured behind him, and immediately a few people began to move. They ran down the hill, made a phone call, and soon a dozen excavators drove up. The fat man waved his hand and the backhoe swung its front shovel, ready to dig into that pine forest. Where the excavator's wheels passed, all the herbs were crushed to death, and those that hadn't yet had time to be harvested were just wasted. This was quite destructive, and a number of working medicine farmers nearby could no longer watch, thinking that they would have to come out and stop this no matter what. If they stopped it, they would surely be retaliated against by that fat man, but if they didn't stop it, they would surely starve to death without their income. In the middle of such a dilemma, they had to fight to the death, so they hardened their heads and united together and dried up, standing in front of the group. You can't dig up the trees here, and the herbs here are all planted by our hard work, so leave us a way to live. Moncler, I know you don't worry about food and clothing, but we depend on these herbs to live. The medicine farmer said every word with such affection that tears were falling from his eyes. If they let that fat man dig like this, the herbs they planted will definitely be wiped out. Without these herbs, how can they feed their wives and children? How can they feed the old people at home? That fat man surnamed Wang just looked at them contemptuously, not even a word more, but instead to excavator digging in a little faster. No more digging, no more digging, don't wreak havoc on our herbs, that's a whole year's worth of our hard work. The medicine farmers cried so much that they were close to kneeling down for that fat man surnamed Wang. They had worked so hard this whole year that they couldn't even take care of their meals just to grow these herbs, and now that they had been so easily crushed and turned into mud, how could they not be sad? You are obstructing official business. Come on people, lock them up and let them eat jail food. They will never worry about food or clothes again when they get in there. The fat man surnamed Wang said viciously. Soon there were some uniformed men who caught all these medicine farmers, even the old and the young, and sent them all up the mountain together. Be honest, don't try to run. If you hadn't jumped out and caused trouble, we would have let you go home in peace, but now you're all going to jail. The thick door tried their best to resist, but they were all old and sickly. How could they resist those young and strong tolerance? Those medicine farmers really have no way out, can only be forced to follow them to walk. After a few dozen steps, an old man suddenly sighed. Sin, the medicine god mountain that has been passed down for the first half of the year has been destroyed by this group of bandits. You guys wait, there will be a day when the old ancestor will come back to take revenge on you. You guys do such things, are you really not afraid of retribution? The exclamation caught the attention of Wounds, who frowned at the exclamatory old man. What does he mean by that? Are you not welcoming us? Well, since this is the attitude of the people on your side, this cooperation between us ends here. The fat man surnamed Wang took a few steps over and slapped the old man. He roared, Zheng Fugue, do you want to destroy our close relationship with Huangjun? Trying to destroy our investment environment here, building the greatest evil. There are 10 you can't even afford to compensate. Someone hurry up and take him away from me. I never want to see him say a word again. The fat man surnamed Wang said furiously, seeing that this deal was about to be completed, suddenly being stirred up halfway through. How could his mood be good? You'll get your comeuppance, and even if I don't say anything, someone will. 1,000, 10,000 people will. And as long as you're alive and doing this kind of thing, the old ancestors will always find you on your head. After saying this, Zhang Fugue was knocked out by a man with a stick and dragged away. The mountain was very rocky, and after dragging for a while, those rocks wore through his clothes, rubbing away, leaving a red mark on his skin. Instead of feeling cruelty at the sight of that, Yamaguchi just felt that blood annoyed him. Hurry up and get rid of this red mark. It bothers me to see it. Such a beautiful mountain should be the common property of all mankind. How come it's theirs? If the people on your side are such selfish residents, I think it's better not to cooperate. That's because that person is too ignorant. Taijun, don't think too much about it. Everyone on our side welcomes you, especially me. I'm practically dreaming of waking up with a smile when you can come. Fatty kept kissing ass just to make Yamaguchi smile again. It was at this time that suddenly from the sky there were many drones densely covered, and these drones were actually carrying many machine guns underneath. Only these machine guns weren't used to hit people. They were aimed at the tires of those forklifts. Before the bunch could react, the machine gun punched through the excavator's tires at breakneck speed. After the tires exploded, those excavators no longer had any way to continue, flailing helplessly in the air a few times, finding that they couldn't take a step forward no matter what, so they could only give up. Chapter 93. The tires of those dozen excavators exploded at the same time, which made Fatty Wang's face become very ugly. This was his territory, and according to his thoughts, no one would dare to make a scene here no matter what, and if they offended him, they would be offending the heavens here. If the sky collapsed, which mortal could stand up to it? Everyone, even if they had complaints in their hearts, dared not speak out, and if they said one more word, they would surely be retaliated against. Furthermore, those who can mobilize so many helicopters at once are definitely not ordinary people. Who on earth would be so bold? Fatty Wang raised his head and stared straight at those helicopters. I'm the hand here, and I order you all, no matter who sent you here, you hurry up and come out and turn yourselves in. Otherwise, if I personally find out, you have no good fruit to eat. Fatty Wang said big words of threat, but those drones didn't have any reaction at all. Instead, they fired another shot, which directly hit the land by Fatty Wang's feet, emitting a burst of black smoke, and the collapsed soil bounced directly onto Fatty Wang's legs, scaring him enough. Who the hell is it? Hurry up and get out. Don't force me to do it myself. There is no good end for you. Fatty Wang gritted his teeth and said, he had thought before that if the other party was a big shot, he would swallow this breath. But this shot came down as a straight provocation. The other party was completely treating him as an enemy. This shot meant that if he said one more word, it wouldn't be the dirt next to him that would be hit, but his head. How could he tolerate this? In this territory, no one had ever dared to provoke him. Come out at once. What kind of skill is it to make underhanded tricks? If you really consider yourself a human being, don't do these underhanded tricks. Above the many drones, a helicopter slowly flew out. That helicopter looked very expensive and it carried a special logo. And if one knew the Tinglong organization, they would be able to find out that that logo meant that the helicopter belonged to Tinglong. The helicopter slowly landed from the air on Pil God Mountain, and several people came down from it. The one who came down first was about 1 meter 8 in height. Very handsome, his eyes were fierce and stern, and his expression looked very cold. Isn't it sweet that I came down to see you when you called your grandfather me so anxiously? This person was none other than Ling Chen. As soon as those words landed, a burst of laughter came from behind Ling Chen. And the person following him was Fire Phoenix. Behind Fire Phoenix followed several more members of the Tinglong organization. After seeing Ling Chen, Fatty Wang's face became even more ugly. Why did Ling Chen appear here? Could he be a ghost? Why are you here? Aren't you in detention? I'm going to denounce you. You escaped from prison. Fatty Wang's voice was trembling with anger. Why can't you wait to send me back after just seeing me? It's not the time for you to be so anxious to call me out. Ling Chen mocked. Fatty Wang stomped his feet in anger. How did you get out? It's even if you don't properly think about your faults, you actually dare to shoot and threaten me. Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you again? Of course Ling Chen wasn't afraid, and ignored him completely, pointing at his nose and shouting, how can I possibly go in when you, the traitor, are well outside? Who are you calling a traitor? Yamaguchi Taijun and I are just cooperating. Why can't we do this kind of win-win cooperation? Is it against any law or regulation? Or are you simply unable to see the good in others? You won't let us cut down the trees on the mountain. It's a matter of the upper lip touching the lower lip. If you don't know, you'd think the mountain belongs to your family. Fatty Wang's angry speech became faster and faster, and in the end, Ling Chen didn't even hear what he said, only knowing that he looked very angry, like a puffer fish that had exploded in anger. You dare to reason with a foreign country and dig up the gold mines of our great Xia country. I'm here today specifically to arrest you. These people from the Tinglong organization are specialized in fighting such threats to the security of the building. This fatso surnamed Wang dares to openly collaborate with the enemy and sell out the country in front of them. Isn't this asking for death? At this time, Fatty Wang not only didn't come back, but instead pointed at Ling Chen's nose and cursed loudly. I'm telling you, don't mind your own business. Do you know what happens to nosy dogs on the roadside? They all get dragged off to stew. He insulted Ling Chen so much, Ling Chen didn't have much of a reaction. On the contrary, it was Fire Phoenix who couldn't listen to him. Fire Phoenix had been inside the Tinglong organization. No one dared to talk to him like that, so naturally he hadn't heard much profanity, and his tolerance for profanity was very low. What are you talking about? I think you really don't see the coffin. Someone come and arrest him for me. At Firewind's command, the members of the Tinglong organization immediately grabbed that Fatty Wang back, and no matter what he said, no one paid any attention to him. Such a person in front of Ling Chen, them, fragile as if a piece of paper, just now was also very arrogant. Fat Wang took a look at Ling Chen's side of the people are really dare to do it immediately. Goat. Have a word. I'm really not a traitor. Don't wrong me, Fatty Wang shouted. While shouting, he put his hand up and pointed at Yamaguchi beside him. It's all this Oni who did everything. It was this Oni's idea. These words managed to divert Ling Chen's and their attention to Yamaguchi. The few bodyguards beside Yamaguchi were fully focused on Ling Chen and their movements, ready to strike at any time. Yamaguchi didn't rush to fight with Ling Chen and the others. Instead, he scolded Fatty Wang first. You're such a hypocritical and selfish villain. I really feel humiliated to know you. It was all his doing. It was his idea to dig up the mountain and cut down the trees. It was his idea to want the gold under the mountain. It's none of my business. Don't arrest me. No matter what he said. The Tinglong organization's men pressed him hard and sent him inside the drone. It was only at this time that he freed his hands to fight those bodyguards of Yamaguchi's. Although those bodyguards looked stout and strong, they actually couldn't last more than a few rounds under the Tinglong organization, and all of them were knocked down before long. Even the members of the Tinglong organization clapped their hands and beat the dust from their bodies. It's really not difficult to fight these people, and one might even get the feeling that even this kind of small shrimp needs me to make a move. The few bodyguards all fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Yamaguchi finally realized that these guys in front of him were not someone he could mess with, and pulled his legs out to run. But how could Ling Chen and the others let him go? As the instigator of all this ghost must take full responsibility. Even if the ghosts ran as fast as they couldn't run as fast as the Tinglong organization's people. Not to mention that there were several drones behind them. There were no big roads in the mountains, making it very difficult to run. And soon Yamaguchi was also caught. This ghost knew that the tide had turned and obediently raised his hands in surrender. Chapter 94, A New Twist in the Tale. After Yamaguchi was captured, he still had the audacity to defy Ling Chen's orders. I'm from the Great River Group and have backing. How dare you touch me? Ling Chen sneered coldly. Is it hard to move you? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from our Oka group? Yamaguchi was emboldened. This Great River Group, Ling Chen had heard of it. They were a gathering place of the Fusan country in the Great Summer country, and although they were named after the group, they were not all companies, but instead had a feeling of an organization. Do you think that what's his name Grand River Group can protect you properly? Sitting under their wings makes you infallible? Ling Chen laughed coldly, mocking without mercy. When you were useful, they treated you as a person, and when they saw that you were useless, they knew that you were just a pawn. Throwing you away, there are countless more. Don't you slander our Yamato group. Even if all of you are such backstabbing villains, we in the Oka group would never be so unrighteous. Yamaguchi was now tied up in Kamisen City, but wasn't scared at all, and still felt that the Yamato group would get him out at any moment. Ling Chen helplessly shook his head. It seemed that this person really didn't see the coffin. If he didn't give him something to look at, he really thought that this interrogation room of his was just for show. Someone come, give me a few lashes on him. Ling Chen stepped aside and ordered. He really hated this Yamaguchi, being so arrogant. The godly forces were given their orders and quickly went to finish as a whip was thrown hard at Yamaguchi's body. After being hit, Yamaguchi winced in pain, but still refused to give in. It's okay for you to hit me now, but don't cry when you get your revenge back for me later. Yamaguchi put out a stern warning to Ling Chen. Ling Chen felt even more amused. What makes you think someone will come to save you? Is there any chance of me falling into your hands? I don't see this happening. I told you long ago that you're just a pawn, and you're the only one who still sees yourself as a person. As soon as Ling Chen got close to Yamaguchi, he spat on him. After spitting, Yamaguchi even glared at Ling Chen. It is impossible for a despicable and shameless person like you to understand the righteousness and feelings that exist among the people of our country of Fuso, and these are beyond your comprehension. Brutal and unreasonable people of Daxia. Ling Chen knew that this Yamaguchi had been brainwashed beyond redemption. No matter what Ling Chen said, he would think that Ling Chen was mindlessly smearing the Great River Group. It seemed like it was pointless even if he continued the interrogation today. He had all the time in the world to wait a little longer. Time would prove that everything he said was correct. Well then, that's enough interrogation for today. One day you'll realize that I didn't lie to you. After leaving these words, Ling Chen left, leaving only the lone Yamaguchi to remain in Tinglong, constantly pondering Ling Chen's words in his heart. In fact, he knew that what Ling Chen said had a few points of truth. After all, after staying in the Great River Group for so long, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen how members who had failed in their missions were disposed of, but he was convinced that he would be the accident, and that the Yamato group would never do that to himself, no matter what they did to anyone else. The next day, when Ling Chen came to see Yamaguchi again, he heard that he hadn't eaten for a day. He had to be told the news about the Great River Group before he would eat, but no one paid any attention to him at all. It was his business if he didn't eat, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. So when Ling Chen saw him, he was already so hungry that he was about to collapse. Ling Chen kindly asked someone to untie him and brought another bowl of porridge up. You should at least drink this bowl of porridge. I don't want you to starve yourself to death before you've said anything. Oh yeah, I have another piece of news to inform you. Haven't you always wanted to know the movements of the Great River Group? I can tell you. Yamaguchi was already hungry, and after hearing that, he couldn't care less about how hot the chow was, and finished it in just a few minutes. I finished my drink. What news do you know? Tell me quickly, Yamaguchi asked impatiently. Lang Chen, however, was in no hurry and said, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you with this answer, but since you're in such a hurry and want to know, I'll tell you. Your Yamato group has said that they don't care about anyone who commits a crime on our territory. Saying that, Lang Chen even took out his cell phone to show Yamaguchi the statement that the Great River Group had just released in the morning. All of the Fusang people who acted recklessly in the territory of the Daxia country are their personal behaviors, and have been dismissed from the Day Group, leaving them to accept the legal sanctions of the Daxia country, and will never harbor them, never participate in them, and never ask questions about them. It wasn't that Yamaguchi didn't recognize the Daxia script, but how he wished he was an illiterate person who couldn't read at this moment. Every word was like a needle stuck into her heart. It turned out that there was nothing wrong with being able to bear it. She was really just a pawn to be used, and now that she had fallen into Lang Chen's hands, they had really abandoned her. Yamaguchi immediately wilted, his entire body drooping. You're right, I really am just a person being used, but even if that's the case, I will never betray my homeland. If you want to ask anything out of me, then you're too naive. I can't imagine that this Yamaguchi is still such a principled person. Even after being viciously abandoned by the Oka group, he absolutely refuses to betray them. I'm sure the Great River Group must brainwash their members every day, turning them into such fools that they'd rather die themselves than give up the organization. Well, since you're so good, I'll let you off the hook for now. You can stay with us for a good while, and I'll come back for you in a few months when you want to talk about it. His mouth was so hard, Lang Chen didn't want to care about him right now. It was because Lang Chen had just received a phone call from the headquarters, which told him a news that shocked him. Because of this news, Lang Chen had already had a headache all afternoon, and really didn't have the energy to care about this Yamaguchi matter anymore. Lang Chen and Fire Phoenix deliberated for half a day, but they couldn't come up with a useful solution. It turns out that a private hospital under the Tenglong organization was just exposed some time ago. This expose is very hot on the internet and many people have seen it. That accuses this hospital of using unregulated medical equipment and that the needles in it contain an unknown virus. Many patients in this hospital, the more treatment, the more deterioration of the condition, has caused a very serious impact. Finally, a patient's family members cannot help but come out to expose the matter. This incident was a huge blow to the reputation of the entire Tenglong organization. The Tenglong organization was known for its high efficiency and ability, but now that the private hospitals under its banner had such a bad influence, how could they get a foothold in the future? Chapter 95, The Stone That Can't Be Kicked. I'm limiting you to solving this problem for me within half a month. If there is any further delay and consequences are caused, all of them will have to be borne by the two of you. The headquarters had already given a death order for Lang Chen and Fire Phoenix to make sure that this incident at the private hospital was resolved within half a month. But this matter has now fermented very big. See that post of not a few people, and even, all the big summer country can surf the internet or more or less have heard of this matter. Such an impact of such a big thing, how can it be resolved in half a month? However, Lang Chen also knew that if they didn't do something soon and let the leader of the private hospital continue, it would definitely get worse and worse, and it might be out of the scope of what could be controlled. In fact, now the wind of public opinion will be very difficult to grasp artificially. After all, know that this matter is too many people. Everyone will follow the first to send out the views of the people to choose. Lang Chen, they know too late. Want to go down to control the public opinion? It is already too late. Do you have any good ideas? I've thought of many ways, such as controlling the speed of news circulation, or going to communicate with that blabbermouth. But blocking is better than dredging. In fact, I know that the problem still lies in that private hospital. We have to visit that hospital sometime. Fire Phoenix said. Lang Chen has not closed his eyes for a day and a night for this matter, and he doesn't even feel good to eat, and now his stomach is rumbling with hunger. And just now when the Fire Phoenix was talking, he was wandering out of the sky, and he didn't even hear what the Fire Phoenix had said. What did you say? What controlled message? What hospital? Oh yes, you mean about that private home. Is that even a question? We're definitely going to see it in person. How can you get to the bottom of things just based on the news on the internet? Lang Chen said. Fire Phoenix also heard his stomach grumbling and frowning. You wouldn't have even eaten in the past few days, right? Although this matter is very tricky, it's not to the point that you can't eat. If you listen to me, hurry downstairs to eat something. I'll wait for you in the office. When a person was underfed, their reflexes and IQ would drop, and Fire Phoenix didn't want to talk about things with a Lang Chen who was in a bad state. What's more, Even Ling Chen in his sober state might not be able to find a perfect solution to this matter. Ling Chen quickly went downstairs to eat a meal, and then he rushed to the hospital with Fire Phoenix in a flurry of wind. This private hospital was owned by Tinglong and was in the downtown area, surrounded by many stores that depended on the hospital for survival. The economic benefits and the city's status that this hospital brings cannot be underestimated. When they walked in, the nurses at the hospital had a poor service attitude. Ling Chen and Fire Phoenix didn't dress up much, and even Ling Chen couldn't wash his face before rushing over. The nurses probably thought they weren't powerful people, not to mention poor service and rolling their eyes at them. They came just at the time of day when hardly anyone would come to see the doctor at this time of the afternoon. But the nurse, still looking cute, impatiently pointed to the stairs and said, "Find it yourself on the 3rd floor. Someone will tell you when you get there. I'm still busy over here." Ling Chen didn't ask her what she was going to be busy with, but just silently kept the words in his heart. Since she said she had something to do, let him do it. After arriving at the 3rd floor, Ling Chen realized that it was even colder. The 3rd floor was the stomatology department as well as some internal medicine departments, which should have been the most crowded place. Leaving the 3rd floor, they had a few random turns and learned that this Shinnong hospital had been established for many years and their director was called Huang Kuei. Coincidentally, this Huang Kuei just happened to be the senior brother of sacred healer Sun Chao. I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Ling Chen silently memorized the name and didn't make a sound. When he and his partner left, the hospital was almost closed. Ling Chen stopped at the entrance of the hospital for a while longer before realizing that this hospital hadn't left anyone inside the hospital to keep the night shift, but rather, everyone was off duty at the end of the day. A hospital was actually able to do this without a single person remaining at night. Ling Chen couldn't even believe that this was something that actually happened, but it happened right in front of his eyes. Today they went late and the hospital was already about to close, so Ling Chen and Fire Phoenix had to go back first and make sure that they would continue to come to the hospital tomorrow morning to check. The next morning, Ling Chen called up the holy Dr. Sun Chao and rushed to that hospital together, but before they even got close to the entrance of the hospital, they heard a very noisy sound. After walking a few dozen meters further, I saw many people surrounding the hospital. Those people had cameras on their shoulders and microphones in their hands, as if they were journalists. At the entrance of the hospital stood several security guards and a man in a white coat. If it weren't for those security guards barricading them, these reporters might have rushed up to interview the man in the white coat. They didn't care about what impact it would bring around this time. Every single one of them just wanted to be the first to write the most explosive headlines. Now everyone was concerned about this private hospital. As long as whoever wrote about it first, it was a proper traffic cipher and would make a fortune. Moving a little closer to Long Chen, he even noticed that there were a lot of crowds following behind, standing next to the steps and throwing rotten eggs at the top of the steps. Long Chen knew that the front door could not go, and could only go in through the back door. Who knew that the back door was similarly blocked by several reporters? Ling Chen had the key to the back door in his hand, and when he took Saint Dr. Sun Chao in, there were a few reporters who, seeing the two of them go in, wanted to squeeze in after them. One by one, they literally had their heads in the sand, fearing that if they took a slow step and didn't get in, the hospital would miss out on the first-hand information. Ling Chen hated this kind of crowding the most and pulled out his pistol, letting off a shot in the air. After the shot was fired, everyone didn't dare to move around. Ling Chen showed his credentials and seriously warned them, no interviews will be accepted during the extraordinary period. If you want to know more information, please pay attention to our hospital's press conference. Other than that, whoever dares to step out one more step will see if the gun in my hand agrees. Ling Chen even pulled out his gun, so they had to agree even if they didn't. Only then did Ling Chen and Sacred Clothes Sun Chao enter the hospital, and there were very few people inside the hospital's building, a sharp contrast to the noise of the front door. When they arrived, they went straight to the dean's office on the 10th floor. Knocking on the door, they found no one to open it, but with a gentle push the door opened. When they rushed inside, they happened to find the shrunken Dean Huang Kuei. He is a coward by nature. How can he dare to go out with so many people blocking the door? When Sun Chao saw his uncontested senior brother, he only felt angry and wanted to grab him by the neck collar and ask him why he was doing this. In fact, Sun Chao was a man of his word. He squatted down and yanked Huang Kuei's hair, dragging him out from under the desk a little bit. Chapter 96, A Dog's Eye View of a Man. You talk to me. What the hell is going on? We haven't seen each other for only a few years. Why have you become like this? Can't you see the news on the internet? Sun Chao unflinchingly questioned Huang Kuei. However, Huang Kuei still shrunk his head and simply ignored Sun Chao. He heard Sun Chao's words, and even his ears subconsciously moved, but he clutched his head tightly, welcoming the hunchback spirit, and as long as he couldn't see it, he could pretend it wasn't there. They've exposed all the things you've done. What was I taught when I learned the craft with you at the Masters? Were you told to cure the sick and save people? But you You are not curing the sick and harming people. Sun Xiao became more and more agitated as he spoke, and he couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap the senior brother of his twice. Huang Kuei's face was full of bitter smiles, and when he finally lifted his head up, he didn't reveal a good-looking expression. Senior brother, can I not understand these truths you said? But medical devices are not under my control at all. You're the dean. Don't you even have the right to ask what medical equipment you're purchasing? And even if you don't know that this matter has nothing to do with you, you should still step forward to explain. What's the point of being a shrinking violet here? Listening to his senior brother's split-faced scolding, Huang Kuei was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. You go ask Director Zhao. Ask him why he purchased the faulty medical equipment. Doesn't he know that using these things will kill people? It wasn't just a bargain. So where did the rest of the money go? It's still all going to his pockets, and I haven't seen a penny of it anyway. You could have fired him. Why didn't you? Still not an accomplice. Sun Xiao spoke righteously, hating to dismiss Director Zhao in place of Huang Kuei. Huang Kuei's voice flattened a bit of bitterness. It would be nice if I could be expelled, but our Fudai Lord here won't agree. He's the nephew of the prefectural lord. I can't afford to mess with him. Ling Chen usually hates this kind. Officials, backdoor, stuffed his relatives into the position he should not stay. For a few stinking money will not hesitate to scourge the lives of others. Ling Chen let out a cold smile. Where is this lord you speak of now? Let me meet. Huang Kuei was close to kneeling in front of Ling Chen and kowtowing to him. Don't make it difficult for me. I really can't find him. I heard that he heard the news and ran out to travel. Externally he only said that he went to Nandai to recuperate. But I don't know if this news is true. It was only at this time that they remembered Firewind. Yesterday, they had just found out that the dean was the senior brother of the holy Dr. Sun Xiao. So they just remembered to bring Sun Xiao here and ignored Firewind. Fire Phoenix was a good hand at dealing with such things, and anything difficult to deal with would soon be sorted out when it came to his hands. In the morning a phone call to the Fire Phoenix called over. Rushed to the time is to be able to go down in person to pick her up. Those reporters are still the front and back doors of the hospital surrounded by water. If it is not Ling Chen in, perhaps the Fire Phoenix even the door cannot enter. We've already found out that the medical equipment procurement issue has nothing to do with the dean. It's all handled by their hospital's Director Zhao. And the reason why this Director Zhao is so arrogant is because he's the nephew of the governor here. Ling Chen told the ins and outs of the matter in Fire Release roughly. After Fire Phoenix heard it, she clenched her teeth and said angrily, I think the originator of this matter is simply that what governor? He definitely won't be unaware of all these dirty things his nephew has done. Even if he didn't know about it before, how could he not know about it now that it's all over the internet? If he knew, he should have stepped in quickly to resolve the matter, teach his nephew a good lesson, and then compensate the families of the dead. But until now, they hadn't seen the governor make any indication. Maybe he really doesn't care about the lives of these old people. Since Fire Phoenix was better at handling these things, she stayed at the hospital and helped the director deal with the reporters outside, and Ling Chen himself piloted a helicopter and flew directly to Nandai. Huang Kuei didn't lie to him. There really was a sanatorium on this side of Nandai. This sanatorium was very luxurious, and not many people would choose to come here to spend money unless they were top wealthy businessmen. But isn't the matter strange that the one who has been a prefect for only a few years can come and spend money in such a place? Behind his back, he didn't know how much of the people's fat and wealth he had raided in order to become rich in just a few years. Ling Chen and Sun Xiao were just about to enter the sanatorium when they were stopped. They had all arrived in a hurry, not dressed up much, and didn't look like rich people. Go away! Go away! Who are you? Don't stop us from doing business, and our site is full, so if you guys want to go in, you must show your reservation IDs before you can do so. Ling Chen frowned. Sorry, we don't have an appointment. Can you let us in? We have important business. That waiter's face became even more ugly. Go away, go away. How dare you enter our place without a reservation? Looking at your poor clothes, you don't look like you can afford to spend money with us. When these words came out, Sun Xiao's face became ugly. You don't want to be dog-eyed, Sun Xiao said. That waiter waved his hand impatiently. Alright, I can understand. After all, we are the biggest healing club in the whole of Nandai. But I think you guys should not go in. One is not to increase my workload, and the other is also to not disgrace yourselves. You're so sure that we can't get in? Ling Chen asked flatly. The waiter's nose was almost turned up to the sky. How can you still get in here? Without money and without a reservation. It's impossible to enter our sanatorium. Hurry up and leave. Don't step on the dirty floor of our place. As soon as this waiter's words fell, Ling Chen directly took out a Supreme Member card and flung it at the other party. The waiter looked at this card that Ling Chen flung over, took it over in his hand, carefully waited for a while, suddenly called the police, and did not return this honorable membership card to Ling Chen. That's right, I'm the one who reported it. I'm going to denounce it. We have a thief here. He stole the membership card of our healing club. and you know that our club has always been very expensive. A poor man like him couldn't have this card anyway, the waiter said with a firm hand. This call called a lot of people, and they are going to arrest Ling Chen without checking. Open your dog's eyes and take a closer look. Scan the code on this and see if it's me that's bound. Ling Chen wasn't scared at all. In front of so many people, the waiter couldn't disagree and immediately called someone to check the authenticity of this card. The results came out quickly. The card holder of this card was none other than Ling Chen. Chapter 97, Director Zhao's Trickery. When Ling Chen was able to go in with great difficulty, he finally did not suffer from walking through, and smoothly found that designated room. But there was no one in the room at all. Ling Chen, not even the shadow of that Director Zhao. What's going on? Wasn't it clearly here? Waiter, come here. Ling Chen beckoned to the waiter next to him. The waiter hurried over. After all, he had just seen Ling Chen at the door as the person with the VIP card. Hello sir, what can I do for you? Ling Chen pointed to the room next to him and asked, where is the person who lives here? Wasn't he here just now? Where did they go? After carefully confirming the doorplate, the waiter recalled for a few minutes before telling Ling Chen, the gentleman you said was inside. Ah, he was just called away, and the time he left wasn't too long. It seems like only 5 minutes. Called away 5 minutes ago? It took him almost 2 to 3 minutes to rush from the door to find this room, meaning that while he was still at the door, this Director Zhao was suddenly called away. Where in the world is there such a coincidence that when he comes, Director Zhao leaves? Do you know what he was called away by? And where he's gone now? Ling Chen pursued. Well, that's a guest's privacy. We're not authorized to know, but I saw him go downstairs after leaving the room. So if you want to look for that gentleman, just go downstairs and take a look. The waiter respectfully answered Ling Chen's question. He was so polite to Ling Chen, and Ling Chen also gave him a chi before leaving the place. Director Zhao is actually not here. Then this Nande is so big, where is he going to find it? The only thing left now was to call Fire Phoenix and ask her to think of a solution. After all, Nande was a completely new place to Wang Chang. He didn't know the customs or the architecture. There were no thoughts at all about Director Zhao's trail. Fire Phoenix. I have arrived at Nande and went to the designated room to look for Director Zhao. The other party is not there, according to the waiter. He went downstairs and went nowhere. I hope you can help me look for him. Fire Phoenix's phone had been out of reach, so Ling Chen had no choice but to leave a message for Fire Phoenix. After a few minutes, Fire Phoenix replied to him, I've received your message. Don't worry, I'll definitely try my best to search for Director Zhao's trail, and once I've found a clue, I'll let you know the first time. Ling Chen stayed inside the sanatorium for a while longer, confirming that Director Zhao didn't come back from the door, and glancing at the time, it was already almost 12 o'clock in the evening, so it was time for him to leave. It's not a good idea to keep guarding the place all the time, not to mention that he's a living, breathing human being who needs to rest as well, and there's no way to keep guarding the place all the time. So Ling Chen casually called a waiter over. If that Director Zhao I'm looking for comes back, you remember to tell me. Saying that, Ling Chen gave the waiter a card. There's money in here. You can use it first. Consider it as my payment to you. The waiter didn't take the card. Sir, we have rules on our side that we can't just take tips from customers. If you want to contact Director Zhao, he will inform you when I see him. Ling Chen thought about it and found it feasible. His own time could not be wasted here anymore. Ling Chen gave a few more instructions and left the sanatorium in a hurry. The waiter watched Ling Chen leave and went upstairs after making sure he wouldn't come back. His steps were light and quick, and after running to the second floor, he said a few words to the waiter who had just answered Ling Chen's question, and that waiter quickly disappeared from his view. Soon, the waiter came out along with the one who was supposed to be outside, Director Zhao. Director Zhao was wearing a towel, having just gotten out of the hot spring pool. In order to avoid Ling Chen, he purposely ran into the hot spring pool. After confirming that Ling Chen was gone, he slipped a card to the waiter beside him. There's money in this card. Feel free to spend it, and in the future, no matter who comes to ask, you have to tell him so. Do you understand? The waiter nodded his head vigorously. I know, Mr. Zhao. Don't worry, no matter who comes to ask me, I won't reveal your whereabouts. That's good. I wasn't wrong about you. You're generally very reliable. I'm very satisfied. I'll talk to your boss about giving you a raise after a while. As soon as he mentioned processing wages, that waiter even smiled on. He had been working here for many years, and although his salary was already very high, as long as he could move up another salary bracket, he would be able to afford to buy a house. Oh yeah, you can change my room. This one is already known. Remember to pick me one that's a bit more secluded, but with a good environment. Director Zhao specifically ordered. This room of his was already known, and he had to change to another room to make it work. The waiter was quick, and it didn't take 5 minutes for him to get another room. At this time Ling Chen was still blindly turning around on the street. Ling Chen, I didn't find any trace of Director Zhao outside, so I guess he must still be in the sanatorium in Nande. Are you sure he left after a few people? After receiving the message from Fire Phoenix, Lang Chen frowned and thought carefully, recalling that the waiter had kept his head down when he was talking to him. At first he thought that the waiter didn't dare to raise his head to look at him in order to keep the cervix, but now it seemed that he was lying to cover himself up. So that's how it is. I've been tricked. Fire Phoenix. I'll go back now. Lang Chen hung up the phone after saying that and hurried back to the sanatorium. After realizing that he had been duped, Lang Chen was in a very bad mood. That waiter actually dared to join forces with Director Zhao to deceive himself, at his own expense, and tried to give him a little payment. When Lang Chen went back again, his face was filled with anger, and he found the waiter just now at once, grabbed him by the collar and asked, I'm asking you, where in the world did the one surnamed Zhao go? You dare to help him lie to me. Aren't you afraid that I will file a complaint against you? The waiter was trembling in fear, but still wouldn't tell Lang Chen about Director Zhao's trail. This gentleman, please calm down. This is our sanatorium and there are many guests. Don't scare the guests. Every guest's place of residence and also their movements are private. We can't just reveal them. I hope you can understand. Hearing these words, Lang Chen knew that he couldn't ask anything from his mouth, parted his collar, and walked straight to the house where Director Zhao used to live. But when he pushed open the door of the room, there was already a young tenant living in that room. That visitor looked back at Lang Chen with surprise on his face. May I ask who you are? Is there something wrong with you? This made into an embarrassing, red face, and after apologizing to the others, he exited the room and closed the door properly. Could it be that this Director Zhao has really left and is hiding somewhere? Chapter 98. Lang Chen had no choice but to leave the sanatorium. But Nande was so big, where was he going to find that Director Zhao? It seemed like all the buildings had the possibility of a person hiding in them, and that Director Zhao was laughing at him through the glass windows. However, it was already dark at this time, so even if Lang Chen was in a hurry, he could only find a hotel to stay in first and wait until tomorrow to look for it. The next day, Lang Chen got up early and hurried back to that sanatorium to look for it. Of course, it still hasn't been found. There was another person living in that room, and Lang Chen secretly hid in a small corner of the sanatorium, thinking that if Director Zhao was still here, then the activity would definitely be discovered by Lang Chen. But after waiting for a long time, Lang Chen didn't arrive at Director Zhao. Instead, he came face to face with an old man who was exercising. Lang Chen saw that the old man seemed to live very close to Director Zhao's previous room, so he went over to him and asked, Hey, excuse me, old man, I want to ask you, do you know that there is a man in his 30s living in that room next to you, with a bit less hair and very fat? What's fat? You mean the dog I have at home? It is indeed fat. The oldest was a bit deaf and answered the question. I was asking if you've seen anyone out here lately, eating walnuts with the kernels removed? How can you young man eat walnuts like that? Aren't walnuts eaten with the nuts inside? Lang Chen thought that his fish speed was already very slow, but this old man still didn't hear it, and instead looked at Lang Chen with a look of alienation. I mean, has anyone ever gone out from here? Lang Chen purposely slowed down his speech this time, saying one word at a time out loud. Ah, the oldest sighed. You're right, I've been very strenuous lately. The quality of my sleep has been poor these days, and I've been eating okay, with an extra half bowl of millet porridge. Lang Chen is really helpless, and this old man cannot say anything clearly. No matter what Lang Chen said, he will talk about a good irrelevant to what Lang Chen said. It's often said that the deaf will interrupt. Ugh, forget it, I can't talk to you. The old man kept being like this, so Lang Chen had no choice but to give up, wanting to find other tenants to ask. But before Lang Chen could take a step, he heard that old man pick up and say, I'm old and don't want to eat scallions. You young man, your eating habits are really different from us older people. That old man now completely treated Lang Chen as a young man who didn't know anything about food. Lang Chen couldn't talk to him anymore and pulled his legs out. After circling the lobby and not finding anyone who looked reliable, it seemed best to ask the front desk attendant. This waiter is the one he gave money to before but didn't ask for it. Although he didn't collect the money, he still promised Lang Chen to keep an eye on it for him, and he didn't know if there was any result. Hello, do you remember me? Yesterday I asked you to keep an eye on Director Zhao's track of movement for me. I don't know if you helped me? Saw Lang Chen that service box startled. Thought Lang Chen found out, is to find him to settle accounts, but quite Lang Chen's tone, as if completely unaware of him and Zhao Director is a gang. Ah, this sir, of course I remember you. The Mr. Zhao you asked me to keep an eye on. I have been keeping an eye on him lately, but he hasn't come back since last night. I don't know where he went. If he comes back today, I'll call you, okay? The waiter directly told Lang Chen that he didn't know. If he said he knew, he would still be interrogated by Lang Chen. At that time, he would have to make up more lies, so it would be better to cut off Lang Chen's hopes from the beginning. Did you really not see it? I see that Director Zhao's room has also changed occupancy. Could it be that he hasn't checked out yet and you guys dare to give his room to someone else privately? I don't believe he hasn't come back to check out. Lang Chen's questioning put the waiter in a quandary, trying to think of what kind of lie to make up to pass it off. This, Mr. Zhao already checked out of his room yesterday when he was called away by the mysterious man. As soon as his words fell, Lang Chen said categorically, "You're lying. This is impossible. Yesterday when I was asking you guys, none of you told me that he checked out of his room, and you told me that he hadn't come back since yesterday, yet you gave his room to someone else. You're either lying or he never left here." Lang Chen's words the waiter was startled, could not think of their own within 3 words revealed the cracks, was found by Lang Chen, getting down in a cold sweat. Lang Chen so shrewd people are not easy to deal with, just by himself may say a few more words, to reveal the filling. Just at this time, the old man who had just struck up a conversation with Lang Chen suddenly collapsed to the ground, screaming, "Help! Save the old man me!" Lang Chen was attracted by the sound and looked back to find the oldest man on the ground, rolling around constantly as if he was in pain. Although his mission for coming over this time was to find Director Zhao, but human life was at stake, there was definitely no reason to leave others unattended. After Lang Chen temporarily gave up this questioning and rushed over to help the old man up. "Slow down. Are you okay?" Lang Chen asked. That old man was laced by Lang Chen and slowly stood up. "Plum? What plum?" Lang Chen immediately closed his mouth, regretting that he might as well not have asked. This old man's deafness is really serious to a certain point. Even such simple words cannot hear clearly, do not know how to communicate with others on a daily basis. "Where does it hurt?" Lang Chen helped him walk a few steps. That old man ouched again, and although Lang Chen was very reluctant to talk to him, he still asked politely, Buy a set of crutches," said the oldest, brokenly. Lang Chen was so angry that he directly rolled his eyes, fashionably shut his mouth, and swore in his heart that no matter what this old man said, he would never say another word to him. After helping the old man to the second floor under his guidance, they sent him back to the room, confirming that he was fine before Lang Chen left. Lang Chen had just left with his front foot when a glint suddenly flashed in that old man's eyes. The boss looked around and went to the door to take a look, and realized that Lang Chen was no longer in the corridor. With that, he nodded in relief, locked the door behind him, and returned to his room, observing his face in the mirror. Turns out he's none other than that director Cho in makeup. After looking into the mirror for a long time, he was satisfied with removing the costume from his face and muttered, "Onishima Kojiro's makeup skills are really good. Even I can't recognize myself, let alone that stupid kid Lang Chen." Chapter 99, the clue is broken again. When Lang Chen returned to the front desk, there was already a new waitress there, a very pretty front desk lady. Lang Chen was still ready to ask the original waiter for a clear answer, but now that he had changed, Lang Chen walked over and asked her, "Where's the waiter from your last class? I'm looking for him for something." "Then you, sir, are not here to run a room at the sanitarium, are you?" Lang Chen nodded, and when the receptionist heard that Lang Chen wasn't here to do business, she didn't want to bother with him. "Then I cannot answer you. After the waiter's shift is over it's free time and we are not authorized to ask questions. If you have anything to do you can come to me. If nothing else you can just find a place to rest for a while." Lang Chen heard that the other party was not willing to take care of himself, and it was not good to continue to stay here, so he found a place to rest and ordered a cup of coffee. This too, the second hospital service attitude is still very good. The other party sent a cup of coffee, but also a few bottles of drinks. Lang Chen sat there and finished his drink before fretting about Director Zhao. Where the hell did he go? He had already turned out flowers in this sanatorium himself, and there was no sign of Director Zhao. Is it hard to believe that he can dig a hole in the ground? Dug an underground tunnel to escape to another city? Lang Chen was still drinking his coffee when the phone rang, and he was suddenly startled by the sound and almost choked himself. "Hey, it's Fire Phoenix. I've been squatting at the sanatorium for a long time now, and I haven't seen a single Director Zhao." Lang Chen spat out his grievances to Fire Phoenix. He was really depressed because a man had trapped himself in this sanatorium and couldn't get out of it, and things hadn't progressed in the slightest, and it was just a waste of time to go on like this. "Don't worry for a moment. I've got news of Director Zhao," Fire Phoenix said. "Quickly tell me where Director Zhao has gone. I will personally capture him back." Lang Chen's anger value had recently reached its peak by this matter of Director Zhao, and now that he had heard that there was a trace of the culprit, he naturally couldn't wait to apprehend him. "Didn't I tell you? Don't be in a hurry. Can't do big things in a hurry. I found Director Zhao's car is heading northwest of Nandai along the highway to escape. You follow up as soon as possible. His license plate number, I will send you on WeChat above." Fire Phoenix hung up the phone after saying that. Then Lang Chen received a message. It was a picture, and on top of the picture was the license plate number of Director Zhao's car. Lang Chen didn't even think about it. Left the sanatorium, drove the car, opened the navigation, and flew after him. There have been very few people on this highway northwest of Nandai, and there are only a few cars speeding along in front of them, and they are all big trucks. Lang Chen drove more and more urgently. Those big trucks blocked his line of sight. Lang Chen stepped on the gas and accelerated over those big trains. Sure enough, he saw a small car in front of him that was speeding along. Because the two of them were really far away, the license plate number could no longer be seen clearly, and Lang Chen could only roughly judge from the model of the car that this car should be the one that Director Zhao was driving. Victory was at hand, and it was necessary to speed up and catch up in order to do so. Lang Chen drove faster and faster, and suddenly his eyes blinked and he realized that the car was gone. Surrounded by flat planes, car on said to be able to drive, and then fast cannot possibly disappear in his line of sight. Is it possible that this Director Zhao really will not be invisible? Actually 3 times to escape from under his eyes. After driving a few hundred meters further, I suddenly noticed a car overturned on the side of the road, already on fire. Lang Chen didn't pay attention for a few days, but when Wang looked next to him, he suddenly saw that the license plate number of the car was exactly the same as the one that Fire Phoenix had sent to him. Could this car be the one Director Zhao drove? If Director Zhao was inside, he must have been burned to ashes. The fire jumped higher than even Lang Chen. This kind of situation out of the car, it is impossible that the person inside is still alive. Lang Chen stopped the car, dialed the fire phone, and when the firefighters came to extinguish the fire at a rapid pace, he opened the door of the car, only to hear someone inside calling for help. Help us, is there anyone? While calling for help, he coughed loudly and his voice was hoarse. It seemed to have been choked by the smoke. Watching from the side just now, he wanted to go forward to help give a hand, but was stopped by the firefighter, who said that he did not have professional knowledge of rescue, and that if he went forward to save the people, he would instead help them. After Lang Chen watched from the side as they struggled to turn the car over, and after opening the door, several dark things fell out of the car. The reason why I say it's something is because the clump that fell out can only be seen as a black pile, and you can't even see a specific shape anymore. That black thing still had unextinguished embers on it, fell to the ground and subconsciously rolled over a few times before completely extinguishing the embers on his body. It was at this time that Lang Chen realized that the 4 black lumps were 4 people. Burned like this, they would have to be seriously injured without dying. The one who cried out for help earlier was the one who fell to the ground and rolled around. He was sitting at the far end of the car and was burned relatively lightly. He was the only one left with some consciousness. Firefighters rushed up to him and asked him what had happened and called emergency services. When the firefighters carefully went up to check, they found that he was the only one alive. The remaining 3 were all dead, and most of their facial muscles had been burned, so you couldn't see their features at all. The one who is still alive is struggling to tell the firefighters, "We were in a hurry on the road." Who knows, the car did not know where to break down. Suddenly overturned on the side of the road, and the road friction fire. Am I still saved? You must save me. He spoke breathlessly, and when the firefighters heard him, they told him to stop talking. We'll get you to the hospital for emergency care. You must stay strong so you can survive. And stop talking. Don't waste your energy. Soon the one who was still alive was carried away in an ambulance, and the firefighters recovered a fireproof ID from the bodies of the 3 remaining dead men. Only at this time Lang Chen came over to see. The photo on that ID card is very familiar. Lang Chen liked firemen to ask over to take a closer look, and found that the name written on this ID card is Zhao Changsheng. Zhao Changsheng is exactly the name of that Director Zhao. Lang Chen unbelievably looked at this ID card and the corpse on the ground. No matter what, there is no way to connect the corpse and the photo on the ID card. Could it be that the man he had been searching for almost a week had just died in front of him, and that he could see this man alive in his car a few hours earlier? Had his week's efforts been in vain, and he was only a few hours away from success? Lang Chen was really a bit unable to accept it. This feeling of having their hopes dashed was too hard to bear, not to mention that if Director Zhao was really dead, then the clues they had pursued would be completely broken. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Outside the hospital emergency room, Lang Chen was making telephone kanji with his wife Su Shuiyan, and on the phone, Su Shuiyan took great pains to tell him about his daughter's recent health condition as well as her life status. She also sent him a video of a cute little girl saying that she misses her father. Lang Chen's heart felt a burst of warmth, and hearing some fatigue in his wife's voice as she spoke, he said warmly, "You've been tired lately too, so take care of yourself." His wife sounded a little different on the other end of the phone, like she was about to cry at all times. "You be safe out there too. My daughter and I are at home, waiting for you to come back." Lang Chen hummed. It was also the fact that there was a home that he was immensely attached to that could tell him to go forward and face any difficulties. Just then the door to the emergency room opened and rolled out 3 hospital beds. Lang Chen hurriedly grabbed up to ask the doctor, just to hear the doctor said with a face of shame, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lung. We've done our best, but these 3 people's burns were too large to be resuscitated." There's another one who's getting a blood transfusion and needs to be sent to the ICU for another day and night of observation. Lang Chen asked another member of the team that came with him, "Can you identify the living? He seems to be Zhao Changsheng, the purchasing director of Tenglong Hospital. Let's hope he gets better sooner rather than later. There are a lot of doubts about this person. Through what channels were those medical devices transported to the hospitals and how were they used by the patients? Who is their employer?" Just then Fire Phoenix called, "Coldstar, there is one more thing you need to run now. Please give the assignment." There was another patient at Tinglong Hospital named Lu Biyue. He also had a blood transfusion with an unclean needle, and it turned out that that needle had HIV on it. Learning he was terminally ill, he refused medical treatment and ran back home. "That is, in your neighborhood. Make sure you find this man for me. There should be some inside information in her mouth. I'll send you the address. So hurry." No. 322 Wuda Hudong, Shuguang District. Having received Lu Biyue's specific address, Lang Chen rushed to that Hudong Hill in a hurry. Just as they got there, 4 or 5 masked men suddenly sprang out of a residence. Each one held a 10-handed in his hand. This thing is like an iron ruler, only near the wrist, divided into a small fork. This is to protect the wrist fingers. Set up. It looks like a cross, hence the aka 10 hands. This thing is a 2-handed ice blade and a great weapon for short strikes. The attack is no less effective than the double crutch that can be used long or short. These few people didn't say anything and lunged at him viciously. Lang Chen was too busy looking for someone to tangle with them. He hastily activated the rainstorm pear blossom needle he had with him. Brushing and brushing, those 4 or 5 people with moving needles on their bodies fell to the ground without a word. Lang Chen's needles didn't have any poison on them, but only anesthetics that made them temporarily incapacitated. Seeing that the guys were down, he picked up his cell phone and sent a video location to Fire Phoenix, then flew to where Lu Biyue lived. Just as he entered the compound, a smell of blood came over him, pushing the door open and entering, only to see a woman sitting on the sofa. Directly from the chest to the small abdomen was opened with ground gas. Internal organs flowed all over the place. Dead. When he compared it with the photo sent by Fire Phoenix, he realized that it was exactly the patient he was looking for, Lu Biyue. So he sent the location of the place to Fire Phoenix again as well as the photo of the place. After posting this he quickly withdrew and went back to rush back to the hospital to keep an eye on the situation there. Who knew that when he arrived at the hospital he would find the lights on in the emergency room? Asked the nurse on duty, who told him. Serious burn victim Zhao Changsheng's blood transfusion equipment went awry and his body invaded with syphilis. Something wrong with the medical equipment here too? Lang Chen's eyebrows wrinkled then, and he hurriedly instructed the 2 Tinglong team members who stayed in the hospital, coordinate with the relevant parties and close this hospital immediately. Closely monitor the director of this hospital as well as the director and chief physician. No one can leave until the problem is clearly investigated. With the Tinglong organization taking the lead, the efficiency was quite fast. The relevant parties got the evidence and seized the hospital in a blaze of speed, and all the relevant personnel were brought to the designated place to be questioned. Based on the lot numbers of these medical devices and the hospital's accounts, it was discovered that Vice President Ma Yukai was responsible for purchasing them. Ma Yukai was taken to Lang Chen's independent interrogation room. This guy was an adult in his 30s, giving the first impression of a refined scholar. Brought in front of Lang Chen, he sat down on the chair without arrogance. "It's true that I signed the papers for the introduction of this batch of medical equipment, but I wasn't the one responsible for it. Instead, it's the purchasing director Su Yudao. You can ask him if there's anything." Lang Chen told the person accompanying him to hurry and call Su Yudao. Soon the man came back and replied, "Director Su is on a business trip and is expected to need 3 days before he can return." Lang Chen's face sank as he looked at Ma Yukai. "Call him and tell him to come back." Ma Yukai, however, refused to cooperate. This new CT machine he introduced is the most advanced in the world, and this hospital relies on it for many of its medical programs. "Can you afford to delay patient treatment?" Lang Chen grimaced. "Tell me which one you're working with on this trip for medical equipment. It's on us. Tell him to give up the negotiations and come back immediately." With the words having been said to this point, there was no way for Ma Yukai not to cooperate. You know in your heart what to say and what not to say. The phone dialed, but there was a blind tone on the other side. After about 3 minutes or so, someone finally picked up the phone. Hearing Ma Yukai say this, the person on the other side said, "So you're Dean Ma. We're from the Taichang Road Traffic Police Brigade. Su Wudao was suspected of drunk driving and was involved in a traffic accident, and his car has been destroyed." Since it played an outside voice, all of them heard it. A hint of playfulness appeared on Ma Yotsai's face. "I'm sorry, I did the best I could. It's time to call me back now, isn't it? There's currently a heart bypass surgery that I'm needed for." Seeing that his look didn't look like a disguise, Lang Chen nodded and signaled to tell him to go ahead and save the people. The conversation could be delayed for a while. As a result, this surgery took 3 hours. During this period the Zhao Changsheng who contracted the virus was not saved and also died in the hospital. When Ma Yukai finished his surgery, he was accompanied by the Tinglong team members to finish his meal, and then he was brought to Ling Chen again. Tell me this time, what's going on with that medical equipment? Regarding what you said just now, we have all recorded it and looked up the corresponding information. Whether you give an account yourself or we reveal it to you, the consequences are completely different. Think about it before you say anything. Seeing Lang Chen's inscrutable appearance, Ma Yukai crumbled in his heart at that time. I'll say it all. It's Ishii Corporation's medical equipment that we brought in. Signed a contract with Senior Ishikajun there, and I took $500,000 in kickbacks during the period. Toshi Ishii, another brat? I'd like to see what you're really made of this time. Chapter 101, Dead Men Tell No Tales. The medical equipment issue in this hospital is exactly the same as the one in Tinglong's name, and it appears to be the same source as the equipment in Tinglong's hospitals. Being able to map out the source of the medical equipment, he was able to follow the trail to the staples behind it. Whether that Director Zhao was alive or dead at this time was no longer important. He was ready to use the question of this instrument to feel the real culprit behind it. This batch of equipment is exactly the same as Tinglong's previous hospital problems, and it seems that all the problems can't escape that Ishii Jun. He had to find Shi Jingjun and ask for clarification. So, Lang Chen came to Ishii Company. There was no one at the door, only a waiter standing at the door. When he saw Lang Chen go over, he was polite and came up. What can I do for you? Sir, I'm here to see your president. I have something very important to do. No matter what, please make sure you pass on a message for me, Lang Chen said. But the other party was polite and didn't tell Wang Chen that he couldn't pass on the message, nor did he tell Lang Chen to leave. I'm sorry sir, our president is not in today. Please go home and come back another day. After Lang Chen heard his words, he thought of leaving first, if he couldn't find the president. Then these questions were not useful in the slightest to tell these people underneath. Can I come in and look around if your president isn't here? I promise to just take a look and definitely not do anything out of the ordinary. Lang Chen negotiated with that waiter in a nice voice. I'm sorry sir, I'm afraid that's not possible. Our club can't take it because you don't have access to our club and our president is out of town. The people who can grant you access are not in the club. The waiter still maintained a good attitude, and based on the principle of reaching out without smiling, Lang Chen had no way to lose his temper with him. Okay, I'll come back some other time then. Cold War left first after that, ready to come back in a few days to check out what was going on inside this society. But he had just left when Fire Phoenix called him. You fool, they won't let you in. Won't you get your papers out? Just say that you want to search their subject matter and test if it meets the specifications. Can they still stop you? Fire Phoenix split her head and accused Lang Chen. Lang Chen was directly confused by what he said. I didn't think of this layer, but even after I show my documents, the other party still doesn't believe me and won't let me in. What should I do? You're stupid. Say you're stupid and you're really making a fool of yourself. If they don't let you in, you'll detain them for obstructing official business. Then bring the members of the Tinglong organization to force their way in and check the instruments to see if they don't meet the specifications. Fire Phoenix told Lang Chen. You're right. I can't believe I forgot about that. Right, oh, I do have papers. So what am I afraid of? After Lang Chen thought about this matter, he rushed back with a beat of his head. Sir, why are you back again? Our president is really not in. Otherwise you can wait on the side for a while. After a while, if the president comes back, I will go and inform you. That waiter was still courteous. Even if he didn't want Lang Chen to come back again, he still didn't show any face to Lang Chen. I didn't come back to see your president. I have papers to show you, said Lang Chen. Took out his own documents. Looking at the documents written above the 4 big words Tinglong Organization, and then there is a line of small words underneath, written Special Investigation Team. The waiter at the door. People are stupid. This. I don't know why you came to our place to investigate. We haven't done anything illegal. The waiter was directly stunned. Even his speech was not very fluent. Lang Chen looked at this waiter and only thought that he seemed to be very innocent and didn't know anything, and there was no need to scare him. I'm not here because you guys committed a crime. I just want to go in and check out your medical equipment, and you only need to provide me with one as a sample. I'm not coming over here to turn you upside down. Lang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the fact that reaching out is really a truth that has been passed down through the ages, and since this waiter was so courteous to himself, he couldn't say a word no matter what. Ah, well then, I hope you can wait here for a while. I'll go over and ask our leaders to see if we can spare a machine for a sample. After the waiter spoke to Lang Chen, he left, so Lang Chen waited rather patiently at the door, but after waiting for half an hour there was still no sign of the waiter coming back. What's going on here? He's not getting screwed again, is he? The last time in Nande that sanatorium was 2 waiters fooled. The feeling is still fresh in my mind. This waiter should not also be when he is a fool to deceive him. Lang Chen looked inside and shouted, if no one comes out again, I'll go in myself. I gave you guys a face before I didn't break in hard. But don't forget that I have papers and can go in and investigate at any time. At this time that waiter hurriedly ran out and invited Ling Chen in. Sir, don't be in a hurry. We'll prepare the instruments here. Do you want to check here or go somewhere else? I'll just check in with you guys. No need to go through all the trouble. And next time, don't treat your guests with such a comfortable attitude, or else something really happened is not something you can afford. Ling Chen was left out in the cold for 10 minutes. It was really hard on his heart. He couldn't help but lecture this waiter. Okay sir, we'll pay attention to it. We'll definitely improve next time. The waiter was a good-tempered one. No matter what Ling Chen said, he promised one way or another. Ling Chen didn't have to return. They just checked it in place. That instrument was not what Ling Chen expected. The problem on this instrument was the same as all the instruments they had encountered before. It was riddled with all sorts of viruses, not to mention failing security, and had been in use for so long that it had long since reached its end of life. And yet no one had bothered to pull it in for servicing. There's a big problem with this apparatus of yours. It can't be that you were just stalling for time just now and didn't want me to come in, right? Ling Chen asked. At this time, their leader also came down from upstairs and carefully told Ling Chen. There's absolutely no such thing, Inspector. This apparatus all came in from Yang Jingtian, the CEO of the building division. From us. You mean this is all Yang Jingtian's fault? That leader nodded his head vigorously. Of course it's his fault. Our whole company is looking for him, wanting to hand him over to the local judiciary to deal with. Saying that, the leader gave Ling Chen a piece of information for Ling Chen to follow. After a brief search, the result left Ling Chen dumbfounded. It turned out that this Yang Jingtian, because of stock speculation, owed a huge amount of loan sharks. To the top of the 50-story building fell to his death, and another death without a move against. Chapter 102, Meeting an Old Enemy Again. The trail came to an abrupt end there, and he had no choice but to return to Ishii Corporation again. No matter what, Ling Chen felt that the people inside this club must know some inside information, and would definitely not be as innocent as that waiter had shown. And the fact that their leaders even had that information in their hands proved that they had also discovered the problem with this batch of instruments a long time ago, only that they had never reported it for overhaul. As for why they didn't report the overhaul, Ling Chen thought that they must not want to make a big deal out of it for fear of attracting any trouble. A lot of lives have been lost the other day. If it really comes down to them, will they still be spared? The people in this club are as smart as rabbits and will never take any chances that they will be safe even if something happens to them. They prepare for the worst every time and then put themselves in a position where they will never get hurt. Ling Chen cursed in his heart. These individuals are really all old foxes, and he doesn't know if he can fight them alone. With this thought in mind, between the movement of his feet, Ling Chen returned to the entrance of the Ishii Club. But the difference between this time and the last was that the waiter at the door was gone, replaced by 2 security guards. When Ling Chen saw it, the 2 security guards were beating up a middle-aged woman. One of the security guards yanked the woman by her hair and the other by her clothes, dragging her off balance and dropping her to the ground. The woman, who had reached her 40s and whose body had long been less flexible than in her youth, fell clumsily to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. The 2 guards, seeing that she couldn't get up, scoffed loudly. You old woman, what are you doing out here when you're so immobile? Shame on you. I really didn't. I didn't do it on purpose. You guys let me go. The woman shouted loudly and kept calling for help from all around. Help me. Help me. Is there any kind person who can come and help me? She shouted, desperate and hoarse. At this time there were many passing pedestrians around, but they all acted as if they didn't see it, and even if they were attracted by the sound, they just turned their heads back immediately, afraid that if they looked at it one more time, they would be staked out. The women grew desperate, and as if realizing the indifference of the pedestrians, they closed their mouths and stopped crying. The guards were kicking her fallen body at random. She was a bit bloated and a kick from a guard was going to hurt for quite a while, but for a long time she couldn't react fast enough to dodge their kicks and punches. Her bulky body was kicked around on the ground by the security guard like a leather ball, and soon blood was coming out of the corner of her mouth. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Her voice was already dying, and Ling Chen was a little scared to hear it next to her, as if she would die on this at any time. Ling Chen rushed over and kicked away the 2 security guards. Who gave you the right to hit people in broad daylight? Do you know? Do you know that you have to pay a price for hitting someone? Is it still a lawful society now? Those 2 security guards were angry at being kicked by Ling Chen and rushed over in annoyance, not caring what Ling Chen said. Dare to act wildly in our territory. Beat him to death for me, a security guard said to another security guard, then swung his fist towards Ling Chen. The speed of both of their moves as well as their stances were very bulky and slow. In Ling Chen's opinion, these 2 were simply unbeatable, not even worthy of his own personal attack. So Wang Qin just dodged to the side to avoid the 2 men's attack. But under the effect of gravity, the 2 men lunged forward viciously due to inertia. and because they didn't hit anyone and didn't find a point of force, they themselves collapsed on the ground. The two of them fell hard. Lang Chen patted the dirt on his hands. Even though he wasn't touched by those two, he still felt dirty. This action brought great humiliation to those two security guards, and after they climbed up, they said to Lang Chen, "What kind of a thing are you that you dare to make trouble in Taijuan's territory?" Another security guard chimed in, "The sensible ones hurry up and apologize to us and get out of the way, or else shoot on sight." Runchen directly listened to the laugh. "What era is still playing here? Shoot to kill. Take a set for me to shoot a TV series? You two don't make me laugh here. I'm not here to find you. Hurry up and get lost." Lang Chen didn't give them any mercy at all and directly told them to get lost. The two security guards looked at each other or couldn't hold back the breath in their hearts, and had been preparing to attack Lang Chen again. As Lang Chen went up to pick up the woman, those two men sneaked up behind him. Lang Chen turned back to give them a kick in the leg in a flash, directly sending them flying. "Cherish your lives, you guys are still young, and I don't want to let you end up half crippled now," Lang Chen said coldly. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the two security guards, but first helped the woman up and gave her a little money to take a taxi home. After resolving the two security guards, Lang Chen continued to look for Shi Jingjun. "Sir, you're back again." The same waiter from before received him. "I'm here to find your president." Lang Chen had just finished his fight, and there was still a cold aura between his eyebrows, scaring that waiter. "Ah, our president is here. Wait a moment and I'll give you the address." Lang Chen glanced at the waiter and thought to himself how there are two more faces. Just now he said that he wouldn't be back for a while, but now he said he was in. But it was good to find someone, and Lang Chen didn't want to bother with this waiter now. He has recently stayed at the Hikari no Bath 731 presidential suite. The waiter told Lang Chen, "You can go there to look for him, but when you arrive, I hope you will never tell him that I told you." Lang Chen nodded his head, and was soon attracted to the room number of this room. He hadn't actually heard what the waiter had told him at all, because all his energy was caught up in the number. This number brought him infinite humiliation and anger. This little kid really had evil intentions, and actually dared to choose this room number, and actually dared to use this number. This number can be used by anyone, just not for the kiddies. What era is this? Even though many years have passed, Chen still can't forget that humiliating history. The little devils are actually children with a heart of gold, deluding themselves into bullying our Daxia. The score of that year has not yet been settled, and now you want to make a comeback. It is too beautiful to think about it. This time, his tactics are even worse than back then, and he dares to poison medical equipment to scourge our patients. If we let him leave Daxia alive again, it will not be God's eyelessness. Chapter 103, Hypnotic Interrogation. Hikari no Bath 731 Presidential Suite. Ishii Jun ordered a few actresses from Fuso country, and all of those actresses had slender bodies and pretty faces. They surrounded Toshi Ishii. "Taijun, come over and play." Every one of those actresses looked very alluring. Jun Ishii very much ate this up, and laughed at the actresses. "Don't play this hide-and-seek game with me. I'll be right over to you." At a time like this, Toshi Ishii's words can't be trusted, and those actresses know that he means to hurry up and play this little game with me that adds to the fun. "Come and find me. Let's see if you can find me. If you do, you can only continue to play with me." Oh. So they began to tease him more and more. Toshi Ishii also enjoyed this kind of play. "Just run. Let's see if you can outrun me," one said, smiling pleasantly. "Come on, come and chase me." The actresses also let out crisp giggles. "This is coming. Don't think that this lord really can't catch you guys." Ishii Jun pretended to be angry, but it was actually just to tease them. Come on, I'm here for you." The actresses' giggles became even more crisp, and kept running around with small steps, tempting Toshi Ishii to go further. "You guys ran pretty fast, but don't think that just because of this bar, the big man won't be able to catch you." While saying that, Toshi Ishii caught up with them with a brisk pace. "I was having a good time when I suddenly heard a knock on the door." Ishii Jun was very impatient. How could he be interrupted at a time like this? It's unethical to disturb someone's pleasure. "Who is it?" Toshi Ishii asked impatiently in Fuso. As soon as this Fuso language came out of him, he didn't expect the people outside to answer him in Fuso as well. "You are today's lucky guests, and we have a set of lucky sushi for you. I hope you can open the door. We'll deliver the sushi and leave. Absolutely no intention of disturbing you." The waiter outside the door sounded humble and sincere. When Ishii Jun heard that he had come to deliver something to him, he was not so angry, so he opened the door and saw a man standing outside. "Who are you? You look familiar to me," Jun Ishii inquired alertly. The waiter looked completely different from the tone he had spoken to him before, talking to him carefully as if he was a real waiter, but his face looked very gloomy, and he didn't look like he was serving anyone at first glance. "Guess what?" the man standing outside the door said coldly. The man wasn't holding any sushi in his hand, So it seemed that what he had said earlier about Lucky Sushi was a complete lie to him. Ishii-jun then realized that he had fallen for it, and was about to slam the door hard and tight, but he didn't expect to be stopped by this waiter. "How can you close the door when the Lucky Sushi hasn't been delivered yet?" the grim-faced man said. "This is my room. I can close this door when I want to. Is it your turn to ask me? Don't mind your own business. I'm warning you." Ishii-jun was angry, but what scared him a little more was that as he closed the door, the man wrenched it with his hand, and from that moment, Toshi Ishii realized that he was no match for this man, because the man's strength was too great, and he would normally be considered a man of more than a few hands, but the man's force was very skillfully restrained, and he prevented the door from slamming shut, and that person did not rely on brute force at all, but on a kind of dexterity, which could not be practiced in a day or two, but must be because of a long time of practice. "I don't know what exactly you want, but if you want money, you can wait. I'll go in and get it for you right now." Ishii-jun knew that he was no match for this man, and if he really fought, it would only be himself who would suffer. "I'm not here to ask for money." The words coming out of that grim-faced man also gave him the creeps, as if there was a poisonous snake hidden inside every word, ready to rush over and bite his neck and kill him at any moment. This kind of fear is really too much to make people's scalp numb. Ishii-jun's most afraid of dealing with such people. They are not bright and open-minded enough, mainly because Ishii-jun himself is not the kind of bright and open-minded people. Seeing such a kind of similar and his own strength is still weaker than him, will only subconsciously want to run away. "I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from me. I don't know if you know who I am. You won't end well if you mess with me." "Of course I know who you are. I wouldn't have come over if I didn't." The man got even more excited when he heard him mention his identity instead. "You might as well say who you really are." Just as he kept wincing, the man added, asking him to introduce himself. Could it be that he had just lied to himself when he said that he knew who he was? Toshi Ishii introduced himself to him with the idea of getting away with it, and the man's expression suddenly became very interesting. The man reached out and yanked him by the wrist, pulling him to the door as soon as he could, and slid the door shut behind him, firmly. Then he took out a knife, and when he stabbed it down, Ishii-jun let out a pig-killing misery, and the scream startled the female yokai inside the door, and then pushed open the door from inside, and as soon as he came out, he saw such a situation, and was so scared that he also screamed twice. Help! Their screams were blocked in their throats before they could finish. The actresses were no match for the man outside the door and were knocked out in just a few blows. Ishii-jun covered his leg that had been stabbed several times and looked at the man outside the door in fear. "This heroic man, don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. I know you guys are not people who love to kill." The man at the door raised an eyebrow in agreement, but what Jun Ishii didn't expect was that during the period when the two of them were talking, the man hypnotized him without his defense. "I already know who you are. Do you believe that with my ability to find out your biography in just a few seconds, I will know more about what you have done than you know yourself?" the man said with conviction. Ishii-jun surveyed him fearfully, a bit skeptical of the truth of those words, but thinking about his stance just now and the look in his eyes, he felt that this man must be the type of person with an extremely high level of sophistication in the city, and that he might actually be able to do it. "What do you want by checking up on me? What exactly do you want from me? Whatever it is you want, tell me directly." He doesn't have to resort to such tactics. Things were still clear at this point in time. It was his own life that was more important, and he was willing to give whatever the man wanted. "I'm afraid that won't work, because what I want, I'm afraid you won't give it to me of your own accord." The man at the door, however, shook his head and refused him. Chapter 104. How will you know if you don't try? "I'm a smart person. I'm not as stupid as you think. By now at this time, I naturally know that it's my life that's more important. As long as you say, I'm willing to give you anything." Toshi Ishii knew he didn't have the karma to spend any more time with this man. His leg injury was already getting painful, and if he didn't fix this sooner and get it bandaged and treated, he might have to pass out from the pain. "Yeah, let me ask you then, where do you live? Who's in the family? What do you do now? What kind of organization have you joined?" the man outside the door asked. He asked in such detail and with all the basic information that Toshi Ishii even thought he was joking with himself. "Can't you find out everything? Why ask me when all this information is obviously very simple to find?" Jun Ishii asked tentatively. "Oh," the man raised an eyebrow in confirmation and said in a questioning tone, "So you're not willing to tell me? How am I supposed to believe what you're saying when you're not willing to tell me information that's so simple and easy to find out?" Ishii-jun didn't realize that the other party was testing himself, and secretly regretted that he might have missed the chance to live. So he hurriedly seized the time to look for a remedy. "It's my bad. I'll tell you right here. My name is Ishii-jun, and as you know, I live in Fusan country." He then gave his home address, ethnicity, daily habits, hobbies, and his experiences from childhood to adulthood. The person outside the door was naturally Ling Chen. Ling Chen listened to his words after the heart a little impatient. Did not expect this person so honest, really ask what to say. Even his childhood digging out the bird's nest to find a few bird eggs of the matter are shaking out. Then let me ask you, what exactly is the purpose of your coming to our Grand Xiao right now? Ling Chen smoothly asked this question he really wanted to ask. After hearing this question, Ishii Jun's expression loosened, looking as if he had noticed something wrong with Ling Chen. Why do you ask? We have our business naturally. Oh no. Of course we have no purpose whatsoever. We came just to get a feel of your side of the customs, Ishii Jun said. Ling Chen laughed coldly. Is it that the injury on your leg doesn't hurt anymore? While saying that, Ling Chen grabbed his collar and forced him to look at his eyes. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Toshi Ishii suddenly felt his brain become very fuzzy. Not only was he completely unable to hear what Ling Chen was saying, but even the feelings in his body had become much fainter, and he couldn't feel the pain so clearly. I'll ask you again. What is your purpose in coming to us? When consciousness cleared again, that's what he heard. His brain instinctively recalled what he had come over here for, and then before he could react, his mouth was the first to open and let it all out. We're only coming over here to contain your development, spreading that disease through medical equipment that has the virus, and to mess you up. When you guys find us, we'll slip away again, and no one will be able to find direct evidence to prove that we did it, so we'll just have to deny it when the time comes. After saying this, Ishii Jun himself was shocked. This was the deepest thought hidden within him. How could he shake it out so easily to a stranger? And then what? I don't believe it's as simple as you guys are spreading the virus. I might have believed it if it was someone else, but you guys are just so bad that I can't even imagine it. Ling Chen knew that he was already in a state of hypnosis, and he didn't need to avoid him at all when he said anything, so he directly said what was in his heart. What he hated the most in his life was these little brats. These little brats didn't do anything serious every day, only thinking about how to plague others. Just like this time, those medical equipment really is not out of the question for no reason. Behind the scenes is because of these little brats under the poisonous hand. Single-handedly manipulation. I don't believe that your purpose will be so simple. Ling Chen's grip on his collar grew tighter and tighter, itching to break his neck directly. This little kid really looks more and more repulsive. Thinking of all that he did, I don't know how many patients he has harmed, and also let the reputation of the Tinglong organization suffer. Ling Chen is not angry at all. If it wasn't for the sake of continuing to extract more information with him, Ling Chen would have killed him long ago. We are trying to wait until this virus has expanded pretty much in your country, until the scale on your side has become uncontrollable, and then we'll come over and give you a hand. Giving a helping hand? Hearing those 4 words, it was as if Ling Chen had heard a big joke. No matter who would help Daxia, Ling Chen did not believe that Fu San would have such a good heart. Don't you dare lie to me here. Tell me, why on earth are you guys giving us a helping hand? I don't believe that people like you, who have such a bad heart, would help others. Ling Chen said it without any politeness at all. That Ishii Jun's face showed a tangled expression. It was obvious that this question had touched his innermost secrets, and the sleep state was just about to be lifted by the impact of his willpower. Ling Chen hurriedly locked eyes with him again and used some professional words to guide him into a deeper state of hypnosis. But this hypnosis also had an aftermath, which was that he had to fall asleep for a while before waking up again in order to achieve the ideal state of hypnosis. After waiting for a few minutes, Toshi Ishii finally came to his senses. He had just opened his eyes when he received Ling Chen's cloaked questioning. I'm asking you, what is your ultimate goal? This time, Toshi Ishii really didn't hesitate any longer and told them all about their purpose. We came over this time just to make a hard buck. After the scale of the virus in Daxia has expanded to a certain extent and they have no way to control it on their own, we'll go over and sell the antidote. This antidote naturally won't be at a very cheap price. Instead, we're going to raise it tenfold. Raise it 10 times? Wang Dust frowned as he listened. These ghosts were really daring to sit on the ground and raise the price. Ordinary medicine actually had to be raised tenfold to sell to them. Yes, you simply can't make money without it. It's an all-in-one deal. But the hard part of this program is that there has to be a reason to intervene up front. Fortunately, our leaders were very smart and thought of spreading the word with medical devices. With so much foot traffic in the hospitals, they will soon be able to spread the virus. After Ishii Jun finished speaking, Ling Chen viciously knocked him out and slapped him a few more times. Ling Chen was really exasperated. Did not think that these individuals were actually so bad. It has been more than 70 years. The ghosts will not stop dying for me. So he called the Tinglong organization. Chapter 105, The Trouble Comes Again. Is it Fire Phoenix? I am Ling Chen. My side has already found Toshi Ishii's residence. And just now, I asked a lot of information about this medical device issue from his mouth. Firewind was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Where is he now? The person is still with me. So if you guys have time, hurry over and take him away. Interrogate him in more detail and see if you can pry out more information. Lang Chen told Fire Phoenix to hurry and take this person away. Okay, you pass me the exact address immediately, and our men will be there in a moment. Lang Chen's action was also very swift. Immediately passed the address of this place to Fire Phoenix, and also instructed, by the way, when you interrogate him, remember to use a little bit of ruthlessness. Don't ever be afraid of screwing him up. I already know all about the general situation. You must give him a little bit of bitterness to taste. This is Lang Chen's selfishness. He is really angry by this little kid. These words are also stained with a bit of communique and personal revenge. Good. I know. Just don't worry about it. Don't you know what will happen when you enter our interrogation room? Fire Phoenix said with a smile. He was able to guess Lang Chen's small mind, but he didn't feel anything. Instead, he felt that Lang Chen was a very forthright person. Lang Chen snorted coldly. Him going into the interrogation room is light. I should have just pushed him to the gallows. Well, there's still a use for keeping him. After we finish interrogating him, I'll give him to you to dispose of. Okay? Fire Phoenix and Lang Chen discussed. Hearing that Fire Phoenix was advising him, Lang Chen wasn't as angry as he was just now. After all, Fire Phoenix was his good brother, and Fire Phoenix's words still carried a lot of weight to him. Alright, I'm just pissed off. With all the nasty things they did, I don't hate him very much. After you take him away, just follow the normal process of interrogation. Alright, you can also come over to observe the trial if you have time. Fire Phoenix told him. I won't go. I'm afraid I'll be pissed off at this guy if I go. These little devils are thieves and keep poisoning us. I can't wait to bring my men to fight over there right now. After complaining a few times, Lang Chen hung up the phone. The people from Fire Phoenix over there also rushed over very quickly and took the people away. After entering the Tenglong organization's interrogation room, even the toughest of mouths would spit out a lot of things. The Tenglong organization is now not into that very bloodthirsty tactic. Just lock the person up, put on an electric shock device and shock him whenever he dozes off and gets sleepy. When there are so many times, that person closes their eyes, recalls the fear of being electrocuted, and then opens their eyes again. After he opened his eyes, though, his body's slumbering instincts urged him to hurry up and get some rest again, but he didn't dare to close his eyes and rest at all, not even to fake sleep for a while. In this way the prisoner carries on a vicious circle, and within a few days he can't hold out, and when asked he is willing to say anything, and only begs to be able to let himself have a good sleep for a while. Toshi Ishii was certainly no exception. He was the type of person who was very life-thirsty and would do anything to save his own life, and under such tactics, he only lasted 3 days before confessing everything. Taking the list he gave up, Fire Phoenix found quite a few criminals who had absconded outside. Those fugitives out there were not like Ishii Jun. They had a very arrogant attitude, and even when they were approached by the Tenglong organization's people, they still blurted out that they hadn't broken the law. Release me. It's against the law for you to arrest me like this. We haven't committed any crime at all. Those criminals shouted arrogantly. In fact, they just do not see the coffin does not fall tears just. For this kind of people have to take some coercive measures. Otherwise he thought you are a soft persimmon. Will only with you more and more inches. The Tenglong organization had always been known for its speed, efficiency, and ruthlessness, and these few people would definitely not be spared. Within a few days, they were interrogated by the Tenglong organization and revealed more information. Once you get the intel, it's pretty easy to follow the trail to the bigger players. Although that mastermind behind the case had a huge family and all the people involved in the case were inextricably linked to him, it was still very simple for the Tenglong organization to dispose of him. They first surrounded the man's residence in a swift manner and then went in to arrest him. Although he put up some resistance in the process, but they were unhelpful and did not serve the purpose of saving himself. After taking him back without him as well, the usual interrogation took place, even though he was the boss behind those people. Though, his willpower was no stronger than those people. That kind of sleep punishment is actually something very few people can resist. After all, a person can be so groggy after a few days of no sleep that they don't even know what they're doing. Under that state of mind one would say whatever one asked and do whatever one was told. Even if there were a few strong-willed people who were able to pull through, the Tenglong organization still had more tactics waiting for him in the back. With that, all those involved were severely punished, and Ishii Corporation, the mastermind behind the case, was severely sanctioned. All those associated with their family could never enter the territory of Daxia, and would be punished once discovered. The hospital matter had come to an end for the time being, and Lang Chen could finally go home. After returning home, Lang Chen found that his daughter had already gone to kindergarten and Su Shuiyan was not at home. After making a few calls, it was found that Su Shuiyan's phone couldn't be reached. He and Su Shuiyan had a very good relationship after their remarriage, and there was absolutely no case of gambling with him and deliberately not answering the phone. So there must be something fishy that something like this could happen. so Ling Chen asked Fire Phoenix to investigate. Help me find out how my daughter is doing at school, and what Su Shuiyan is doing now. Fire Phoenix's efficiency was very high, and it didn't take a while for him to send a message back to Ling Chen. Your daughter is now in a boarding kindergarten. I went inside that kindergarten and took a closer look. Your daughter gets along very well with those children and lives a happy life. Although she cries sometimes, but it's just a small fight and is quickly coaxed by the teacher. Hearing that his daughter was fine, Ling Chen put his heart down. What about Su Shuiyan? I've also found out about Su Shuiyan's situation. She seems to be talking business with a few people from the group, so go over and take a look. It's definitely unreasonable not to answer the phone anyway. Ling Chen followed the address in a hurry and came to the room where Su Shuiyan was said to be talking business with those people. Just as he approached the room, Ling Chen heard a few floozies whispering, "There's medicine in the wine. That woman is going to be miserable today." Ling Chen frowned and decided to go and investigate clearly. Chapter 106 Oolong. What are you talking about? What about that woman's misery? Ling Chen suddenly appeared beside those waiters, startling them all. And once they turned around and saw Ling Chen's gloomy face, they were coy and didn't dare to speak afterward. It's nothing. This sir, may I ask if you're here to book a hotel? A waiter stood out to speak to Ling Chen, and even though he was also scared, he had to put it off. Ling Chen didn't answer the question at all. I'm asking you guys, who was that woman you were just talking about? Also, why is she miserable? Ling Chen repeated his words. As soon as those words left their mouths, those waiters were certain that Ling Chen must have heard their conversation and asked them with a purpose. Maybe that woman is Ling Chen's wife. No, you must have misheard the gentleman, the waiter whispered in his defense. We definitely didn't gossip about the guests behind their backs, but now you'd better explain things clearly to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to muddle through on my side. Ling Chen's face was very serious, although he was good looking. Once he got serious, the seriousness on his face could scare many people. The waiter was certainly taken aback. Now that you've heard it all, we'll tell you. We heard one of the guests say that he was going to drug a woman at the reception in a little while. As for who that woman is, we're not sure. What's more, we all work here, so if we gossip about others we'll be fired. The waiter shot a glance at Ling Chen, obviously afraid that Ling Chen would tell their supervisor about this and cause himself to lose his job. As long as you tell me, I won't tell your supervisor about this. Ling Chen made a promise. That waiter glanced left and right again, and realized that there was no one coming. Before he whispered to Ling Chen, they're in that private room to your left. As long as you turn your head and push the door open, you can go in. But right now, they haven't started yet. Ling Chen let out a cold smile. Then I'll wait here. As expected, in a few minutes a group of people walked in. Ling Chen happened to be in the restroom at that time, and when he returned to this corridor, the waiter immediately came up to tell him that they had already gone in and started to eat. Only then did Ling Chen turn around and first push the door, but realized that he couldn't push it at all. The clamor inside had reached his ears, but he could only wait outside with his eyes burning with rage. As long as he thought about the words of those waiters and guessed that his wife might be getting a hard time inside, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. So Ling Chen kicked the door right in. The commotion of this kick was so great that Ling Chen saw the gazes that were thrown at him by the crowd in unison before he even entered the door. The eyes of all those people converged on him, some looking angry, some looking surprised, but all these Ling Chen didn't care anymore. He stood in the doorway and carefully searched for his wife from inside the faces of these people. Not a moment later, he saw Su Shuiyan. Because Su Shuiyan was so beautiful, even in the midst of the crowd, she could be spotted at a glance. Su Shuiyan obviously saw him as well, and the shock on her face was very obvious. After Ling Chen saw her, he took 3 steps to her side. Su Shuiyan didn't have any time to react at all. She only felt a dark shadow flashing in front of her eyes, and the wine glass in front of her was picked up by someone, and then all the liquid inside was poured onto the ground. Ling Chen, what are you doing? Su Shuiyan asked in a small voice. Now that she was outside, she didn't want to make Ling Chen lose face, nor did she want to make a big deal out of it. She just quietly asked him. Ling Chen glanced at her, and the viciousness within those eyes scared her. Ling Chen didn't say anything, and Su Shuiyan also stopped talking, but it was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s at the wine table who stood up. Who are you? The middle-aged man asked. His tone sounded very unfavorable, and it was clear that he was hostile to the strange man who had disrupted his talk about things. I'm not anyone. I just came over to take a look and see how you guys drugged the inside of a woman's wine glass. Ling Chen also disliked him without mercy. The moment these words were uttered, Su Shuiyan's face became extremely ugly. Ling Chen, what are you talking about? I didn't drink it all just now. It was just some drinks inside that cup. Su Shuiyan tugged on Ling Chen's sleeve and whispered. What drinks? I see. Ling Chen's words came to a screeching halt, and it wasn't until now that he noticed that everyone at the table had a drink in front of them, and no one was drinking. This whole thing is just a little awkward. We are now talking about important business. You come over to disturb us about this matter. We will write it down and wait until we finish talking about the business before we deal with it. And I don't know what you said about the drug in the wine. The safety of the drinks here can be checked. If you don't feel confident, you can always check if there is any poison in what is left in the glass, the middle-aged man said in a serious manner. His words were justified, and he also generously allowed Ling Chen to take the remaining liquid in the wine glass for examination, clearly not losing any money at all. The one who was embarrassed now was Ling Chen instead. Do you believe me when I say I'm just visiting? The other man at the table stood up. Who are you to come and look around? This behavior of you kicking in the door is just rude, and whoever you are, you're not welcome here. These words made Ling Chen even more embarrassed. Su Shuiyan covered her face with her hands at this time, hating the fact that she and Ling Chen didn't even know each other. Still, she stood up and explained, I'm sorry everyone, this is my husband. My husband isn't a bad person and he didn't mean it. Let's all talk first. I'll go out with him to talk about something. Saying this, Su Shuiyan tugged on Ling Chen's arm and pulled him out. After Ling Chen was pulled out by him, his face was still a little hot. This is really being fooled. Barging in for no reason, pouring someone else's drink, making such a big mess, and causing Su Shuiyan to be a bit hungover. Listen to my explanation. After coming out, Ling Chen awkwardly said to Su Shuiyan. Su Shuiyan quietly looked at him. I didn't. What am I supposed to say about this? Anyway, you must believe me. Ling Chen really didn't know how to explain this to her afterward. I know you're here today to talk business with someone, but there was just a little accident on the way, and I've heard a lot of people talking about it. Just talking about things. Su Shuiyan still looked at him quietly until he had finished all his words. Only then did she coldly tell him, you have never trusted me. You'd better go. This matter will be discussed when I return home after talking about business. You should know that I'm very pressed for time right now. After saying that, Su Shuiyan left without looking back, only leaving Ling Chen with a back shadow. Instead, those people from the client came out and courteously told Ling Chen, this matter today seems to be a misunderstanding. If there is nothing else, you'd better please go back. Chapter 107, The Beating. Ling Chen walked aimlessly down the hallway toward the stairs, only to feel his mind still buzzing. Why did this happen? Is it because it's happened so many times before that you just take it seriously without even thinking about it? Or was the look of those waiters whispering behind his back so realistic that he couldn't help but think about it more? Or maybe those people were talking about someone else at all, not Su Shuiyan. In any case, the facts were in front of them. Ling Chen had been tricked and made a not-so-small misunderstanding, and because of this matter Su Shuiyan seemed to have fallen out with him. Even his explanation was not willing to listen to one more sentence. Although it was good that Su Shuiyan was fine, the trouble behind her still gave Ling Chen a headache. Ling Chen walked and suddenly turned back to retrace his steps upstairs, wanting to find the original waiters and ask for clarification. If this whole thing was fabricated by someone else from beginning to end, then one was undoubtedly cheated by those waiters. And the acting skills of those few crooks were too exquisite. The look of being discovered after seeing him was so realistic that even Ling Chen didn't see any cracks for a while. Though there was also the reason that Ling Chen was too anxious and simply didn't have the time to pay close attention. When Ling Chen went back again, there were already several security guards standing in the corridor. When they saw that Ling Chen was back again and kept circling around that private room, they frowned and walked up to tell Ling Chen, why are you back again? It can't be because you've heard something about the drugged wine again. Ling Chen's head hurts when he hears about this. The embarrassing memories of just now are still fresh in his mind. Everyone was looking at him when he barged in and poured out someone else's drink. No, you guys listen to me. This was told to me by a few waiters. I want to find them and ask them for clarification. Ling Chen was very patient, explaining to those few security guards. After all, he was the one who had just done something wrong. Who knew that those security guards didn't listen to him at all? Our boss has already instructed that no matter who it is, no one is allowed to go in and disturb during the time of business talk. I'm not going in to disturb. I'm just looking around here. Ling Chen said. That wouldn't work. You might slip in without looking if you're around. The security guards were ancient and refused to let him take another step near the place, no matter what they said. This was a valuable client, and with the memory of the embarrassment he had just experienced still fresh in his mind, it was really not a good time to get tough. Fine. I'll just leave. Ling Chen had no choice but to helplessly leave the place. Since this floor was not allowed to go, Ling Chen went to check out the other floors. Anyway, it was the waiter of this hotel, who couldn't run away from the temple. It wasn't time to leave work yet. It was impossible to leave this hotel, right? However, Ling Chen had wandered up and down several times, but there was no sign of those waiters. He ran to the front desk again to ask if any waiter had just come by to take a leave of absence, and the front desk simply told him that he had no authority to know about such things and asked him to ask someone else. But Ling Chen didn't recognize anyone else at all, so he had no choice but to leave for the time being. He didn't expect that he had just gone downstairs for a few steps when he saw Su Shuiyan was dozens of steps in front of him, opening the car door and preparing to go home. You wait. Lang Cheng hurriedly called out to her. After Su Shuiyan heard this sound, she raised her head and saw Lang Chen. She did stop and stood by the car waiting for Lang Chen. When Lang Chen walked up to him, before Lang Chen could say anything, he raised his hand and slapped him. This slap directly dumbfounded Lang Chen. He had clearly done nothing, and had not even said a word, and he had received a slap for no reason. Just as he was about to open his mouth to question Su Shuiyan pulled open the car door and sat in, stepping on the gas and leaving. Even if he ran as fast as he could, it was impossible for him to catch up with the speed of the car, so he could only watch Su Shuiyan walk further and further away. Several things happened one after another within a day that made him suffocate, so naturally his face would not look good. When he returned to the bridal chamber, he grimaced, startling the servants in the house. When he was asked what happened, Lang Chen directly treated it as if he couldn't hear. He didn't want others to come and see his jokes. It was reasonable to say that Su Shuiyan was one step ahead of him and should have arrived home faster than him, but when he pushed open the door of his room, he found that Su Shuiyan was not here at all. Where could she go? Lang Chen thought for a moment and decided that it would be better for him to give Su Shuiyan a call. The call was quickly dialed, but it just rang a few hollow busy tones and there was no answer on the other end of the line. It seemed that Su Shuiyan was really gambling with him and didn't even want to answer his calls. After calling Su Shuiyan several times in a row without answering, Lang Chen had the sense not to call again. 100 boredom to open WeChat, ready to send a circle of friends to ease their mood. But I didn't expect to see Su Shuiyan's dynamic as soon as I opened my friend circle. That dynamic was a few very good-looking photos, and on top of the photos, besides Su Shuiyan, there were a few women. Lang Chen clicked in and scrolled down, and saw a few more men in the picture with them. The scene for these photos was a swimming pool, and everyone was wearing very little, and Su Shuiyan was no exception, and Su Shuiyan's smile looked very bright, not at all as if she had taken what had just happened to heart, but Lang Chen was now depressed. He was a very possessive person, and when he saw Su Shuiyan and this group of people partying by the pool, he couldn't wait to rush into the cell phone and pull Su Shuiyan out. But then again, the events of the afternoon gave him no reason to do so. The embarrassment on Su Shuiyan's face at that time was visible to the naked eye, and the courteous attitude of those few customers was again in such a sharp contrast to him. Lang Chen clenched his fists and banged the table, mentally persuading himself to forget about it. It's better to stop inviting unnecessary trouble. After calming down for a while, Lang Chen turned on his computer and carefully recalled the appearance of those waiters in his mind. It was only with this thought that I realized that the men were all very ordinary looking, and at first glance there was nothing at all memorable about them. Their faces weren't exactly pretty, but they weren't ugly either, and they didn't have any special marks on their faces, like moles or birthmarks and scars or anything. When you think back, you think you can find 7 or 8 people who look like this on the street at any given time. But fortunately, Lang Chen's memory was very good, and with his unimpressive memory, he was able to accurately redraw the appearance of those few people. Looking at the lifelike avatar of the character on the computer after the drawing, Lang Chen knocked on the table again. If it wasn't for these guys laying him out, he wouldn't be so aggravated to stay home alone right now, not to mention being slapped by Su Shuiyan in front of the hotel. Chapter 108, Lang Chen's Face Study. After Lang Chen finished drawing, he immediately sent this image to Firewind. You check the information of these people for me. They are waiters in that hotel. You go directly to confirm with the leader of that hotel. It will be faster. After Lang Chen sent the picture to Fire Phoenix, it was accompanied by this message. He also briefly recounted the afternoon situation with Fire Phoenix, who didn't reply for a while, but didn't call him over a short while later. Fire Phoenix's voice on the other end of the line sounded happy and couldn't hold in her laughter at all. I say you're such a powerful big shot. You'll still be fooled by these few small waiters. Firewind mocked him unmercifully. If it wasn't for Lang Chen begging Firewind to do something, he would have cursed back, but now that he was taking a shorthand, he could only concur in a low voice. I didn't expect that. Often walking by the river, I actually got my shoes wet today. At that time, there were too many people inside that private room. I directly went over and poured my drink on the ground. They were all looking at me. It was too embarrassing. You don't say. Hearing you say those few words, I feel like I can even visualize that image. Fire Phoenix was still smiling. Alright, don't just laugh at me. Did the matter I asked you to look into fall into place or not? Lang Chen stopped Firewind. He even felt that if he didn't say anything else, Firewind would faint from laughing. It's not a big deal. I believe in Su Shuiyan's business ability. Surely she won't mess things up. You're just a small loss of face, Fire Phoenix said lightly. Hearing this tone from him, Lang Chen became even more angry. Do you understand? Losing face is equivalent to losing your life. Also, it's not just a matter of losing face. It's embarrassment. I've been tricked. Can you realize the seriousness of the matter? Alright, can I not do what you told me to do? I've already taken this avatar and compared it with all the images of the hotel's employees, and the result is that no one in that hotel looks like this, Fire Phoenix said seriously. No? Lang Chen pursued. Are you sure there really isn't one? Or is the list they provided you with incomplete? The list can't be faked. Now that all employees have to sign labor contracts, there's absolutely no way to miss anyone. Of course it's also possible that that face is just too common. I feel like the streets are full of people who look like that. That's what's so strange. Someone who looks like this suddenly scurries out and says so many strange things to me, and then disappears without a trace, as if he was hiding there specifically waiting for me, just to see me make a fool of myself, Lang Chen said. And don't think about it so much. What if it's just someone who follows those clients around? Why is the person next to the client dressed like that? This face doesn't look like anything special, but the weird thing is that he's just too ordinary. It's impossible for a person to look like this. Don't believe me? Look closely. The direction of his features, and the color of his skin, it doesn't fit the normal standard at all. This reasoning is the Firewind is stunned. I cannot imagine that Lang Chen face to face this aspect also have research. You do not say I have not found. Now look carefully is a little strange. I felt strange when I drew this graphic, and I didn't take it seriously until you told me that there was no such person in the hotel and made sure of it. The current situation was very unfavorable to Lang Chen. His current situation wasn't really that safe. He had just solved something that big. And when he came back home this happened. It was hard to say if there was a connection between the two or not. Moreover, that waiter obviously knew himself, and this face was faked, and it naturally went without saying how much it would cost to get a fake human skin. There is likely a huge conspiracy hidden behind this small gesture. Lang Chen couldn't see the end at the moment. Those more serious things were still waiting for him. As for now, there was just a small problem. Su Shuiyan has fallen out with him, is angry with him, refuses to go home, and won't answer his calls. Although the other party's purpose was by no means as simple as just provoking his relationship with Su Shuiyan, he still had to solve this small problem first. Lang Chen left the house and drove to buy a box of cake and a bouquet of flowers. This bouquet of flowers was specially selected by Lang Chen, not as ostentatious as the red roses. It was a couple of well-blooming perfume lilies. Lang Chen returned home with flowers and a cake, ready to cook a hearty dinner. Today had indeed added a lot of trouble to Su Shuiyan. It was reasonable for him to make amends and apologize, not to mention that it was his own wife. What was the point of bothering so much with his wife? And if they kept falling out, wouldn't that be just what the bad guys wanted? Lang Chen thought about it while personally going down to the kitchen. He was actually very good at cooking. After all, before in the army, if he didn't want to eat something difficult to eat he had to do it himself. It was hard to prepare this hearty meal and an hour had passed. Thinking that he and Su Shuiyan also haven't had a good dinner for a long time, there are specially bought candles, took out the candlestick that hadn't been used for a long time and wiped it clean, and set the candles up. And he had prepared a small surprise hidden in the bouquet, ready to tell Su Shuiyan when she opened it. The romance and ceremony of these things, Lang Chen himself couldn't help but be touched to the core when he thought about it. After preparing so many things, Su Shuiyan should forgive him. After Lang Chen put everything in place, he quietly waited for Su Shuiyan to come home. It was at this time that the cell phone screen lit up, and Lang Chen was about to fall asleep when he was awakened by another burst of phone ringing. Between her sleepy eyes, she took the phone and realized that it was Su Shuiyan calling. Lang Chen instantly came to his senses and hastily answered the phone, only to find a cry over there. Help me. The voice wasn't too clear either, and Lang Chen asked her tentatively, what happened? Speak slowly. There was no response from there, and the noise made Lang Chen unable to hear clearly at all. There was no way of knowing if there was Su Shuiyan's voice in there. Lang Chen glanced at it suspiciously and made sure that it was indeed Su Shuiyan's number correctly. But why did he only say one sentence and then nothing else? Could it be another prank? Lang Chen was about to hang up the phone, originally wanting to personally go there to see and confirm whether Su Shuiyan was okay or not, but thinking about the oops that happened during the day, he felt that he was better off waiting quietly. During the time he hesitated, the phone rang again, and when Lang Chen picked it up, he only heard an unmistakable scream. Ah, this voice was more than familiar to him. It was his wife Su Shuiyan. After the scream there were a lot of men's laughter came. That laughter contains a lot of bad meaning. Lang Chen heart tightened, realized that this time should be really happen something. He couldn't hesitate any longer and just hit the gas to find his way there based on the phone's location. Chapter 109, Becoming a Murder Suspect. Lang Chen felt quite helpless. He had absolutely no control over his emotions now, but since he had a locator it was much better. He followed it and knew that it was a hotel called Extreme Imperial, which was still quite famous in the area. He took a cab, got in, and spoke directly to the driver. Go to the Extreme Imperial Hotel at once, and try to get there within 10 minutes. and I'll pay you $500 for it. Not afraid to take a detour, but just hurry up and get there fast. Money presses the slave girl craft presses when pedestrians. Since there is money, there is nothing that cannot be done. This driver laughed and said to him, it's not a big deal. As long as it's for enough money you just let me fly there no problem. But what are you doing there? Are you going to catch a double? Ling Chen directly reddened his face. He was most helpless in his heart. These deepest innermost hidden secrets. When letting someone break it in one word, it was still quite painful. He knew best that these things really hurt his feelings too much, but at this point he had to become cold-blooded in order to do so, or he would be unable to control his emotions. However, he didn't feel the need to dwell too much with this driver and said after coldly flinging over $500, your nonsense is really too much. To know that if you don't talk nonsense, this money can still be earned. Said so much, I'm afraid that the money and you have no destiny. It is better to carry it to the end. This driver is also a person who gossips, but relative to money, gossip simply does not have any practical significance. He immediately shut his mouth very sensibly. Soon, 10 minutes later, Ling Chen arrived at the Extreme Imperial Hotel, and he found that particular room, but the door to the room was locked. It was also normal that it would be strange if the door wasn't locked, so well think about how you can get in. He thought of many ways to do this, but one by one he eliminated them all, and finally he broke down the door, directly kicked the door, which also seemed to be a tofu dregs project. Surprisingly could not resist his kick. The door was kicked in pieces. At this time, Ling Chen couldn't help but spit out. What kind of superb imperial hotel is this? I'm afraid that a $20 a night small hotel is much better than this Thai place. How can I still come to this kind of place? It's really bad. But he also figured out right away that he hadn't come here to spit this time, and that was when it was silent inside, and he realized that there was a woman lying motionless on the bed. At this point, he was ready to walk over and see what was going on. After all, he couldn't just come on his own trip and be so confused. But when he came forward, he realized that this person was already a dead body. In his mind he immediately had a realization. Bad. The old man was being counted. At this time, the most important thing was not to study who this dead body was, but how to get out and leave this place of wrongdoing was the most important thing. However, the other party had worked hard to set up a bureau, so it was hard for him to get in, and I'm afraid it's not that simple to get out again. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, a team of inspectors suddenly pushed the door in, or to be exact, pushed what was left of the handle on the door, as the door had already been kicked in by Ling Chen a long time ago. A patrolman at the head came forward and looked at Ling Chen and asked, we are checking the room. What you are doing here is my proper. Please look at it first. I am the inspector of the police station. Li Saniu, please cooperate with me and explain your personal situation. At this time Ling Chen immediately realized the sense of crisis. The patrolman suddenly surrounded himself. Is likely to be the other side set a set, and the timing is so precise, and there is absolutely no way to get out of it and excuse yourself from it now. It was that in the face of this inspector's questioning, he simply did not have any reason to defend himself, so he could only be silent. But silence did not solve any problems. Li Saniu was completely enraged. He had never seen anyone who dared to act so pretentious in front of himself, and in the face of his own questioning dared not to answer. So, he once again flashed his patrolman's license, then looked at the somewhat distraught Ling Chen and said, let me ask you, do you have a room card for this room and what is your relationship to the mistress of the bed? If you can't answer, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us and we'll have to give you a statement when the room is announced. At this time, Ling Chen simply didn't have any reason to continue to defend himself, and replied, quite helplessly, Mr. Inspector, I don't have a room card for this house. My coming here was nothing more than a misunderstanding, and now I think I should leave. Take your time investigating here. It just doesn't have anything to do with me. Li Saniu looked at Ling Chen, as if he was listening to a big joke. In the face of the interrogation of the inspector, did not have any answer, and wanted to turn around and leave. Do you think we are joking? A younger-looking patrolman came over and said to Li Saniu, I think we'll go ahead and get an arrest warrant for this kid, but let's see what's going on with this woman on the bed first. Asking her should tell us something as well. Li Saniu before this gaze shifted to the body of the woman. This henchman is right. If in the woman to open a breakthrough to be understood, this is also a good way. He walked over to the woman, wanting to nudge her awake and question her together, so he would know how to conduct an interrogation for the man whose purpose was enlightened. But no matter how she pushed, the woman didn't respond at all, as if she was sleeping heavily. Li Saniu was also angry that a man was silent in front of him no matter what he asked and tried to turn away. This woman, however, still sleeps so soundly. This is simply not taking yourself too seriously. You just then feel that you are being scorned. At least you are an inspector. How can you be belittled in such a way? But one of the henchmen suddenly saw the end of it, and he faced the woman to see the other, who did not seem to be breathing much at all. and went up to probe his nostrils, and said, "Chief, it seems that this woman is already dead. There's no alibi at all. I think this person in front of me is highly suspicious. At least we should arrest him back and question him first." Yes, no matter who is facing such a scenario, I am afraid that Ling Chen will be the first suspect, which is absolutely no mistake. Moreover, he himself has no defense or evidence to prove his innocence. That left him with only one option, and that was to cooperate with the investigation. In case if he resisted, he could be taken out right here on the spot for assaulting a patrolman.